Chapter 1. The Return from the Tower. Damn it. Across the street from the Wild Wolf Bar, V stared in disbelief at a stylishly disheveled version of herself, casually linking arms with Jack as they emerged from the establishment. Quickly averting her gaze from the pair, V retreated to a corner, lighting a cigarette in an attempt to soothe her tumultuous emotions. V found herself in a perplexing predicament. All she could recall was that she had originally been a mere player. Upon hearing that Cyberpunk 2077 had introduced a new ending post-launch, she had embarked on a journey to conclude the infuriating tower ending. To her astonishment, she had unwittingly traversed into the body of V, who had undergone surgery and was unable to utilize any combat implants. As if fate were playing a cruel trick, the heavens unceremoniously kicked her back into the year 2077. I thought it was enough of a nightmare that you set me up for a second playthrough. Now you tell me there's another V in this timeline? What does that make me? Gazing skyward with a visage devoid of hope, V lamented the fact that she could hardly recall her name from before the transition, retaining only fragments of memories associated with Cyberpunk 2077. Hello, Night City. I'm your Stanley. Our dream-chasing city is embarking on another long day. Listening to Stanley's familiar voice emanating from the radio, reciting a monologue she could nearly recite by heart, V couldn't help but scoff. What a load of nonsense about a dream-chasing city. Given the current situation, it seemed that the apartment in H10 of Little China Super Skyscraper also belonged to this world's V, leaving her utterly homeless. Reflecting on her past gaming experience, where she had purchased apartments across various districts of Night City, she wondered why she should fret over finding a place to stay. Real estate is truly something one cannot take with them in death. With that thought, V extinguished the cigarette that had burned down to a nub, tossing it into the litter-strewn alley. Wait a minute. Suddenly recalling that she had yet to check the only fully functional implant she still possessed, the neural processor, since returning to 2077. My savings are still intact. This was a rare glimmer of good news for V in her current state. Thanks to the hoarding tendencies of the hamster players, she had saved over 10 million euros by the time she completed the game. This sum placed her among the wealthiest individuals in Night City. Perhaps this was the last act of mercy from the universe? Well, it seems I've become the embodiment of that old saying, rich enough to be poor. V chuckled at her own irony. In her current condition, possessing wealth did not grant her the freedom to spend it frivolously. After all, this was Night City, where the likelihood of encountering a mugger was higher than that of encountering a beggar. Then V glanced down at her pronounced chest, pondering how she had ended up choosing to play as a female V. Ultimately, she decided it was best not to wander the streets carelessly. The chances of encountering a lecher before running into a mugger were significantly higher. With such substantial savings, calling a taxi shouldn't be unreasonable, right? V opened her contact to check if she still had Delamain's number, and to her relief, nearly all contacts remained. After a few beeps, V successfully dialed Delamain's number. This is Delamain Taxi Company. Good day, sir or madam. How may I assist you today? Old Del, please activate the premium package for me and send a car to pick me up. V generously paid for the package. Certainly, esteemed client. May I have your name, please? My name is V. Valerie. She hesitated for a moment, but decided to use her real name. Very well, Miss Valerie. Please hold on. Your vehicle is en route to your location. Delamain did not keep Valerie waiting long. The car arrived promptly. Miss Valerie, where may I take you? Valerie rested her chin in thought within the car, ultimately deciding it was prudent to procure some self-defense tools first. To the nearest gun shop. A few minutes later, Delamain's vehicle halted outside a gun store in Haywood. Upon entering the shop, Valerie decisively selected a Unifier and a Prelude, but hesitated at the checkout before requesting an RT-46 Storm as well. This high-tech electromagnetic pistol had once been her favorite, yet now, deprived of combat limbs, she was incapable of managing its recoil effectively. Initially, she had planned to forego this weapon altogether, but the sight of a Kanto security robot passing by outside sparked a makeshift idea. After returning to the car, Valerie chose a familiar contact from her address book. After a dozen rings, the call connected. Who are you? How did you get my number? A woman with vibrant green and purple hair appeared in the video chat. I'm Valerie. Judy Alvarez, the finest braindance editor in Night City. It shouldn't be too hard for me to find you. Cut the crap. I don't use this number for work. I don't have time for personal. I'm not here to ask you for a braindance edit. Valerie interjected before Judy could hang up. I know you're skilled in mechanical modifications. I'm looking to commission a powered exoskeleton arm. Judy furrowed her brow, adopting a tone that suggested disbelief. You want me, a braindance editor, to handle that? It's 2077, not 2017. Every implant doctor in Night City has access to gorilla limbs. Who cares about these antique toys? I'm swamped with braindances and can't spare time for your toys. 10,000 euros. If you agree, they'll send you 5,000 as a deposit immediately, Valerie stated bluntly, cutting through the small talk. After a few moments of silence on the other end, Judy replied, damn, when did Night City start raining money? What's the catch? It needs to have at least the capability to suppress the recoil of the RT-46 Storm, should not be overly bulky, and the aesthetics are irrelevant. It needs to be completed promptly. I'm sending the deposit now. Valerie concluded her requirements and promptly transferred 5,000 euros to Judy. Wow, a real big spender. Cough, cough, I mean a valuable client. Judy exclaimed on the line. Aren't you worried I'd hang up and keep your deposit? I'm confident in sending you money because I know precisely what kind of person you are, Valerie smirked. All right, send me the arms measurements and wait for my call in 2 days, Judy concluded before hanging up. Fortunately, Valerie's cybernetic, I still retained several functional capabilities. After transmitting the scanning data of her right arm to Judy, she glanced out the car window at the dimming lights of Night City, where a light drizzle had begun to fall, casting a shadow over the landscape. Old Dell, let's head to the apartment building at Company Square. Understood, Miss Valerie. If there was a relatively safe area in Night City, it would undoubtedly be the vicinity surrounding the towering skyscrapers. Valerie resolved to go all out and rent the most expensive apartment available. After securing a place to stay tonight, I'll take stock of the resources I still have and meticulously plan my next steps. Chapter 2. Long time no see. Before the glass windows of her apartment in Company Square, Valerie held a glass of wine, gazing morosely at the brightly lit expanse of Night City. She reflected on the resources at her disposal and her current circumstances. Firstly, she had wealth. Compared to the majority of mercenaries in Night City, she considered herself quite affluent, much wealthier than during her past life, when she was the deputy head of the Arasaka counterintelligence department, so rich that starting another life would not pose a challenge. Secondly, she had connections, or so she hoped. Most of the people she had known in her previous life still had their contact information intact, including even the number of that smoking cannon-wielding man. The only issue was that while she recognized them, they did not recognize her. Some among them might have come to know this world's V, but Valerie was acutely aware that she was not that individual. Even her comrade in arms, Jack Wells, was now seen linking arms with that V, while she could only watch from afar. In this world, she had lost her place, and every contact on her extensive list would require her to establish new relationships anew. Lastly, she was left incapacitated. In 2077, a mercenary with combat implants, seasoned by countless battles, could still be considered fodder in Night City. However, those who could not utilize combat implants were deemed unworthy even of that. They were akin to dust in the city, ready to disperse with the slightest breeze. Most of Valerie's implants had not been removed, rather, they had been disabled, leaving only the essential functionalities for basic mobility intact. Given her current state, should these implants regain their operational capabilities, her fragile central nervous system would likely shatter like crisp potato chips, leaving no possibility of becoming a cybernetic lunatic. I must seek the assistance of an expert, Valerie murmured while shaking her glass. Early the next morning, Valerie procured a fine bottle of wine from a local liquor store beneath her apartment building and boarded a Delamon car headed for the Watson district. Rather than traversing Misty's psychic parlor to the back alley, Valerie opted for the side entrance. Inside the clinic, Victor was engrossed in a boxing match when he suddenly perceived the faint sound of footsteps approaching from a staircase. Upon glancing up, he beheld a woman clad in a sleek black suit, with a sharp short haircut and donning dark sunglasses, exuding an air reminiscent of a corporate drone. Long time no see, old V, Valerie said as she removed her glasses, her expression a mix of emotions as she regarded the man still dressed in a blue short-sleeve shirt. V, it's been ages. Didn't you just visit me 2 days ago? Why have you changed your attire in such a short span? Victor inquired, puzzled by the familiar yet unfamiliar visage of V before him. I've come to seek your assistance for a checkup, Valerie declared. She placed the bottle of wine upon Victor's desk and proceeded directly to the surgical recliner. Sounds good. After Valerie reclined, Victor connected a data cable to the interface at her neck and began running diagnostics on the control console. My heavens, where did all these implants come from? As various metrics flashed on the screen, Victor's brow furrowed deeper. What in the world has happened to your central nervous system? VI. Powerless, I presume? Valerie interjected. That's precisely what you said back in 2079. I don't comprehend what you're saying, Victor replied, momentarily taken aback. Do you trust me, old V? Valerie sat up straight, retrieving a cigarette from her pocket and placing it between her lips. Of course, Victor replied, feeling a long-forgotten sense of helplessness creeping in. First, let me share some good news. The V you saw 2 days ago is likely still out there, alive and kicking. Are you implying that you are not V? Victor's eyes widened in astonishment, considering that the system had detected her physiological data, yet matched it with Versus records. Indeed, I once was. Valerie lit her cigarette with a lighter and spoke slowly. I am now, but a specter returned from the future. Misty would certainly find that intriguing, but I only trust my eyes, and what I see is a disheveled living person, Victor replied, slightly irked. Let's employ a more scientific framework. Surely, you've heard of the theory of parallel worlds? Indeed. Consider me as someone hailing from an alternate parallel universe, a different timeline. In that timeline, I have undergone numerous trials, experiencing various separations and losses, ultimately leading to my current state. In the end, I cannot fathom what precisely transpired. All I know is I have arrived here, in Night City of 2077. Fortunately, many events have yet to unfold. Your physical condition clearly indicates you have endured much, Victor remarked, half convinced. Let us reacquaint ourselves. I am Valerie. Presently an unemployed drifter, she offered her hand to Victor. Victor reciprocated the gesture, saying, Victor Victor, a cybernetic surgeon. Consider that bottle of wine as a consultation fee. Valerie gestured toward the wine she had placed on a desk. That would suffice for a premium membership here, Victor replied with a wry smile. Rest assured, old V, I am not so easily defeated by reality. The V I know is indeed like that. What do you plan to do next? There will always be a way. I will likely require your assistance again. Valerie flicked some ash into the ashtray and continued. I came today simply to see an old friend. I must ask you to keep my affairs confidential, not to share with anyone, including the V you know. Not a problem. Maintaining client confidentiality is part of my duty. I shall return in due time. Valerie extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray, donned her sunglasses, and remarked, in my current state, it seems mercenary work is out of the question. However, perhaps I can manage as an intermediary. Then you must find a reliable subordinate. Do not let yourself fall prey to a black market scheme, Victor cautioned. That goes without saying. I already have 2 candidates in mind, though one may take some effort to contact. I await your good news. Valerie approached the stairway, turning to wave goodbye to Victor. May fortune favor you. She glanced towards the back door of the divination shop, ultimately resolving to seek out Misty. Misty, who was preparing a fragrant concoction, turned to glance over her shoulder. You've changed your appearance? I've been through some experiences, Valerie admitted without denial, offering a gentle smile. Could you assist me in assessing my fortune? What? Are you now a believer in my methods? Misty teased while already shuffling a deck of tarot cards. Let's proceed. Misty placed the shuffled deck on the table. Draw 3 cards. Valerie laid one hand flat on the table and leisurely drew 3 cards. Misty revealed the first card. First, your past, she said, examining the card with a furrowed brow. The tower in an upright position? Are you certain you're all right? It is somewhat dire, Valerie replied nonchalantly. What's wrong with this card? The upright tower symbolizes sudden upheaval and destruction. It represents truths that have been overlooked or concealed in the past, heralding a momentous transformation. Valerie raised an eyebrow, internally acknowledging the accuracy of the reading. Second, you're present. Misty exhaled deeply. It is the upright death card, yet there's potential for change. Oh, Misty's demeanor piqued Valerie's interest. Do elaborate. The upright death card signifies a necessary release and metamorphosis, typically indicating the conclusion of a phase, paving the way for new opportunities. Such transformations often accompany pain, yet they are essential for growth and development. Third, your future. Misty turned over the final hidden tarot card. The upright hanged man, it symbolizes surrender, sacrifice, and a new perspective. I find your future somewhat elusive, Misty remarked, scrutinizing the face behind the sunglasses. The combination of these 3 cards may suggest a significant period of transformation, where old structures and patterns are being dismantled to make way for new growth and change. This is a time that demands courage and acceptance of change, although challenges and uncertainties may arise. Ultimately, these shifts will yield new opportunities and personal development. No one can foresee their own future. Valerie shook her head with a wry smile. Still charging €100 for divination? Free of charge, Misty replied, her gaze unwavering. Just answer one question for me. All right, shoot. You're not. Misty narrowed her eyes, her tone laced with implication. The same V I used to know, are you? You're still the same old Misty, I see. The corner of Valerie's lips curled into a knowing smirk. I think you already have your answer, don't you? Stepping out of the fortune-telling shop, Valerie slid back into the Delamain cab and dialed the old captain. This is the old captain. What business brings you to me, ma'am? Buying a car, naturally. Valerie chuckled. Ah, a woman of taste. There ain't a 4-wheeler in Night City I can't get my hands on. Got any desperados in stock? Daddy. The old captain's voice crackled with excitement. With enough eddies. Anything's possible. Don't rush. I'll even sweeten the deal by 30, but on one condition. Name it. Find me someone's contact details. Once I make the call, regardless of how the conversation goes, your money is guaranteed. Valerie's tone dripped with extravagance. Now that's what I call business. Who are we talking about? Lucy, former netrunner of the Cyberpunk squad. Ring any bells? Damn, you're really testing me here. They vanished after that whole corporate plaza incident last year. If it were easy, would I be paying you? Valerie scoffed. I know you've got connections. So, deal or no deal? Deal. Money yes money. Sit tight. I'll get back to you. The old captain hung up in his usual whirlwind fashion. Chapter 3. Watson's finest. Watson truly is a district of exceptional talent, Valerie muttered, crouched behind a car, her Unity pistol clutched tightly. She hadn't anticipated that the short walk from the curb to Judy's apartment would land her in the middle of a gang shootout, dressed in a suit. She'd been mistaken by a pack of maelstrom grunts, fresh off slaughtering tiger claws, as one of their rivals, earning herself a hail of bullets. Though her combat implants were offline, her mercenary instincts remained sharp. The moment those 5 cybernetic eyes locked onto her, she lunged behind the nearest vehicle. Got another one over here. The maelstrom thug barked, unloading his M221 Saratoga in her direction. His 4 companions joined in, turning the car into Swiss cheese. Shards of glass rained over Valerie. Goddamn it. She seethed. Back in her prime, even 10 of these lowlifes wouldn't have stood a chance against her Sandevistan. As their magazines emptied, Valerie steadied her breath, seizing the reloading window. She pivoted from cover in a kneeling stance and fired 2 precise shots. The Unity's crisp reports echoed. 1 thug collapsed, sparks and gore erupting from his skull. The remaining 4 scrambled for cover, making clean shots impossible. They advanced in a staggered formation, trading suppressing fire. Valerie risked exposure, expending 2 magazines to drop 2 more. But the last pair closed in. Out of ammo, she hurled her Unity at the nearest foe's face, simultaneously drawing her overture revolver. 6 rounds roared. Her weakened arms struggled with the recoil. Only 2 found their mark. As the final maelstrom raised his weapon, a deafening blast reduced him to scrap and viscera. The fuck is with the midnight fireworks? Judy snarled, hefting her M2038 tactician. She stomped over, glaring. After that performance, I see why you need the exo-arm. She jerked her chin toward the apartment. Let us go. See if it fits. Valerie retrieved her Unity, holstered it, and followed Judy into the dilapidated building. That asset on the table, Judy said, gesturing to a modified Kong Tao security bot arm. Battery S in the back casing, 30 hours per charge. Size to your specs. So it should fit. Strapping on the exo-arm, Valerie tested its motion. The servos responded with minimal lag, acceptable, given her current frailty. But the Kong Tao logo on the shoulder. She shot Judy a look. What? You said fast, and don't care how it looks. Want me to repaint it now? Judy snapped. Pay the balance. And it's yours. Thanks. Valerie's optics flickered blue as she transferred the eddies, then handed Judy a freshly printed business card. Starting up as a fixer soon. Got a crew coming in. You need work done, I'll give you a discount. Judy eyed the card, then Valerie, skeptically. You? Okay, today was subpar. But my team is professional, Valerie said, forcing a smile. Sure. Doubt I'll need your services, though. In Night City, trouble finds you whether you want it or not. Valerie thought, biting back the remark. Outside, the street resembled a war zone, scattered gangsters, spent casings, 0 NCPD presence. Crime rates are plummeting, Valerie muttered. Recalling the city's favorite joke, the mayor announced crime dropped exponentially because they didn't T-count Pacifica this time. Next stats release, if Watson S excluded 2, another double-digit dip. Spotting a wounded tiger claw groaning at her feet, she sighed, then fired twice. Valerie, with an impassive expression, returned her smoking handgun to its holster. As if she had merely crushed a cockroach, she sauntered across the street and boarded a Delamain vehicle. Take me back to the city center. On the way back, V received a message from the old captain. The person has been located, but she currently resides in the lunar colony. If you wish to make contact, you will need to schedule a time in advance and head to the spaceport to make an expensive interplanetary call. I hear the charges are exorbitant, but I trust that monetary concerns are of little consequence to you. I've arranged for a meeting the day after tomorrow, remember, regardless of the outcome. You owe me a fee. Additionally, the vehicle you requested is ready for you to collect at your convenience. Chapter 4. Escape from Night City. But not from the corporation, a corporate dog, and a clever one at that. On the laptop screen, A girl with gradient pink hair stared at Valerie with a cold gaze. Don't misunderstand. I just purchased this laptop this morning at the company Plaza's mall. I haven't had the chance to rewrite its system yet. Valerie, casually seated in the spaceport lounge, smiled and replied, After all, I am meeting with a hacker. So some necessary preparations are in order. I don't recall knowing someone of your caliber. I've heard you spent a fortune to arrange this meeting. What do you seek? Valerie retorted. Let me ask you a personal question. Have you found happiness during your time in the lunar colony? She seemed to answer her own question. I suspect you are not happy, for you may have escaped Night City, but you cannot escape the corporation. The girl on the screen fell silent for a moment. Then her expression shifted to one of anger as she exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? Spending over 1,000 euros per minute on a call just to toy with me? Listen, I received word that Atom Smasher is returning to Night City. In my opinion, rather than hiding on the moon, you would be better off returning to Night City, assisting me, earning some money, and perhaps finding some amusement. Returning to Night City for amusement? Nonsense. That place is a cesspool, and someone with your delusions will inevitably drown in it. So, you have relinquished everything from Night City? Valerie took a cigarette, placing it between her lips but refraining from lighting it, knowing she could not contend with the spaceport security. You know nothing. He risked his life to get me to the moon. Lucy, like you, I departed from Arasaka. David was young and unaware of the corporation's depths. But I am aware, and you are too. We both know how much of Arasaka's share belongs to the lunar colony. How do you know? I know many things, Lucy, Valerie whispered. Night City is on the brink of a major upheaval, and I want your help in returning. I'll also offer you a front row seat to a grand performance regarding Arasaka. Details will have to wait until you return. It's not safe to discuss this now. I want to know where to watch this Arasaka performance, not why I must return to assist you, Lucy scoffed. Because I can involve you, including in a revenge plot against Atom Smasher. Furthermore, I can advance you 500,000, enough to cover your round-trip fare. Think it over. You know my past. Yet you trust me so readily? Lucy appeared somewhat intrigued. Perhaps it's because we share a certain empathy now. Lucy and the screen remained silent. But a series of numbers appeared on the computer display. Valerie's cybernetic eye illuminated in blue as she transferred 500,000 to the account. The screen showed Lucy's cybernetic eye glowing for several seconds before she finally said, I have received the funds. I will return in 3 days. Valerie understood that the account was not directly Lucy's. The money likely passed through multiple countries during those seconds before she received it. Do you need me to pick you up? Lucy chuckled coldly. I'm not someone who easily places trust in others. I have not agreed to your arrangements. If you truly know me, you should also know where to find me at night. Valerie recalled where Lucy would likely appear after dark. I see. 3 days hence. We shall meet and discuss matters face to face. I hope you have something substantial to offer, rather than mere empty promises. With that, Lucy vanished from the laptop screen, leaving it blackened with smoke emanating from the exhaust. Valerie chuckled softly, quite the cautious one. During her ride back to the city center, Valerie tossed the now-defunct laptop out the window, sending it plummeting into the sea. She then dialed the old captain's number. Seems you've concluded your conversation? How did it go? The captain inquired curiously. You know the rules, old captain. You're familiar with the etiquette of intermediaries. Don't ask what you shouldn't tea. All right. All right. Please expedite the payment. Also, when can I expect the vehicle? Valerie transferred the final payment to the old captain. Rest assured, the payment will be adequate. What about the car? I would appreciate it if you could hold it for 2 more days. I'll collect it then. Of course, you're the boss. It's your call. By the way, from your earlier comments, are you also an intermediary? Indeed. However, my operations are not yet established, so I haven't started transactions. What is this? Do you have business to introduce to me? Don't you dare try to steal my business. I'd be grateful if you just stayed out of my way. The old captain displayed a look of disdain. Perhaps we may have opportunities to collaborate in the future. There's money to be made together. Valerie laughed at the captain's change of demeanor. Collaboration could be possible, but only if there is profit involved for me. Very well. We shall consider this matter settled for now. Future discussions can wait. Agreed. We shall speak again. After concluding her call with the old captain, Valerie dialed another number. After several rings, it finally connected. Hi, Rog. How is business? Oh, and who might you be? I don't recall. Rog, dressed in a yellow vest, asked flatly. I intend to enter the intermediary business, so I'm here to pay my respects to the queen of the afterlife. Huh. Becoming an intermediary is not so straightforward. If you wish to engage in business in the afterlife, you must first establish your reputation. Rog replied dismissively. I will establish my reputation, but before that, I have a matter to entrust you with. Valerie finally lit the cigarette she had been holding. Are you seeking my services? Have you prepared the funds? Rog replied nonchalantly. I've heard that Dexter DeShawn is returning to Night City. Valerie's response was evasive. It seems you are quite well informed. But what does that have to do with the business we are discussing? I need the details of his route and timing. I have some accounts to settle with him. Valerie said coolly. Rog frowned at her response. You must know he is a well-known intermediary in the afterlife. You wish to confront him. Yet you come to me for information? I am aware. But first, he has already been away from Night City for 2 years, and he has not returned yet. Therefore, I assure you he will never come back to Night City. How does that sound? This shouldn't violate your rules, right? Rog silently pondered for a while, as if weighing the pros and cons. Subsequently, her cybernetic eye glowed orange, and she spoke. Find Dexter DeShawn for me. Chapter 5. Betrayal and being betrayed. Valerie drove the fugitive vehicle she had acquired from the old captain along the coastal promenade of Company Street until she reached the end. Soon, Valerie spotted her target, a figure clad in a purple and green tracksuit. Good evening, Lucy. Valerie called out as she opened the passenger door to the figure's back. The person turned around, lowered her hood, revealing her signature gradient pink hair. Get in and let's talk. Lucy did not respond nor enter the passenger seat. Instead, she opted to open the back door and sit in the rear. Valerie paid no mind to her cold demeanor, closing the door and starting the car. After driving a short distance, Lucy broke the silence first. What exactly are you? She inquired. Or perhaps, you could share what you've discovered? Valerie retorted with a smile. V, hailing from Haywood, left Night City for Atlanta 2 years ago, only returning this year. Just a street thug. With the exception of that face, there is nothing that matches this person before me. Ha ha ha. Seems you haven't checked my measurements, Valerie laughed heartily. I don't find that amusing. Answer my question seriously. Lucy's cold voice came from the back seat. You know I have the capability to roast your head like a pretzel at any moment. This matter is a bit complex, Valerie replied. Then let's keep it simple. I am V. That's true, but not the V you found out about. Though it may sound preposterous, it is indeed the reality. How should I put it? I am V from another parallel world. Having arrived here from Night City in 2079, I'm not quite sure how it happened myself. As for evidence, I cannot provide any. At most, I can take you to see the V of this world. Not necessary. I followed her around half a day yesterday, Lucy replied expressionlessly. She wouldn't be foolish enough to wait until the appointed day to return from the moon. Clearly, I was still registered as a missing person in Night City just a few days ago, Valerie said nonchalantly. Then explain what you mean by leaving Arasaka. Allow me to introduce myself, former Vice Minister of the Arasaka Counterintelligence Department. V. My real name is Valerie. However, that was in my original world. And at this point in time, I have already been ousted from Arasaka. I have no ties whatsoever with this world's Arasaka. Do you know what you resemble in my eyes right now? Lucy questioned, uncertain if she believed Valerie's words. What do I resemble? A disabled person, a wealthy landowner. Or perhaps a lunatic. You resemble a chaotic amalgamation of Night City. Oh, what do you mean? Valerie asked, somewhat surprised. The style of Arasaka. The military technology of CN we stand. In the most ridiculous part, the power exoskeleton arm with that inexplicable Conto logo. You should be able to tell that I cannot currently utilize combat implants, Valerie stated flatly. If I couldn't tell, I wouldn't be in your car, Lucy scoffed, then continued. You should know I have many ways to kill you right now. I am aware, but I also know that you will not act before I satisfy your curiosity. Valerie seemed entirely unfazed by Lucy's threat. Would you like to hear my story? Lucy did not respond. After being kicked out of Arasaka, I became a mercenary like the V you see now. In a later major job, I lost my best friend and was betrayed by the intermediary, who fed me a bullet. Although I managed to survive, I was left with a lasting ailment, and I have only a few weeks to live. But perhaps fate intervened, as another employer approached me, claiming they could cure me. What happened next? I was deceived once more. She only wanted to cure herself. Upon discovering the truth, I sold her to New America in exchange for a chance at treatment. The cost was 2 years bedridden, the permanent loss of my other partner, and the knowledge that using any combat implants would cost me my life. After Valerie finished, she awaited Lucy's reaction, which did not take long to come. You know, I am reminded of a saying, never trust anyone in Night City. How do you know everything? Lucy's dissatisfied voice came from the back seat. Then why should I trust you? You should also be aware of what transpired in our little team. Because you are an anomaly in Night City. While I am but a wandering soul lingering in its shadows, Valerie replied calmly. If what you say is true, with all the wealth you possess, why not choose to leave Night City and find a quiet place to spend the rest of your days? Valerie fell silent for a moment, then gripped the steering wheel with one hand while retrieving a cigarette with the other. Do you mind if I smoke? Suit yourself. After lighting the cigarette, Valerie slowly began to speak. If it were 2079, perhaps I would do as you suggested, leave Night City and seek a quiet little town to live a life of idleness. But the current situation is different. In 2077, in this very Night City, there are still things that matter to me. But it seems that what you care about, Lucy scoffed, does not belong to you now. Whether I care or not has no direct correlation with whether they belong to me, Lucy. Lucy noticed the scenery outside the car window changing. They were leaving the urban area of Night City. Where are we headed? To see a friend of mine, a legend of Night City. Want to turn on the radio and listen to some music? Whatever you like. Valerie turned on the radio, and it happened to be the temperature radio. I couldn't wait for you to come clear the cupboards. Valerie's face twitched. Lucy noticed the change in Valerie's expression and asked, Is there something wrong with this song? As long as you think it's fine, Valerie sighed in relief. Lucy found her reaction rather perplexing. The two remained silent, listening to the song as the car drove towards the oil fields on the outskirts of Night City. Chapter 6. Partners at the outskirts of Night City. Valerie parked the car by the roadside. Have we arrived? Lucy inquired. Yes, Valerie replied as she opened the door and stepped out, gazing at the long-abandoned oil fields. Where's the person you mentioned? Lucy followed suit, looking out at the oil fields. Valerie scoffed, holding her cigarette and pointing at the distant ground. Of course, they lie buried there. Haven't you heard the phrase, Night City has no living legends? What about Atom Smasher? Lucy countered. Lucy raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Valerie, upon hearing this, could not help but roll her eyes and retorted with disdain. Do you truly consider that thing to be human? Living a life shackled by others. Does that even qualify as living? Better than being dead, Lucy remarked, her words seemingly laced with implications. Have you heard of the Soul Killer? Valerie discarded her cigarette butt and asked. I heard about it while working at Arasaka, a project completed by Otto Cunningham, rumored to be capable of scanning a person's consciousness. As a former hacker for Arasaka, Lucy had indeed heard whispers of some of their projects. Then you must be familiar with Relic. Valerie lit another cigarette. Lucy shot Valerie a look of incredulity, responding irately, Arasaka has plastered Relic advertisements all over the streets. Valerie flicked the ash from her cigarette and asked nonchalantly, Have you ever considered the connection between the Relic project and the Soul Killer? The relationship between the burner and the storage unit, Lucy answered decisively. In fact, Arasaka has a digital prison called Shinjuku, where numerous consciousnesses are stored, Valerie continued, gesturing to the ground. In 2023, this individual brought a nuclear bomb into Arasaka Tower. He also did something else. He liberated Otto Cunningham, who was trapped in Shinjuku, using a program written by Spider Murphy. Wait. Are you implying that Johnny Silverhand is buried here? Lucy asked, astonished. Is that surprising? There are quite a few people buried in Night City as cesspools. Johnny's situation is rather fortunate, Valerie replied nonchalantly. You say it as if it were fact. I could just as easily point to a spot and claim that Morgan Blackhand is buried there. Valerie shrugged. I have no evidence. But I can find a witness to confirm that I know a few things about Johnny Silverhand. Lucy gestured for her to proceed. Valerie dialed Rogan's number. Valerie, haven't I already provided you with the information you requested? Why are you contacting me again? This time, I want to ask you something regarding Johnny. Johnny? Which Johnny? Rogan paused momentarily. The one who died in 23. Who else could I be referring to? I just heard a rumor and wanted you to verify it. Spit it out. Rogan's expression darkened. Back in 13, when he hired you to break into Arasaka Tower, you promised to pay double, yet Arasaka's dogs were on his tail, right? Damn. Just thinking about that makes me furious. He hired me to rescue his ass. Wait, how do you know about this? Valerie replied with an air of indifference. I recently encountered an old fellow at a bar who claimed to have been at Atlantis that day. I thought he was just boasting. You called me for this trivial matter? And next time, don't ever mention that bastard again. Rogan swore before abruptly hanging up. Valerie turned to Lucy, whose cybernetic eye glowed orange, and said, So, what do you think? Do you believe me now? Lucy remained silent. Where was I? Valerie mused to herself. Yes. About Johnny Silverhand liberating Otto Cunningham. Valerie inhaled deeply from her cigarette, then continued. Then Johnny was caught by that Atom Smasher fellow. And Arasaka Saburo had him assigned to the Soul Killer. His body was hastily buried here. So what exactly are you trying to convey about Shinjuku and Relic after all this talk? Lucy asked impatiently. Have you heard that Arasaka's Raiden is coming to Night City? There are rumors to that effect. Everyone knows he is coming, but no one knows why. He actually stole a prototype biological chip from the Relic project at Arasaka headquarters, intending to sell it to the Netwatch. And that chip contains Johnny Silverhand's consciousness. Lucy's expression sharpened suddenly as she inquired, So, you want me to help you intercept him? Valerie waggled her finger in front of her. No. It's not that we are going to intercept him. It would be difficult for us alone. Valerie then spoke mysteriously. Do you remember the story I told you? The first commission. The big deal that V and her good friend took on? Bingo. When the time is right, someone will inevitably place a commission to intercept. And we merely need to maneuver from within, and the chip will naturally find its way to us. I don't understand why you want that chip. That chip is what allowed me to survive a bullet to the head, but it is also slowly eroding me, taking over my central nervous system. I see. Your desperate surgery was to remove it, but the cost was the integrity of your nervous system, thus rendering you unable to utilize combat implants, Lucy realized. Enlightenment dawning upon her. I was unaware that the cost would be so great. Valerie's expression darkened as she continued. Fortunes are intertwined. While I survived thanks to that chip, the cost is that Johnny will completely take over my nervous system within weeks, achieving a resurrection of sorts. This is also the true aim of Arasaka Saburo's Relic project. Lucy crossed her arms defiantly, retorting, After all this talk, it seems I'm merely helping you. What do I gain from this? Once I reclaim the chip, I will have the opportunity to restore its functionality. Valerie pointed to the implant at the back of her neck, which had nearly all its functions restricted. To seek retribution against Atom Smasher, I need my strength restored. Just an opportunity? Lucy precisely seized upon the crux of the matter. Yes, merely an opportunity, but I am confident, for it is something I once lost. Lucy remained silent, pacing back and forth in front of Valerie. Finally, as if resolving herself, she declared, All right, I will gamble with you. Before Valerie could respond, Lucy added, However, I have conditions. Speak. First, I am merely assisting you. I am not your mercenary, and you have no authority to issue commands to me. Secondly, come to me when you are ready to act. You have no say in my whereabouts or activities in the meantime. Lucy stated sternly. What about my intermediary business? If you need my assistance, I can forego your commission. However, your share of the intermediary fee must be distributed to me according to the actual circumstances. So, you mean we are partners? That seems acceptable, Valerie conceded, recognizing her current need for a reliable hacker. You may interpret it that way. Now, you may elaborate on how you intend to operate, Lucy confirmed. Upon hearing Lucy's agreement to join, Valerie smiled and sent her the information regarding Dexter DeShawn. We need to start with this fat fool. He has a rather hefty bodyguard. Lucy glanced at the information, then looked at Valerie with disdain, frowning. Just with the two of us, this won't be easy. I have additional personnel. I will contact her immediately. This will be manageable. Valerie, having concluded her thoughts, dialed the number she had been unable to reach in the year 2079. Chapter 7. The Vengeful Wraith. A chariot raced along the highway leading to Night City. Suddenly, the driver spotted a rogue vehicle obstructing the road ahead. A woman clad in a suit, her arms adorned with a powered exoskeleton, leaned against the car door, smoking a cigarette as if awaiting something. With the path ahead blocked, the driver was compelled to reduce speed. As they approached within 20 meters of the woman, the vehicle unexpectedly stalled, and a plume of black smoke erupted from beneath the hood. What is happening? Oleg, a robust man in the back seat of the chariot, inquired, gripping the driver's seat with his golden prosthetic arm. Boss, the car's been hacked, replied Oleg. That woman up ahead is likely responsible. The duo inside the car observed the woman striding towards them. Get out, let us have a word, Oleg commanded as he exited the vehicle. The woman halting 5 meters away. I need to speak with Dexter DeShawn privately, she stated bluntly, discarding her cigarette. Oleg, on high alert, asked, Who are you? I'm asking for a private conversation, she replied just as a sharp sound sliced through the air, followed by a violent eruption of blood and sparks from Oleg's head, which shattered like glass, collapsing lifelessly before her. My dear, I don't recall knowing you, Dexter, still seated in the car, attempted to maintain composure as the woman approached his window. At this moment, you truly do not know me, she responded, raising her right hand, equipped with a powered exoskeleton, brandishing an RT-46 Storm. And soon, you'll have no opportunity to know me. As Dexter attempted to draw his weapon, he realized he was paralyzed, having unknowingly fallen victim to a shadowy intrusion. You, who the hell are you? Dexter's voice trembled from within the vehicle. Just a wraith returned from hell. With a deafening bang of the RT-46, the rear window of the car shattered instantaneously, and Dexter's massive head exploded like a balloon. Red and white matter splattering throughout the interior. Valerie leisurely returned her gun to its holster, retrieving a burning hand grenade from her waist, pulling the safety pin and tossing it casually into the car. Without a backward glance, she strolled back to her vehicle. 200 meters away, atop a boulder, a woman with dark hair coiled atop her head stood, wielding a silenced ST-32 Frost sniper rifle. The door of the rogue vehicle swung open, revealing Lucy stepping out. With an expression of displeasure, she regarded Valerie, who was approaching. "I say, why waste your breath on him?" "Apologies," old memories surged. "And I couldn't help but chat a bit," Valerie replied. Lucy remained silent, her gaze shifting to the other end of the street where a heavily modified Thunderbolt appeared. With a screech of brakes, the Thunderbolt halted before them. The driver's window rolled down, revealing a sun-kissed young woman who inquired, "Boss, is our job done? Care for introductions?" Lucy raised an eyebrow. Pan Am Palmer, Valerie introduced, the finest driver from the Aldecaldo family. "I remember telling you I'm going solo now." Valerie glanced at the sniper rifle resting in the passenger seat, offering a smile that held some inscrutable meaning for Pan Am. She continued, "This is Lucy, my partner, who also provides hacking support." Pan Am and Lucy exchanged nods, acknowledging one another. Valerie added, "I've already transferred your fee. You worked efficiently. If another job arises, I'll reach out to you again. By the way, are you still running cargo?" "Not really," Pan Am shrugged. "Us wanderers struggle to make ends meet in the city. Only in our old craft of cargo running do we still get offers. I must remind you, running cargo with mercenaries is not the same as within a family." All right, stop fussing like a mother hen." Pan Am waved dismissively, starting the car. "I'll be off. Got another job to chase." Watching the Thunderbolt drive deeper into the wasteland, Valerie shook her head in exasperation. "So what is your next move?" Lucy asked, glancing at Valerie. "Of course. I shall establish my name in the afterlife and conduct business there. Get in." In the afterlife, Lucy, now donned in a different attire, and Valerie, still clad in her dark suit, ambled down the steps. Lucy had transformed her appearance, wearing a white jacket with a hood concealing her hair, and a mask obscuring the lower half of her face. There is something I'm uncertain whether to mention." Valerie hesitated. "Spit it out. Why not change your hair color and go as Kiwi instead?" As expected, Valerie's jest earned her an eye roll from Lucy. Lucy seemed disinclined to engage with Valerie's folly, quickening her pace to enter the afterlife. Just as Valerie was about to follow, the doorman, Emery, raised a hand to stop her. "And who might you be?" "I'm Valerie, here to see Rog." Upon hearing her name, Emery's cybernetic eye glowed orange. "Rog, there is someone named Valerie here to see you." "Oh, very well." Emery stepped aside, permitting Valerie to enter. "Rog is currently unavailable. Make yourself comfortable." "Why didn't he stop you earlier?" Valerie inquired, hastening to catch up with Lucy. "Well, I've been here several times before. I'm practically a regular. So he wouldn't stop me." Valerie and Lucy took their seats at the bar, where the bartender, Claire, approached them. "What would you like to order?" Valerie glanced at Lucy, signaling her to go first. Lucy tapped her fingers on the table, seemingly resolute, and declared, "David Martinez." "All right, one David Martinez. And you?" "I'll have a Long Island iced tea." Valerie hesitated briefly before specifying that gin, rum, vodka, tequila, Cointreau with lemon juice, cola, and a spoonful of sugar. "I know that drink. Please hold on." "I thought you would order something commemorating legendary names," Lucy remarked. "Johnny Silverhand is a drink everyone orders upon arrival. It's dull." Valerie shrugged. "I initially wanted a vodka with lemon juice and ginger beer, but considering it would feel like invoking his death, I let it be." Valerie had once adored tequila, but after enduring numerous experiences, her heart now felt as mixed as the drink she had just ordered. "So, do you intend to use the Long Island iced tea as your own commemorative concoction?" Lucy inquired with curiosity. "If I were to continue my career as a mercenary, I would likely wish to select such a recipe to leave my mark." At that moment, Claire had prepared the drinks they requested, and Valerie took a sip from her glass. "However, I am here to conduct business as a middleman, not to become a legend, so please do not wish me ill." Upon hearing this, both Lucy and Claire couldn't help but burst into laughter. From this day forth, the registry of middlemen in the afterlife would no longer feature the name of the dark-skinned Jesus, but instead, a female demon would be added. Valerie raised her glass. Watching as the bar's light refracted through the glass and the liquid within, casting a unique glow. Let us toast to prosperous endeavors. Chapter 8. The Nameless Pawn, or the renowned hero in the towering super skyscraper H10, V, with her cropped violet hair, rubbed her nose as she exited the elevator. Upon stepping out into the lobby, she spotted Jack seated at a street vendor's stall, indulging in a box of fried noodles. The celestial maiden has arrived. I must say, your delay has been rather excessive. I've grown quite hungry waiting, Jack remarked, wielding his chopsticks with a hint of jest. Come, take a seat. Once I finish these few bites, we shall go meet Old Way. V languidly settled onto the bench beside him and inquired, Did you not mention a surprise yesterday? Am I merely forgetful, or did you indeed say something? Jack took a bite of meat and then replied with a smile, It's both, really. After all, who could blame you for your perpetual forgetfulness? As for me, by mere chance, I have secured us a substantial opportunity, grand, lucrative task. V gazed at her control device, which intermittently displayed system error notifications, feeling a sense of irritation. She spoke up, Please, continue. It wasn't a significant matter, merely that someone had assigned her a task. But do you know who it is? Valerie, the intermediary who has recently risen to prominence. She is infamously known as the female demon of the Afterlife nightclub. Always clad in a black suit, with a powered exoskeleton arm adorning her right side, her credentials are undeniably formidable. Valerie? Upon hearing that name, V paused momentarily. Isn't that my name? When did I become an intermediary? However, upon reflection, with so many individuals in Night City, it wasn't particularly surprising for there to be another intermediary sharing her name. I had never heard of this person before. Jack slurped a mouthful of noodles and replied. She just emerged last month. I heard she took down Dexter DeShawn, the notorious big shot who had been on the run for 2 years. It is said that within just a month, she has successfully executed a dozen deals. Her momentum is quite impressive. V then inquired, What kind of transaction is this? Surely, we wouldn't be risking our lives, would we? Jack replied, She wishes to have a face-to-face conversation with you, to discuss matters privately. However, the outcome solely depends on you. My dear, V, with a look of discontent, inquired, Why must I be the one to go? How did you and T-Bug manage to evade this? Jack shrugged and replied, I heard that T-Bug has indeed spoken with her partner regarding some technical matters. As for me, I have long since faded into obscurity. Thus, she suggested discussing the task with you. After finishing the last bite of his noodles, Jack remarked to V, Listen, V, this is her assignment. It's only natural that she wishes to meet you. It's not as dreadful as you imagine. Trust me. V remarked with irritation, given your words. Do I truly have any other options? Her success rate in business was astonishingly high, and I had heard that she was accustomed to providing mercenaries with a portion of their payment up front before work commenced, settling the remainder promptly upon completion, without delay. Jack seemed eager to reassure V, continuing, Working with such intermediaries is indeed a wise choice. Do not mention intermediaries to me. V, perhaps exasperated by the persistent notifications flashing in her periphery or genuinely disinterested in the notion of intermediaries, waved her hand dismissively. They scour for clients, seeking out the lowest-priced fools to do their bidding, only to discard the bodies in the refuse once the deed is done. Jack found this amusing and responded, Indeed. That is precisely the case, V. He placed the cardboard box and chopsticks on the table, then retrieved a card from his pocket, presenting it to V as he declared, I have brought your vehicle. Yesterday, I contacted a colleague at the factory and had the site of our encounter with the cleaner rectified. V finally revealed a smile, pocketing the card and saying, Thank you, Jack. That's truly generous of you. Miguel's modifications are absolutely impressive. It drives as if it were a brand new vehicle. Well, we shall see once we take it for a spin. Shall we proceed on foot? Let's test its capabilities. Get in the car. V and Jack simultaneously rose and made their way towards the automobile. V's apartment is not far from Old Way's shop. Just a couple of turns down the street will lead you there. While Jack waited in Misty's store, V proceeded directly into the alley, arriving at Old Way's clinic. V opened the iron gate and greeted Old Way, who was engrossed in watching a boxing match. Hello, Old Way. You still seem as robust as ever. Old Way turned to V, blinking as if to confirm something. What's the matter? Don't you recognize me? V inquired, puzzled. Ah, it's you, V. I was just thinking it's been a while since we last met. What brings you here today? V sighed and replied. I had a previous job that required me to connect the client's neural sockets. I suspect I might have been poisoned. Old Way began to adjust the tools he used with his left hand, casually asking, Is it a splitting headache? Nausea? And are you sensitive to bright lights? You've described it perfectly, V admitted. No worries, kid. I'll have you sorted out in no time. By the way, how have you been? I've recently met an intermediary who assigned me a job. Her name is Valerie. Upon hearing this name, Old Wei paused for a moment. What is the matter? Is there a problem with her? V noticed Old Wei's unusual expression and asked anxiously. Not exactly a problem. I know her. She frequents the nightclub called the Afterlife. I've heard she is quite generous with her payouts. Just do your best, kid. I still need to acquire some new equipment. The proper kind. I want to enhance my vision and get a grip. Old Wei chuckled. Really? Have you finally seen the light? V responded with a smile. Since I've taken on a significant undertaking, it is only natural to require superior firmware. I will owe you for now. But rest assured that I will repay you in full, with interest, as you well know. This shall not become a habit. In the end, V procured a 1 Malawian kwacha model of the diverging light optical eye and a ballistic coordination processor on credit from Old Wei, while also taking the opportunity to eliminate some viruses. After bidding farewell to Old Wei, V proceeded to the location provided by Jack to meet with the intermediary, which was situated beneath a bridge. A renegade vehicle was parked by the roadside, and a woman clad in a black jumpsuit and a white vest stood beside it. Upon noticing V approaching, she extended her hand to open the rear door of the car, gesturing for V to enter. Having recently received a new prosthetic eye and connected to the NCD database, V whimsically decided to scan the woman before him. However, the result displayed merely 4 words, highly confidential. If you continue to scan indiscriminately after boarding, a displeased voice from the woman warns. Beware of your newly installed optical eye from Killix. V curled her lip in disdain before nonchalantly entering the car. The woman closed the door and took her place in the driver's seat. At that moment, the back seat of the car was enveloped in swirling smoke, obscuring V's view of the intermediary. All she could discern was the intermediary's sleek, cropped red hair, oversized sunglasses obscuring half of her face, and the rumored powered exoskeleton arm. Ah, Miss V, the intermediary offered an open pack of cigarettes. Care for one? Thanks. V replied without hesitation, taking a cigarette and lighting it with her own lighter. Seeing is believing. V remarked somewhat awkwardly, addressing Miss Valerie. Let us get going then, Valerie responded, directing her attention to the steering wheel as the car slowly began to move. It's clear that eloquent speech is not your forte, Miss V. V replied with a nonchalant tone. I have always believed that words are no match for a strong fist. Upon hearing this, Valerie chuckled softly once more and remarked, You are more amusing than I anticipated. Are you testing me? No, just engaging in idle chatter, V responded. Valerie glanced out the car window at the passing scenery before turning back and continuing, I've just secured a significant job. Compared to your previous task of dealing with the cleaners, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pray tell, what kind of business is it? It involves prototype technology, to be precise. A biological chip. Just procure it for me. That's all there is to it, Valerie remarked with an air of casualness. To V's ears, it sounded as simple as a shopping trip. I presume it's something from a corporation? Indeed, from Arasaka Corporation. A smile tugged at the corners of Valerie's lips. What's wrong? Are you scared? Though V could not discern her expression behind the sunglasses, he imagined it was rife with provocation. No problem. What's the worst that could happen? Death, perhaps? Night City is indeed Arasaka's territory. Do you dare to meddle with them? One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's lair, Valerie continued, her voice unwavering and unperturbed. In the next life, who doesn't engage in such ventures? Besides, I'm not insane enough to ask you to kick down the doors of Arasaka Tower and steal. Therefore, this task must be executed with utmost stealth. I trust you can understand that? V seemed to exhale a sigh of relief and continued to inquire, how should we proceed? You must have devised a plan by now. Haven't you? Firstly, I replied, I have some business disputes with that wretched gang, the Vortex gang, which you need to address first. Valerie tapped off the ashes from her cigarette and added, It's quite straightforward. Our client is eager to meet the individual responsible for the task at hand. And you must negotiate with her. The Vortex gang? What do they have to do with this? Valerie produced a chip and handed it to V, saying, Insert this. V took the chip and, after inserting it, began to read the information contained within. The data pertained to the Vortex gang and a military technology prototype robot. As V was perusing the details, Valerie's voice gradually emerged. 2 weeks ago, the Vortex gang ambushed a military technology convoy. And the military is still oblivious to who is behind it. Among the stolen goods is a prototype robot dubbed Little Flathead, a high-end model I intended to purchase at considerable expense. Just as I transferred the funds, these scoundrels changed their leader, and I suspect they will deny the deal. Without that robot, the plan to acquire the Arasaka chip will fall apart, jeopardizing the whole venture. Furthermore, I've received word that a woman named Meredith Stott from Military Tech is also interested in this matter. She's like a feral cat, biting at anything related to the convoy. You might consider how to leverage this information. Here is her number. After finishing, Valerie sent a contact to V. Who is the client you mentioned? Why must I meet her? V inquired. The client's name is Evelyn Parker. I couldn't find much background on her, only that she has connections in Pacifica. She wants someone to step forward and discuss matters in person. Valerie took a drag from her cigarette and continued. As for me, I handle the strategy and oversee the bigger picture. You know T-Bug, she prefers to avoid personal interactions. And Jack, when it comes to wielding weapons, he listens to you, so it is naturally your responsibility to go. You seem to know us well. I heard you took over Dexter DeShawn's business? V replied. To an extent, Valerie glanced at V and responded. Why should I trust you? V expressed concern about potentially meeting a fate similar to that of Dexter DeShawn. And why should you trust that black man who disappeared for 2 years and suddenly reappeared? Valerie scoffed. Sweetheart, this is Night City. Valerie extinguished her nearly burnt-out cigarette and asked, I've conveyed everything you need to know. Will you take this job or not? Why not? V replied decisively. Splendid. I will arrange a meeting time with the client. The location will be at the Lizzie's bar. The vehicle came to a halt, and the door on V's side swung open. Just as V was about to exit, Valerie called out once more, lastly. A personal question. Do you wish to remain an anonymous nobody, or do you aspire to achieve fame? Night City does not accommodate the nameless. I have work to do. V replied firmly, closing the door and departing. Valerie watched V's retreating figure from within the vehicle, sighed, and muttered to herself, still too young. At that moment, Lucy, seated in the driver's seat, turned around with an irritated expression and said to Valerie, Are you done playing? You two damn smokers nearly suffocated me. And as for being a nobody or famous, I feel nauseated just hearing it. Valerie glanced at the cigarette pack in her hand, reminded by Lucy that she had indeed stopped smoking before encountering Silverhand. This is getting interesting. Interesting my ass. Now it's your turn to drive. Lucy retorted. Huh? Didn't you used to smoke? I quit that shit back when I was on the moon colony. Chapter 9. Impressive. V on the overpass. Valerie aimed a cat rifle towards the drainage ditch. Are you sure she's all right? Lucy, standing beside her with binoculars, asked. I came alone before, and nothing happened. Valerie replied dismissively. However, observing V being restrained by military tech agents in the drainage ditch made her lips tighten. Then why are you aiming that sniper rifle? Lucy exclaimed. Fine. Our backgrounds are different. A street girl confronting corporate enforcers makes me a bit uneasy. Valerie peered through the scope and relaxed her finger off the trigger as she saw V released by the military tech enforcers. Looks like she reached an agreement. Next, she'll probably head to the Whole Foods factory, Lucy remarked. Are you planning to follow her? I'm not her babysitter. She should be more familiar with gang dealings than I am. We should focus on our preparations. Valerie packed away her sniper rifle and suddenly remembered something. By the way, have you booked the booth at Afterlife? Lucy paused, retorting. You didn't T-reserve it? Weren't you supposed to meet them at Afterlife? Valerie hurriedly dialed Rogan's number. Who the hell is in charge of the finances? Us or what? Lucy couldn't hold back a curse. After Valerie finished her call, she asked Lucy. So you managed to arrange a fake identity for entering the Azure Tower, right? That's all set, Lucy replied, rolling her eyes. You were the one who initially paid for it. Valerie sighed in relief and made another phone call. Hey, old captain, have you secured the vehicle I requested? In poor condition? How bad can it be? It can't be incapable of driving 30 kilometers, can it? Could it be? Make sure it's ready. I'll pick it up myself later. Lucy watched Valerie pace back and forth while on the phone. Once she hung up, Lucy asked, What's the booth number? I'll go discuss things with T-Bug. All right, you go ahead. I'll send you the booth number shortly. Remember to pick up the military tech uniforms along the way. And send me the fake names and IDs for those too. I need to get the package from Delamain. Valerie continued to fuss like a mother hen. Lucy couldn't help rolling her eyes again, claiming she wasn't a babysitter. Once Lucy left, Valerie made another call. Mitch, are you and Scorpion ready? Low-key? No. You need to make a big splash. The whole city should know. Remember, this time we can't operate under the Aldecaldo banner. It's best to leave a few alive to report back, making it clear that it was me, Valerie, who hired people to hijack Arasaka's goods. By the way, do you have gang attire? What about the 6th Street gang? That'll do, but you must also paint the vehicle with their insignia. I'll wire you the advance shortly. Valerie had yet to catch a glimpse of the relic chip, yet money was already flowing out in large amounts. Half an hour later, while en route to pick up the vehicle, Valerie received a call from V. V, did you finish the Vortex Gang affair so quickly? I got little flathead. Was it smooth? Valerie asked while lighting a cigarette. Did you encounter any trouble? What did military tech say? There were certainly complications. You were right. The money you sent to Brick was never acknowledged by that bastard, Royce. So how did you resolve it? Did you use that woman from military tech? Valerie was genuinely curious how V had handled the situation. I met with Stod and struck a deal with her. Aha. I secured a prepaid chip from her, stating I would use her funds to pay the Vortex Gang again. And you followed through? Followed her instructions? Not a chance. Corporate dogs are cunning. Each one digging pits for others to fall into. Oh, how did you manage things with Royce? Valerie inquired with keen interest. That bastard? Damn it. He actually had the audacity to press the barrel of a gun against my head. With such an attitude, he expects me to pay him? I paid him a bullet that went straight from his chin to his forehead. And what about his former boss, Brick, who is currently locked up? On the other end of the line, V, who had initially been brimming with bravado, suddenly softened their tone. Brick, well, what happened to him? Valerie pressed further. When I tried to disarm the explosives with the detonator, I accidentally slipped, and now it's a bit challenging for Brick to piece himself back together. Valerie's mind momentarily stalled at V's revelation before she quickly regained her composure and remarked, V, you must have seen the bounty that NCD placed on Brick, right? Ah. How could that be? Just a slip of the hand. The awkward laughter from V only solidified Valerie's belief that she had accurately deciphered his thoughts. V, are you truly so desperate for money? Valerie questioned with irritation. You would choose a mere 6,000 euros over a favor from a gang leader? Miss Valerie, is this your first day in Night City? The favors from those scoundrels in the Vortex Gang are worthless. Today you may sell them a favor, but tomorrow they might repay you with bullets, V replied, his voice laced with displeasure. Fine, as long as you aren't afraid of being hunted by the Vortex Gang. Suddenly, Valerie recalled that V had yet to mention the military-grade chip from Stout, and she inquired, what about the chip Stout gave you? What? Is that any of your business? He gave it to me, and how I use it is my prerogative. That contains a damned virus. Are you courting death? Valerie was nearly exasperated. I've already extracted the demon. If Royce had been a bit more amiable, I might have considered rewarding him with the demon's share. Although she knew it was a futile endeavor, she had still sent Brick 10,000 euros. Subsequently, she spent over 1,000 euros gathering intelligence on the Vortex Gang, ultimately resulting in V profiting by more than 10,000 euros. So, after all that, had she essentially paid over 10,000 euros to V for a buzz cut? Valerie was momentarily speechless, stunned by V's revelation. After a few seconds of silence, she finally managed to respond, impressive. V, nothing much. I'll hang up now. I need to meet a client at the Lizzie S nightclub. Goodbye. V hastily ended the call, seemingly anxious that Valerie might ask about the military-grade chip. Valerie was amused by this series of events V had orchestrated. Let us see what happens when you go to retrieve Nancy. Wait. If the mission to steal the chip from the Azure Tower goes smoothly, Johnny would ultimately end up in her hands. Therefore, the task of rescuing Nancy from the Vortex Gang would still fall upon her. Damn it. V, you're setting me up. Chapter 10. Preparing for action. It's about time. Girl. At the entrance of the afterlife, Jack had just finished a conversation with his mother when he spotted V approaching. Why do you look as if you just ran a marathon? Is something the matter? V asked, noting the sweat on Jack's forehead with concern. After so many years in this life, I still sweat bullets every time I speak to my mom. I can't help it. You know how she fears I might end up like most of the Wells men, thrown in a stinking trash bin. I can barely endure it. The more I tell her that everything is fine, the more I feel like I'm deceiving her. But starting tomorrow, it will be different. Afterlife. Here we come. Afterlife. That name carries weight, known far and wide. V remarked, observing Jack's excitement. Oh, is that so? Jack continued. Many lucrative deals among the nomad tribes are struck right here. Not surprising. In Night City, this place is undoubtedly the most suitable for business, he added, turning to descend the stairs. Are you ready to have your eyes opened? Let us go. V chuckled and shook his head, following along. This place used to be a morgue. Isn't that intriguing? I believe I mentioned this to you before, Jack. Oh, I must have forgotten. Haha. The two, in their light-hearted banter, arrived at the threshold of the afterlife, only to be halted by the gatekeeper, Emmerich. And who might you be? V responded calmly. We are friends of Valerie. We arranged to meet her here. Emmerich turned his head to the side, his artificial eye glowing with an orange hue, and inquired, "Ah, Valerie. I have two individuals here who claim to be looking for you." You're not in the afterlife? Oh, very well. Concluding the call, Emmerich turned back to Jack and V and stated, "She mentioned that she has other matters to attend to outside. You are to proceed directly to box 103. Her partner will speak with you." With that, Emmerich stepped aside, and the door behind him opened. Upon entering, V couldn't help but express his thoughts. What is she doing? This is it, the very heart of Night City. Jack, resembling a tourist, marveled, right here, pulsating constantly. Can you hear it? He continued, seemingly answering his own question. Can you imagine? Susan Forrest, Old Snake, and even Morgan Blackhand have sat on these stools, resting their heads upon this bar. As Jack spoke, he was tempted to swing his legs over and settle onto the bar stool. Hey, Jack, V interrupted, pulling him back. Someone's waiting for us in the booth. Ah, I almost forgot. We'll sit next time. The two navigated their way to booth 103 and knocked on the door. Once it opened, they stepped inside. V was surprised to see the woman who had driven Valerie earlier. It turned out she was Valerie's partner. T-Bug was also present, and it appeared they had been engaged in conversation for quite some time. You've arrived. I'm Valerie's partner. You may call me Lucy. Hello, hello. Jack boisterously declared as he plopped down next to T-Bug, grinning. We're all family here. Let us be together. It's our first time gathering offline, T-Bug chimed in. V. Lucy tapped the glass coffee table with her finger, inquiring, where's the little buzzcut? Come on, open your eyes, Jack urged V. V placed the flat cap on the table within the box emblazoned with military technology logos. Once V settled down across from Lucy, Jack inquired, the booth is quite nice. Is it soundproof? Jack. V interjected curtly, reminding him of the gravity of their situation. It's fine. He raises a valid point. We must indeed be cautious, as our business discussions may be overheard through the walls, Lucy responded. She then turned her gaze towards V and asked, what are your thoughts on our client? V hesitated for a moment before responding. I believe it is rather acceptable. I had the opportunity to witness the appearance of the penthouse suite at the Azure Blue Tower, and she recorded the original footage of the Super Dream. Bug has already spoken to me about it. Lucy nodded in agreement. V slightly furrowed his brow and remarked, so, do you now know who the target is? Arasaka Reinen, the son of the Earth Emperor and the primary heir. Indeed, I am well aware. It is not as if we are dealing with Arasaka Saburo himself. His young son poses no significant threat, Lucy replied with an air of indifference. Then, what does our client desire? Is it merely a casual meeting to exchange greetings, or is there something more she wishes to convey? I believe she simply wishes to assess me, V responded nonchalantly. Let us review the plan once more. How has Valerie arranged it? Lucy gestured towards the two small boxes containing chips on the table and said, everything is contained within. You may examine them first. V and Jack retrieved the chip from the box and inserted it into the slot at the base of their necks. T-Bug spoke up. Lucy and I have arranged all the necessary connections. This operation is akin to a leisurely stroll through a shopping mall. Jack interjected, please elaborate. I'm eager to hear more. Lucy responded in a languid tone. A Delamain vehicle will transport you directly to the front entrance of the Cobalt Tower. At that point, you will saunter in with your false identities. Bug will then infiltrate the hotel's subnet to assist you from the sidelines. It's a collaboration between me and the buzzcut. T-Bug added. Lucy continued, finally, you will slip into the penthouse suite of Lai Xian and make off with the relic. That will conclude the operation. She reiterated. I must emphasize once more, maintain a low profile. Ideally, avoid any fatalities. We will remain in communication online. Do you have any questions? Lucy glanced at the two men. V inquired, are we using Delamain's vehicles for pickup and drop-off? Jack interjected, the finest taxi company in Night City. Not a mal. Lucy replied, Delamain's cars are safe, and his discretion far surpasses that of an ordinary taxi driver. No one even knows how he passes his annual inspections. Jack added, unless something goes awry. Delamain will return you here. If complications arise, Valerie and I will arrange an escape to a safe house. Lucy continued, where's the safe house? V pressed on. Revealing it would compromise its safety, Lucy retorted, besides, it's merely a contingency plan. You wouldn't want things to escalate to that point. Any other questions? Could you elaborate on this false identity? We need to know whom we are to impersonate, V asked. This time, it was T-Bug's turn to respond. Jack will be Ramon Vittorino. You're Hannah Conwell. Ramon? Humph. Jack questioned. So what is our purpose? Military technology and Arasaka's standard arms dealings. Just say you're attending a meeting with Arasaka's security representative, named Takagawa Hajime. I'm clear on my end. V ceased her inquiries. At this moment, Jack, who had been bouncing his leg, spoke up. Wait, I have a question. When can we discuss the matter that concerns us all? Lucy discreetly rolled her eyes and replied, the fee for newcomers remains the same. You'll receive 30%. Jack expressed his dissatisfaction. Why only 30%? I've heard on the street that working for Miss Valerie comes with an advance payment. Lucy retorted bluntly. Look at the little flat top, the military tech attire, the false identity, and the intel. Which of these comes without cost? We all share the risk. As for the advance, I can offer you and Bug 10,000 euros each, but for V. Lucy glanced at V, her eyes narrowing. I can forego the advance, but our trio's share must be renegotiated, V responded. Lucy paused for a moment before speaking. All right, Valerie previously instructed me. I can offer a minimum of 35%. That's barely acceptable, Jack replied. I must remind you, firearms are strictly prohibited in the K-by building. You must leave your weapons in the vehicle and only bring in the case containing the little flat top. Perhaps it's a bit premature to ask. But when can we expect the final payment? Jack inquired. As soon as the goods are in Valerie's hands, you will be promptly compensated. Lucy produced a chip and added. Oh, V, please ensure you carry this at all times. What does it contain? V asked cautiously. A chip that can synchronize with your visual feed in real time. Valerie and I need to see everything you observe in the K-by building. This serves as an additional condition for increasing your share. The vehicle I called for you is already waiting outside. With that, Lucy rose and exited the booth. After waiting outside for a moment, T-Bug emerged from the establishment and greeted her. I'm off to prepare the equipment. We'll meet online shortly. Lucy, appreciating her efficient and no-nonsense demeanor, replied. See you online. Soon, she spotted V and Jack, now dressed appropriately, exiting the establishment with the case and entering the Delamain vehicle. Watching the Delamain car drive away, Lucy dialed Valerie. They VE set off. All right, I'm nearly ready on my end. By the way, how were you so certain they would demand a higher share? Lucy curiously asked. Because Jack is unmistakably still Jack, impulsive as ever, Valerie sighed on the other end, shaking her head. I'll need you to keep an eye on them. Prioritize safety. Notify me when the moment arrives. I'll certainly ensure safety. You should be more concerned about them. I'm keen to witness the grand spectacle you hinted at, shrouded in mystery. Ha ha ha. I assure you, you will be satisfied. It will be quite thrilling. Until then, we'll reconvene as planned. Valerie concluded, hanging up. Lucy chuckled softly, mounted the motorcycle Valerie had gifted her, and departed from the parking lot. Chapter 11. The delivery. Welcome to the K-by building. Please form a line and proceed one at a time. Announced the security personnel stationed at the entrance to V and Jack. Of course, sir, Jack responded, carrying the case. However, the security scanner emitted a warning signal. And the guard promptly halted Jack, asking, Excuse me, may I inquire about your reason for bringing a combat robot into the K-by building? V, standing behind Jack, interjected. We are under no obligation to explain. The guard hesitated, but before he could escalate the situation, a golden-clad attendant approached the entrance, holding a tablet to verify details. Oh, you are here to see Mr. Takagawa, correct? Upon VS nod, the attendant bowed and apologized. We apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. The two passed through security and approached the reception desk to check in. After verifying their identities, the receptionist stated, I will notify Mr. Takagawa that you have arrived. Please wait a moment. At that moment, T-Bug suddenly exclaimed over the comms. No, this will disrupt the plan. Stop her, V, delay her. V promptly replied. There's no need for you to inform him. We'll return to our room for a brief respite and seek him out ourselves. The receptionist, perplexed, inquired. But isn't Takigawa-san waiting for you? At this moment, Jack interjected, showcasing his talent for fabrication with a whimsical tale about encountering a cybernetic lunatic at the airport, narrating it with great flair. Ultimately, the receptionist was so taken in by his story that she divulged their room number, the Azure Suite on the 42nd floor. As Jack and V engaged in casual conversation while entering the elevator, Lucy's voice resonated through the encrypted communication. You need to temper your temper, V. V retorted. I simply believe that as a representative of military technology, I have no obligation to entertain that security guard. Jack chuckled. You make a compelling point. Upon arriving at their room, they began to manipulate the small drone. Under V's adept control, the drone successfully navigated to the control room of the Azure Tower, subduing Arasaka's hacker. Listen closely, The central engine is thicker than I anticipated. To penetrate it, we'll need several hours. T-Bug informed as she initiated the breach into the Azure's main network. Several hours? Can't we expedite the process? Jack inquired, his dissatisfaction evident. V spoke up. Can Miss Lucy not assist us? Are you trying to set my mind ablaze? Miss Lucy is our intermediary. She must keep an eye on our escape route. Sit down and appreciate your stylish suits, T-Bug retorted with irritation. Jack and V could only endure and wait patiently. Time swiftly passed amidst their idle chatter. Arasaka's Raiden had already arrived in the hall. Lucy spoke. Let us resume our tasks. The security on the top floor has been dealt with. T-Bug chimed in. Jack, displaying a hint of excitement, exclaimed, Perfecto. It is our turn to shine. V also rose and followed Jack as they strode out of the room. The two of them confidently entered the elevator, ascending directly to the penthouse suite. Upon exiting the elevator, Jack surveyed the room and remarked, The air of Arasaka certainly resides in comfort, far superior to that of Raoul Well's son. Focus, everyone, the safe. T-Bug interjected. What's the rush? Jack inquired. The signal from Arasaka's Raiden has gone dark. You must hurry, Lucy urged. V immediately rushed to the location of the concealed box, which had been analyzed earlier in the dream. There, beneath the floor, the search for the switch commenced, T-Bug remarked. V recalled that it was on the bedside table and hurriedly walked over to retrieve the tablet, discreetly taking the handgun that Arasaka Rado had left behind. It's ready. Come quickly, V. Jack exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he observed the platform rising from the floor. What comes next? V inquired, gazing at the platform. Connect to the personal link, and I shall initiate it, T-Bug replied. V extracted the connection cable from his wrist and plugged it into the port. Just a moment. T-Bug is commencing the infiltration. At that instant, a jet-like sound resonated from outside the window, prompting Jack to swiftly turn his gaze outdoors. To his astonishment, figures appeared in the sky. Bug, he muttered uncertainly. Lucy furrowed her brow, responding on behalf of the preoccupied T-Bug. I see the staff are becoming frantic. Over 200 individuals are milling about. It could be someone of significant stature. It feels like trouble is brewing. How much longer, T? Jack inquired anxiously. Damn. The signal from the Lai Xian has been restored. He is heading towards the penthouse. Lucy's voice edged with urgency. T, quickly, open the safe. Jack shouted in distress. Almost there. Done. As T-Bug's words concluded, V's connection cable sprang out from the platform. The tightly shut door of the platform creaked open, revealing a box within. Hand it to me. I'll carry it, Jack asserted, grasping the box. Is the relic chip intact? T-Bug inquired. The biological chip's integrity is at 100%. It appears to be unharmed, Jack replied after glancing at the screen on the box. Excellent. Let us proceed, V urged hastily. The duo hastened towards the elevator, nearing the door when Lucy's voice suddenly crackled through the comms. Damn it, there's no time. Arasaka Rai Xian is in the elevator. Quick hide, T-Bug commanded. Where should we hide? V asked in a panic. Behind that large pillar, quickly. Are you kidding me? Jack cursed in frustration. No time for chatter, move. T-Bug opened a small door behind the pillar. V and Jack swiftly concealed themselves behind the column. Within this grand pillar lay a compact server room. Miss Lucy, what should we do now? V inquired. I strongly advise you to remain silent. The elevator has arrived, and the hovercar on the rooftop has descended. I am already in contact with Valerie, Lucy replied, her voice laced with anxiety. This is impossible. That's Atom Smasher, Jack whispered in astonishment, peering through the one-way glass at the opened elevator doors. Seeing Atom Smasher and still not shutting up? Do you wish to meet your demise? Lucy scolded furiously over the comms. Are they on their way? Arasaka Raisin paced irritably in front of the coffee table. They have just reached the helipad and are approaching, came the synthesized voice of a woman. Arasaka Raisin plopped down on the sofa, anxiously fiddling with the tablet on the table. Who exactly is coming? V asked, striving to keep his voice low. No. This cannot be. Arasaka Saburo? T-Bug responded in shock. Through the visual synchronization with V, both T-Bug and Lucy witnessed the figures descending from the rooftop, a bodyguard and an elderly gentleman clad in a kimono. Bug. Valerie just informed me. She said to transfer the permissions for the small flat-top operation to me. And V. And Jack. Valerie instructed that no matter what you see, you must remain silent. She is on her way to assist you. V and Jack promptly fell silent. T-Bug hurriedly initiated the transfer of control permissions for the small flat top. After Saburo Arasaka dismissed his bodyguards, he began conversing in Japanese with Ryu Arasaka. Following a brief exchange of heated words between the father and son, V and Jack beheld a classic tableau of paternal affection turned violent through the transparent screen before them. Ryu Arasaka brutally strangled Saburo Arasaka to death. Is this the grand spectacle you wanted me to witness? Lucy, through V's synchronized vision, also witnessed the entire harrowing scene, her heart overwhelmed with shock. Both V and Jack were utterly stunned. It was not until Arasaka Raiden announced to the hotel management that an assassin had poisoned his father and subsequently left the room that the two regained their senses. That was his own father. Jack exclaimed in shock. And you're still in here? Get out now. T-Bug, witnessing the two remain frozen in place, was about to lose her mind. Arasaka's security forces were about to storm the floor. Damn it. This is a disaster. V grumbled as he maneuvered his way out. It's not over. I'm still here. Lucy was anxiously maneuvering the little headpiece, connecting servers housing various hotel data to the building's security system as per Valerie's instructions. Bug, disconnect the headpiece now. Lucy urgently commanded. Disconnected. T-Bug complied hastily. Just as T-Bug spoke, the entire building was plunged into darkness. And nearly all electronic devices in the room sparked. Even the elevator came to a halt. Head to the rooftop helipad. I just opened the door. Lucy instructed. What did you just do? T-Bug asked, astonished. Time is of the essence. I directly mobilized the servers of the Azure Tower to launch an assault on the Black Wall. Lucy replied, somewhat shaken. What the hell? Are you insane? T-Bug was nearly paralyzed with fear. Had she been any slower in disconnecting, she might have faced the retaliatory wrath of the Black Wall herself. But the outcome is significant, isn't it? Lucy retorted. As V ascended the staircase, he caught sight of an Atlas-type hovercraft from the trauma team soaring past the window, muttering to himself, if they are here to rescue Sanlang, their arrival is rather belated. Damn, there are people on the rooftop. Just as V reached the top, he beheld two sumo-sized bodyguards from Arasaka standing beside Arasaka Sanlang's hovercraft. Who goes there? The two bodyguards immediately aimed their guns at V and Jack. However, before they could pull the triggers, the distinctive sound of two electromagnetic shots rang out, and their heads erupted in a gruesome display. V followed the movements of the hovering vehicle and spotted their intermediary, Valerie, standing within the craft painted by the trauma team. The muzzle of her RT-46 storm rifle, gripped firmly by her powered exoskeleton arm, still emitted wisps of smoke. What are you dawdling for? Valerie called out to them. The two hurried towards the hovering vehicle. On board, Valerie extended her arm, first seizing the outstretched hand of Jack, who was running ahead. As she pulled him inside, she inquired, Where's the cargo? Right here. Jack exclaimed with relief as he finally boarded the vehicle, proudly patting the box he clutched to his chest. Valerie nodded and turned to assist V, only to realize that V required no aid. He had already climbed aboard and was now slumped against the side of the seat, gasping for breath. Valerie then pivoted to set the vehicle's destination while communicating with Lucy. Lucy, they're on board. We are commencing our evacuation now. Please meet us at the designated location. V seized the opportunity while Valerie maneuvered the hovering vehicle to cast a complex gaze upon the box containing the relic chip that Jack had placed at his feet. Chapter 12. Need more money, may I inquire? Do you both know how to swim? Within the confines of the hovering vehicle, which was gliding at a low altitude over the waters of the Colorado Bay, Valerie suddenly posed this question to the two individuals seated before her. What do you mean? V immediately furrowed his brow in response. I suppose I want to drown, Jack replied candidly. If you wish to avoid sinking to the ocean floor alongside this wretched vehicle, you must reach the surface before it submerges, Valerie stated, already positioning herself near the open side door. She turned to face the two with a smile, then took a step back and leaped from the hovering vehicle. Damn. Jump, Jack. V urgently beckoned Jack, unhesitatingly following Valerie's lead into the sea. Despite not fully grasping the situation, Jack quickly hoisted the box and jumped into the water after V. As Jack and V surfaced, Valerie was already on the deck of a small yacht, drying her fiery short hair with a towel. It turned out Valerie had spotted the yacht piloted by Lucy, which had arrived at the designated location, prompting her to lead V and Jack into the water. Would you like life rings? Lucy called out from the yacht, holding a life ring tethered by a rope towards them. V bit her lip, refraining from responding. With determination, she swam to the edge of the yacht, grasped its rim, and hoisted herself aboard. Meanwhile, Jack exerted himself to remain afloat, straining to shout, I would prefer to decline, but I have this box. Lucy smiled softly and forcefully tossed a life buoy toward Jack. He placed the box atop the buoy, then seized its edge, signaling a thumbs-up gesture toward Lucy. Together, Lucy and V pulled the rope, successfully bringing Jack and the box to the side of the yacht. After drying her hair, Valerie casually tossed a towel to V before striding to the helm, grasping the steering wheel and guiding the yacht towards the shore. The four of them, along with the box, swiftly disembarked and entered a dilapidated warehouse on the shore. "Is this truly the safe house you mentioned?" V inquired, surveying the shabby sofas and a table with a broken leg, her tone laced with irritation as she addressed Valerie. "The essence of a safe house is, of course, safety. Such a simple principle should not elude you," Valerie replied impassively. "I will keep watch outside." Lucy glanced at V, offering a knowing smile before exiting the room. "Where are the items I requested?" Valerie extended her hand toward the two. V gestured to Jack to hand the box over to Valerie. Jack complied without hesitation. Upon receiving the box, Valerie opened it, and her expression immediately darkened. In a fit of rage, she drew her RT-46 Storm from its holster and pressed it against V's forehead, shouting, "Do you dare to play me for a fool? Hey, don't get worked up. What is the matter with you?" Jack, from behind, brandished a pistol aimed at Valerie's head, a firearm that V had discreetly slipped into his possession upon their arrival. "Were you too foolish to even glance at what was inside the box? You just held onto it like an idiot?" Valerie pointed at the box that had been discarded on the floor, her furious voice echoing through the warehouse. "Where's the chip?" Jack stared at the empty box, bewildered. He then turned to V, who stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of calm indifference. "Who is truly deceiving whom?" V retorted coldly. "You knew all along that Saburo Arasaka would be in the penthouse, didn't you? You not only deceived me, but also Jack, T-Bug, and even your own partner. You played everyone. Now you want the chip? Fine, let us renegotiate the price." Huh. Sure, V, Valerie chuckled coldly. "I can predict Jack's moves. I can predict T-Bug's, but you truly perplex me." Her laughter sent a chill down Jack's spine. What was most unsettling was that the voice of the intermediary had felt eerily familiar to him from the very beginning. With her unarmed hand, Valerie removed her frog sunglasses. V's expression momentarily froze before swiftly morphing into fury as she bellowed, "Who the hell are you?" As you can see, Valerie maintained a sardonic smile, lowering her weapon. "V, do you truly believe I would reveal my identity?" It was then that Jack recognized her profile, astonished to find that her visage mirrored V's exactly. However, their hairstyles and dispositions were strikingly dissimilar. "Oh," Jack exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. "What is happening? Jack, hasn't V disclosed her true name to you yet?" Valerie taunted, casting a sidelong glance at him before turning back to V. "You wretched imposter." "Imposter? Who do you think you are to consider me a counterfeit? Please, engage that Euro-soaked brain of yours and ponder why I possess such intimate knowledge of why Arasaka Saburo would appear at the Cobalt Tower, and how I managed to orchestrate your evacuation with such precision." Valerie continued without awaiting V's response, "Because everything you have endured, I too have experienced, identically. Unfortunately, in my narrative, there were no miraculous aerial vehicles descending to rescue me. T-Bug was incinerated in the hacker's chair by Arasaka's counter-hackers, and Jack succumbed to a gunshot wound in a Delamain vehicle, unable to alter our route. As for me, a V forever dreaming of fame and fortune, ultimately met my demise in a motel, shot in the head by that damned middleman, Dexter, and then discarded in a refuse heap on the outskirts." "I am nothing like you," V retorted angrily. "V, indeed you are not like me. Your origins and your thoughts diverge significantly from mine. But consider this. If you were to return to that scenario, what could you possibly change? Fate has granted me a second chance, and I refuse to gamble with it. A mere minute or two of deviation during your heist could lead to unforeseen consequences." V was rendered speechless. After a brief silence, she finally inquired, "Why is it that you feel compelled to orchestrate this heist?" "Because I require that damned chip," Valerie replied, casting a sidelong glance at the utterly stunned Jack. "Moreover, without this lucrative deal, won't there be no opportunity for you in the future?" V silently extracted the relic chip from the slot, holding it in his hand as he inquired of Valerie, "Is it truly that significant to you? You may consult Old Way regarding my condition. He is well aware of my physical state, and I am endeavoring to prevent you from becoming the next me." Valerie extended her hand. "Give it to me. It cannot be exposed to the outside world for too long." Even if what you say is true, what does it matter that you are another version of me?" V scoffed. "At present, Jack and I are bearing the blame for the death of Arasaka Saburo. How do we settle this debt? The assassination of Arasaka Saburo was executed by representatives of military technology, and and the prototype robots that invaded the Cobalt Tower were also of military origin, Valerie replied. The hotel's server has been utterly destroyed along with the counterattack from the Black Wall. No one will be able to trace this back to you too. But the word on the street is that Jack and I took on your major deal. Indeed, I do have a significant transaction in the outskirts today, Valerie remarked. Pursing her lips, what exactly do you intend to do? I want more money, V asserted emphatically. The payment has been processed. It is 50% of the original asking price. Valerie, infuriated by V's brazen demeanor, retorted, Are you satisfied now? I hope it suffocates you. Take it, V said. Handing the chip to Valerie, though a sense of incompleteness lingered. Of course, this is not over, Valerie replied, inserting the chip into her slot to verify its integrity. Given that she was still alive and thriving, the chip would not activate its writing function. The one who is dead is Arasaka Saburo. And do not forget that the original purchaser of this chip was not me. Valerie continued, Furthermore, I need to acquire the complete set of technical documentation for this device. I have a multitude of tasks awaiting me. For this week, you two ought to maintain a low profile and remain at home. If you cannot restrain yourselves from wandering around, and someone indirectly inquires about your dealings with me today, simply claim that you were impersonating the 6th Street Gang and seized a shipment from Arasaka, earning quite a profit. Understood? She then urged, Now speak up. What are your plans moving forward? Listen, I am myself, and you are you. What I choose to do next is none of your concern, V pointedly responded. As for Jack, let us see if he can get past Mrs. Wells first. After V finished speaking, she cast a glance at Jack. Upon hearing her words, Jack felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Make sure to get an MRI from Oldway when you return. You truly have no qualms about inserting anything into your mind, Valerie remarked to V, her tone reminiscent of an elder sister admonishing her younger sibling. Oh, V replied with a teasing tone. So concerned about me? Then why not help me settle my debts with Oldway? You can just shove off. Your debts to Oldway are none of my business. Valerie was on the verge of losing her temper at V, who seemed to be drowning in her own financial troubles. I now believe you are absolutely right. You are you, and I am me. This matter is settled. So just get lost. What utter nonsense. This feeling of working for oneself is truly bizarre, V muttered under her breath as she stepped outside. Yet, her generosity was indeed remarkable. Jack, trailing behind V, gazed at the numbers in his account with a blissful expression and exclaimed, Hey, whose friend are you, anyway? V, with a displeased expression, inquired. Of course, it was the illustrious V. Jack hastened to her side, wrapping his robust arm around her. She was his dear companion. As Valerie stepped out of the warehouse, she gazed at the two figures gradually receding and sighed helplessly. Initially, she had hoped that this experience at the Azure Tower would deter these two from indulging in their legendary dreams. However, the results thus far had been rather meager. How does it feel to be outwitted by another version of yourself? Lucy approached Valerie, pushing her motorcycle, and inquired with a smile. You realized the chip had been swapped early on, didn't you? Valerie retorted, somewhat irked. Lucy merely smiled without replying, then mounted her motorcycle and departed. Valerie discerned that Lucy was avenging her own involvement in the scheme. Sigh. Chapter 13. Beep, you bastard. Weeks later. Within the Second Amendment gun shop on the 7th floor of the towering H10, a shooting competition was underway. This contest was rather trivial. Although it was stipulated that only handguns could be used, any model was permissible. As long as a target was hit, points would be awarded, regardless of which target lane it was. Following a cacophony of gunfire within a 60-second span, Wilson, standing behind the contestants, announced, Cease fire. Everyone stop. The competition has concluded. The first place goes to Valerie. Second place, V. Third place, Rudy. The remaining amateurs ought to learn a thing or two about shooting. Now, off you go. Amidst V's murderous gaze, Valerie approached to claim her first-place prize from Wilson. Thank you, Wilson. This gun is exquisite, Valerie remarked, pulling back the slide to inspect the chamber. Wilson chuckled awkwardly, then leaned towards V and whispered, Is she your sister? Her marksmanship is impressive. Get lost. V shot him a furious glare and confronted Valerie. What the hell are you doing here? What? Valerie chuckled, countering V's inquiry. I don't believe Wilson mentioned that non-residents were prohibited from participating in the competition, did he? Before V could respond, she turned and departed, leaving V seething with rage. Fuming, V took the elevator down to the parking lot. As she settled into her car, intending to take a drive to clear her mind, a nearby Delamont taxi, which had been parked opposite her, suddenly revved its engine and barreled directly into V's vehicle. Following a severe collision, the front of V's car crumpled inward, and the engine was utterly wrecked. To her dismay, an even more infuriating incident occurred. The Delamont taxi fled the scene, honking while exclaiming, "Beep, you bastard. Delamont, I'll be damned." V exited the driver's seat, preparing to unleash her fury towards the fleeing taxi's direction when a car, strikingly familiar to her, descended from the upper level of the parking structure and halted in front of her. As the window rolled down, V beheld none other than Valerie behind the wheel. "TSK, TSK, TSK, you seem to have sustained quite a bit of damage. Were you simply stopping to enjoy my misfortune?" At this moment, V was in a fit of rage and chose to unleash her frustration. Valerie, however, opened the passenger door and inquired, "Where to? I can give you a ride." "Get lost. You expect me to get into your car?" V retorted without hesitation. "The last time I did, I almost lost my life." "Then why not call Jack to pick you up?" Valerie asked with a grin. 2 minutes later, the fugitive drove out of the parking lot of the super skyscraper H10. Valerie glanced at V, who was seated in the passenger seat, and noticed that she was rolling her eyes at the window. With a playful tone, she asked, "Have you decided where to go?" "To Twisted Street," V replied without turning her head. Had it not been for Jack being grounded by his mother, she would never have agreed to ride with this witch. "Going to settle the bill for the Reaper job, are we?" Valerie inquired as she maneuvered the steering wheel. V turned to glance at Valerie, beginning to doubt her own sanity, as if seated next to her was another facet of her personality. "You might want to check your messages. I suspect Delamain has already sent you the compensation work order," Valerie reminded her. V glanced at her mailbox and indeed received a message. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she felt her blood pressure surging uncontrollably, more intense than the frenzy of a biological outbreak. "Did you know all along that the damned car would come to crash into me?" she exclaimed. "Aha." Valerie candidly admitted, "I advise you to refrain from hurling profanities at me, dear. In a certain sense, you were cursing yourself. I'm not as devious as you," V retorted, nearly gasping for breath in her indignation. Soon, Valerie parked the car at the corner of Twisted Street and said to V, "Hurry in, settle the bill, and come right back out. I will take you to confront Delamain." V remained silent, forcefully slamming the car door upon exiting. 10 minutes later, V returned to the passenger seat. This time, an air of silence enveloped them as Valerie drove V to the entrance of the Drummond Taxi Company in the city center. "You can leave now. I will take the subway back on my own," V said dismissively as they alighted. Valerie merely smiled, choosing not to respond. V had been inside for quite some time, nearly 20 minutes, before finally emerging. To her surprise, she noticed the reckless driver still parked by the roadside. Approaching the vehicle, she found Valerie leisurely seated within, smoking a cigarette. "Are you so free today?" V inquired with a hint of irritation. "Since you were in there for so long. It seems you opted to accept Delamain's commission," Valerie responded, sidestepping the question. V's expression shifted, and with a hint of caution, she inquired, "You can deduce that? Surely, you do not intend to wrest this assignment from my grasp?" Valerie, regarding V with an expression akin to that reserved for fools, retorted, "If you can surmise that I have previously been struck by Delamain's vehicle, is it so inconceivable that I have also accepted this commission? Come aboard. I shall escort you to his wayward children." V remained vigilant, casting a wary glance at Valerie, refraining from entering the vehicle. Valerie shot her a glance in return and said, "Today, I shall serve as your chauffeur without charge, as a means of making amends. Would that be acceptable?" As V settled into the vehicle, Valerie inquired, "Where do you intend to begin?" "Nearby, in the SCH and Brun area," V replied. Valerie pondered for a moment, recalling the erratic personality of the Delamain in SH and Brun. Once she recollected, she advised V, "I suggest you fasten your seatbelt. There may be a slight jolt ahead." V wore an expression of disbelief. After all, the SCH Brun area is situated in the heart of the city. How much could it possibly jolt? Half an hour later, in SCH Brun, Valerie crouched by the roadside, smoking a cigarette. She glanced at V, who was massaging his forehead, and then at the reckless driver whose engine hood was now billowing smoke. "Is this what you would refer to as merely a slight jolt?" V, filled with indignation, kicked the already subdued Delamont taxi. "What shall we do next?" V inquired. "Your car is in no condition to be driven." Valerie offered no response. She merely gazed intently across the street. V followed Valerie's gaze and spotted a Thundersea 240T parked by the roadside across the street. The two of them then exchanged knowing glances, as if to silently inquire, "Do you fathom my thoughts?" It seemed that, on this rare occasion, a consensus had been reached. Chapter 14. Your Commission. Your decision, the children of Delamon, truly opened V's eyes. She had never witnessed artificial intelligence contemplating self-destruction, yearning to leap from a cliff in the valley. Their speech echoing the tones of profound melancholy. V, after much persuasion, managed to convince it to restore control to Delamain. In the scenic area, they encountered an oddly speaking taxi that sought to murder V and Valerie. Prompted by Valerie, V successfully eliminated the suddenly appearing Vortex gang members. In a final act, the car ominously declared to Valerie, "You're doomed," before Delamain regained control. At the Colorado farm, they met a Delamain taxi that introduced itself as Clarice, insisting that V eliminate 8 Flamingo models before continuing their conversation. Ultimately, the two drove around the Colorado farm several times to gather the required Flamingo models. "Clarice, are your flamingos still screaming?" V inquired with a hint of sarcasm during a call with A from the vehicle. "Perhaps I must return eventually. I need assistance." "Only those with chaotic hearts can become shining stars," the car retorted before Delamain reclaimed control over it. "What on earth is happening?" V rolled her eyes, feeling exasperated by the chaotic taxis. "There's one in the Badlands. Shall we take a detour to check it out?" Valerie asked, gripping the steering wheel. Fine. "How many are left?" V replied, her patience wearing thin. Valerie pondered for a moment, counting on her fingers. "In total, 3 remain, 1 in the Badlands, 1 in the North Industrial Zone, and 1 in North Oak." "What on earth? With those previous ones, are we to circle the entirety of Night City?" V felt an overwhelming annoyance. Valerie remained silent and drove straight towards the landfill in the Badlands. 10 minutes later, V emerged from the Delamain taxi amidst the refuse, approaching the vehicle where Valerie had parked. "Got a smoke?" V asked, her demeanor resembling that of a lifeless fish. "What's wrong?" Valerie chuckled, retrieving a pack of cigarettes and handing it over. "Isn't interacting with the other world intriguing?" she teased. "Intriguing? Nonsense." V imitated the tone of the vehicle they had just encountered. "You hail from the material realm, a life form composed of proteins." It certainly resonated well when spoken through A's lips, Valerie chimed in. "Primarily, it's that insufferable demeanor. Were it not for old D's reputation, I would have promptly bestowed it with a grenade." V retorted with irritation. "Where to next?" "The Northern Industrial District, although it's somewhat distant." "It is still preferable to venturing into the North Oak District," Valerie replied. "All right then, let us hasten our journey and aim to resolve this troublesome affair today. Had I known, I would have refrained from taking on this task, and you could have reminded me. Even if I had reminded you, would you have heeded my warning?" Valerie shot a sidelong glance at V. "That is indeed a fair point." V scratched his head, having accepted the assignment. He felt compelled to see it through, such is the essence of professional integrity. Upon arriving in the Northern District, they swiftly located the Delamain taxi. The moment it spotted them, it revved its engine and attempted to flee, broadcasting over the comms, "Do not pursue any further." Nonetheless, Valerie kept the vehicle in close pursuit, weaving through the industrial park until V grew impatient. "Pull up alongside it. I shall bring it to a halt," V declared, clenching his fists as the gorilla-like augmentations of his arms creaked ominously. Valerie nodded and accelerated, maneuvering the vehicle to the left side of the Delamain taxi. Maintaining a parallel position, V opened the passenger door, seized the moment, and leapt out with precision. He then struck the left side of the Delamain taxi's front with tremendous force, causing it to veer off the road and collide with the doorframe of a factory warehouse, where it came to a halt. As V landed, he rolled once before rising to his feet, brushing off the dust from his attire, and remarked, "Let's see where you think you're going." Upon returning to Valerie's vehicle, Valerie inquired, "Is it truly possible to utilize the gorilla's cybernetic body in such a manner?" V cast a sidelong glance at Valerie and remarked, "As if you've never used it." Valerie, starting the car, replied softly, "Indeed, I've never used it. The last time I employed a combat cybernetic, it was with a mantis blade." The vehicle meandered its way to the North Oak District, where the Delamain taxis resembled anxious patients, lamenting their stress over the comms, driving at a pace akin to that of a tortoise. This particular car was quite agreeable, albeit seemingly fearful of entering the city, insisting that V take the wheel for the return journey. After some negotiation, it was ultimately decided that Valerie would drive, as her skills surpassed V's in steadiness. However, halfway through, the car demanded to return to the city, claiming it needed a moment to gather itself, nearly provoking V into an outburst. Once Valerie maneuvered the vehicle to the entrance of the Delamain garage, V proceeded to the front desk to complete the necessary formalities. Finally, that tiresome affair was concluded. V stepped outside to reunite with Valerie. "Oh, You thought it would be that simple? Valerie retorted with an air of nonchalance. What? V inquired, puzzled. At that moment, a renegade vehicle approached them. Apparently Valerie's car had been repaired and returned after some time. Get in. I'll take you back, Valerie said as she revved the engine. Upon arriving at V's apartment building, Valerie instructed, call me in a couple of days if you sense something amiss with Delamain. This left V feeling bewildered. 2 days later, true to form, Valerie received a call from V. Damn, you were right. Delamain seems to be in serious trouble, V said. Urgency evident in their voice. Where are you now? Valerie asked. At the front entrance of Delamain, their double doors seem to be malfunctioning, and I can't get in. All right, I'll be there shortly. When Valerie arrived, she waved to V, who was still scratching his head at the front desk. Valerie led V to the ramp of the Delamain garage and pointed towards a rooftop in the back alley. With remarkable agility, V swiftly ascended and discovered an open skylight. Come up here, V called back to Valerie. Do you think I can manage like you? The wall is so high. Valerie shot her a glance, responding with irritation. Come on, let me give you a hand. V extended her hand. Only then did Valerie leap up and grasp V's hand, allowing V to assist her onto the rooftop. Did you bring a gun? Perhaps due to an inexplicable trust in V, Valerie had not donned her powered exoskeleton arms today. She merely held a prelude firmly in both hands before her. V nodded slightly and produced a red-painted JK X2 firearm. Is this Royce's gun? Valerie inquired. Indeed. Quite effective, he replied. The two ascended through the sunroof into a pitch-black office. Damn, the door is locked as well, V remarked, tugging at the handle. Meanwhile, Valerie activated the office computer and began sifting through files. She then looked up at V and instructed, access that computer. The password is 1234. V followed suit, and after inputting the password, successfully unlocked the office door. How could anyone use such a simplistic password? They mused. Haven't you noticed that this office has been long abandoned? Valerie replied. Drummond has already dismissed all human employees. The password is of no consequence now. Just as V was about to stride forward, Valerie abruptly pulled them back. Beware of those cables. They are electrified, she cautioned. Goodness. Just as V was about to respond with an acknowledgement, she noticed that the small surveillance drone of Delamain was fixed upon her, and without a moment's hesitation, it discharged a bullet. V responded swiftly, raising his pistol to return fire. After a brief exchange of gunfire, V emptied his magazine, eliminating 2 security drones. Valerie also managed to shoot down 1 drone. It seems this round is mine, V remarked with a grin while reloading. Enough of that. Clear the way, Valerie urged helplessly, though the path behind them was winding. V's agile maneuvers made it manageable. She even glanced back occasionally to check on Valerie, who was not quite as nimble. Eventually, after winding their way through, the duo arrived at the control center of Delamain. As several versions of Delamain bickered on the screen, V and Valerie stood before the core of Delamain. What do you think? V inquired of Valerie. You have 3 options, Valerie replied, gazing at the core of the old Delamain. The first is to destroy the core outright, which would eliminate the old Delamain and grant freedom to his children. The second is to reset the system, but that would reset even the old Delamain. The third option is to merge their codes, though the consequences may not be any better than the first 2. What did you choose? V asked. This is your mission. You must decide, Valerie responded without directly answering. I'm not skilled in code merging. I'm no T-bug, V admitted with difficulty. Then you're left with 2 choices. Valerie shrugged. Damn it. Let us reset then. A new Delamain is certainly preferable to several psychotic taxis running amok in Night City, V resolved. Stepping forward to grasp the switch beneath the Delamain data core, pulling it out, twisting it 90 degrees, and then pressing it back in. Welcome to your first experience with Delamain Transportation Services. How may I assist you? The voice of Delamain resonated around them. In the end, Valerie and V sat in a vehicle sent by Delamain, departing from the Delamain Taxi Company. You still haven't answered me, V asked, gripping the steering wheel. How did you make your choice back then? There was a guy who urged me to free Delamain's children, and I softened and shot at the core, Valerie replied calmly. Really? I wouldn't have pegged you as the soft-hearted type, V teased. I didn't realize it myself. When I worked at Arasaka, I didn't buy into the whole equality and freedom rhetoric. Valerie adjusted her seat and reclined. Without high-performance cyberware, keeping up with V was exhausting. Reflecting on it now, perhaps my neural pathways had already been eroded by Johnny, making me easily swayed by his words. What? You were a corporate dog? An Arasaka corporate dog? He exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. Before I was laid off, I was the deputy director of counterintelligence. Quite respectable, Valerie replied with a smile. Damn, no wonder you love wearing that suit, V scoffed. I can't even imagine how ridiculous I'd look in a suit. What? Didn't you check yourself out in the mirror at the Konpeki Plaza? Please. That was for the mission. It's not the same as being a true corporate dog. So, do you think I look ridiculous? Valerie asked. V responded with a derisive snicker. Very ridiculous, but I don't hit the disabled. Chapter 15, Dead City Pan Am? What is up? Valerie, fresh from delivering goods to a client, received a call from Pan Am. Yes, I need a favor. Pan Am's somewhat anxious voice came through the phone. Let me guess. Valerie replied nonchalantly, something went wrong with a run? Valerie was hardly surprised by this. She knew Pan Am well enough to understand that a few words from her wouldn't sway him. Damn, did this news reach you so quickly? Pan Am's tone turned irate. I heard you had a heated argument with Rogue. Given your usual gigs revolve around runs, it wasn't hard to deduce. Valerie shook her head. I remember warning you about this. All right. I was careless and messed up, Pan Am said impatiently. I'm not here for you to scold me like a mother. So, what do you need me for? Valerie asked as she returned to her vehicle. My former partner, a bastard named Nash, took advantage of my distraction to steal my goods. I want to reclaim them and make him pay. Please don't tell me he also targeted your vehicle, Valerie asked, unimpressed. How did you know he was after my car? Pan Am responded with surprise, then continued. No, I kept an eye on that. The car is safe. But he did steal my goods. Valerie scoffed. This girl was showing a bit of growth, albeit not much. Nash, huh? Should be with the Maelstrom. Your goods are probably at Rocky Ridge. Valerie inquired further. So, you want me to help you hire someone to deal with them? Yes. I heard from the street that hiring you has a high success rate. I can indeed find you 2 skilled hands. I could even rally 5 or 6 mercenaries directly. Valerie responded with a smile. But the pressing question is, do you have the funds? There was a brief silence on the other end. I suppose you've heard from the tribe. 3 weeks ago, I hired Mitch and Scorpion to hit an Arasaka convoy. I paid a hefty runner's fee, and that job had a 40% cut. Valerie had been a middleman for over a month now. Aside from a few unprofitable initial runs and the one at Konpeki Plaza where she had to shell out her own money, the rest had been profitable. Valerie, can I count this as a debt to you? After a moment of silence, Pan Am spoke with difficulty. Forget it. I don't have much work for you to run. So how could you repay me? Valerie initially declined, then slowly added, however. I do have a job of my own. I plan to make a move in the Badlands and need someone familiar with the area who can get things done swiftly. I can help with your issue. But the price is that you'll also work for me for free. How does that sound? Deal. Pan Am agreed without hesitation. Hold on. I don't want you to act impulsively. I haven't mentioned what my job entails. I need to kidnap someone from Kintao. What? That sounds a bit ambitious. Pan Am replied, astonished. Indeed. So I want you to think it through. But it's not particularly tricky. The target is primarily a hover car with V and a contingent of Kintao security aboard. Intelligence suggests it will pass through Jackson Plains. And I plan to make my move there. Is it urgent? Pan Am showed no signs of refusal. Not particularly. The hover car departs tomorrow. Valerie checked the time on her electronic display. We can wrap up your business today. And you'll still have time to find a hotel for a good night's sleep. Where shall we meet? Pan Am asked. At the railway yard. It's convenient for leaving the city. I'll go find some people. Valerie hung up the phone after their conversation. She first called Jack. Where are you, V? Jack paused momentarily, then replied, Oh, wait, is this Valerie? I have a job for you. Are you interested in a legend from Night City? Valerie couldn't resist teasing him. Why would I refuse a job if you're offering? Jack chuckled. I've been cooped up by my mom for weeks. It's driving me crazy. However, he suddenly recalled something and asked, Please tell me this isn't another job at the Arasaka Tower. If my mom finds out, she might break my legs and lock me up at home. It's not that big of a deal this time. We just need to smash a Maelstrom hideout and grab a hovercar to kidnap someone, Valerie replied. All right, when do we start? Jack responded eagerly. Now, where are you? I'll come pick you up. At the Afterlife, enjoying a drink. Jack said, grinning at the thought. Drinking? Isn't there enough to drink at your mom's bar? I bet you're just there to brag. Valerie laughed. Hey, is V coming too? I haven't contacted her yet, but I will shortly, Valerie assured him. Great. I'll wait for you both at the Afterlife. After hanging up, Valerie turned to call V. Is it you? Hold on. V abruptly ended the call, leaving Valerie somewhat perplexed. A few seconds later, V called back. Were you busy just now? Valerie inquired curiously. Yes, they're SA cyber psycho at the Watson docks. I just got him to calm down, V casually replied. Is this another job from Regina Jones? You know the drill. Let us get to the point. V glanced at the still-breathing cyber psycho on the ground and lit a cigarette. I have a job I'd like you to assist with. Jack is already on board. Valerie stated. I need to know who's behind this job first. V frowned. Evelyn Parker has been missing for a while. Don't tell me you're dragging me into this again. It's my own business. I'm helping a friend. First, we take down a Maelstrom hideout. Then we'll grab someone from a passing Kanto hovercar, Valerie explained, lighting her cigarette in the car. Are you in or not? Fine. I'll finish up with Regina Jones first, then you can come pick me up, V agreed. Half an hour later, Valerie drove to pick up V and Jack. Arriving at the railway freight yard. What the hell? Is that your sister or your daughter? Pan Am exclaimed, startled to see Valerie and V together, thinking she was seeing things. Uffed. Jack, sipping a canned soda, burst out laughing. Get lost. I'm just a hired gun. We have no other connection, V retorted with a glum expression. This is V, one of the best mercenaries in Night City, Valerie introduced without missing a beat, then turned to Pan Am. This is Jack, my best friend. By the way, are you ready? Valerie asked. I just called the recipient and had him stand up Nash. We'll ambush them and retrieve my goods before kicking down their door. Pan Am replied through gritted teeth. Since you've got a plan, let us get moving, Valerie shrugged. I want to stop by the Aldecaldo camp to grab some supplies. Pan Am added. Let us go. I'll ride with you. My car is in the Badlands and ISNT the best for this, Valerie pointed to Pan Am's Thunderdome. All right. Let us get in. Chapter 16. Let there be light. Well, what brings the big shots back? Oh look, you've even brought a city bigwig. Scorpion teased as he watched the group disembark from the Thunderdome. Ha ha ha. Is that a person or a ghost? Maybe I'm still drunk, he joked. Screw you. Pan Am laughed back. Mitch smiled as he shook Pan Am's hand, embracing her warmly. Scorpion bumped fists with Pan Am and turned to V and Jack, asking, and who are these two? I hired her a bodyguard, Valerie chimed in. The Maelstrom gave her a hard time. So I brought in a couple of helpers to help her reclaim her territory. This is V and Jack. Mitch. Scorpion. V and Jack exchanged handshakes with Mitch and Scorpion. Our relationship is unspoken. We genuinely wish to assist you, but at this moment, Mitch said with an apologetic expression. I understand, you've already discussed it. That old bastard Saul wants you to stay put and scavenge for scrap engines, right? You need not feel awkward. I'll just grab a few items and be on my way. You can borrow my rifle, take whatever else you fancy, Mitch offered. Make sure to take care of yourself out there, Scorpion interjected. Thanks, buddy. I'll grab my gear and won't cause Saul any trouble for you. Pan Am replied as he made his way into the camp. Valerie glanced at V, tilting her head to signal her to follow Pan Am and assist with gathering supplies. Once V entered the camp, Valerie turned to Mitch and inquired. Saul forbids you from leaving the camp, but he didn't mention anything about your vehicle, did he? What? Are you interested? Mitch asked in confusion. Could I rent your car for a couple of days? Valerie requested. What are you talking about renting? Scorpion, and I owe you our gratitude for securing us a lucrative deal, Mitch said as he promptly handed over the car keys to Valerie. Just return it once you're done, and, by the way, could you keep an eye on our girl? Of course, Valerie replied without hesitation. Taking the keys as she entered the camp, she found the merchant at the Aldecaldo camp and purchased a cat's eye sniper rifle along with a substantial amount of explosives. Beckoning Jack to assist in loading everything onto the vehicle. Wow, why on earth did you buy so much explosive? Jack asked while helping to load the explosives into the trunk. You'll see it will come in handy shortly, Valerie said mysteriously as she adjusted the sniper scope. Soon, V and Pan Am emerged carrying their belongings. V, you and Pan Am will share one vehicle, while Jack and I will take the other, Valerie instructed. Why can't it be Jack and me in one car, and you with Pan Am? V retorted with a pout of dissatisfaction. Do you know the Badlands better than I do, Haywood? Valerie asked with a smile. What, do you wish to ride with me? Before Valerie could finish her sentence, V jumped into the passenger seat of Pan Am's Thundra and closed the door. Valerie looked at Jack. To ride in the car driven by the boss is an honor, Jack said with a grin. Valerie shook her head with amusement and took her place in the driver's seat. The two vehicles proceeded to Stone Ridge, a town that once belonged to the outskirts of Night City, now abandoned as its inhabitants either relocated to Night City or fled, leaving it a ghost town. Help me place these explosives in the derelict gas station and convenience store on the left side of the road, Valerie instructed, tossing the explosives to V, Pan Am, and Jack. The plan is simple. When they arrive, we disembark, and I'll detonate the explosives to draw their attention. V and Jack will emerge from both ends of the road to flank them, while Pan Am and I will provide sniper support. One crucial point to remember is not to blow up the vehicle. Pan Am still needs to retrieve the goods for reporting. Understood. Jack replied as he headed towards the gas station with the explosives. V and Pan Am exchanged a glance before heading toward the convenience store. Valerie, meanwhile, took the detonator and sniper rifle, climbing onto the roof of the substation. She lit a cigarette and watched them work. Hours passed, and darkness fell. In the distance, 3 vehicles approached with their headlights blazing. "They're here," Pan Am announced over the comms. "See them. Hard to miss with those lights on at this hour." Valerie replied dryly as the cars rolled into town. "V, Jack, you in position?" "Ready," V answered. "Locked and loaded," Jack chimed in. Valerie gripped the detonator. Watching as the scavengers stepped out of their vehicles, she murmured under her breath, "Let there be light." With a press of the button, the gas station and convenience store erupted in a blinding explosion, the force hurling several scavengers off their feet. Before the rest could react, V and Jack opened fire from opposite ends of the road, cutting down half their numbers in seconds. The quicker scavengers dove for cover, raising their weapons to retaliate, only to be picked off one by Valerie and Pan Am's precise sniper fire. The concrete barriers offered little protection against the sheer penetration of Valerie's Nicomeda. Soon, the remaining scavengers lay motionless, any stragglers swiftly dispatched with final shots. "That bastard Nash chickened out. Didn't he even show up at Rocky Ridge?" Pan Am spat after retrieving her cargo. "Then we hit his hideout. Where else would he hide?" Valerie flicked a cigarette from her pack toward V before lighting one for herself. "So we're moving out?" Jack asked eagerly. "Someone else excited," V muttered, elbowing him lightly. Nash's scavenger den wasn't too far, just around the bend. The 2 cars soon pulled up to the cave entrance. "Everyone set?" Valerie asked. "Less talking, more doing." "Pan Am and I take point," V replied. Pan Am's Thornton roared into the cave first, Valerie following close behind in Mitch's car. Before the vehicle even came to a full stop, V hurled 2 flashbangs into the den from the passenger seat, then lunged out like a predator, sprinting straight for the second-floor scaffolding. Valerie and Jack emerged from their car, Jack unloading rounds from his gold-plated Beria into the disoriented scavengers. Meanwhile, Valerie, cigarette still between her lips, alternated fire between Overture and Unity, cutting down any who dared raise their weapons. By the time they finished reloading, V had already dealt with the sniper upstairs and stood face-to-face with Nash. Before Nash could react, V's fist sent him crashing through the window, landing face-first on the ground outside. Well, if it isn't Nash?" Pan Am smirked, stepping over him, pistol in hand. "Enjoying the dirt? Thought you could steal my cargo, huh?" Without waiting for an answer, she emptied her magazine into his skull. "Damn, Chica, you went full beast mode back there." Jack holstered his pistols as V dropped down from the window. "Hey, the berserk cyberware was cheap," V grinned. "All right, Pan Am's job is done. Let us deliver her goods, then hit the bar," Valerie said, flicking her cigarette away before heading back to Mitch's car. "Tomorrow, it's my turn." Chapter 17. Skybound passenger, you dragged me out here in the middle of the night just to hear this half-baked plan of yours? Inside the Sunset Motel Escarage, Lucy glared at Valerie with murderous intent. "Not just hear it, execute it," Valerie replied. "Oh, fantastic. Not only do I have to listen, but I also have to help blow up an entire Kongtao power plant just to hijack one of their AVs? Are you even hearing yourself?" Lucy seethed. Valerie turned to V and Jack. "Thoughts? Why, look at me. I'm just here for the eddies," V scoffed. "Blowing up an unmanned plant. Easy. If it were Kongtao HQ, though, then we need a bigger payout." Jack scratched his head, grinning. "Ain't my power grid. Blow it sky high for all I care. Then it's settled. Lucy, you and V ride with Pan Am to the plant. Jack and I will find a good vantage point," Valerie declared, clapping her hands before leading Jack outside. "Hey, what were you talking about with that 6th Street vendor earlier?" Jack asked curiously in the car. "Vendors sell things, Jack. Some items are harder to find in the city," Valerie replied cryptically. They parked on a hillside overlook, where Valerie raised her binoculars toward the power plant. "Looks like they're moving fast, already on their way back," she murmured, watching Pan Am's Thornton approach. Then, realization struck. "Oh, shit. What?" Jack startled. Valerie quickly dialed Mitch. "Valerie? Trouble?" Mitch answered. "No, but there might be for you. Listen, no matter what happens at dawn, no one leaves the camp. It's for your safety," she said urgently. "Got it. Sounds like you're cooking up something big. Stay safe," Mitch agreed. "Remember, stay put," Valerie stressed before hanging up. As Pan Am's car pulled up, She exhaled sharply. Nervous already? We haven't even started, Panem teased. Ever thought about what you'd do if you saw an AV falling from the sky? Valerie countered. Free loot. Obviously, Panem's grin faded. Oh, shit. I need to warn the clan. Already did. Panem sighed in relief. The five of them waited, some in cars, others leaning against doors, watching Night City's sunrise. Mind giving me the full story? V asked, flicking cigarette ash. Which part? Valerie leaned against Mitch S. Colby. Who is this guy we're kidnapping? Anders Hellman, director of the Relic Project. Arasaka's top bioengineer, Valerie answered coolly. Damn, Relic again. Think I saw him talking to Yorinobu in a BD, V muttered. You are not mistaken, it is indeed him. V remained silent for a moment, stealing a glance at Jack, who was still resting in the car with his eyes closed. She turned to Valerie and said, to be honest, I do not wish for Jack to be entangled in your affairs. Your private escapades are never insignificant. Valerie pressed her lips together and inquired, Do you think I am selfish? Indeed, V replied without hesitation. I acknowledge that I have my own selfish motives. Valerie slowly responded. But you must understand, Jack. This boy who dreams of becoming a legend in Night City, has he truly given up on his aspirations? V furrowed his brow and replied. His dreams may ultimately lead to his demise. You wish for his survival, yet the price to pay is the abandonment of his legendary aspirations. Valerie reached out and gently patted V's shoulder, saying, In a certain sense, you too are selfish, V. Before V could respond, Valerie continued, However, unlike following me, I will strive to look after him. Although danger still lurks, this path may allow him to pursue his dreams with a semblance of safety. V smiled ambiguously before posing another question. What are your thoughts on my continued role as a mercenary? I replied, It's difficult to say, as you and I are fundamentally different. Valerie responded candidly, yet even someone like me finds it hard to remain settled. You, having ventured alone in Atlanta for several years, certainly are not one to stay put. Indeed, if I were to languish in bed like a useless fish awaiting death, I would prefer to embrace oblivion immediately. V remarked with a shrug and a smile. Valerie chuckled in response, that you have experienced less than I, you possess a more open outlook. At that moment, Panem approached, handing a detonator to Valerie. After receiving the device, Valerie tapped on the car door. Huh, what? Jack, opening his eyes in confusion, glanced at Valerie. Are we starting? Valerie passed the detonator, grinning as she said, Wait for Panem's signal, then you may press it. Now that you hold assets worth several million euros in your hands. What are your thoughts? That's incredibly cool, Jack exclaimed with excitement. I detest this plan, Lucy, seated in the back of the Thunderbolt, muttered with evident displeasure. Valerie understood her reaction, as all hackers harbor a disdain for electromagnetic interference. Look, a vehicle is approaching from the direction of Taiping province. Panem shouted. Jack poised his finger over the button, ready to press it at any moment. With Panem's command of go, Jack pressed the button firmly. However, nothing occurred. Try pressing it multiple times. The power plant is experiencing electromagnetic interference, Lucy advised. Jack pressed it repeatedly, and only then did an explosion occur at the distant power plant. Just as the hovering vehicle soared directly above the power plant, it abruptly descended in altitude but did not plummet. It continued to glide smoothly. Damn, is Zeta Technologies' hovercar truly that resilient? V cursed. I anticipated this. Use this, Valerie declared, retrieving a portable missile launcher from the trunk of Panem's vehicle and tossing it to V. After receiving the device, V hefted it onto his shoulder and opened the scope to aim at the hovering vehicle. As the urgent locking alert echoed, V pressed the launch button. A missile was propelled forth, soaring above the floating vehicle before it plunged vertically downwards. The missile ultimately detonated above the target, causing the airborne vehicle to shudder violently and begin its descent. Quick pursue. The group boarded their vehicle and sped towards the location where the floating car was descending. Along the way, they encountered several small drones from Kanto attempting to intercept them. V operated the heavy machine gun atop the Panem, retaliating against the drones. However, after downing one, the gun jammed. Just as Panem leaned out to repair it, Lucy, seated behind her, activated her orange-tinted ocular implant, resulting in the remaining drones bursting into sparks and plummeting to the ground. In no time, the two vehicles arrived at the crash site of the floating car, which remained largely unscathed. Kanto had just deployed security drones to establish a defensive perimeter, while a medium-sized drone circled above the floating vehicle. With the combined efforts of V, Valerie, and Lucy, the security drones were swiftly neutralized. As V pried open the door of the floating car with his formidable strength, Valerie and Jack aimed their pistols at the Canto security personnel within. Don't move. I only want Anders Hellman. Those wishing to survive should remain still. Valerie caught sight of Anders Hellman slumped in his seat, unconscious. Noticing the Canto guard's reluctance to disarm, V signaled to Valerie, who retrieved a flashbang from her waist. In an instant, a blinding flash engulfed the interior, followed by a barrage of gunfire. The Canto security personnel were swiftly incapacitated. He certainly sleeps deeply, V remarked, dragging Anders Hellman from the vehicle as if he were a lifeless dog. Valerie turned to Lucy. Vital signs are stable. He seems to be suffering merely from a mild concussion, Lucy reported after her scan. Let us stow him in the back of the vehicle. We can question him further once we return to the motel. Chapter 18. Welcome to 2077. Johnny, the door to a room at the Sunset Motel, swung open as Valerie stepped out. Did you manage to obtain it? Lucy inquired, waiting outside. Help me check. Valerie replied, handing Lucy a chip. Lucy inserted the chip into the slot and began to retrieve the data within. After a few minutes, Lucy returned the chip to Valerie, stating, at least from my perspective, it appears legitimate, though I'm not well versed in programming. Valerie took back the chip and beckoned to V, who was standing a short distance away. As V approached, Valerie leaned close and whispered, the one inside. V never encountered him before. Do you understand? V nodded. Entered the room and closed the door behind him. Can we still reach T-Bug? Valerie and Lucy conversed as they descended the stairs. She's still in Night City, Lucy replied. Help me get in touch with her. This task requires her expertise. I'll do my best. 3 days later, V, Jack, Lucy, and T-Bug gathered at Old Vic's clinic. I still advise against this. The risks are far too great, Old Vic said, furrowing his brow as he examined the surgical plan, addressing Valerie. From a technical standpoint, it isn't particularly challenging. It mainly involves rerouting a few lines, Valerie responded with a smile. This isn't merely a matter of adding a couple of jumpers, Valerie. Old Vic said earnestly. You are aware that your central nervous system is already severely compromised, and now you wish to modify the connections to this chip. Once the chip is activated, the consequences could be utterly unpredictable. Valerie glanced at T-Bug, who stood in the corner, her expression troubled. To be honest, while I am confident in my programming skills, I must admit. But what? Valerie pressed. Although the technical documentation and chip design you provided are comprehensive, even including the source code, the issue lies in the fact that it also involves your central nervous system and many aspects of the relic too. Zero chip are entirely new to me, T-Bug explained. I cannot conduct practical tests on the driver I developed. Whether it will function successfully remains uncertain. Valerie turned to Lucy. Honestly, Lucy remarked with a hint of irritation, I don't believe you need to undergo this surgery. I don't want to see you follow David's path. Valerie looked at Jack. He scratched his head and said, to be frank, I still don't understand why you are willing to take such significant risks for this. Finally, Valerie turned to V and asked, if it were you, what choice would you make? V pressed her lips together and exclaimed, what choice do I have? I cannot empathize with your situation. If I were to find myself in your predicament, I would prefer to cling to the remaining weeks of my life and undertake a daring endeavor. I share your thoughts, V. My decision to undergo this surgery today stems from my regret. I wish to reclaim what I have lost. I do not wish to continue living in this state. Have you truly resolved to go through with it? Old Way inquired helplessly. I have faith in your skills, Old Way, Valerie replied with a smile. Reclining upon the surgical chair. The matter at hand transcends belief in my abilities, Old Way lamented, producing the anesthetic. Very well, I shall administer general anesthesia. Whether you awaken afterward is contingent upon your own resilience. As Valerie had articulated, from a technical standpoint, the procedure was not exceptionally difficult. Old Way swiftly adjusted the cerebral interface wiring. The real challenge lay in rewriting the driving program of Valerie's cybernetic enhancements, enabling them to borrow the neural units of the biological chip to alleviate pressure on her own nervous system. Old Way, alongside T-Bug, dedicated several hours to testing the drive of the cybernetics, finally achieving a theoretically sound configuration. However, the actual functionality would only be ascertainable once Valerie awakened to test it herself. I will retain the highest command privileges of the cybernetics in her hands. The relic will serve merely as a parallel auxiliary chip. This should, in theory, enhance safety significantly. The pressing concern now is the unpredictable impact the chip's activation may have on her central nervous system, T-Bug remarked gravely. The consciousness within this chip evokes a sense of familiarity and danger, Lucy interjected, furrowing her brow. It resembles something beyond the black wall. Have you discussed this with her? T-Bug queried. She is more aware of what resides within this chip than I am, Lucy responded. Shall I activate it now? T-Bug asked, glancing at the screen displaying yes and no before looking around at the gathered individuals. V stepped forward and pressed the enter key. This was her own decision. As the key was activated, Valerie, who had been lying with her eyes closed on the surgical chair, jolted upright as if struck by a surge of electricity. What the hell? Valerie sat up straight, yanking the data cable from her neck, gasping for breath. Are you all right? T-Bug was somewhat startled. Valerie's right cybernetic eye glowed with a blue light, while the left remained unchanged. It felt as if her mind had been sharply pricked by a needle. Valerie moved her arms and replied, I feel okay. I need a moment alone. Just as old Vic was about to ask another question, Valerie suddenly frowned and said, Could you all step outside for a bit? All right. Just let me know if you feelin' well, old Vic responded, and Valerie nodded. Once everyone had left, Valerie lit a cigarette. Are you satisfied now? She asked Johnny Silverhand, who stood before her. I'm damn unsatisfied. Where the hell is this? Who the hell are you? Johnny exclaimed, laced with profanity. I can sense your consciousness interacting with me, yet I can only observe, like a puppet on strings. Johnny paced restlessly in front of Valerie. Because you were dead. You are now merely a consciousness residing within a chip. You are in my body now, as my cyber parasite, so I am the one in control, Valerie replied. How is that even possible? A consciousness inside a chip? You might as well write a sci-fi novel, Johnny retorted, incredulous. Welcome to the year 2077, Johnny. But you're right. Your current situation is indeed quite sci-fi, Valerie responded. Damn it. This is certainly not real. I must be alive somewhere else, Johnny muttered anxiously. Heh, Valerie sneered. She was not inclined to wait for him to accept the truth, donning her sunglasses and stepping outside. So it seems you're all right? Was the chip successfully activated? Lucy inquired as Valerie emerged from the clinic. It can be considered a success, but that guy, Valerie gestured to her head, is a bit noisy. What about the cybernetics? Lucy continued. Then, Lucy watched as the person before her suddenly vanished. Fortunately, I'm right behind you, Valerie said, cigarette in mouth. But it feels like there's much more pressure when using them than before. What are you planning to do next? T-Bug had already left. Old Vic, V, and Jack were at Misty's shop. I plan to go for a drink in the afterlife first, Valerie replied with a smile. And let this guy in my head see the world. I won't be joining you. Go ask V and Jack if they're going, Lucy said before turning to leave. Chapter 19. A drink with Johnny Silverhand. Your one eye is so blue. Is it really all right? V stood beside Valerie, asking irritably. I've already adjusted the brightness to its lowest setting. Should I change the color? Valerie lowered her frog sunglasses, gazing at V as the faint blue light in her cybernetic eye shifted to orange. Get lost, V retorted, raising a middle finger at Valerie. When she pushed her sunglasses back onto her eyes, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to discern the blue light emanating from her right eye. Is this merely a problem of brightness? What normal person has one cybernetic eye perpetually lit? V shot Valerie a disdainful glance. Some people have all five eyes glowing simultaneously. The duo settled at the bar, where Valerie discreetly pointed to two members of the Vortex gang nearby, commenting, You actually think there are normal people in the next life? Seriously? Are people in 2077 that extravagant? Johnny inquired, somewhat astonished. I've been meaning to ask you two for quite some time. What exactly is your relationship? Claire, the bartender, approached them with a query. Haha, I want to ask that too. She asked the one finding work for him. Valerie pointed at V. The one paying her for the job, V simultaneously gestured towards Valerie. All right then, what will you two be drinking? A Johnny Silverhand, please, Valerie responded. What on earth is that? Johnny's voice echoed in Valerie's mind. It's the tequila of the white liquor god. Strange, aren't you no longer drinking your Long Island iced tea? V glanced at Valerie after placing the order. Just switching things up occasionally, Valerie replied. Using the names of Night City legends to replace certain drinks is a specialty here. And Johnny Silverhand is the drink of choice for the bar's owner, Valerie explained to Johnny. Oh, and who is the owner of this bar? Valerie turned to look in the direction of a booth, where a figure in a yellow top was seated on a sofa discussing business. The rest your old acquaintance. Damn, Roke. Here I am in this wretched state, while she is comfortably lounging on a large sofa. Johnny gazed at Rogue in disbelief. You brought this upon yourself, Johnny. If you had listened to her and retreated early, you might still be performing here now, Valerie remarked bluntly. Speaking of, it's been a month. Have you heard anything about Evelyn? V asked, taking a sip of tequila. What? Are you still thinking about that 50-50 split she mentioned? Valerie replied with a teasing tone. You know about that too? V blurted out. Valerie gave V a look akin to that of someone regarding a fool, as if to say, how could I not know? Don't you have any awareness? Then you must know her whereabouts? V pressed. Why are you so concerned about her? The money I gave you has been spent on upgrading your cybernetics, Valerie noted. I just fear she might suddenly pop up and demand payment. And you wouldn't have an explanation, V replied, a hint of annoyance in his voice. That's not something you need to worry about, Valerie asserted, noticing Rogue's client leaving. And she picked up her drink and moved toward Rogue. Rogue, Valerie called out, raising her glass, can we chat for a moment? Upon recognizing her. Rogue nodded at her bodyguard, who stepped aside to allow Valerie to enter. That bodyguard looks somewhat familiar. Johnny's figure appeared on the opposite side of Rogue's sofa. The son of Old Snake. Aren't you two on the same team? Valerie referred to their mission to blow up Arasaka Tower. Damn, it's him. Johnny suddenly realized. What are you chatting about? Rogue inquired. Do you have any connections in Dogtown? Valerie placed her half-filled glass on the table. I thought you'd be discussing my matters with her, Johnny complained. Next time, don't ever mention that wretched woman to me. Rogue's exact words came to Valerie's mind, and she mimicked his tone in response to Johnny. Damn, Johnny was visibly frustrated. A bit, but not much. Dogtown is under Colonel Hansen's territory, and Mr. Hans has some connections there. As for me, I occasionally get in touch when Hansen's men come out to do business, Rogue replied nonchalantly, crossing his legs. Rogue then asked, what? Are you thinking of stepping into Dogtown? Not really stepping in. You know me. I usually avoid encroaching on the turf of local middlemen. Valerie took a sip from her glass and continued. I just heard there's a market inside that could offer some rare goods not found in Night City. I'd like to take some friends for a visit. Plus, I heard there's a luxurious nightclub there that's far more splendid than ours. Haha, I can't compete with a warlord. Rogue didn't seem bothered by Valerie's comparison, adding, if you wish to go in, you might want to reach out to Mr. Hans. His business spans both Dogtown and Pacifica, just looking around shouldn't be too difficult. By the way, speaking of friends, Rogue pointed towards the bar. Wervy seemed to be on a call, asking, what's that guy's relationship with you? She's my clone. If I happen to kick the bucket one day, I'll transfer my consciousness into her, Valerie replied with a smile. Haha, that joke is indeed amusing. Rogue appeared to be entertained. I wish I had a clone. Johnny grumbled. Whether it's a joke or not is debatable. After all, Arasaka has dabbled in soul extraction, Valerie remarked casually. Now they're involved in the Relic Project. Who knows when Saburo Arasaka will announce his resurrection? Rogue's expression shifted, as if pondering something ominous. She then pointed again toward the bar, saying, if that's your clone, you should keep a close watch on her. Valerie looked over to find V had already left. I was joking, and you took it seriously? Valerie burst into laughter. Who knows what you're thinking? That incident at the Kanpiki Plaza was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Weeks have passed, and it seems that deal never occurred. What happened? Did you get double-crossed by your client? Rogue, you know me. I run my business by the book, Valerie replied. What she didn't say was that if others didn't play by the rules, there was no reason for her to adhere to them either. However, the constraints of rules are mutual. Rogue was aware but chose to remain silent. She had heard that one of Valerie's previous deals had been sabotaged by mercenaries. And the very next day, that mercenary's corpse was discovered in a back alley, stripped of its parts. The scene was quite gruesome. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. That's the essence of our intermediary business. Valerie raised her nearly empty glass to Rogue, saying, to Johnny Silverhand. Rogue grimaced but reluctantly lifted her own glass, saying, fine, to that wretched woman. Damn, can't she ever have a kind word? Johnny cursed vehemently. At that moment, Valerie received a call notification, excusing herself from Rogue before departing from the bar. V, what's up? Jack just told me he got a deal. Supposedly from Pacifica. What? He is daring to take on business from Pacifica? Are you following him? I am. He just came out of a church. And I'm right behind him. All right, keep an eye on him. I'm heading to Pacifica right now. Valerie had just ended the call with V and was preparing to drive when the notification alert chimed once more. Frowning, she glanced at the caller ID, Judy Alvarez. It was indeed unwise to speak of people during the day and of spirits at night. Chapter 20. Misfortunes never come alone, Judy? What's the matter? Valerie inquired, gripping the steering wheel as she anxiously navigated her car towards Pacific State. Do you recall the smuggling operation at the Cobalt Tower? Judy asked. Just get to the point. Evelyn Parker went missing on her own accord, Valerie replied, executing a swift drift past an intersection. She has been missing for weeks. And now I wish to find her. Are you discussing business with me now? Valerie retorted. I remember you promised me a friendly price. Judy felt a flutter of unease. After such a long time, she was uncertain whether Valerie still honored that promise. We can discuss the financials later. Do you have any contacts in Cloudtop? A few. Then you should inquire with them first. I am otherwise occupied. With that, Valerie terminated the call, pulling over at the corner. She cast a glance at the Grand Empire Mall before dialing V once more. V, where are you now? Valerie asked in a low voice. Jack has just followed a large man upstairs. There are Voodoo Gang members guarding the stairway. I cannot pursue him, V whispered. He will come down shortly. Find a place to hide, and do not let him see you. Valerie opened the glove compartment and retrieved a tactical belt with a holster, fastening it around her waist. Why? V questioned. The Voodoo Gang will connect their mercenaries to their oceanic web. Whatever Jack sees, the Voodoo Gang will see as well. Valerie drew her weapon, inspecting the magazine and chamber before attaching the silencer. Damn it. What should I do? V cursed softly, instinctively retreating to a wall corner, lighting a cigarette. His peripheral vision darting towards the stairway. Follow cautiously. I know where Jack's mission is located. Just keep an eye on him. Valerie instructed. When we arrive, we will meet. She filled her magazine and tucked it into her armpit holster, closing the glove compartment. Are you planning to go in alone? Johnny's figure appeared beside her car, leaning against the door with a smirk. I've done it before. Just keep quiet. I'm cleaning up your mess here, Valerie snapped curtly. What does this have to do with me? Johnny exclaimed, bewildered. You will find out soon enough. Valerie dismissed him, her phone chiming again. Judy? What did you find out? You were right. She has returned to Cloudtop. Judy responded anxiously, but my contacts there mentioned she has been in trouble for 2 or 3 days. All right. I will have someone investigate. Wait for my news. Valerie hung up and quickly dialed Lucy. What's up? Lucy answered. This is urgent. I'm tied up here. I'm sending you 8,000 euros. First, recruit 3 or 4 swift hands. Then lead them to the old power plant at Charter Hill. Evelyn Parker is being held there. Retrieve her for me. Evelyn Parker? Understood. I will keep you posted. Lucy concluded, ending the call. From a distance, Valerie spotted Voodoo Gang members keeping watch. Taking a deep breath, she seized the opportunity during a lull in their conversation to start her vehicle, slipping into the mall's parking garage under their noses. With the aid of her memory, Valerie skillfully evaded the patrolling animal gang and arrived at the cinema's back entrance. Meanwhile, Jack had also reached the Grand Empire Mall parking lot, encountering the Voodoo Gang thugs. Following their directions, Jack entered the garage through the mall's back door, but he was soon discovered by the animal gang, leading to an exchange of fire. V hastily dialed Valerie's number, only to be informed that the recipient was out of service range. Damn, are you really out of service at this moment? V was on the brink of losing his temper. Inside the cinema, Valerie held a gun pointed at the network surveillance agent before her. Hearing the gunfire outside, she reassured. Don't be alarmed. I am not associated with the Voodoo Gang. But you are indeed pointing a gun at me. The agent replied, raising his hands in surrender. I must ensure that we can discuss our business calmly. Valerie smiled, yet her grip on the gun remained firm. Oh, I'm not certain what we have to negotiate. I am aware of your mission. You aim to dismantle the Voodoo Gang's BBS and acquire their subnet, Poseidon, correct? How do you know that? The surveillance agent inquired with a frown. I am an intermediary. I possess considerable knowledge. Thus, let us discuss a deal. I can safeguard you when that brute barges in, and I can assist you in taking down the Voodoo Gang's stronghold and seizing Poseidon. It certainly sounded tempting, but what about the compensation? Striking a deal with the company? You must be out of your mind, Johnny interjected. Valerie disregarded Johnny's comment and continued, as for the compensation, help me eliminate that brute and assist my 2 hackers in cleaning their records. It's as simple as that. The terms were not overly difficult. But how could you accomplish what you claim? The surveillance agent asked skeptically. You will find out soon enough, Valerie stated as she lowered her weapon. The gunfire outside grew increasingly closer. Jack was engaged in combat with the Wildman King, and, after several exchanges, it was evident that he was at a disadvantage. The Wildman King tackled Jack to the ground and was about to connect a data cable to Jack's interface. At that moment, V appeared, unleashing a powerful punch from his gorilla-like arm that sent the Wildman King staggering back several paces. V. Jack looked at V, perplexed. V assumed a boxing stance and addressed the Wild King. Now, allow me to train with you. The Wild King advanced and threw a few punches, but V skillfully swayed and dodged the Wild King's hooks. Seizing the opportunity, V delivered a straight punch to the Wild King's face. Is this the extent of your skills? V mocked with a grin. Enraged, the Wild King lunged at V, only to be met by V, now activated by his berserk implant, who swiftly knocked him to the ground, leaving him unconscious. Chica, what are you doing here? Jack asked, rubbing his bruised face. Less chatter, just get your work done. V replied curtly. As Jack and V entered the cinema, Jack realized he had lost communication with Prasida. They cautiously opened the projection room door, only to be astonished to find Valerie standing next to the surveillance officer, a cigarette in her mouth. Put away your gun, Valerie instructed. Although Jack was confused, he instinctively complied. After he holstered his weapon, Valerie approached and delivered a sharp slap to Jack's forehead. You've learned some skills, have you? How dare you take on a deal from the Voodoo Gang? Have you never heard of Randon? She scolded. What does that mean? Jack asked, bewildered. It means disposable. Like a mop, V answered in a low tone. Valerie turned to the surveillance officer and said, hand it over. The officer produced a chip and handed it to Valerie, who tossed it to Jack. Later, you and V will confront Prasida with the animal gang. I'll deal with the surveillance officer about the sea god. Please be smart. Jack, don't let the prospect of a big deal cloud your judgment. Understood, you sound just like my mother, Jack muttered discontentedly. Then I'll call Mrs. Wells to extend your time in confinement for another year. How about that? Valerie pointed angrily at the door. Please, my dear sister, don't. Jack pleaded hastily. Then remember what I said. Chapter 21. The Black Wall and the Sea God He. Keymounus AA. A knock echoed within the church in Taiping State, prompting two vigilant Voodoo Gang members to grasp their weapons. One cautiously opened the wooden door just a crack, only to see a silenced gun's barrel aimed at his forehead. Before he could react, the figure outside pulled the trigger, and a spray of blood erupted at the staircase. The other gang member was splattered with his comrade's blood, instinctively attempting to shout a warning. Yet no sound escaped his lips as the woman seemed to materialize out of thin air. One hand held a gun pointed deep into the tunnel, while the other gripped a knife pressed against her throat. Shoo. Valerie waited until the voodoo thug breathed his last before withdrawing her knife. Are cybernetic enhancements in 2077 truly this terrifying? Johnny appeared before Valerie, inquiring. Mine is top-notch. However, I cannot use it for long. Our neural chips would overheat and fry, Valerie replied. She proceeded down the dark tunnel until she reached the abandoned Intercontinental Maglev station. The voodoo members in the hidden chamber were too preoccupied to notice the intruder in their midst. If I were you, I would toss a few grenades inside, Johnny urged from the sidelines. Valerie shot him a glare, then stowed her knife and produced a flashbang from her waist. The sound of metal rolling drew the attention of the voodoo hackers. As they realized what was rolling toward them, a blinding flash erupted. Amidst the cries and chaos, Valerie emerged from behind cover, her hands gripping both her weapons. After a flurry of gunfire, Valerie confirmed there were no survivors, and she holstered her guns. Approaching the server console, she began examining the Voodoo Gang's logs. Wait, odd. Johnny noticed a fleeting name in the logs and quickly called out to Valerie. They are indeed the true backers behind the deal to steal the relic. They intend to use you, embedded in the chip, to draw out Ott Cunningham, who lurks behind the Black Wall. Valerie continued her search, responding, What do they want with Ott? And what is the Black Wall? You must know Barmos? Valerie paused her actions. She had finished reviewing the recent logs but found no indication of how the Voodoo Gang learned that the relic contained Silverhand's consciousness. Bartmoss? Of course. I know him. His wanted posters were everywhere, and his virus caused quite a stir, Silverhand replied. It was far more significant than you realize. Bartmoss's virus sent nearly every AI into chaos and forced nations to completely isolate their critical infrastructures from the net. It was akin to a cyber tsunami. If surfing the internet was once a leisurely activity, after 2022, it became akin to plunging into raging waters, where drowning was imminent. Around 2040, the surveillance agency, sourcing hackers from who knows where, developed a firewall program to contain the rampaging AIs. This program was the Black Wall. But many are unaware that the Black Wall itself is an AI. But what does this have to do with Ott? Johnny asked impatiently. Thanks to you, in 2023. Your reckless actions freed her, releasing an AI containing all the technical data from Arasaka's data fortress. Now, her power surpasses your wildest imagination, Johnny. The Voodoo Gang seeks to lure her out, hoping she will create an opening in the Black Wall, allowing them to cross over with their families, Valerie explained tersely. At that moment, Valerie's communication alert chimed. It was Lucy calling. We've got her, but she's in a coma now. What should we do next? Lucy stated nonchalantly. First, send her to Old Way. I'll arrange her matters when I have time. For now, can you assist me in remotely copying some data? Valerie instructed. Let me check how much data there is. I'm currently outside and unable to dive deep, Lucy replied. Valerie connected a data cable from her wrist to the console and said, see if you can copy their see God. Lucy began searching the Voodoo Gang's database through Valerie's link. What the hell? Are these people insane? They plan to live on the other side of the black wall? Have they lost their minds? Lucy exclaimed, frowning. Did they not develop a subnet for the sea god to protect them? Valerie inquired. Protect? Please. I know very well what lies beyond the black wall. They've merely created a poor imitation of the black wall and think they can emulate the cyber cowboys? Whether their sea god could survive even a millisecond on the old net is questionable. It's simply preposterous. Is that to say that their sea god is utterly worthless? Lucy remarked disdainfully. Outside the black wall, it indeed holds no value. However, on this side, one could consider it a rather impressive intelligent CE. It would be exceedingly challenging for an ordinary hacker to breach it, and it also facilitates encrypted communication. Is it possible to take a copy with us? Valerie inquired. You can forget about copying the entire system. To accommodate such a vast amount of data, you would first need to prepare a storage server of equivalent scale, along with a sufficiently robust data fiber optic cable. However, I can attempt to copy its model and source code. That would yield a much smaller file. We could utilize those to create a streamlined version of A. Nevertheless, if there are conditions involved, I would recommend relocating their entire server, which would save a great deal of trouble, Lucy responded. Relocating is out of the question. These assets have already been earmarked by the cyber surveillance team, Valerie replied. I made a deal with them to exchange it for your and T-Bug's clearance. After a brief silence, Lucy spoke again. I have finished copying the data, and thank you. Half an hour later, the cyber surveillance agent arrived with several individuals and began their operations around the Voodoo Boys server. Say, it seems you've taken something? The agent queried. I trust it won't affect you too much? Valerie confessed openly. You ought to realize what the Voodoo Boys utilize it for, right? The agent inquired, narrowing his brow. His subordinates halted their work and turned their attention to Valerie. Don't you dare try to intimidate me, Valerie retorted sharply. With such a minuscule amount of data, it wouldn't take 10 minutes for the black wall to seal any breaches after you take it back. Besides, I'm not one of those foolish idiots who would provoke the black wall for the sake of trouble. The agent chuckled, gesturing for his team to continue their tasks. Did we not come to an agreement? Valerie asked, her hand resting on her holster. I'm not like the Voodoo Boys. The bounty on those 2 hackers has vanished, and the files have been lost outright, the agent replied with a grin. I must say, how fortunate I am to encounter an intermediary as capable as you. Valerie tilted her head slightly. Your clandestine operations never intended to seek intermediaries. I understand your rules. I won't divulge anything regarding the black wall. I also prefer not to be harassed by a swarm of foolish hackers. We understand our paths align. I hope for future collaboration. Let us forego that. This is merely a chance encounter. Let us part amicably, Valerie stated before turning to leave. Perhaps she would need to engage with the cyber surveillance team again in the future, but for now, she wished to avoid entanglements with them. Once outside the church, Valerie dialed Jack. Jack, how is it on your end? What about Placid? All sorted. Jack replied cheerfully. That guy was about to meet his end and still had the audacity to talk back. B took him apart completely. Then it settled. Valerie admonished with an edge of annoyance. Jack, be cautious with future deals, understood? After hanging up, Valerie contemplated calling Judy, pondering what price would be appropriate. Perhaps I should also assess my assets. Chapter 22. Watching the show V. What are you up to? Valerie was calling V. In the Badlands. Damn. I should have driven this car into the Badlands. V sat in the driver's seat, swaying left and right, nearly dislodging the meal she had consumed the previous day. Now you understand why I sought to borrow Mitch's car last time, Valerie remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. I asked, what is the purpose of your call? V retorted angrily, if there is nothing, I'll hang up. I initially intended to invite you to the festivities in Japantown, but since you're not in the city. Never mind. By the way, what brings you out of town? Pannon said he urgently needed to see me. Damn it. What a terrible road. V cursed in response. Pannon. Valerie pondered, recalling that this must pertain to the incident where Soul was kidnapped by the Rando Association. What surprised her was that Pannon had not sought her out but had gone directly to V instead. That girl. She is not willing to let a middleman profit, is she? I suspect you'll have to spend the night outside the city. Good luck. I want to act as a middleman to profit off you, Valerie concluded before hanging up. Damn it. Could you at least share a bit of information? V cursed again as her car jolted. As dusk fell, Valerie reached the upper level of Japantown, found a stall, and ordered 2 skewers of yakitori. She enjoyed her skewers while waiting for someone. The sky gradually darkened, and the crowd swelled, likely all drawn by the festivities of the Arasaka festival. A figure clad in a white vest emerged from the throng, and Valerie waved eagerly. "You're late. If you had come sooner. You wouldn't have to squeeze through the crowd like this," she commented. Lucy shot her a glance and replied, "I was busy helping you train, and almost lost track of time." "Well, it's my fault for not reminding you. What kind of trouble are you planning to stir up tonight?" Lucy inquired with a frown. "Arasaka Hanako will be attending this event," Valerie casually responded. "What? Do you intend to take her out?" Johnny, appearing from the side, interjected. "I'm not foolish, even if I wanted to make a move. Now would not be the time. Why would I assist Arasaka Raisin?" "So, you mean something will happen tonight?" Lucy whispered. "If I'm involved, yes." Valerie replied ambiguously. "Though at this moment, I'm merely a spectator, so it's uncertain." She couldn't be sure whether Takazumi Goro would approach Arasaka Hanako without her participation. As the floats took their positions, a colossal holographic projection illuminated the street, marking the commencement of the Arasaka festival. With no tasks at hand, Valerie could truly appreciate the parade floats, a visual spectacle that Arasaka had invested heavily in. "There is something happening." Lucy subtly pointed toward an advertisement board. "It seems he has arrived." Valerie recalled that a sniper was supposed to be stationed there, but now the sniper had vanished. "Who is he?" Johnny asked curiously. "How to describe him? The last samurai of Arasaka?" "What a load of nonsense," Johnny scoffed. Suddenly, Lucy seemed to spot something and nervously ducked behind Valerie. "What's wrong?" Valerie asked, puzzled. "On the float. That's Atom Smasher." Lucy's voice came through gritted teeth from behind her. "Don't worry. I'm here," Valerie replied, feigning nonchalance as she glanced at Atom Smasher patrolling the float. Atom seemed to sense the gaze and looked in Valerie's direction. In that instant, their eyes briefly met. "Damn it, Atom Smasher. How is he still alive?" Johnny gritted his teeth. "I'll settle the score with him, but not now." Valerie's words seemed directed at both Lucy and Johnny. She patted Lucy's shoulder, signaling her to relax. As the float passed by, Valerie noticed that the 3 sniper positions were unoccupied, and she said to Lucy, "Let us go. Things might get a bit chaotic." Just as they reached the ground level in the elevator, they heard a wave of gasps from the crowd above. "It seems Takazumi has succeeded," Valerie remarked casually as she lit a cigarette. "Takazumi? That's Arasaka Saburo's bodyguard, isn't it?" Lucy exclaimed in surprise. "This guy is a stubborn fool. He wants to take down Arasaka Raisin, and to do that, he needs to meet Arasaka Hanako tonight. But with Atom Smasher up there, how can he manage that?" Lucy frowned. "I couldn't understand it either," Valerie replied, glancing at the float that had come to a halt above them. "But once I began acting as a middleman, I realized some things. Arasaka Hanako is most likely a decoy." "A decoy? If it's meant to lure a bodyguard, that bait seems a bit excessive." Lucy mused. "It's meant to draw out all the high-ranking loyalists to Arasaka Saburo," Valerie replied casually. "What exactly does Arasaka Raisin intend to do?" Lucy felt increasingly perplexed by the unfolding events. Arasaka Raisin wishes to challenge the company's structure. His previous attempts with the gangs have failed. Now, he aims to seize control of Arasaka and dismantle it from within. The son of Arasaka Saburo wants to overturn the company? That is perhaps the most ludicrous joke I've heard, Johnny scoffed. He won't succeed. At best, he'll only bring down the Arasaka family business. Valerie called for a car and took the driver's seat. But this world isn't solely dominated by Arasaka. In some respects, he is as naive as Johnny Silverhand. "It's better than those who do nothing and just wait for death," Johnny complained. "The depths of Night City are profound. I want to even mention the giants like Arasaka, Military Tech, and Kong Tao. There is also Zetatech, Kiant, Biotech, and even Petrochem are watching closely. And let us not forget how Night City got its name." Night Corporation Lucy, seated in the passenger seat, replied with a serious expression. "Yes, we should observe the changes and wait for the right moment," Valerie said as she started the car and departed from Japantown. "In a few days, I plan to explore Dogtown. Will you join me?" Valerie asked. "If Night City is a cesspool, then Dogtown is the foulest part of it," Lucy scoffed. "I have no intention of going to that hellhole." She had briefly stayed in Dogtown while evading Arasaka, and the place felt utterly uninhabitable to her. "I'm quite curious about what Dogtown is like, a place without corporate oversight." Johnny stretched his legs out in the back seat. Valerie, however, dismissed him. "There's no such place as truly escaping the corporate grasp. It's merely a difference between being fed shit openly or covertly. Chapter 23. The Price Cell. Have you decided how much you want to charge? After a day of discomfort from the sand-filled meal in the Badlands, V returned to Night City and headed to Afterlife. Eager for a couple of drinks to settle her stomach, she unexpectedly encountered Valerie at the bar and approached her to chat. Huh? I don't recall you owing me any money, Valerie feigned confusion, responding. Go to hell. V chuckled mockingly, lifted the cocktail glass brimming with vibrant hues, and, sipping through the straw, inquired, I was referring to Judy. Did you not rescue Evelyn Parker from the clutches of the scavengers? Pondering for a moment, Valerie took a sip of her drink and replied, I do have a plan, but it's difficult to ascertain its reliability. Oh, you actually doubt your own scheme? V jested. I presumed you were perpetually confident in your strategies. Valerie shot V a glare, retorting with irritation, that heist was a complete setup by you. Well then, why not share it with me so I can offer my counsel? V asked with curiosity. Valerie scanned the surroundings, ensuring no members of the Tiger's Claw gang were in sight. Then whispered to V, I intend to seize control of Cloudtop. What on earth? Cloudtop? Seize control? V pondered whether the individual before her was experiencing a malfunction akin to a faulty chip. As she was audaciously contemplating acquiring one of the most notorious dens of iniquity in Night City. Keep your voice down, Valerie exclaimed, delivering a sharp pat on the shoulder of her companion. The raucous crew of the Tiger Claws was notoriously unproductive, and the women laboring there expressed considerable discontent. Fortunately, Judy had some connections at Cloudtop, and with a bit of my assistance, securing the establishment should not pose a significant challenge. However, the subsequent management could prove to be quite problematic. I alone could not possibly handle an enterprise of such magnitude. Furthermore, should we seize the den from the Tiger Claws, retaliation was inevitable, and I could not monitor the situation incessantly. Are you suggesting we collaborate with the gang? V inquired, her brow furrowing. She recalled that aside from the Tiger Claws, the Japanese street was predominantly inhabited by scattered scavengers, and the Vortex gang had no foothold in that territory. It would be prudent to partner with a local power broker, Valerie replied. A gang? Who could we possibly rely upon? She began counting on her fingers for V. The Tiger Claws? I'm currently plotting to extract their fangs. The Vortex gang? They're nothing but cyber-psychotic lunatics. The Moxes? As long as they can safeguard Lizzie S. Barr, that's all we can hope for. Scavengers? They are nothing but scum, a disjointed bunch. A local power broker? Then you should approach Waka, V suggested. V, as it stands, I do know Waka, but we are not on familiar terms. It's often said that rivals are found among peers, particularly when it comes to intermediaries like Waka, Valerie continued, her gaze fixated intently on V. Why are you staring at me? V asked, feeling somewhat bewildered. What do you think about taking the lead this time? Valerie proposed. V swiftly declined, exclaiming, What nonsense is this? I am merely a mercenary. If you wish for me to dismantle the establishment at Yunding, that is a matter we might consider. However, such long-term dealings are not within my purview. I did not send you to negotiate a business deal. Rather, I requested you to have a casual conversation with Hajizi. Simply mention that there are individuals who disapprove of the nefarious activities conducted by the Tiger Claw gang and are contemplating the destruction of the Yunding establishment. To gauge her sentiments, V pondered for a moment before inquiring, if Wagako were to ask me whose idea this was, how should I respond? Simply state that it was a list I heard about, Valerie replied while toying with the lighter in her hand. And then observe whether she intends to discuss it with you or come directly to me. Very well then, I shall certainly give it a try. Once V had finished responding, it seemed as if a sudden thought struck him, prompting his curiosity. By the way, I heard you intend to venture into Dogtown? Indeed. I plan to go in a few days. It takes time to find someone to arrange the necessary permits, after all. That place is not under the jurisdiction of Night City, Valerie replied with a smile. Why do you ask? Are you interested as well? A bit. I heard from some people in the know that a lavish banquet is to be held there soon, and many prominent figures will attend, V said, his voice tinged with yearning. Then, shifting the subject, V squinted at Valerie and inquired, But I feel, given your character, unless absolutely necessary, you wouldn't venture to such places, would you? Valerie paused, her hand playing with the lighter, and responded somewhat evasively, V. Do you truly intend to be a mercenary for life? What does that have to do with me? V raised an eyebrow in intrigue. If the chip embedded in your brain cannot be removed, then yes, Valerie stated calmly, gesturing to the location of the chip slot. And what does that have to do with being a mercenary? V pressed further. My mercenary career ended the moment I left Dogtown, Valerie replied. her gaze drifting to the hanging glasses above the bar, her expression tinged with melancholy, both physically and mentally. Do you still wish to return there? V finds herself somewhat perplexed by Valerie's thoughts. If given the chance to choose again, she would undoubtedly refrain from venturing into the Arasaka Tower. I never intended to be a mere pawn, Valerie replied with a smile, expressing her belief that the corporations in Night City have been living a rather complacent existence. Without some change, life becomes exceedingly dull. This sentiment resonated with me. Johnny appeared on the other side. Is it dangerous? V inquired. In Night City, what isn't dangerous? Valerie responded softly, it's far more thrilling than stealing goods, and it offers the opportunity to meet the new president of the United States face to face. What? No way. V exclaimed, her expression tinged with suspicion. You're not trying to lure me onto your pirate ship, are you? Would you be interested in joining me on a Back to the Future adventure? Valerie openly suggested, producing a cigarette box and offering it to V, indicating whether she wished to partake. V lightly tapped the table with her fingers, pondering for several seconds. Ultimately, as if having made a resolute decision, she extracted a cigarette from the offered pack and placed it between her lips. She inquired, so, how shall we determine the compensation this time? Valerie ignited her lighter, simultaneously assisting V in lighting her cigarette as she replied, once you venture into the black market of Dogtown, you may purchase any lightweight weaponry or cyberware that catches your eye. I shall cover the expenses. If we secure Cloud Op, after allocating the share to Kogitsu, the remaining profits will be equally divided between us. Furthermore, I shall endeavor to procure for you a mysterious gift of military-grade technology that is not available on the open market. Such grand promises, V remarked, her understanding of the impending dangers deepening, a hint of exhilaration flashing across her face as she responded, indeed, this venture is no trivial matter. Isn't painting a grand picture the hallmark of a middleman? Valerie replied with a smile. I can agree to your terms, V stated with grave seriousness. But you must also promise me that Jack will not be involved this time. Of course, I need only arrange our credentials, Valerie answered with a grin. V could not help but curl his lips in disdain and remarked, so you've been plotting against me all along, have you? I had intended to give this to you regardless of your consent. Valerie, draping her arm around V's shoulder like an old friend, added, besides, even if you refuse, securing a free pass to Dogtown is still a win, isn't it? Damn it, corporate dogs are truly calculating. V chuckled as he playfully scolded her, then rose to his feet, saying, I will first reach out to Kogetsu and see if we can make progress with the Yunding deal. I await your good news. Valerie raised her glass and toast. I too look forward to visiting the upscale establishments of 2077. Johnny chimed in merrily. What do you know about visiting? Do you even have the means? V retorted. Chapter 24. Yunding Judy, how is Evelyn Parker faring? Early in the morning, on the balcony of Yunding, Valerie and V encountered Judy, who appeared haggard. Thank goodness you advised me to tie her up first. I hadn't anticipated she had endured so much. Judy's voice trailed off as she sniffled. Judy, it will pass, Valerie reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. This is V. You have met before. Do you remember? Valerie gestured towards V, who stood beside her. Judy glanced between V and Valerie and inquired, I meant to ask her last time. What is your relationship? Valerie chuckled softly without responding. V rolled his eyes and replied, had you asked me that question last time at the Ritz, perhaps I would not have boarded her ship. Now that you ask, I can only say it is classified. Let us set aside such trivial matters. We are here to discuss with Maiko Maeda. Valerie shifted the conversation. I'll handle the door, Judy said as she approached a junction box on the balcony. She skillfully opened the box and began to tinker with it. Oh, this security. It's unlikely to be easily bypassed on the first attempt. Do you know how to navigate their system? V inquired with keen interest. Oh, you understand this? Valerie chuckled lightly, asking. V rolled her eyes and chose to ignore her. It should be fine. I guess they haven't made any updates since I left last time. Judy replied. Looks like I was right. It's as flimsy as paper. Just as she finished speaking, she completed her task and closed the box. Follow me. Judy opened the balcony door and led Valerie and V into the elegantly furnished office. Judy Alvarez. Sitting behind the desk, Maiko Maeda extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray. She intended to say she was pleased to meet them, but she disliked lying. Nor did she appreciate uninvited guests, as she made clear. Yes, and I know why you dislike it, Judy retorted, her tone sharp. We came to discuss matters concerning Cloud Op. How? Planning to return? That's fine. You know I have always valued your skills, Maiko Maeda said with a look of disdain. Bringing these twins along. Are you all looking to join forces? Valerie flinched at her words. Meanwhile, V, unperturbed, stepped forward, grasping Maiko by the neck and lifting her from the chair, threatening, "I detest your tone. And even more so the content of your words. Surely, you've heard how J.H. Sitar met his demise, right? Do you think your neck is tougher than his skull?" Maiko couldn't help but recall how she had recently learned of J.H. Sitar's death. He had been brutally choked to death, his brain matter reduced to a mushy pulp. "What do you want?" Maiko's voice trembled as she asked. "The thugs from the Tiger Claw gang will be here in a few minutes. So let's cut to the chase and discuss business." Valerie took a cigarette from the desk and lit it. "I want the Tiger Claw gang to vacate Cloudtop. And then it will belong to me. I'll position you to take Sato Hiromi's place. What do you think? Is this deal worthwhile? Just the three of you?" Though Maiko was being choked, she still doubted their ability to evict the Tiger Claw gang from Cloudtop. V scoffed at her words with a dismissive smile. "Have you heard of the name Kenji Morikawa? That scoundrel is about to trample upon Regina Jones. Can you guess who orchestrated her downfall? And what about the shiny factory on Veroni Street in the Little Chinatown?" Bong. V released his grip, causing Maiko Maeda to collapse back into her chair. "Your task is straightforward. In the next few days, summon the leader of the Tiger Claw gang to the rooftop apartment of Hiromi Sato. As for the rest, I will handle it." Once Valerie finished speaking, she gestured for V and Judy to leave. "Oh, and remember to send someone to collect the body of Wallace first. Consider it your advance payment." A few minutes later, the trio infiltrated the office of the man known as the Woodman. "Who are you?" Oswald First, the infamous Woodman, reached for his gun, only to have V swiftly knock it from his hand. Before First could retaliate, V delivered a powerful punch, knocking him unconscious, dragging him like a lifeless carcass. V brought him to the window and unceremoniously tossed him out. "Let's wait for news from Maeda tomorrow. This scum is merely an appetizer." Valerie discarded her cigarette but out the window as well. Upon reaching the ground floor, they beheld the mangled remains of the Woodman sprawled across the street. Judy, recalling Evelyn's harrowing experiences, spat contemptuously. They waited just a day before Judy received word from Maeda, stating that the Tiger Claw leader would be arriving at Sato's apartment today to address the Woodman's demise. Valerie immediately gathered Judy, V, and Jack to head to the rooftop. Lucy was on standby, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. The Connor Squad's hovercar was en route, expected to arrive in 5 minutes. "Await my signal to initiate the assault," Lucy communicated. "When did you acquire the hovercar?" V inquired. "I merely rented it," Valerie replied. "Owning a hovercar is exorbitantly expensive, and one must navigate a myriad of bureaucratic hurdles to operate it in the city. Judy and I will handle their systems on the maintenance level, while Jack and V will wait for my signal at the main entrance. The mercenaries will breach from the balcony, and you two will enter through the front. We will sandwich the Tiger Claw guards, ensure not to harm any patrons or guests. Understood?" The group nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed in phases. Judy and I will go first." With that, Valerie beckoned Judy into the elevator. The maintenance level housed merely 3 Tiger Claw guards. Judy glanced at Valerie, asking, "Are you going to be all right?" Valerie smiled, saying nothing as her Manus blade sprang from her arms. In less than 10 seconds, Valerie eliminated the trio of thugs, leaving Judy scarcely able to discern their movements. "It seems you won TB needing the powered exoskeleton arm I crafted for you after all," Judy remarked while tinkering with the Cloud System's wiring box. "I still have it in the trunk. You never know when it might come in handy," Valerie replied, lighting a cigarette and waiting idly. "Damn it. The Woodman's demise must have heightened their alertness. They reinforced their defenses." Judy pounded her fist against the wall in frustration. "Lucy, it's your turn." Valerie stepped forward, inserting a signal receiver into the control console. Lucy quickly breached their defenses, accessing the back end of their system and taking control of the Cloud's security network. "You can access the upper floors via that external elevator," Lucy instructed. Valerie entered the elevator alone, leaving Judy to guard the maintenance level. "V, Jack, are you in position?" Valerie inquired from the elevator. "We've been ready for quite some time," V responded. "What about the Connor Squad?" "They're on standby at the balcony," Lucy replied. "Let us commence." "I've reached the rooftop." Valerie stepped out of the elevator. At the entrance of the Cloud, V and Jack strode in boldly. The receptionist barely had time to greet them before V brandished his gun, pointing it at her head. "Hands on your head, get down, or you'll lose your life," V threatened. Jack also drew his twin pistols as he entered the service area, remarking, "V, you'll need to help me testify to Misty. I'm not here for leisure." Meanwhile, Valerie leapt from the rooftop to the apartment balcony, swiftly neutralizing the bodyguards within the top-floor apartment. Arriving at the door to the meeting room, The cloud has been secured. The Connor squad is returning to the hovercar and will rendezvous with you shortly. Lucy conveyed through the comms. As Valerie approached the door, she overheard a furious tirade in Japanese from within, lamenting the management's incompetence in handling the incident and its detrimental impact on business. Valerie boldly opened the door, stating, "Your business at the cloud is irrelevant from this moment onward." Maeda stepped aside, quietly rubbing her temples, while Hiromi Sato shouted, "Who the hell are you? Where are the security guards? They're all dead, and you're far too loud," Valerie retorted, drawing her pistol and executing Sato with a single shot to the head. She then turned her attention to the remaining two Tiger Claw leaders. "As for you two, Wakako requested that I spare your lives," Valerie stated bluntly. "If you wish to live, obediently descend via the elevator. Who do you think you are?" The Tiger Claw leader scoffed, but their derision was cut short by the sounds of commotion from outside. They glanced toward the window to see a sleek, black Atlas hovercar hovering ominously. For M251 Ajax rifles extended from the vehicle's open side door, their dark muzzles trained on them. "So what do you believe you are now?" Valerie sneered. "If you're wise, you'll leave quickly. I can save myself a couple of bullets." Faced with such circumstances, the two Tiger Claw leaders dared not retaliate. Their faces darkened as they exited the conference room. Once they boarded the elevator, Valerie waved at the hovercar outside. The mercenary captain within acknowledged her with a nod before closing the side door. After the hovercar departed, Maeda, who had remained silent until now, furrowed her brow and asked, "The cloud is yours now, but how can you ensure the Tiger Claw gang won't return? The Arasaka internal situation is chaotic, and their patrons are preoccupied with their own troubles. Some interests they wish to retain must be relinquished. Moreover, this is Wakako's concern. She did not acquire her 40% stake in the cloud without reason." Valerie stepped forward, grasping a katana from the table. Suddenly, she unsheathed the blade, pressing its edge against Maeda's throat, and declared, "I know you're ambitious and understand the rules of the game. Now that Hiromi Sato's position and this apartment belong to you, devise a new operational plan promptly. I'll grant you 10% of the cloud's profits. However, I must caution you, if the cloud descends into chaos akin to the Woodman's reign, your fate will mirror his." With that, Valerie sheathed the sword, smiling as she patted Maeda's shoulder and exited the room, as if she had not just issued a grave threat. "Do you know what's more disgusting than a corporate dog?" Johnny appeared beside Valerie, mocking her. "Those who aspire to run a company. How unfortunate." "I used to be one of those corporate dogs," Valerie replied. "Even more unfortunate is that the world we inhabit now still adheres to market economics. And it's far worse than the year 2023 you hail from." Chapter 25, Shadows of the Past. How effective is the encrypted communication channel? Valerie is currently testing the communication function of the subnet program, which has been reconstructed from source code extracted by Lucy from the Neptune subnet in an A model. To facilitate this, Valerie has purchased a new server. "The results are quite impressive," V remarked while gripping the steering wheel. "By the way, how much did this set you back?" Having just obtained the pass for Dogtown, Valerie eagerly summoned V to accompany her to Pacific State. Having seen news of the new American president, Miles, taking off in his private plane. "Actually, it wasn't that expensive. The server I bought is only 1/5 the specification of the Voodoo Gang setup." Sitting in the passenger seat, Valerie replied, "I don't need a data fortress. And there aren't that many people connected." It was quite a hassle to set up that water-cooled compartment. Johnny interjected from the back seat, mocking her. "Putting the server in the flooded old district? How did you even come up with that? Not only does it utilize water cooling for heat dissipation, but it also offers excellent concealment." "It's a brilliant solution," Valerie retorted, glancing at the rearview mirror. "The CE is currently being deployed, but as for its effectiveness, we will need further adjustments to know for sure." Lucy is also connected to the subnet, overseeing monitoring and debugging tasks. "By the way, why do I have to drive?" V shot a sideways glance at Valerie. "Because I am the intermediary, and you are the bodyguard." Valerie countered, turning to face her. "Damn it. I'm already regretting being a mercenary." V grumbled. "At least I'll finish this one time," Valerie said, pulling out a cigarette. However, before she could ignite it, a communication alert sounded. The caller ID read Song Jame. "Can you hear me, Miss Valerie?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, Valerie silently smiled and lit her cigarette. "Of course. But may I ask who you are?" She replied. "Ah, as long as you can hear me, that's good. My name is Song Xiaomei, but you may call me Nightingale. I know who you are, and I am aware that the death of Arasaka Saburo is linked to you, as well as your condition. Are you threatening me?" Valerie replied with a cold laugh. "No, not at all. Listen, Inserting a relic chip only addresses the symptoms, but does not cure the root cause. I have a method to completely heal your neural damage. Provided you can fulfill my request. Go ahead, but I don't accept just any commission. Valerie feigned indifference. Not now, it's inconvenient to discuss. We'll talk more once we reach Dogtown. With that, the call ended. Who was that? V inquired, glancing at Valerie. A clumsy chess player. Valerie replied with a smile. By the way, how long is this queue going to take? She leaned out the car window, observing the line of vehicles waiting for security checks, having been stuck at the intersection for over 10 minutes. How the hell should I know? This is my first time here. V impatiently drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. After what felt like an eternity, their car finally passed through security and entered Dogtown. Not long after they arrived, Lucy's voice came through the subnet link. Valerie. Someone is attempting to hack into your system. I see that their attack channel is Blackwall. Valerie replied. It's her. Let her in. I hope you won't regret it, Lucy warned. Johnny, you should log off for now. Valerie glanced at Johnny Silverhand, who was lounging in the back seat with his legs crossed. What? Before Johnny could finish his sentence, he transformed into a stream of data and vanished from the back seat. Unlike before, when the chip was fused with his brain, Valerie now possessed the highest command authority over the relic chip. I must admit, I can't breach your CE so easily. The hacker behind you clearly exceeds my expectations. Song Xiaomei's figure took Johnny's place. So, Miss Nightingale, can you elaborate on the details of the commission? Valerie asked coldly. Currently, my physical form is aboard the Ark-1. The new President of the United States, Rosalind Miles, is sitting directly across from me. And so? Valerie replied flatly. You seem oddly unfazed. Having witnessed Arasaka Saburo being choked to death by his own son, she felt no surprise even with Miles before her. Please, get to the specifics of the commission. Our plane has been compromised and is now heading towards Night City. We are likely to make an emergency landing in Dogtown shortly due to interference, which has interrupted conventional communications. I can only intrude into your relic for a face-to-face discussion. Isn't it just a hack? With your skills, couldn't you just counter-hack? Valerie flicked ash from her cigarette. I could, but I would need 24 hours and the right equipment with unlimited coffee. Right now, I have neither. Since you know we are about to land in Dogtown, why not seek assistance from a local intermediary? Valerie continued. Are you referring to Mr. Hans? He was a former executive at Petrochemical. Are you suggesting that the new president appealed to a Dixie for help? Then it seems I am your only hope. Valerie said with a smile, causing V, who was driving, to feel uneasy at her inexplicable laughter. Indeed, ensuring the president's safety is my primary task for you. The emergency landing itself poses no threat, but the real issue lies within Dogtown. You must rescue the president before anyone else. All right, let us discuss our commission fee, Valerie replied. I can restore your damaged neural center completely. Don't you realize that in Night City, the most futile rhetoric is to dangle promises before an intermediary? I need something tangible as a down payment. Valerie displayed her disinterest in her promises. Due to the experimental nature of your relic, it has a considerable amount of redundant waste data. I've optimized it and installed military-grade combat software. Valerie raised an eyebrow at the newly loaded combat software displayed on the system interface. Not enough. I could acquire something like this from the black market for a bit more money. I require something more practical. I don't believe I can provide anything more useful at this time. I heard that your new American CIA has a morphing camouflage technology. Give me 2 of them, complete with the full technical documentation. Shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Song Xiaomei hesitated for a moment and asked, how do you know? Not only you can investigate my affairs, Miss Nightingale. Besides, I want this technology to better execute the commission. The CIA would never agree to such a request. I'm not asking the CIA. I'm asking you, Song Xiaomei, Valerie asserted firmly. After a brief silence, Song Xiaomei relented. I'll send you the technical documents right away. But you'll need to figure out how to procure the hardware on your own. I can only provide you with an address. With that, she transmitted a set of files to Valerie. I don't wish to be unreasonable, but this is a matter of opposing Hansen on his own turf in Dogtown. I understand. I suggest you find a vantage point for observing the landing site. I think the roof of that construction site would be quite suitable. Absolutely not. If anything dangerous occurs up there, should I jump down or stay put? I don't have a parachute. Valerie curtly declined. Very well. However, I suggest you find a location where the landing site can be determined at once. I am merely the intermediary. Please do not instruct me on how to perform my duties, Miss Employer. Valerie then glanced at V, who had been waiting patiently by the roadside, and inquired, Did you bring the equipment? V remained silent, merely brandishing the electromagnetic handgun, pulling back the slide. Valerie nodded and suggested, "Let us find a scenic spot." Chapter 26. Crash Site. Lark, are you still there? Valerie and V stood on a high vantage point, surveying the streets of Dogtown. What's the matter? The digital image of Lark appeared beside Valerie. I recommend you prepare for impact. No sooner had Valerie spoken than an anti-air missile ascended from deep within Dogtown. Damn! Before Lark could finish, another missile followed suit, detonating in close proximity to the aircraft. The president. You must. Lark's voice crackled intermittently. With a thunderous roar, the second missile struck the plane directly, causing it to plunge rapidly. Lark's communication abruptly ceased. Wow, that emergency landing was quite the spectacle. The dramatic descent left V momentarily astonished. This is what we call a crash. It's time for us to act. Valerie patted V on the shoulder and turned towards the car. As V drove towards the crash site, Lark re-established the connection. Okay, I'm back. Sounds like it was quite a fall. Valerie remarked nonchalantly. Just jumped out. Safe landing. What about the president? I got Myers into the safety pod before ejection. You need to hurry to the wreckage and rescue her. I'm on my way, Valerie replied, glancing in the rearview mirror. But there's bad news. The Phantom Hound reinforcements are right beside me. Vehicles adorned with the Phantom Hound insignia sped past Valerie's car. Damn, this is quite the situation. Even if we make it there, it will be difficult to extract her, let alone get her out of Dogtown. He gritted his teeth, watching the hover cars zip through the sky. Once we find Myers, we can take her to Elizabeth Crest Street. For now, that's south the safest place in Dogtown. Lark inadvertently answered V's query. Valerie turned to V, saying, Lark mentioned finding a secure location. Once we have the president, we can bring her there. Let us hope your employer is truly reliable. V expressed his concern. As the car approached an intersection, V spotted the Phantom Hound forces setting up a blockade not far ahead. What now? V halted the vehicle by the roadside, looking at Valerie. While breaching a blockade might not be difficult for the two of us, Valerie indicated a pile of debris to the left, I think. We should circumvent it for now. Valerie and V arrived at a dilapidated second floor, spotting two Phantom Hound soldiers engaged in conversation. Valerie made a slashing gesture across her throat, and V nodded in agreement. One soldier, offering a cigarette, met with V's swift execution, while the other, caught off guard by his comrade's fate, fell victim to Valerie's blade, piercing through his throat. In seamless coordination, the two swiftly navigated to a nearby crane. Below, the Phantom Hound troops were locked in fierce combat with advanced military combat robots amidst the ruins. I'll go down to find her. Cover me, V declared as he climbed onto the crane's arm. Valerie positioned the electromagnetic rifle she had seized from the road, taking aim at the Phantom Hound soldiers amidst the debris. As V descended from above, he struck one of the three Hellhound soldiers below with a powerful, double-fisted blow, instantly dispatching him. The other two soldiers, caught off guard, had yet to turn around when Valerie unleashed two consecutive shots, obliterating their heads. Simultaneously, as the sound of the Catgirl's sniper rifle echoed, V swiftly retrieved the fallen D5 copper-striped serpent and began to unleash a hail of gunfire upon the Hellhound squad ahead. Not far off, the Hellhound unit, unaware of V's presence, was about to turn at the sound of gunfire when they were caught in a sudden and decisive ambush, leaving no survivors. While V reloaded his weapon, Valerie leapt from the crane, cradling the Catgirl, and landed beside him. More enemies lurked within the wreckage. Peering through the gaps in the collapsed debris, Valerie glimpsed the remnants of an aircraft and a greater number of Hellhound soldiers. I shall slay as many as I encounter, V replied, exerting force on the D5 copper-striped serpent S lever. V swiftly navigated through the ruins, only to confront two spectral canine soldiers. With precision and decisiveness, she squeezed the trigger, dispatching the soldiers with two short bursts. In a seamless motion, she darted behind a nearby cover, engaging in a fierce exchange of fire with the returning spectral canine soldiers not far away. Under the crossfire provided by the arriving Valerie, the duo eliminated several more adversaries. They alternated in providing cover, steadily advancing through the debris-laden corridors, until they found themselves nearing the wreckage of an aircraft. However, a heavily armored foe stood in their path, wielding a Type 31 heavy machine gun, unleashing a relentless barrage in the narrow passageway, effectively obstructing V and Valerie's movements. V retrieved a flashbang and glanced back at Valerie, who was concealed behind a pillar. She signaled her intention to throw it, to which Valerie nodded in affirmation. As soon as Valerie saw V remove the safety pin and toss the flashbang outward, she began charging her cat-like electromagnetic rifle. The instant the flashbang detonated with a blinding light, Valerie swiftly aimed her fully charged rifle and leaned out to fire a tungsten round from the chamber. A spark flickered at the head of the heavily armored soldier, and then his entire head erupted. After the two had dispatched the enemies present, they hurriedly made their way into the wreckage of the aircraft. "Are there any survivors inside?" The Lark inquired over the comms. "A sea of corpses. I am searching for the president." V proceeded cautiously with her weapon drawn, arriving at a half-open door. She glanced back at Valerie, who was vigilantly guarding their surroundings with her own firearm. Valerie nodded subtly, signaling V to open the door. As V opened the door, a woman armed with a rifle emerged, attempting to strike V with the butt of her weapon. Reacting swiftly, V seized the rifle stock with one hand while using the other to grip the woman's wrist, forcefully pinning both her and the weapon against the wall. "Let go." The woman gritted through her teeth. "You were the one who initiated this. You expect me to release you?" V retorted with fury. "V, release her," Valerie shouted from outside, joined by Miles, who cautioned against reckless actions. "That depends on who you are," V declared. "I am V, sent by Nightingale to rescue you." Before she could finish, Valerie burst through the door, sending both women crashing to the ground. This was followed by a violent explosion from outside. "Damn it." President Miles picked up the fallen rifle and charged out, firing while swearing. "You refuse to let go. Is the president of the new America this fierce?" V remarked as she rose and retrieved the rifle. "She initiated the unification war, don't you think?" Valerie shook her head, drawing her RT-46 Storm from its holster. Leaning against the wall, reinforcements from the Hellhounds had arrived, even bringing a mech. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by V's fire on the mech, Valerie struck the mech's weak point identified by the military combat software with her RT-46 Storm. The mech erupted in sparks and toppled, exploding shortly thereafter. "Well done. You should join my ranks," President Miles exclaimed excitedly while continuing to fire his weapon. "Forget it. I'm not ready to serve the government just yet," Valerie responded, swiftly dispatching another enemy. Despite the numerous reinforcements, the trio quickly cleared the area of adversaries with their relentless firepower. "Are you still there, Nightingale?" Valerie inquired. "Valerie, what's the situation?" "It's manageable. All three of us are still alive. Don't forget, the safe house is on Elizabeth Crest Street. I'm not suffering from Alzheimer's. But given the circumstances, we need to extricate ourselves first." Valerie glanced at the approaching octodrone in the sky and urged V and President Miles. "This place is no longer safe. We must retreat." Chapter 27. Escape from the siege. "My men are all dead. All because of me." President Miles gritted his teeth. Valerie and V lifted the gate, allowing Miles to enter first. "Seems I must tread carefully as well," Valerie chuckled softly. "Hansen's forces aren't limited to just this. You have no idea how deep this water runs," Miles said as he approached the balcony, peering outside. "We've been compromised. This indicates someone is aiding Hansen, likely from Washington. The new American government must be aware of the plane crash, and satellites can track our landing in Dogtown. Unless the conspiracy here is even more convoluted than we imagined. Hansen must have begun a propaganda war. Consequently, my men will find it increasingly difficult to cross the border. While in Dogtown, do you have any insiders or contacts?" Valerie asked, maintaining her composure. Miles shot her a piercing glance, then fell silent for a moment before replying, "Honestly, I trust no one right now. I have no clue at all." V found herself somewhat lost in thought as she listened to Miles. When she finally returned to reality, she noticed Valerie's penetrating gaze fixed upon her. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Why are you looking at me?" "I'm merely a hired hand. If you trust the Nightingale," Valerie replied, redirecting her attention from V to Miles. "Then we should proceed to the safe house she has arranged before making further plans." Upon hearing this, Miles nodded, preparing to move forward. However, just as she lifted her foot to take a couple of steps, she suddenly clutched her neck, exclaiming, "Wait, damn it." She hurried back to the balcony, shattered an empty glass bottle with her foot, and picked up a shard of glass to ignite her lighter, warming the fragment. "If Hansen has an informant in Washington, he could track me down at any time and place. I have a subcutaneous tracker implanted. I must extract it immediately. If I inadvertently damage an artery nearby, we could be in serious trouble. Who will assist me?" Miles extended the glass shard to the two. Valerie looked to V, who waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I'm heavy-handed. It's better if you do it." With a resigned sigh, Valerie accepted the shard and deftly made an incision on Miles's neck. As Valerie tossed the extracted tracker over the balcony, the sound of a drone's jet engine echoed nearby. "Quick, take cover." The three swiftly concealed themselves behind the wall. Once the drone departed, the Nightingale's voice crackled back through the communication channel. "Valerie, I'm here. The president is temporarily safe. How about you?" Valerie replied, "Currently secure. But that could change. Make your way to the rooftop. We'll discuss the rest later." The Nightingale informed them that they needed to ascend further. Valerie pointed towards the elevator at the end of the corridor and said to Miles and V, "We need to get to the roof." Upon reaching the elevator, Valerie noted, "The power's out. There should be a maintenance shaft nearby." She then glanced at V, who shrugged with a look of exasperation, saying, "Fine, I'll go find it." Before long, the elevator restored power and began its descent. Damn it. As the adjacent door opened, V emerged, brushing dust off herself. How long has this forsaken place been abandoned? After they entered the elevator, Valerie pressed the button for the highest floor. The hotel is in ruins. Yet the elevator still operates. "Do you think they'll all notice?" Miles asked, holding her gun. 23rd floor. Are we expected to climb?" Valerie retorted, glancing upwards. "I have no issue with that," V replied nonchalantly. The trio soon reached the top floor, which actually led to the streets below, albeit from a high vantage point in Dogtown. With the Nightingale's assistance, they easily evaded the drones circling this level and arrived at the dilapidated lobby of the hotel. "It seems they've prepared a vehicle for us," Valerie noted, eyeing the Hellhound vehicle parked outside. "But there are quite a few of them," V remarked, pursing her lips. "Leave the ones above to me. Can you handle those bulky soldiers down there?" Valerie gestured towards a few Hellhound soldiers near the vehicle. "You should worry about yourself," V replied, flexing her wrist. 2 minutes later, Valerie drove the Hellhound vehicle, ferrying V and Miles towards Elizabeth Rex Street. "By the way, do all intermediaries in Night City possess skills like yours?" Miles inquired curiously from the back seat. "I used to be a mercenary. But after trusting the wrong person, I switched careers," Valerie replied nonchalantly. "I doubt all presidents share your level of expertise," V interjected with a smirk. The Hellhounds are closing in. V cast a glance in the rearview mirror and noticed the approaching vehicles of the Spectral Hound unit. "Hold on tight," Valerie exclaimed, sharply turning the steering wheel and slamming on the brakes. The entire vehicle began to skid and drift. Valerie pulled out her RT-46 Storm and extended it out of the window as the driver's side faced the pursuing Spectral Hound vehicles. She activated the CNY Ziston and squeezed the trigger. A flash of lightning erupted, and a spray of crimson erupted from the driver's seat of the pursuing vehicle, causing it to lose control and crash into the roadside. After shaking off their pursuers, Valerie steered the car into the parking lot of their destination. "Ah, finally some peace," Miles remarked as he exited the vehicle. "Peace? I wouldn't say so," Valerie retorted, lighting a cigarette for herself as V remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. Valerie approached the elevator and pressed the button to summon it. "Dogtown, you've all played a part in its ruin, haven't you?" Miles inquired. "Hey, you're the first job I've picked up in Dogtown," Valerie replied curtly, adding, "Besides, Hanson didn't send me." Miles was left speechless, while V discreetly gave Valerie a thumbs up. The trio arrived at the exhibition hall on the first floor. "Wow, it looks like a museum," V remarked, gazing curiously at the exhibits in the hall. If the infrastructure projects in Pacific State hadn't collapsed, these scenes would have come to fruition. "Perhaps," Valerie pointed out, indicating a painting on the wall. "It's surprising they didn't collapse," V scoffed. Having grown accustomed to the sight of abandoned buildings in Night City due to her upbringing in Haywood, the three passed through the exhibition hall and stood before a tightly closed door. "Lark? No good. It's jammed. Let's take it apart," Valerie suggested, looking back at V. "Everyone step aside," V said, flexing her hands before forcefully prying the door open. They entered what resembled an armory. "The elevator is over there," Valerie pointed out. V rushed over to press the button, only to discover that the elevator was locked. "It won't work," V exclaimed. "Bad news. Hanson's goons have caught wind of us and are on their way," Lark warned over the comms. Valerie rummaged through some plastic explosives, pulling back the tarp. "Is that Chimera?" the president exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the mechanical legs revealed beneath the tarp. "What are you doing?" V asked, puzzled. "Just a precaution. I hope it will suffice," Valerie replied, attaching the plastic explosives to the joints of the mech. "Lark just informed me that Hanson's goons are almost here." No sooner had Valerie finished speaking than explosions erupted around them. She quickly gestured for V and Miles to find cover. The Spectral Hound unit launched an assault through the breached entrance. "Lark, how long until that thing can move?" 2 minutes. Hold them off for 2 minutes. Valerie instructed V. Damn it. Cover me. V shouted as her rifle ran dry. More and more spectral hound soldiers poured in from multiple directions, intensifying the fire they were under. At that moment, the mech finally sprang to life, its mounted rotary cannon unleashing a torrent of ammunition. Ultimately, it fired off over a dozen micromissiles, instantly clearing the area of spectral hound soldiers. Is it over? V cautiously peered out from behind cover. It should be. No further detection. Oh my god. Lark's voice echoed from the speakers of the Chimera mech. What do you mean, oh my god? V asked, bewildered. The Chimera is losing control. The mech began to thrash about uncontrollably. Valerie's expression turned grave as she declared, we're in real trouble now. What the hell? V exclaimed in frustration. Valerie retrieved a detonator and pressed the trigger, simultaneously igniting the plastic explosives affixed to the mech's joints. The damaged Chimera could no longer support its weight and collapsed to the ground. Give me a hand, V. Valerie shouted as she and V jumped onto the mech's back, pointing at a circular armored cover secured by 3 large clasps. V stepped forward with determination, forcefully prying open the latch and pushing aside the armored cover. Valerie extended her Mantis knife, severing the exposed core's power line, and skillfully extracted the core. Grenade. At Valerie's prompt, V produced a grenade and promptly inserted it into the machine, after which both leaped away from the mech in unison. The explosion resonated, marking the official destruction of the Chimera mech. Valerie exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over her. But was it truly over? The elevator had arrived. V wore a look of lingering apprehension as he gestured towards the elevator doors, which had already opened. Valerie beckoned the two to enter and pressed the button for the subway station level. The Lark has gone silent. We must proceed to the safe house. Chapter 28. Contingency Plan. A sense of unease permeated the air as Miles halted, furrowing his brow. Can you try contacting Song Xiaomei again? V, who was vigilantly guarding the rear with his rifle, turned to Valerie. I'll give it another shot, Valerie replied with a resigned expression, while she feigned calling the Lark. She discreetly inquired of Lucy through the subnet. Is the connection to the Black Wall still intact? Though some data remains, it appears to be severed. Lucy responded within the subnet. What is the verdict? Were you able to establish contact? Miles inquired. No, still no response, Valerie shrugged. Damn it. Tell me. What has happened to Xiaomei? Miles pressed. It can't be good. She might have been countered by Hansen's hackers. Just more misdirection, Johnny interjected, having been released by Valerie. Those in the hacking trade face the risk of being burned. It's a precarious situation. No, Shi Wu-Ti, Song Xiaomei has been off lately. Perhaps due to some unsavory encounter on the other side of the Black Wall, Miles remarked. Lucy overheard Miles and scoffed. But I believe she is making her way to the rendezvous point. I don't believe that, Valerie interrupted, asserting that the current circumstances made it uncertain whether the approaching figure was the Lark or Hansen's forces. What is your plan then? Miles asked, frowning. A contingency plan. I'll have you directly extracted from Dogtown, Valerie said, lighting a cigarette. An admirable thought. But can you fly? Even if you could. Breaking through Hansen's air defenses is another matter, Miles replied, arms crossed. Then we simply find someone who can fly and is capable of entering and exiting Dogtown properly. Valerie smiled in response. Where do we find such a person? Miles questioned, skeptical of the feasibility. We retrace our steps. You'll understand once we reach the surface. Valerie declared as she turned to head back, V rolling his eyes but following suit. Miles had no choice but to accompany Valerie as they returned to the surface. Upon reaching the street, the trio beheld over 20 spectral hound soldiers scouring the area. Are you certain your contingency plan isn't a rotten idea? Miles asked with irritation. Shoo. Valerie indicated a figure wobbling toward them from a distance. The silhouette appeared to be female, her eyes and the pair of auxiliary eyes on her forehead glowing with an eerie red light. Something about her seems familiar, V murmured. The nearby spectral hound soldiers quickly noticed the approaching figure, raising their weapons and calling out, Who goes there? Get lost. As the soldiers' command fell from their lips, the figure's arms unleashed a pair of mantis blades. The soldiers, with guns trained on her, decisively pulled the triggers, yet their efforts were too slow. In an instant, the figure lunged forward, her sharp blades plunging into the chest of one soldier, cleaving him in half with a swift motion. Open fire. Quickly, open fire. The other soldiers shouted, realizing the threat, but most bullets missed the agile figure, and those that struck her failed to impede her advance. One by one, the spectral hound soldiers fell before her deadly blades. Why is there a cyber psychopath here? A soldier shrieked in terror. Damn it. It seems she is heading our way. Miles whispered urgently. Isn't that the same person I subdued in the North District just yesterday? V queried Valerie through the subnet. Indeed. To manipulate Krenzikov in such a manner. I must admit, she possesses considerable skill, Valerie replied. I meant to ask why she is here, V retorted, exasperated. Didn't you ask me this morning what was in the trunk of the car? Well, here is your answer. Damn it. We smuggled a cyber psychopath into Dogtown, V exclaimed. Astonished. I ask you both, who will deal with her? She is coming this way, Miles said, glancing anxiously between the two, sensing their unspoken communication. V gazed at Valerie, his expression seemingly conveying the message. This is your doing. You handle it. No need to rush. Look, our reinforcements have arrived. Valerie pointed towards the sky. At that moment, the sound of an aerial vehicle echoed above, as a black-painted scorpion lion hovercar appeared in the air. As the side door of the hovercar opened, four members clad in the uniforms of the anti-terrorism task force crouched at the doorway, surveying the cyber psychopath on the ground, who had just completed a massacre. One female operative among them whispered something to her companions before leaping alone from the hovercar. A pair of silver mantis blades sprang forth from her arms, and before the cyber psychopath could react, she swiftly closed the distance, severing one of its arms. Samwiston, V murmured, in a mere 5 seconds. The cyber psychopath was dismembered into several pieces, unable to mount any form of retaliation. Clap, clap, clap. Valerie slowly applauded as she emerged from the shadows. The anti-terrorism task force truly lives up to its reputation, she remarked with a smile. I remember you. You took down a cyber psychopath at the Jingong Temple the day before yesterday. The female operative she addressed, referred to as Inspector Melissa, sheathed her mantis blades and replied. Your memory serves you well, Inspector Valerie. Valerie feigned a charming demeanor. If you have something to say, please do so. The cyber psychopath has been dealt with, and I must disband my team. Inspector Melissa spoke without a hint of compassion. You're quite right. Valerie waved towards the corner from which she had just emerged, and V stepped out alongside President Myers. Upon seeing Myers, a smirk crossed Inspector Melissa's lips, as if she had come to understand the reason behind the cyber psychopath attacks in Dogtown that night. She instructed her team over the comms, descend. What exactly do you intend to do? Myers glared at Valerie, his voice filled with fury. He had no doubt that if he made any sudden move, the mercenary beside him would show no mercy in taking control of the situation. Valerie ignored him and instead asked Inspector Melissa, I trust you would be amenable to offering a ride to this beleaguered new president of America? Of course. Preventing further escalation in Night City is indeed part of our anti-terrorism task force's duties. Inspector Melissa gestured toward President Myers. Please, go ahead, Your Excellency. Her two operatives approached Myers' side. You've betrayed me. Myers seethed through clenched teeth. Let us not speak in riddles. My mandate is to protect you on Hansen's turf. Transferring you to the anti-terrorism task force fulfills my obligation perfectly. You can leave Dogtown safely. Everyone wins. Your affairs in Night City, however, are not my concern. Now let us move. If we linger here any longer, Colonel Hansen will hold us accountable to the Night City Council, Inspector Melissa stated sternly. Damn it. Myers had no choice but to comply and followed the operatives onto the hovercar. I recall you mentioning you would consider joining us. I await your response. Inspector Melissa said before turning to board the vehicle. As the side door of the hovercar closed, it ascended and soared towards Night City. When did you establish a connection with the anti-terrorism task force? V inquired, watching the hovercar recede into the distance. Didn't you hear her? The day before yesterday. Valerie shrugged. I acquired most of my suits at the Jingong Temple. I thought you were going to use the president as leverage, V remarked. Only tangible assets can serve as leverage. Otherwise, they are merely refuse. Valerie replied as she walked alongside V. I leveraged her for a favor from the anti-terrorism task force. It was quite a bargain. The longer we remain here, the more of Hansen's lackeys will arrive. You know, you are far more cunning than I had anticipated, Johnny interjected, appearing next to Valerie. People can be greedy, but they must recognize their own worth. Matters with New America should be left to those of equal standing. Valerie remained unfazed by his sarcasm. Have you figured out how to secure the rest of your payment? Johnny inquired with interest. So where to now? V asked. First, let us collect our advance. Our dealings with the Nightingale are far from over. Chapter 29, The Mask. Is this what you refer to as the advance? V held an implant resembling a mask, scrutinizing the intricate network of circuits within. This was the clandestine technology of the new American Federal Intelligence Bureau, a shape-shifting camouflage mask. Once donned, along with the behavioral data of the target, one could mimic their appearance, voice, and even subtle habitual gestures with astounding accuracy. As Valerie drove away from Dogtown, she responded, "Incredible, right? I've never heard of such a thing before," V exclaimed in astonishment. "If it were known to you, it wouldn't be classified technology, would it? By the way, why didn't you simply let the clinic's cybernetic surgeon install this? Why resort to stealing it?" V cautiously placed the mask-like prosthetic back into its box, fearing that any jolt might damage the delicate circuitry within. Valerie cast a sidelong glance at V and retorted, "V, please engage your mind. This is classified technology from the new American Federal Intelligence Agency. That prosthetic doctor is undoubtedly an agent from the Bureau. Are you hoping they remain oblivious to your mischief? Who do you intend to consult for the installation?" V inquired with curiosity. Why not seek out Old Way? Although this device is technologically advanced, it's no more challenging to install than undergoing facial cosmetic surgery. As for the firmware, I had it procured long ago through Nightingale. Valerie punctuated her statement by tapping her temple with her index finger. By the way, V, she continued, if you were to confront that police chief, what would you estimate your chances of success to be? Perhaps 50-50, V pondered briefly before responding. That female officer is quite skilled, and there is also Stanwyck to contend with. Not the easiest opponent, I must say. What about you? Let us call it a mutual 40-60, Valerie replied. If it comes down to a scuffle with those blade-like weapons, I doubt I could best her. However, based on my observations, my Stanwyck should outperform hers, which means my firearm would likely be quicker than her movements. Despite the heightened security in Dogtown following recent events, Valerie, with all her paperwork in order, managed to pass through the scans without issue, and they successfully exited Dogtown. Alas, I haven't had the chance to explore their stadium yet. V sighed, stretching with a hint of regret. By the way, when is the Emerald Blue Soiree? V asked. In 3 days. Wait. Do you have an invitation to the Emerald Blue? V suddenly realized the oversight. Well, given my current status in the afterlife, I am somewhat of a prominent intermediary. Valerie responded. Consider these next few days a vacation. You can wander freely or even pick up some odd jobs in Dogtown to familiarize yourself. The two soon left the peaceful state and sped back to Watson District. Goodness, this is the first time I've encountered such a prosthetic. Were it not for your procurement of the firmware, simply installing it would render you unable to maintain your appearance, Oldway remarked, examining the mask with intrigue in his clinic. So, you can install it then? V asked. Certainly. With the firmware, the installation process is quite straightforward. Oldway replied with a smile. Who will go first? He inquired, looking at the pair. I will, Valerie stepped forward. I've undergone the procedure before, but alas, it was dismantled by the new Americans. Please proceed. Oldway gestured towards the surgical chair, adjusting the equipment. After Oldway administered the anesthesia, Valerie rose from the chair. Doesn't seem much different at all, V observed closely, scrutinizing Valerie's face. Valerie chuckled and activated the behavioral traits she had prepared in advance. Her visage transformed into that of Oldway, adopting his voice and mannerisms as she spoke. Well, what do you think? The results are rather impressive, aren't they? By the gods. That is astonishing. If you just changed your attire, you would be indistinguishable from the original. Valerie circled around, gazing intently at Victor's face, her curiosity piqued. Could you refrain from making such embarrassing noises in my presence? Old Vic remarked, covering his face. Is it really that impressive? Johnny appeared beside V, a look of disdain on his face. He relied on Valerie's eyes to perceive the world, thus he could not see her current transformation, only noting the changes in her voice. So, are you going to put on a show? Valerie inquired, gesturing toward another box of masks on the table. Absolutely. Are you going to help me with it? V asked playfully. Valerie reverted to her default behavioral traits, laughingly scolding, Get lost. I merely simulated Old Vic's traits. I don't possess his skills. Old Vic chuckled and shook his head, approaching the box to retrieve the mask. Soon, V completed the operation. This software is designed to scan behavioral traits. It has already been sent to you along with the debugging methods, Valerie explained. If you wish to achieve a perfect simulation, you must first understand your target and record as many different emotional data points as possible. However, if your intent is merely to conceal your identity or escape, altering your appearance and voice will suffice. No need for such complications. Thanks. I'm eager to go out and test it, V exclaimed excitedly. Hey, V. It's best not to let anyone know about this. After all, our two bodies have questionable origins. You can use it until the business in Dogtown is fully resolved, but keep it under wraps. All right. I'll be cautious, V promised, preparing to leave. Remember to buy a formal dress. You need to look presentable for the gala, Valerie advised. Got it. You sound like a mother, V replied somewhat reluctantly. Thanks, Old Vic. Here's your fee. Valerie transferred money to Old Vic. Isn't this a bit excessive? The body is still yours. Old Vic frowned at the sudden influx of euros in his account. Consider the surplus a confidentiality fee. I'm off, Valerie declared before departing. Once outside, Valerie summoned another seldom-used sports car. Her destination was not far, the Afterlife nightclub. She parked in the lot, remaining in the car to change into a more masculine shirt and a black suit jacket, completing her look with a black tie, then glanced at the empty passenger seat. What's up? Johnny appeared in the passenger seat. I'm giving you a day off. How does that sound? Valerie replied with a mysterious smile. Get lost. Are you joking? How can you grant me a day off? Are you going to pull me out and toss me in the fridge? Johnny rolled his eyes, as if he had heard the worst joke. It wasn't possible before, but now it is. Valerie snapped her fingers, causing Johnny in the passenger seat to dissolve into a stream of data. Moments later, Johnny saw Valerie's digital likeness materialize in the passenger seat. What kind of trick is this? Johnny exclaimed as he recognized the voice of Johnny Silverhand. Holy crap! Johnny was astonished to find himself controlling Valerie's body. He quickly pulled down the sun visor to look in the mirror. He saw his own face staring back. I'm lending you my body for a day of fun. How about that? Valerie's digital image said, smiling. What is going on? Johnny was still trying to process it. I've temporarily transferred control of my body to you while my consciousness enters deep dive mode, becoming data streams to communicate with you. But don't think you can do whatever you want. I can reclaim control at any moment. Just take this opportunity to smoke a bit, drink some, and savor the feeling of being alive. Can I change my outfit? Johnny asked, feeling awkward in the suit, as he despised corporate attire. No, I didn't buy any other styles of men's clothing, so don't even think about wandering around in a tank top. I've merely altered your face to resemble mine and adjusted hormonal conditions to make biological indicators appear more masculine. The physique remains female, so I suggest you tread carefully. All right, it's better than nothing, Johnny replied, donning some sunglasses as he exited the car. Night City, Johnny Silverhand is back, he declared. Wait, where is my silver hand? Johnny glanced at his flesh-colored left hand, momentarily stunned. Of course, I didn't install a silver hand body. Let us go, Robert Johnny. Chapter 30. Robert, what the hell? Johnny Silverhand. Johnny exclaimed, astonished at the uncanny resemblance. Yet he had no silver hand. Controlling Valerie's body while sporting his own face, Johnny Silverhand walked down the corridor leading to the afterlife, attracting the astonished gasps of several mercenaries. Seems like quite a few people remember your face, Valerie commented dryly as she appeared beside Johnny. I was somewhat of a legendary figure in my day, Johnny replied, striking a haughty pose. Hey. Even though you've got Johnny Silverhand's face, entry into the afterlife isn't as simple as you think, Emmerich. The bouncer said with a cold demeanor, blocking Johnny's path. Am I supposed to crash in? Tell him I'm here looking for Lucy, Valerie instructed. I'm a client of Lucy's, here to see her, Johnny said with a swagger. All right, just a moment, Emmerich replied before contacting Lucy. Lucy, there is someone. What is your name again? Robert. Johnny looked at his left hand and replied. On the other end, Lucy had just finished a business call when Emmerich reached out to inform her about a client named Robert arriving at the afterlife. Robert? I haven't heard. Wait, Lucy exclaimed as she read a message from Valerie via subnet. Let him in. Charge his expenses to my account. I'm currently out. So if he wants to enter, let him wait inside and put his expenses on Valerie's tab, Lucy instructed Emmerich. At the afterlife's entrance, Emmerich confirmed. Well? Lucy isn't here, but she said you can go in and wait for her. Johnny stepped into the afterlife and headed straight to the bar, eagerly taking a seat and drumming his fists on the countertop. Here they come, here they come. Claire, the bartender, approached Johnny, gasping. Holy crap. Johnny Silverhand? You look just like the real deal. You must have spent a fortune. Johnny recalled how much effort Valerie had put into acquiring this body, which certainly warranted a hefty price. He nodded and replied, hurry up and pour me a drink. What will you have? Tequila. Bring the whole bottle. Johnny replied impatiently. All right. Claire placed an ice-filled glass and an entire bottle of tequila before Johnny, saying, enjoy. I warn you to take it easy. Valerie cautioned darkly from beside him. What? Are you already starting to worry about your wallet? Johnny pulled out a cigarette case and a lighter from his pocket, igniting one and savoring the first puff. The wallet? What pains me is my liver. Valerie replied with irritation. Humph. Johnny chuckled, filling his glass to the brim and downing it in one go. Ah, refreshing, he suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of those around him, both drinking and conducting business. However, Johnny remained oblivious, pouring himself another drink and gulping it down. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, Rog was sitting on a sofa, glaring at him menacingly. Find out how that guy got in here, Rog commanded. Her bodyguard nodded and contacted the doorman, Emmerich. Emmerich informed that the man was a client seeking Lucy, named Robert, and noted that his expenses were charged to Valerie's account. The bodyguard relayed this to Rog. Huh, Robert. Just as I suspected. Rog sneered, then instructed, get him an electric guitar and ask him if, looking just like Johnny Silverhand, he can play a tune or two. Rog's bodyguard, Crispin Whalen, fetched an electric guitar and approached Johnny, saying, since you resemble Johnny Silverhand, you should be able to play, right? Johnny shot him a disdainful glance, then looked in Rog's direction, responding grumpily, your boss's idea? Can't you see my drink isn't finished? Johnny, that's enough. You've already downed most of the bottle, Valerie warned. Reluctantly, Johnny extinguished the cigarette he was smoking in the ashtray. He took the electric guitar, shot Crispin Whalen another glare, and grumbled, where are the effects and the amplifier? You think I'm here to play a lute? Over here. Claire pointed to the corner where a sound system was playing rock music. Johnny walked to the sound system, turned off the current song, drawing everyone's attention. After connecting the guitar, he struck a few strings with a pick. Who the hell tuned this? Johnny cursed, adjusting the guitar and effects. What do you want to hear? Shouldn't you be asking Rog? Valerie smiled. To hell with Rog. She didn't invite me for drinks. How about Never Fade Away? Valerie suggested. Huh. Good taste. If I had to choose, that's my favorite too. Johnny softly hummed a line, then began to rapidly strum the guitar strings. As the powerful melody resonated from the speakers, the guests were astonished. It sounded just like the album. Johnny merely played the guitar without singing along, yet some patrons spontaneously joined in. After finishing the piece, Johnny decisively leaned the electric guitar against the speaker and resumed playing the previous track. Some guests, still wanting more, urged Johnny for another song, to which he retorted, Get lost. I'm not here to perform. Just as Johnny intended to return to the bar for another drink, Crispin Whalen gestured for him to follow. Johnny glanced at Rog and coldly told Crispin Whalen, Go back and tell her I'll talk to her, but not today. I'm on rare leave today. Inwardly, Johnny added, Just wait until you call me a lowlife. I have a feeling she'll come looking for me to settle the scores soon. Valerie shot Johnny a look. Not my concern. You're the one who pulled me from the wasteland. It's only right to settle it with you. Johnny had Claire refill his glass with ice and poured in more liquor. You better stop drinking more. Chapter 31. Moth Bar 2 Lovely Ladies. Would you like to drink? Daphne, the owner of Moth Bar, asked while polishing a glass as Valerie and V settled at the bar. You decide, Valerie replied, spreading her hands. How about something special? I'll prepare you a signature cocktail. The owner smiled and then turned to V, asking, And you? I'll have a can of Bimbo Monkey. I usually don't drink while working, V responded. Daphne raised an eyebrow and replied, I'll get that for you. Could you not act like you're here to cause trouble? Once Daphne turned to prepare the drinks, Valerie leaned into V and whispered, Aren't you the one here to stir up trouble? V retorted. Valerie rolled her eyes, choosing not to respond, as she noticed Daphne approaching with the drinks. Here are your orders. Enjoy them slowly. Thanks, Valerie said, taking a sip from her glass. V observed Valerie's unhurried demeanor as she casually opened a beverage can. It seems you two are not locals. Am I correct? The barmaid inquired while leaning against the counter. Is it that obvious? V asked with a furrowed brow. Valerie then lifted the unbuttoned coat draped over V, revealing a suit vest and a shoulder holster beneath. She pointed at the golden cross hanging from V's neck and remarked, With an outfit like that, anyone with eyes in Night City can tell you hail from Haywood. V curled her lips in disdain. This ensemble, meticulously curated with the insights of Jack and Mrs. Wells, was meant to be quite respectable. The grand golden cross adorning her neck was a gift from Jack himself. You don't fare much better, dressed like some corporate lapdog, V quipped sarcastically. We VE come to Dogtown for business, and our purpose today is to locate someone. Valerie replied coolly. Oh, looking for someone? I'm quite familiar with the folks around the scrapyard. Perhaps I know the person you seek. The bar owner inquired with a smile. Valerie scanned the other patrons in the bar, noting their distance from her. Lowering her voice, she said, The person I'm searching for, you undoubtedly know. Oh? The bar owner raised an eyebrow. Her name is Alex. I wish to discuss certain matters with her privately. Daphne's expression darkened as she turned and rapped the bar counter. announcing loudly, "Apologies, everyone. We're closing up. It's time to wrap things up for today." A drunken man by the door shouted defiantly, "I'm not leaving." However, upon catching sight of Daphne's grim visage, he hastily exited. The other patrons reluctantly stood and made their way outside. "All of you out. Quickly." Daphne pounded the bar. Once all the customers except Valerie and V had departed, Daphne abruptly produced a distinctive handgun from beneath the bar, aiming it at V. Valerie recognized the silenced pistol, adorned with an infrared laser sight. Known as the Queen's hand. "You. What the hell, who are you?" Daphne demanded angrily. "I believe it's a mistake to point a gun at me." V replied, raising an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting you're faster than my gun?" Daphne pressed her finger against the trigger. "No," V said, glancing at Valerie. "It's she who is far more perilous." "What?" In that fleeting moment of Daphne's distraction, Valerie had already activated her stealth mode, swiftly disarming her and pressing a blade against her throat. "Damn. Don't get worked up," Valerie smiled, saying, "Alex, there is no one else here now. You can drop the disguise." Upon her words, Valerie retracted the blade. "What do you intend to do?" Alex shed her disguise, revealing a different appearance. "I must first pose a question," Valerie said, unloading the magazine from the Queen's hand and placing it on the table. "Do you genuinely plan to remain with the new American intelligence agency, living your life in this manner? And what of it? What if I do? If so, the moment I step outside, Hansen and Arasaka will learn that beneath the Tiamat bar lies a safe house of the new American intelligence agency." Valerie lit a cigarette. "If not, then we can continue our conversation." "So I have no choice, then?" Alex mused. "It seems you wish to keep talking, which is indeed good news. So speak." "I'll listen." Alex also took out a cigarette, lighting it while leaning on the bar. "A couple of days ago, something fell from the sky. You're aware of it, aren't you? Even a dog in Dogtown knows, provided it has eyes." Valerie produced a commemorative coin bearing the emblem of the new American government and the initials NUSA, asking, "Does this look familiar? Are you one of the agency?" "No, wait. Where did you procure this?" Alex furrowed her brow as she examined the coin. V, intrigued, turned her gaze toward Valerie, equally unaware of the coin's origins. "That day, when I rescued Myers, I just snagged it on the way," Valerie replied. "Holy hell, you call that snagging?" Johnny's figure emerged from behind the bar. V chuckled disdainfully, realizing that he was not the only one skilled in thievery. "What about the president?" "He was taken away by the anti-terrorism task force. I am uncertain whether he has returned to the new America." Valerie appeared indifferent, as if discussing a matter that bore no relevance to her. "Damn. Those lunatics from the anti-terrorism task force." Alex felt on the brink of madness. "Trust that the CIA will soon seek you out. And the one who comes will be your former superior, Lida. That guy defected to the wasteland 7 years ago. It's impossible." Alex vehemently denied through gritted teeth. "Whether it is true or not, you shall know in due course." Valerie calmly sipped the drink Alex had prepared for her, stating, "I have come to propose a collaboration." "You wish to subvert me?" Alex furrowed his brow, staring intently at Valerie. "Don't speak so harshly. I merely wish for you to reflect on what you have gained from your years of service to the CIA. Empty promises? Comrades awaiting reckoning after the war? Learn a lesson." "Quite accurate, indeed. New America truly embodies such a nature," Johnny remarked with a grin. Alex silently inhaled his cigarette until only the butt remained. He pressed it against the bar as if resolved. "So, what do you wish for me to do?" "You need to do anything at all." "What?" "Simply run your bar as usual and await Lee's arrival. When he seeks your assistance, negotiate your terms as you see fit, then undertake the tasks he assigns." Valerie had finished her cigarette and extinguished the butt in the ashtray, continuing, "You only need to occasionally provide me with some insights during this time. Once this matter is concluded, we shall discuss your retirement from the CIA. It's as simple as that. Why should I trust you? Your only option now is to trust me, is it not? Since the plane descended into Dogtown, you, a pawn of the CIA, have already been placed on the board. In fact, someone else wishes to use me as their pawn. Yet, I refuse to play along. For I know she devours without leaving bones. Consider this carefully. I await your contact." After speaking, Valerie left a note on the bar and called for V as they exited the Mothman Tavern. "Do you think she will believe your nonsense?" V inquired of Valerie outside the bar. "I don't know. Her greatest flaw is her lack of memory. Otherwise, why would she have lingered in Dogtown for 7 years?" Valerie shrugged, somewhat helplessly, stating, "I came today merely to plant a seed in her mind. Whether it takes root depends entirely on her. She is a decent person. I do not wish to see her further descend into darkness." "What is next then?" V asked. Valerie gazed up at the tallest building in Dogtown. Naturally, we must go meet our employer. Chapter 32. The Banquet. Hey, V. Leave the gun in the car. At the entrance of the gym Blue. V parked the vehicle and was about to exit when Valerie pulled him back. We are not here to cause a ruckus. V furrowed his brow, reluctantly reaching beneath his coat to retrieve his handgun from its holster, placing it in the vehicle's storage compartment. Just days ago, we were fighting for our lives. And now we are to attend their banquet, he remarked grimly. Do not fret. We are merely intermediaries and mercenaries here to partake in a gathering. While also scouting for potential business opportunities, Valerie replied, as she too placed the revolver secured at her lower back into the storage space. Finally, Valerie met V's gaze and said, as for you, consider it a holiday. Once inside, enjoy the music and have a drink or two. And you? Me? Naturally, I shall fulfill the duties of an intermediary, mingling with the elite, forging connections, and simultaneously seeking out our clients. With that, Valerie opened the door and stepped out of the car, adjusting her suit. V followed suit, disembarking and locking the car door, trailing a mere step behind Valerie. Please hold on. I am verifying your identity, the guard at the gemstone green entrance interjected, halting Valerie. After a 2-second scan, the guard announced, Welcome to the banquet. Miss Valerie, and who might this be behind you? V, she is responsible for my security today, Valerie replied. The guard completed the scanning procedure, confirming that neither of them bore any weapons and permitted their entry. The pair proceeded into the grand hall of the temposition checkpoint, making their way directly to the elevator. This feels even worse than the last time it can be, V remarked within the subnet. She discreetly surveyed the sentinels flanking them, armed with both light and heavy weaponry, including matches. Let us maintain our composure. There is no need to appear grim, Valerie responded in the subnet. Upon entering the elevator, the attendant pressed the button for the banquet hall. Hansen, I must admit, you certainly know how to orchestrate a spectacle. Johnny's apparition materialized within the elevator, leaning against the transparent glass, gazing at the cascading lights of the hotel. Your concert at the Arasaka gates was quite the affair. You even distributed Molotov cocktails to the fans. Huh. The Ikado special was truly exhilarating, Johnny laughed heartily. After you, he gestured as the elevator doors opened, revealing Valerie and V to the dazzling array of lights adorning the gemstone green. Entering the music-filled banquet hall, they found numerous guests mingling, drinking, and conversing. Goodness. There are so many familiar faces from television, V exclaimed, her eyes widening. Perhaps you should see who is absent, Valerie suggested. The director of NCD, politicians, diplomats, celebrities, corporate executives, and mob bosses all were present. Welcome. Would you care for some champagne? An attendant inquired, offering a tray of sparkling drinks to the newly arrived duo. V was about to decline, but Valerie promptly took 2 glasses of champagne from the tray and handed one to her. You are here to enjoy yourself, not to work. Valerie reminded V in the subnet. V reluctantly accepted the wine glass and drained it in one gulp. He returned the empty glass to the server's tray and said, Thank you. I wish you a delightful evening. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, Boss? V and Valerie turned to the source of the voice, which belonged to Maiko Maeda. Maiko, is that you? Valerie responded with surprise. After all, I am currently the manager of Yunding, Maiko replied, holding a cigarette. I thought I would come and learn a thing or two from my peers. V, why don't you take a stroll? Maiko and I need to have a word, Valerie said to V beside her. V nodded and departed. You came to Dogtown alone? Valerie glanced at the guests inside. How could I dare come alone? I rode in with NCD, Maiko Maeda replied, pointing to Chief Jerry Fort, who was currently berating the 6th Street gang nearby. I advise you to be cautious. The Tiger Claw gang is also present, Valerie remarked, gesturing towards a group of Japanese gangsters within. You should mind your own business, boss, Maiko Maeda said nonchalantly. In Hansen's territory, the Tiger Claw gang won't have the upper hand, as long as you're aware. I'd prefer not to have to find a new manager for Cloud Ops so soon, Valerie noted, shaking her head before ascending the staircase to the upper level. Soon, Valerie spotted Mr. Hans, engrossed in his mobile phone, and approached to greet him. Mr. Hans, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Hans looked up, recognizing Valerie, and extended his hand with a broad smile. Ah, is that not Miss Valerie? The enigmatic mastermind behind Cloud Op, the demoness of the afterlife. I didn't anticipate you'd grace Hansen S. party with your presence. I'm merely riding on Roger S. coattails, Valerie responded, shaking Hans's hand, while the woman seated opposite him graciously vacated her seat. By the way, is V currently working under you? Hans inquired after Valerie took her seat. To be precise, I have engaged her services, though she is also accepting commissions from other intermediaries. As Valerie produced a cigarette, Hans's aide promptly stepped forward to light it for her. I recall she has completed 2 jobs for you, correct? Valerie countered. Indeed. One involved extracting 2 NCD fools from Dodger, and the other secured a cybernetic doctor from the scavengers. Both tasks were executed with remarkable finesse, Hans acknowledged, continuing. I hope to deepen our collaboration moving forward, as Dogtown offers a plethora of opportunities. You have no objections, I presume? What objections could I possibly have? Once she concludes my business, she remains a lone wolf, Valerie replied with a smile. If we were to strengthen our ties, she would merely be my friend. As long as you do not betray my friend, witnessing her prosper under your guidance would only bring me joy. Engaged in conversation, Valerie and Hans surveyed the upper level until she soon identified her target. I see my client. I must excuse myself. Valerie extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray and bid farewell to Mr. Hans. Zhao Mei-song leaned against the railing, observing the vibrant crowd below, contemplating how to extricate herself from Hansen's grasp while still acquiring the items within the Little Big Dipper. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching, accompanied by a lingering trace of a black wall signal. Zhao Mei, I've been searching high and low for you. Valerie's voice came from behind her. Zhao Mei turned to see Valerie, a cold smile plastered on her face, eliciting a blend of joy and panic. The joy stemmed from a potential opportunity to break free. The panic arose from the realization that Valerie was not someone to be trifled with and seemed more like a debt collector. You don't seem surprised? Zhao Mei ventured. Why should I be? Surprised that you're donned in a gown at Hansen's soiree? Or perhaps astonished by the plethora of cybernetics adorning you? Valerie leaned against the railing, continuing with a scoff. The Sky 1's arrival in Dogtown was orchestrated by you and Hansen, and as for your cybernetics, I've witnessed even more extravagant modifications on Atom Smasher. Zhao Mei fell silent, ultimately conceding, yes, I had initially coordinated with Hansen. My role was to secure the aircraft and then abduct Myers. However, the missile launch and her pursuit were unbeknownst to me. To conspire with a tiger, one must at least be a tiger oneself. If not, a wolf will suffice, Valerie remarked dismissively. And you? A fledgling bird in a cage, yet your ambitions soar high. Honestly tell me, how do you intend to settle my outstanding payment? I do have a plan, but I lack the opportunity to implement it, Zhao Mei sighed, expressing her relief at Valerie's presence. I truly don't know what I would do without you. Spare me the sentimentality. Share your plan, Valerie retorted curtly. Valerie, I am on the brink of death. Ah, indeed. The deceased can conveniently evade debts, Valerie replied, uninterested in her emotional appeal. I've encountered something I shouldn't have on the other side of the black wall, and my time is running out. Does this have any bearing on your previous commitments to me? Hansen possesses the antidote that can save me, and it could also restore your neural core. He unearthed something from Dogtown's bunker that can cure us both. To seize it, we must collaborate. As Zhao Mei spoke, she discreetly produced a chip and handed it to Valerie, continuing, I will act as an insider and notify you when the time is ripe. Then we will execute the plan and, upon acquiring the device, make our escape. Valerie accepted the chip, but remained silent as she noticed Hansen approaching with a glass in hand. Ah, Zhao Mei, here you are, Hansen said as he arrived before them. Oh, is this not Valerie, the demoness of the afterlife? Greetings, I am Kurt Hansen. Hansen politely extended his hand to Valerie. She reciprocated, saying, Hello, Colonel Hansen. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Your party is magnificent. Enjoy yourself, Hansen replied, glancing at the lark before turning to Valerie. Are you two acquainted? I once worked for Zhao Mei during my mercenary days. Though there were some hiccups, we share a history, Valerie casually responded, glancing at Zhao Mei. Ah, now I understand, Hansen remarked, placing his hands behind his back as he addressed Zhao Mei. I apologize for interrupting your reunion. However, she must accompany me. Some notable figures in Night City's political sphere are eager to meet with her. We cannot keep them waiting, lest they grow impatient and decide to consume Dogtown whole. Whatever you say, Zhao Mei replied, lightly touching Valerie's neck. We shall continue our conversation later. Valerie nodded and turned to gaze downstairs, where she saw V engaged in conversation with Hino Shuji. Ah, I'm connected. I tapped the chip, and it worked. How intriguing. Zhao Mei's digital avatar reappeared beside Valerie. I never agreed to continue your business, Valerie said with a frown. I know you're upset, Valerie. However, the situation is intricate, and I cannot explain everything at once. I genuinely need your assistance. I simply wish to obtain the antidote that can save us both. That's all. No ulterior motives. Very well. I shall consider it, Valerie replied. At present, I cannot afford to elaborate. If I lose focus, Hansen will grow suspicious. In short, although Hansen has unearthed the item, he cannot access it. Besides me, he requires 2 hackers' keys. You have acquired the morphing camouflage technology from me. So you can find a way to deal with those 2 hackers, obtain the keys, and impersonate them to negotiate with Hansen. At that point, we can secure the item together. Yet another perilous venture, Valerie remarked. Valerie let out a scoff. The antidote and the hacker's information are contained within the chip I provided you. I truly must take my leave. I implore you. After Song Xiaomei spoke, she vanished. Damn. Valerie, I just encountered someone downstairs who bears an uncanny resemblance to Arasaka Saburo's bodyguard. After chatting briefly, I discovered he is a comedian, utterly amusing. V's voice resonated from the subnet. Valerie chuckled, inserting the chip given by the Lark into her slot to retrieve the data. Indeed, as the Lark had indicated, it contained detailed intelligence on Little Beidou and the 2 twin hackers. V, once the performance concludes, let us meet at the bar on the 1st floor. We have work to do, Valerie remarked, observing Liz's performance that had just commenced downstairs within the subnet. Received. Chapter 33. A firm commitment. Have you comprehended the identity theft scanning program? Valerie inquired, raising her glass at the bar while casting a glance towards the gambling tables. I understand it, but guiding the target to exhibit various emotions is another matter. V replied, also glancing at the target. Have you devised a strategy for striking up a conversation? Isn't that just roulette over there? We can acquire some chips and join the game. There will be ample opportunities for dialogue. Valerie gestured towards the gambling table. Why are you staring at me? Valerie noticed V was fixated on her. Do you know how to play roulette? I certainly do not. I shall stand by your side as your bodyguard. V responded. Seriously? You, a Haywood, do not gamble? Valerie looked at V with a hint of astonishment. V shot a glance at Valerie, irritation evident in his voice as he remarked. What would a street kid like me know about such things? I've played my fair share of pachinko, but this high-end stuff is beyond my experience. Valerie sighed in resignation. It seemed she would have to take charge once more. Good day, madam. Valerie addressed the attendant at the chip exchange. I would like chips worth 100,000 euros. After transferring the money, the attendant handed her a small plate, about the size of a palm. Good luck to you. You're really going all in, aren't you? V remarked with a smirk. You can't catch a wolf without first letting go of the child. Valerie approached the gaming table and inquired of the robotic dealer. May I place a bet? Please proceed. Valerie placed the plate on the table, and the chips materialized in a holographic display. Red. Valerie confidently wagered 10,000 euros. V raised an eyebrow at the substantial sum. In the past, such an amount would have sufficed to hire him for a job. The hacker twins, drawn by Valerie's extravagant display, turned their attention toward her. What's this? No introductions? The hacker sister queried. Valerie, this is V, and you two are Aurora Castle, and this brooding fellow is my brother, Emmerich. Aurora introduced herself with a playful tone. How's your luck? How much have you won? Valerie asked. It's just begun. We've only had a couple of rounds, Emmerich replied, his expression unchanged. Valerie snapped her fingers to summon a server and asked the twins, would you like something to drink? It's on me. As the server approached, Aurora said, I'll have a bourbon, please. Oh, Mon Fr doesn't drink. Did you hear that? Also, bring this gentleman a glass of plain water, Valerie said with consideration. What would you both like to drink? The server inquired. Something strong, whiskey, Valerie replied. Is that acceptable? A Japanese brand. Not bad. And another glass of plain water for my bodyguard. Your drinks will be delivered shortly, the server announced before departing. The roulette wheel spun, landing on red. Ex-murd, Aurora exclaimed, frustration evident. Valerie bet another 10,000 on red. After a brief exchange with her brother, Aurora turned back to Valerie, saying, it suddenly dawned on me. Your hands aren't exactly clean either. Just like all the scoundrels here. Aurora smirked and added, unless, of course, you're merely a tourist, a pathetic one who can only watch others indulge. Valerie remained unfazed, while V furrowed his brow. Ha, Valerie chuckled, responding. Who among those who come to Gem City has hands that are truly clean? I've lost count of how many lives have been extinguished, directly or indirectly. Because of me. Do you remember how many ants you've crushed? Humph. I do enjoy your audacious words, Aurora replied with a light laugh. The wheel spun again, this time landing on black. Not bad, Emmerich said, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. Looks like we've won. Meanwhile, a male patron nearby cursed loudly, damn it. What a waste. Before storming off, Valerie tapped her fingers on the table and placed another bid of 10,000 on black. She then turned to the twins and asked, I hope I'm not intruding on your enjoyment. Not at all, Emmerich replied nonchalantly. Oh, come now. She's just being polite. Aurora flirtatiously swayed her hips, addressing her brother. Then, she glided along the edge of the table to Valerie's side, resting one hand on the table and leaning in close. Her chin propped on her hand as she asked, You weren't eavesdropping on us, were you? N'est-ce pas, Miss Valerie? As she spoke, she playfully touched Valerie's left hand resting on the table. Wow, this girl really knows how to flirt, Johnny remarked, appearing behind Aurora with a cheeky grin. The wheel spun once more, landing on red, prompting Aurora to return to her brother's side. Valerie, having suffered 2 consecutive losses, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling as if she had personally incurred a financial loss. Huh, you've caught me, she said, placing another bet on black, and continued, What can I say? You two are simply too captivating. Oh, is that so? Inquiring into others' private affairs can be quite perilous. You might overhear things you ought not to, Emmerich remarked, casting a glance at Valerie. Just then, the server arrived with their drinks, placing wine and water before the 4 of them. If I've offended either of you, I sincerely apologize, Valerie said, taking a sip from her glass. I merely succumbed to my professional instincts. After all, those of us in the intermediary business have grown accustomed to eavesdropping on what we ought not to hear. We were discussing the local situation, particularly concerning our esteemed host, Monsieur Kurt Hansen, a man of considerable means, engaged in substantial business ventures and reaping significant profits. Just look around. Celebrities, politicians. Even the director of the NCD has graced us with his presence. So, I wonder, wouldn't it be better for Hansen to retire gracefully and become a legitimate businessman? But, mon cher Effery, he seems to think otherwise. As the wheel spun red once more, V felt his blood pressure rising, while Valerie was equally exasperated at her 3rd consecutive loss. Look at your dreadful luck. Bet on black this time. Trust me, Johnny interjected, gesturing animatedly. With a flick of her hand, Valerie placed a 10,000 bet on black. Who exactly is Kurt Hansen? That's a crucial question, Aurora inquired, taking a sip of her drink and directing her question at Valerie. Valerie chuckled sarcastically. Well, he certainly isn't a law-abiding citizen who pays his taxes on time in Night City. The benefits of under-the-table dealings, kickbacks, protection fees, these too are forms of taxation. There is no such thing as a risk-free business venture. Dogtown's economy relies on Night City for its growth, and Hansen is no exception. The key is to achieve diversification. I run a small agency in Paris that handles phone calls and meeting arrangements. If issues arise, I deal with them. It seems you have quite an opinion about Hansen's business dealings, Valerie raised an eyebrow and asked. The arms trade with banana republics will inevitably reach a breaking point. Aurora replied. The wheel landed on red once more, and Valerie felt the tension mounting on her forehead. You can take your leave. Johnny scoffed before disappearing. I really am having a streak of bad luck, V. Please, help me choose a bet, Valerie implored. Red, V replied. Valerie placed a bet on red. Meanwhile, the sibling duo concluded their conversation in French. Aurora resumed the previous topic. If I were Hansen, I would expel all drug users and turn Dogtown into a paradise for the wealthy. Isn't that what Night City originally intended for Pacifica? Valerie interjected. Merely earning a meager profit is hardly impressive. We must consider the welfare of the working class, invest, create jobs, establish shelters, and then engage in charity work. It's perfect for money laundering. With billions flowing through, Aurora concluded, smiling at Valerie as she raised her eyebrows. The wheel spun black. Valerie glanced at V, who pretended to look elsewhere. Once more, Valerie placed a bet on red. Forever childish, how endearing, Emmerich remarked nonchalantly. What did you say? Aurora glared at her brother. Hansen is going to run an honest business? Nonsense, Emmerich said with an indifferent expression. Once you reach Hansen's position, your autonomy is compromised. Valerie interjected, taking another sip of her drink. He not only has to consider the opinions of those below him, but also the sentiments of his business partners. Otherwise, there are plenty of others vying for his position. I must admit, you possess great insight, Emmerich nodded at Valerie. The wheel spun red, and Valerie finally regained some of her lost chips. Sensing that she had gathered sufficient emotional samples from the siblings, Valerie gestured toward her stack of chips. Care for a bit of excitement? Shall we show our hands? 1 round to determine the victor. Intriguing, indeed. Let's each select a color. Either you lose it all, or we do. Let's gamble on luck, shall we? Aurora said eagerly. That is how it's played. Wait a moment. You suddenly appear, buying drinks and engaging in conversation. And now you want to escalate things? I sense something amiss. What exactly is your background? Emmerich asked, his tone wary. I'm Valerie. a somewhat well-known figure at the Afterlife nightclub in Night City. You may inquire about me, Valerie replied with a smile. Are you satisfied now? Aurora quipped at her brother. Emmerich shrugged. You proposed the idea. You choose first, Aurora said to Valerie. Valerie placed all her chips on red. Then we shall bet on black, Aurora declared. Emmerich reluctantly placed all his chips on black. Under the watchful gaze of the four, the wheel spun red, and all the chips belonged to Valerie. Aurora angrily smacked her brother. My apologies. It seems this evening I emerged victorious, Valerie said with a smile as she gathered her winnings, beckoning V to leave. Is everything settled on your end? Valerie inquired after exchanging chips. Samples are sufficient. No problem. V nodded in agreement. Then shall we depart? This evening has been quite enjoyable. Chapter 34. The kidnapping here. Valerie tossed a remote-like device to V from the trunk of the car. Why does this seem so familiar to me? V furrowed his brow as he gazed at the device in his hand, a vague sense of disquiet stirring within him, tied to memories that were far from pleasant. The pair of siblings had rented a luxury sports car from a local rental company, and I needed you to seize the opportunity to slip into the vehicle. While they drove towards Hansen's lair, we would obscure the car, then disguise ourselves as them to infiltrate the stadium in search of Hansen. Valerie succinctly outlined the plan. Oh my, it suddenly dawned on me. Wasn't it this very thing that had brought Jack and me together for the first time? V pointed at the device in his hand, exclaiming in frustration, I am not that fool, Kirk. Valerie shot V a disdainful glance and retorted, given my status, would I allow you to use such inferior rubbish? V carefully examined the device in his hand, intending to discern any discrepancies. It cost me a fortune. The hideout has been sent to you. Rendezvous there after hijacking the vehicle. We will disguise ourselves as them, but how will they handle the situation? Valerie, who was in the midst of lighting a cigarette, glanced at V and replied, I will arrange for someone to take care of it. You need not concern yourself with that. She closed the trunk of the car and walked toward the driver's seat. V hastily followed and settled into the passenger seat. Contemplating before asking, how will we know where their vehicle has arrived? That's a valid question. Let us not forget that our team comprises more than just the two of us. Leave the vehicle tracking to Lucy. Lucy, is everyone in position? Valerie inquired through the subnet. Everyone's ready, awaiting your signal, Lucy responded, her tone tinged with irritation. As Valerie drove through the gates of Dogtown, Lucy relayed. The twins have already set off, but the signal was lost shortly after leaving the city center. Valerie halted the vehicle at an intersection and said to V, it's up to you to keep watch. Find a vantage point to scan for vehicles entering Dogtown. It should be easy to identify a supercar. And what about you? Naturally, I will wait for you at the hideout. Now hurry along. V ascended to the rooftop adjacent to the road via scaffolding, fixating on the entrance. It was too long before she spotted a convoy adorned with the insignia of the Netherhounds entering Dogtown. Observing the procession, V deduced it belonged to Hansen's crew. However, she mused, surely they wouldn't escort two hackers like this. Within the subnet, she communicated. It must be that Hansen is mobilizing forces to bolster security at the stadium. I received a message from Alex. She mentioned that the CIA has begun operations in Dogtown. Surely, this won't disrupt our plans? V inquired with a furrowed brow. They possess little intelligence at present. They are unlikely to act recklessly today, Valerie replied. As several more vehicles filtered in, Valerie noticed an accident at the intersection. Target identified. V exclaimed upon spotting a high-performance car registered under the Nether Guard, confirming that both hackers were inside, marking signals. Received, came Lucy S. response from the subnet. She is already in pursuit. We still have time before our scheduled rendezvous. They might be looking to indulge in some entertainment first. They VE parked and are entering the club. I've sent you the address. Lucy S. voice echoed through the subnet. V followed the signal to the location of the twin hackers' parking spot and retrieved the device provided by Valerie, hoping that it would prove reliable. V reluctantly pressed the switch on the device. The trunk of the car turned green with the light on the device and opened with a snap. V glanced around to ensure no one was observing, then bent down and crawled into the trunk, connecting the data cable to the terminal within. The system was successfully breached, and the vehicle's camera was operational. Excellent, we are poised to act, Valerie remarked. I have remotely adjusted the CE for you, ensuring that you can maintain control of the vehicle in critical moments. Lucy interjected suddenly. Thank you. V had been waiting in the trunk for quite some time, nearly succumbing to slumber when Valerie's voice broke the silence, urging him to perk up as they had finally emerged. Through the front camera of the vehicle, V caught sight of the twin hackers making their entrance. Once they settled into the car, Emmerich took the driver's seat, while Oral appeared to be inebriated, occupying the passenger seat. The duo engaged in a lively conversation in French, gossiping about Hansen, and V found himself captivated by their chatter. Ultimately, Valerie had to remind him. Focus on the task at hand. V, we are almost at the stadium entrance. As V began to take control of the vehicle, the two occupants were instantly thrown into a state of panic. It was only after V had driven a short distance that they regained their composure and attempted to reclaim control. However, in the face of Lucy's modified CE, they found themselves at a loss for the time being. They could do nothing but allow V to steer the car back to their hideout. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt within the sanctuary, the doors on either side swung open uncontrollably. Subsequently, two stun devices simultaneously targeted the pair of siblings. As V opened the trunk lid and emerged from the vehicle, he was met with the sight of 7 or 8 individuals donning digital masks, all gazing in his direction. What the hell? Are they here for organ harvesting? V instinctively reached for his handgun. Don't be alarmed. They are our allies, Valerie reassured him, gently restraining V's hand. V then noticed one of the women remove her mask, revealing Lucy's face. It startled him. Why was she pretending to be a cleaner? V let out a sigh of relief and inquired, "Isn't this about human trafficking?" Lucy gestured towards the twins lying on the ground and then addressed Valerie, saying, "The signal interference has been activated. Even if they wake up now, they won't be able to call for help. Honestly, I suggest we eliminate them." She continued, "I need to take these individuals to the cyber surveillance for a favor. Please keep an eye on them. Once the situation escalates at the stadium, we'll load them up and relocate." Lucy furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you sure you don't need us to back you up?" Valerie replied, "No need. We have other means to depart with the client." After responding to Lucy, Valerie turned to V and inquired, "Which of these two do you wish to impersonate?" V glanced at the two individuals on the ground and remarked, "It must be Emmerich. He is relatively easier to portray." Valerie instructed, "All right, first procure the data from Auroral. When the time comes, you will collaborate with Lark to gather the information while I keep an eye on Hansen." Once V had extracted the data, he observed that Valerie had already donned Aurora's attire. She extended a set of Emmerich's garments, which Valerie had custom-made at her own expense, to V. V donned the attire and remarked, "Surprisingly, it fits rather well. Our physiques are not so different. Enough idle chatter, let us embark." Valerie took her seat in the passenger side of the supercar. Once V settled into the driver's seat, Valerie activated her behavioral simulation prosthetic, transforming into the likeness of Auroral. She then produced a chip and handed it to V, speaking in Auroral's voice, "This contains Emmerich's behavioral traits. Give it a try." V took the chip and remarked, "Your current voice is rather striking." Chapter 35 Impersonation. Wow, my voice. It's not bad. Sitting in the driver's seat, V activated the behavioral mode of Emmerich. "You might as well attempt a self-introduction." Valerie, donning Auroral's visage, began to speak. "Is it really necessary?" V countered, "I can hardly discern any flaws myself. We cannot afford any mistakes today. I must see how convincingly you perform," Valerie insisted. "Very well then. Ahem." V spoke in Emmerich's soft, aloof tone, "Emmerich Castle. Is that all?" Valerie remarked as she heard V utter Emmerich's name, followed by silence. "Indeed, that's it," V replied. "All right then. Playing the dullard is indeed simpler." Valerie shook her head in resignation. "Let us go. Hansen is awaiting us. Okay, let us depart." V ignited the supercar's engine. As they drove, Valerie initiated a conversation. "Someone once taught me that to impersonate another, one must first ask oneself 3 questions. What does this person fear? What do they desire? What is their greatest secret? Reflect on these matters earnestly." Valerie contemplated reaching for a cigarette, but ultimately refrained. "Are you feeling nervous as well?" V raised an eyebrow in inquiry. "Everyone experiences anxiety," Valerie replied, then shifted the topic. "Let us immerse ourselves in our roles, Emmerich." V smiled gently and replied, "All right, my dear sister." The supercar swiftly arrived at the entrance of the underground parking lot of the stadium, where Valerie and V observed that the guards were even more vigilant than during the gem and blue wine gala, with each post staffed by double the personnel. The vehicle easily passed through the scanning process and proceeded directly into the parking lot. After V drove to the end of the parking lot, Valerie pointed to an empty parking space beside them. "Park there." Once the vehicle was stationary, Valerie turned to V and said, "Before we go in, I must remind you that he is currently begging us to sell him the access code, so we need not be overly courteous, understood? Emmerich." "Then I shall leave it to you, sister, to speak with Hansen," V replied. Valerie took a deep breath and declared, "All right, let us get to it." The two exited the vehicle and walked inside. "Private property, please stop." The guard blocked their path. Valerie, Oral, spoke, "Magnifiao. We have an appointment with Colonel Hansen. It should be time. Oh, please wait a moment." After a brief pause, the door opened, and a black officer wearing sunglasses addressed them. "Good, you've arrived. Nice to meet you. I'm Murphy. Is the colonel already here?" Emmerich, V, stepped forward to inquire. "He is. He has been waiting for you," Murphy replied. "Let us hurry. I drank too much last night and have a headache," Oral, Valerie, urged, resembling a tipsy cat. "This way, please." Murphy led them to the elevator. In the elevator, Murphy initiated a conversation. "The Lark has mentioned you too, having come all the way from Europe." "Indeed." Emmerich, V, affirmed. "May I ask, did you enjoy your time at Gem Blue?" "The performance was quite good, the drinks excellent. But there were no strapping lads like you among the waitstaff." As Oral, Valerie, spoke, she leaned closer to Murphy, playfully patting his highly augmented arm, causing him to step back in surprise. "Just joking, ha." Not allowing Murphy to feel awkward for long, the elevator doors opened. He quickly exited, stating, "We've arrived. This is the floor. Someone will be monitoring you throughout. Colonel Hansen has received word that the CIA is active in Dogtown. But rest assured, everything is under control. He has ordered a thorough check of everyone, without exception." "I hope so," Emmerich, V, replied nonchalantly. "Our entire arena is staffed by our people, and drones above are assisting with reconnaissance scans." Murphy stopped before a metal gate, indicating the lockers beside them. "Please leave your weapons here." Emmerich, V, retrieved a standard pistol from his coat and placed it inside, while Oral, Valerie, shrugged and stated, "I had a few rounds to drink, and I feared an accidental discharge, so I didn't bring one. Next, we must scan you there. Familiarity is one thing, joking is fine, but after all this is a serious venue for business. I hope you both understand." Once the scanning was completed and the gate opened, Murphy proudly announced, "Here lies the center of our little empire." Oral, Valerie, leaned over the railing, observing the helicopters and chimera mechs in the arena with keen interest. Pointing at a mech and asking Murphy, "That mech looks impressive. How much does it cost? Is it like buying a car?" "Somewhat, but we only deal in bulk wholesale, not retail. Our business caters to clients worldwide. What they purchase it for is not our concern." Murphy continued to lead the way, while Emmerich, V, furrowed his brow at the clients below, who appeared to be from Arasaka. The trio soon arrived at a private box, where security was exceptionally tight, with no fewer than 10 soldiers present. Hansen, having just concluded a discussion with his subordinates, turned to the approaching duo and welcomed them. "Welcome, it's a pleasure." He then glanced out the glass window, where the Lark was diligently working on a piece of equipment. The Lark is still disassembling the device. It will take a little longer. Turning back to Valerie and Emmerich, he said, "Perfect timing. Let us have a chat." Hansen led them to the sofa, retrieving a pistol from behind him and placing it on the table. Oral, Valerie, sat down to Hansen's right and remarked, "No rush. I've had a bit too much to drink and need to recover." "What about him?" Hansen asked, looking at Emmerich, V. "My brother doesn't drink. But if I pass out, he'll have a rough time." Oral, Valerie, chuckled. "Do you always conduct business while inebriated?" Hansen inquired. Oral, Valerie, shifted closer to Hansen, asking, "Do you believe this is my first time?" "I do," Hansen replied with a smile. "But I don't even believe it myself." Oral, Valerie, laughed heartily. "That's just how my sister is," Emmerich, V, explained with a resigned expression. "However, it won't hinder our matters." At that moment, a server arrived with a bottle of wine and 3 small glasses. Hansen stood, pouring wine into the glasses, and proposed, "Let us raise a toast. Here's to a successful partnership." Seeing Hansen lift his glass, Oral, Valerie, also picked up hers and said, "Well said. I shall pass." Emmerich, V, remarked coolly. "Then you will regret it," Oral, Valerie, quipped, downing the contents of Emmerich's glass in one go. "Let us talk about something else. Did you both enjoy your time at Gem Blue? I heard you were quite the gamblers. Surely you both made a considerable profit?" Hansen inquired. "Well, how should I put it? It was quite a disaster," Oral, Valerie, replied with a dramatically resentful expression. "How I apologize for that." "Oh, dit moral. Am I not here to help you recover your losses?" Hansen responded with a smile. "That is good to hear." The conversation flowed as Hansen began to probe them for information, while Oral, Valerie, deftly navigated the inquiries, interjecting humor. When Hansen mentioned his intent to sell arms to Western Europe, Oral, Valerie, picked up the pistol on the table, weighing it thoughtfully before saying, "My brother and I do not engage in the arms trade. But then again, there's always a first time for everything." Hansen continued, "But I plan to sell within the community." Valerie paused slightly and replied, "That depends on your pricing." "Oh." Hansen raised an eyebrow, asking, "Aren't you afraid of earning a living at the cost of your life?" "We have our own channels, just as you do in New America, Colonel," Valerie implied. "Ha ha, quite ambitious. We shall discuss this further another time." Hansen concluded that topic with a smile. "Ah, Lark," Hansen called out as the individual entered the room. "The mainframe is ready. We may begin." The Lark addressed Hansen, "Let us not forget our terms. One goes to input the access code, and one stays behind to keep me company." Hansen glanced at the two before stating, "I have consumed quite a bit since yesterday. I fear my hands may tremble when inputting the code, so it's best if my brother goes." Valerie remarked. The Lark cast a glance at Valerie, perplexed as to why she chose not to leave the mercenaries behind and descend with her personally. Emmerich V. rose and addressed the Lark, "Let us proceed. Follow me." The Lark, having spoken, turned towards the door leading downstairs. Chapter 36. The final opportunity. What to do once I acquire the neural matrix. I have already contemplated. I will infiltrate the local network, rewrite the stadium's defense system, and incite them to annihilate one another. But can you truly handle Hansen alone? The Lark, controlling the equipment below, simultaneously communicated with Valerie via the connection to the relic chip. Valerie appeared to be inebriated, standing beside Hansen while stifling yawns. "Focus on your task and notify me when you're ready to act." "Understood." The Lark below had already separated the device's casing, revealing its core, which emitted a blue luminescence. "Valerie, chaos will ensue in 2 minutes. Prepare yourself. I will seal the box's door, and to escape, you must eliminate Hansen and his subordinates first." Emmerich V. had already connected a data cable to the device. After the Lark busied herself with the computer, Emmerich V. began inputting a password. "It appears our transaction is about to bear fruit," Hansen said with a smile beside Valerie. "I too am eager to discover what lies within." Valerie leaned lazily against Hansen as if trying to seduce him. "I am in the midst of breaching the stadium's defense system. It is exceedingly challenging. I must penetrate the black wall." The Lark seemed to have retrieved something from the device. The defense system was poised to retaliate against Hansen's forces. The box's door securely locked, and the moment to strike was imminent. "Colonel, it seems your business." Valerie had drawn exceedingly close, her tone teasing. Hansen looked at Valerie in confusion. What he beheld was her triumphant grin, devoid of any trace of intoxication. Before Hansen could instinctively activate the CNY, Valerie's mantis blade had already pierced his heart, emerging from his back. Before Hansen's guards could comprehend what had transpired, Valerie, empowered by the CNY, repeatedly stabbed Hansen. With a swift movement, she positioned herself behind him, using his lifeless body as a shield. Simultaneously, she drew a pistol from Hansen's holster, firing 8 shots that felled 8 Hellhound soldiers. The remaining 2 Hellhound soldiers had only just raised their weapons when one found his head severed by Valerie's mantis blade, while the other had Hansen's prized knife embedded in his forehead. Valerie advanced, extracted Hansen's knife, wiped it clean, and stowed it away. Glancing at Hansen's wide-eyed, unblinking corpse, she completed her earlier statement. "It appears your business has incurred a loss." At that moment, a powerful pulse from the black wall resonated from below, plunging the box into darkness. Valerie's behavioral mimicry ceased, reverting to her true appearance. "V, are you all right?" Valerie descended to inquire of V. "I am fine. But the Lark does not appear well," V replied, casting a worried glance at the Lark. The Lark leaned against her knees, gasping for air, and managed to utter, "I lost control for a moment, but I am fine now. I stashed some weapons and ammunition over there." She gestured toward a nearby gate. Valerie approached, retrieving a 9-tailed rifle from a box and tossing it to V, while handing an HJK-11 Yukimura to the Lark, and finally producing a Prelude revolver to tuck into her waistband. "We must hurry," Valerie urged. The Lark opened the gate, revealing the arms deal venue outside. The helicopter that had once hovered above lay crumpled on the ground, engulfed in flames. Before the wreckage, 2 Hellhound soldiers were advancing cautiously with their weapons raised. Valerie gestured to V, who nodded in understanding. Both rose simultaneously from their cover and opened fire, instantly dispatching the 2 soldiers. The gunfire attracted more Hellhound soldiers. And although the stadium's defense system had restrained many of their forces, the importance of the transaction to Hansen meant that numerous guards remained near the laboratory. Through their coordinated efforts, Valerie and V pressed forward, swiftly reaching the stadium's maintenance shaft. "I have burned the door lock. At last, we can rest," the Lark exclaimed, nearly losing her balance as she leaned against a crate, gasping for breath. Once the Lark regained her composure, the trio continued through the maintenance shaft, ultimately arriving at a sewer. "The plan is as follows. We will exit from the rear of the stadium. I have arranged 2 vehicles, one for you and one for me, to hinder their pursuit." The trio spotted a glimmer of light ahead in the sewer, indicating that the exit was near. "I feel lightheaded," the Lark murmured, staggering forward. Suddenly, a handgun pressed against the back of her head, filled with implants. "What else are you concealing about the antidote?" Valerie's icy voice emanated from behind the Lark. The Lark froze, her eyes widening. "Everything I told you was the truth," she protested loudly. "Yet you have also withheld certain facts, have you not? There is a distinct difference between what you voluntarily disclose and what I extract from you. Do you comprehend, Miss Song Xiaomei?" Valerie warned, prodding the Lark's head with the gun. "This is your final opportunity." V stood silently to the side, observing. The Lark, weak and defeated, sank to the ground, eyes closed, and said, "Go ahead and shoot." "Do you think I lack the courage?" Valerie shifted the gun's muzzle, pulling the trigger, causing the bullet to strike the earth. Then she pressed the barrel against the Lark's forehead, coldly stating, "The next shot won't be diverted. The antidote is here. Indeed, I have concealed part of the truth." The Lark produced a small vial from within, declaring, "This contains the antidote, but it can only heal one person, me. Or you. You may shoot me now and take it." The Lark presented a demeanor of utter despair. Yet Valerie did not seize the antidote. She merely lowered her weapon and said, "You have earned your final chance, Song Xiaomei." The Lark looked at Valerie in astonishment. "I have reviewed your dossier. You believe yourself astute, yet you have consistently acted foolishly." Valerie holstered her gun. "You have betrayed your friends, sold out Li Da, and have been exploited by Myers. After all this, you still wish to manipulate me and Hansen." Valerie seethed. "Song Xiaomei, do you realize how utterly foolish you are?" With a swift kick, Valerie flung open the iron gate to the sewer, addressing the Lark. "The terms of the contract have changed. I want Myers to instruct you to dig up dirt on the Black Wall, as well as all technical data regarding the capture of the rogue A from Little Beidou, and all data you have collected pertaining to the Black Wall. Can you manage that?" "I can," the Lark replied, head bowed. "Get lost." Valerie pointed toward the exit of the sewer. "Do not think you can escape. If you wish to continue living, you will obey me." After the Lark staggered away, V finally spoke up. "You let her go just like that?" "I never intended to keep that thing," Valerie replied. "Then what was the commotion in Dogtown all about?" V asked, puzzled. Valerie gazed toward Night City, observing the towering steel forest, and softly said, "As you just heard, every pestilence in Night City is one less to contend with." Chapter 37. "The new power broker. This is the contract I accepted. Why are you following me here?" V remarked, displeased, as she watched Valerie in the elevator of the heavily burdened club. "The task you have taken on will affect the future of Dogtown. I need to discuss this matter with Mr. Hans," Valerie replied calmly. "Why do you think Hans will take you seriously?" V asked bluntly. "Intermediaries can negotiate with anyone, as long as it aligns with their interests. What he desires is to maintain the status quo in Dogtown and ensure he can exert even greater control over his puppets," Valerie explained, as if the success of the negotiations were already a foregone conclusion. "And what do you want?" With her understanding of the situation, V sensed that Valerie was plotting something further. "My objectives are not dissimilar from Hansen's. The difference lies in my desire for a future where Dogtown is less encumbered by corporate pawns," Valerie responded. The elevator soon reached the 3rd floor, and their conversation came to a halt. Valerie approached Mr. Hans's private room with a familiarity that suggested she was meeting an old friend, her expression unperturbed. Meanwhile, V remained uncertain of Mr. Hans's disposition, even though he always spoke in a seemingly agreeable tone when assigning her tasks. Nonetheless, V recognized that Mr. Hans was the most inscrutable intermediary she had encountered. Of course, Valerie was a separate case altogether. After V knocked on the door a few times, it opened on its own. V cast a glance at Valerie before stepping inside. Mr. Hans sat on the sofa, observing the 2 newcomers with an expression that suggested discontent. "Miss Valerie, I recall you mentioning during our conversation at the gym green that you would not interfere with my request for V's assistance." Mr. Hans fixed his gaze on Valerie, who had boldly settled herself on the sofa opposite him. Were it any other commission, I would certainly refrain from interference. However, your desire to appoint a new leader for Dogtown necessitates a discussion. Valerie retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and gestured towards the documents on the table before Mr. Hans. Are you implying that you intend to intrude upon Dogtown to seize business from me? Mr. Hans raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with hostility. I am here merely to ensure that Dogtown does not fall prey to destructive elements. Valerie replied coolly. Oh, and what do you refer to? Mr. Hans questioned, uncertain of how much the other party understood about the shifting dynamics. For instance, the clause of Arasaka. Valerie's eyes sharpened suddenly. I believe you jest. This commission has no connection with Arasaka, Mr. Hans chuckled. Oh, so you are entirely unaware that your chosen successor for Dogtown, Bennett, is entangled with Arasaka? Valerie sneered. Mr. Hans furrowed his brow, sensing that Valerie seemed to have a clear understanding of his machinations. I know you fear that military technology will infiltrate and usurp control of Dogtown at this juncture. Thus, you wish to enlist Arasaka's support as a bulwark against military tech. But have you considered that Arasaka, still reeling from the recent demise of its leader, is itself in disarray? If a faction believes you to be a valuable pawn, you might as well rely on the Voodoo Boys. Let us not forget. Petrochem has a bounty on your head. Mr. Hans remained silent, his gaze fixed on Valerie as he contemplated. He was not surprised that she had uncovered his true identity, as it was not a closely guarded secret. Moreover, he had taken refuge within Dogtown, which he had managed for many years, rendering Petrochem powerless against him. However, this woman was a wild card. Reports indicated that she had audaciously presented the new American president to the anti-terrorist task force, coupled with her companion V. The recently ascendant lone wolf assassin of Night City. It was evident that they shared undisclosed ties. So your intention is? Mr. Hans finally spoke as Valerie neared the end of her cigarette. Quite simple. Eradicate Arasaka. Valerie extinguished her cigarette in the ashtray and continued. You are likely aware that I have become an adversary of New America. The CIA desires to utilize me to recover their lost asset. In a certain sense, our circumstances are quite similar. Easier said than done. Without a corporation backing you, even if Hansen were alive, he would effectively be as good as dead. If we oust Arasaka, what will enter in its stead will not be corporate spies, but rather the security forces of military tech. Mr. Hans perceived that the woman before him was either overly arrogant or utterly deranged, believing that Dogtown could operate independently from corporate control. I mean to expel Arasaka. Not to suggest that Night City should function in a vacuum, Valerie clarified, sensing Mr. Hans's misunderstanding. Then who do you intend to bring in? Mr. Hans inquired, curious about the source of her potential support. I plan to enlist the Netwatch, Valerie stated ominously. Upon hearing this, Mr. Hans's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. He could now ascertain that the woman was indeed insane. What is Dogtown? A part of the Pacific State. Which gang predominates in the Pacific State? The Voodoo Boys. Who are the Voodoo Boys' sworn enemies? Netwatch. Is there not enough chaos in Dogtown already? Given the scant resources of Netwatch and Night City, they would require a multitude of enforcers merely to enter the Pacific State unscathed. Do you intend for Dogtown to rely on them? They alone cannot suffice. But what if we combine forces with the anti-terrorist task force? Valerie countered meaningfully. Mr. Hans gasped in shock. Was she suggesting a return of Dogtown to Night City? The intertwining of the anti-terrorist task force and Netwatch would deter other corporations in Night City from brazenly invading Dogtown on both physical and cyber fronts. As for how to navigate the remaining clandestine affairs, I trust you are more than capable, as long as Dogtown does not descend into cyber madness. The anti-terrorist task force will not intervene, while Netwatch may engage in some trivialities regarding Dogtown if they find themselves restless. Their attention will inevitably turn to the Voodoo Boys and Petrochem's relentless pursuit of that coveted underground facility, provided you do not recklessly provoke them. And if business with Cuba remains steady, you will still be the puppeteer in Dogtown. Mr. Hans stood and turned away, contemplating the situation. Finally, he posed a question. What if Arasaka refuses to yield? If Arasaka and military tech, the two colossal capital forces of Night City, join forces to exert pressure on the city's government, the delicate balance you speak of becomes sheer folly. Arasaka and military tech will not be able to sustain their presence in Night City for long, I assure you, Valerie proclaimed boldly. Mr. Hans turned to regard Valerie, aware that the incident at the K-Biki building was likely tied to her, suggesting she held some leverage over Arasaka. But could she wield that leverage to forge a true weapon? Should we expel Arasaka, I estimate Dogtown could last no more than 3 months, Mr. Hans stated as he lit a cigar. That is sufficient, Valerie smiled, replying, in fact, within a week, you shall witness the spectacle of New America. So, can V and I proceed with our commission? Mr. Hans inquired. Naturally, I care only for the outcome. The enjoyment of the process shall be left for V to relish. Valerie chuckled, patting V on the shoulder before exiting Mr. Hans's private chamber. Damn it. I am beginning to contemplate whether I should continue to involve myself in your political games, V remarked, his expression somber. I can offer double the usual commission. And ensure support is guaranteed. Mr. Hans waved his hand, still holding the cigar. After listening, V chuckled and rubbed his hands together. It seems this game is indeed worth playing again. Chapter 38. Until the building collapses. Leave the gun in the car. V. The spaceport has security regulations. Firearms are not permitted inside. Outside the orbital spaceport, a van stood where the Lark spoke to V in a feeble voice. I certainly do not wish for the events of Hansen's funeral to be reenacted at the spaceport. V cast a complex glance at the visibly distressed Nightingale. Aware that the latter was referring to the incident at Hansen's funeral, where she had fatally shot Bennett, she retrieved her handgun from its holster and placed it upon the seat of the passenger side. Damn it, I'm embroiled in that situation again. I hope you don't lead me astray this time, V gritted her teeth and remarked. For you at this moment, having a gun or not makes little difference. Nightingale replied reassuringly. Rest assured, I shall look after you throughout this ordeal. Remember, the Tycho terminal. V opened the car door and stepped out. Making her way into the terminal. Following the guidance of Lark, V arrived at the security checkpoint. Upon hearing the security personnel request to deactivate her combat augmentations, V clenched her fist. Do not act rashly, V, Lark reassured her through the communication line. Once we regroup, I will assist you in unlocking the augmentations. V can only extract the data line and insert it into the terminal designated by security. Currently, biometric de-authentication is being processed. Please look at the camera. The aviation security personnel gestured towards the camera beside him and spoke. Following his instructions, I have already preloaded your file into their database, the Nightingale indicated. V gazed at the camera, and after a few moments, the security personnel spoke again. The scanning process has been completed. We appreciate your choice of orbital airlines. And once again, thank you for your cooperation. V disconnected the data cable and stepped into the waiting hall. First, head over to the conveyor belt, my friend, who assisted me in purchasing the ticket, left some belongings there, the Lark reminded once more. Upon arriving at the luggage claim area, V entered the number sent by the Lark, and a yellow suitcase materialized on the conveyor belt. Construction worker attire? V furrowed his brow as he gazed at the open suitcase before him. Finding a secluded spot to change was essential. The Tycon terminal was currently under construction, providing a perfect opportunity to blend in with this attire. However, one must remain vigilant of the security robots and cameras, as these two elements are not easily deceived. Replied the Lark. Very well, V muttered, pursing his lips as he carried the suitcase into the restroom. His weapons remained in the vehicle, and his cybernetic enhancements were locked, necessitating a change of clothes for infiltration. This sensation felt hauntingly familiar. V donned a construction worker's attire in the restroom and proceeded towards the construction site. A troubling piece of news emerged. The CIA's hackers had commenced breaching the security systems of orbital air, necessitating heightened caution. Can the New America truly infiltrate so brazenly? V inquired in astonishment. Miles is no trifling adversary. Exercise utmost vigilance, Birdsong advised. V effortlessly evaded the surveillance and security drones, entering the elevator that ascended to the rooftop. V. I have reached the rooftop, yet I am still a good 30 to 40 meters away. Please find something to pull me up. As V stepped out of the elevator, he was immediately met with the pleas of the Lark. Unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, he gazed at the gentle drizzle falling from the sky and remarked, I can't help but wonder if you were intentionally tormenting me. Please, V, the Lark implored. V could only search for items, ultimately discarding the fire hose over the balcony for the Lark to catch. With great effort, she managed to pull the Lark up, despite her combat augmentations being restrained. Leaning against the railing, the Lark, clad in a sturdy trench coat, panted heavily and gestured toward a small bag she had brought along, saying, V, here are your belongings. V discovered that his combat chassis had been unlocked. He approached the bag and retrieved the JK-X2, inspecting it with a wry smile. You are excessively heavy. Perhaps a little weight loss is in order, he remarked with a chuckle. Not long after, the Lark suddenly exclaimed, Damn, the forces of New America are approaching. We must hide. The two swiftly took refuge in a ventilation shaft, navigating through the ducts. As they progressed, They glimpsed New America's armed helicopters and hovering vehicles descending onto the rooftop, where President Lida and President Myers were present. If this little bird falls into enemy hands, the consequences would be dire. This knowledge rests solely with us. We must not allow any mistakes, otherwise New America will be obliterated. The lark scoffed lightly. Did you hear that? I anticipated it would unfold this way. V wore a sullen expression, having thoroughly discerned Miles' true nature. Miles was indeed despicable. She had numerous tactics at her disposal, yet as long as I could evade this peril, her days of frolicking would be numbered. The lark remarked darkly. The two managed to elude the search conducted by the New American soldiers on the rooftop and cautiously entered the elevator. Before the elevator doors even opened, they heard the sounds of gunfire outside. It was a clash between the New American forces and the security personnel of the aerospace agency. Under V's protection, they carved a bloody path through the crossfire, advancing towards the train station platform. During a brief respite in a location devoid of enemies, V inquired curiously, "Who orchestrated this flight?" The individual referred to himself as Mr. Blue Eyes, and I suspect he is affiliated with the Knight family, the lark responded. Damn it. Arasaka, Kanto, military technology, and the Knight family. V cursed. I seem to have antagonized all the major corporations in Night City. You truly are a harbinger of misfortune. Their safety was short-lived as they traversed the corridor of the terminal. They were relentlessly pursued by armed helicopters from the New American forces, and soldiers obstructed their path along the way. V could only dodge the helicopter's cannon fire while retaliating against the New American soldiers, with the lark stumbling behind her. To the control tower. We must take the maglev train to the launch pad, the lark stated. However, upon reaching the control tower, they encountered a significant contingent of New American soldiers waiting for them. V had to withstand the onslaught of their firepower, providing cover for the lark to operate the maglev train from the control tower. Damn it. The New American lackeys are multiplying. I can hardly hold on. V exclaimed, peeking out from behind cover to fire her weapon intermittently. Almost there. The lark replied, nervously manipulating the control panel. At that moment, armed helicopters hovered above the control tower, and an increasing number of New American soldiers began to encircle them. Just as the situation became dire, a missile struck one of the helicopters. The distinct alarm of the terror response unit echoed through the air as several hovercraft adorned with the unit's insignia arrived above. This is the terror response unit. I command all armed personnel engaged in combat to cease fire immediately. Otherwise, we shall employ all necessary measures. The announcement from the terror response unit resonated. V gazed at the lark, who had already concealed herself beneath the control panel, and the lark responded with a slight nod. However, the soldiers of New America had already received their lethal orders. They were to capture the lark at all costs. Ignoring the warnings from the counterterrorism mobile unit, they advanced while opening fire on the two. Clearly, some were determined to reject civility in favor of brutality. The counterterrorism mobile unit announced over the intercom. And soon the side doors of their hovercraft swung open, unleashing a barrage of fully armed operatives who commenced firing upon the New American soldiers below. Astonishingly, the elite forces of New America found themselves suppressed, unable to raise their heads against the ferocious firepower of these officially sanctioned cybermaniacs. Seizing the moment as the counterterrorism mobile unit engaged in combat with the New American troops, V swiftly moved to assist the lark, and together they fled towards the maglev train. A few minutes later, at the launch platform of the aerial rail service, V stepped out of the train, his expression somber as he cradled the unconscious Nightingale, slowly making his way towards the spacecraft poised for takeoff. Damn it. V halted, casting a dark gaze upon Lida, who emerged from the spacecraft wielding a firearm. Put her down, Lida commanded sharply. All right, I will, V replied, gently lowering Nightingale to the ground. Do you even comprehend whom you are protecting? A mercenary. Lida pressed, his tone menacing. All I know is, she is on the brink of death, V responded. Is it just you alone? As far as I'm aware, Nightingale was hired through an intermediary named Valerie. She had been working alongside you. Where is she now? Lida inquired, advancing menacingly. I'm right here. Suddenly, Nightingale, who had been lying on the ground, appeared behind Lida and incapacitated him with a stun gun, bringing the New American CIA agent crashing to the floor. I don't understand why we are taking such immense risks for this, V said, picking up Lida's handgun. A flicker of light crossed Nightingale's face, transforming it into Valerie's visage. Of course, it is to record tonight's grand performance. This serves as irrefutable evidence of New America's terror attack on Night City. Valerie retrieved a cigarette from her coat and lit it. You summoned the rapid response team? V queried. I am not that influential, They merely received advance intel and came to protect the citizens of Night City. Valerie gestured toward the incapacitated Lida. We cannot allow the lunar flight to depart half-empty, she stated, lifting Lida's upper body. Come and lend a hand. Together. They hoisted the large man into the spacecraft's cabin and secured the door. They then returned to the platform, sitting on a bench, watching as the spacecraft commenced its countdown for launch. We are ready on our end. Let me confirm one last time. Are you certain you wish to give this opportunity to her? Lucy's voice came through the phone. At that moment, Lucy was in New America's experimental facility beneath the stadium, observing Valerie's borrowed technical expert working diligently on the incapacitated Song Jame. Absolutely. Lucy. I thought you would understand my choice, Valerie replied. After learning about her past, I do feel a twinge of sympathy. However, I cannot fathom your decision. This opportunity to heal yourself will vanish. I never intended to use this method for my own recovery. My objectives have largely been fulfilled. Whether New America collapses is uncertain. But military technology will inevitably be expelled from Night City, Valerie remarked, gazing at the ascending spacecraft with a smile. Does that not imply that Arasaka will dominate the landscape? Lucy questioned. Let Arasaka revel for a few more days. If Johnny Silverhand could breach Arasaka Tower once, he can certainly do so again, Valerie scoffed. What is our next step? V asked Valerie. Didn't you mention that Senator Pilar's wife wanted to meet with you to discuss matters? The grand drama of Night City is far from over. Chapter 39. The attack case. The Pilar's couple approached me, indeed seeking assistance in investigating Mayor Ryan's death. He now wishes for my help in examining the victim of the cyber psycho attack, Super Dream. Sitting in the senator's vehicle, V communicated with Valerie through the subnet. Agree to his request, Valerie advised. V extended his hand towards Congressman Jefferson and said, Very well, let me see how I can assist. Excellent, he added. Whatever the lead may be, as long as it clarifies the situation and alleviates the current uncertainties. Congressman Jefferson then produced a chip and handed it to V. V took the chip and inserted it into the MuteWo headset, preparing to wear it. At that moment, Valerie, connected to the subnet, spoke up. Once you put on the headset, open port 1650. I will watch with you. All right. V complied and entered the dream realm. As the dream commenced, a colossal face loomed directly in front of V, nearly provoking her to unleash a punch in response. Before the V has even begun to play, two figures appear on the screen. One is Valerie, and the other seems to be a man embodying the essence of rock music. All right. Let us see what lies within. The man speaks. Who on earth is this fellow? V pointed at Johnny in confusion and asked Valerie. Johnny Silverhand. The master of that relic chip. Valerie replied curtly, stating that he shamelessly insisted on coming along to take a look. Oh, I've heard so much about you. V initiated the playback of the memory, and within mere seconds, the conversation between Mayor Ryan and Deputy Mayor Oat materialized on the screen. I recall encountering Oat in Gemstone Blue, where he appeared to be engaged in business discussions with representatives from Arasaka. V paused the memory and remarked, It is hardly surprising. Night City is rapidly becoming the backyard of Arasaka. Johnny interjected. V continued to play the footage of MuteWo, listening to the dialogue between the two. The Red Queen's race? Valerie, you must know where it is, V inquired. It's at an underground club. Someone of the mayor's stature cannot openly frequent a place like Leeds Bar, Valerie replied. Just seconds after they left, an attack occurred. V thought to himself, this attack seems rather staged, doesn't it? Perhaps that madman is just exceptionally lucky? No need to be paranoid, Johnny remarked. Shut up, Johnny, Valerie retorted, clearly irritated. V continued to observe and soon noticed a man clad in a leather coat entering the scene. He presented credentials from NCD, stating he was seeking the head of the mayor's security team. The presence of NCD personnel added further complexity to the situation. Perhaps he merely sought to curry favor with the mayor, Johnny remarked disdainfully. While many in NCD may be in ne'er-do-wells, there are indeed individuals who earnestly strive to fulfill their duties as police officers, Valerie replied with a hint of resignation. It is rather intriguing. The moment the mayor departs, the security system falters. Such a sequence of events could hardly be deemed coincidental. V observed the cyber-psychotic swaggering through the security gate. What tune is that? V inquired, puzzled. You dare call it a tune? Are you tone-deaf? Johnny mocked. Keep barking, and I shall promptly kick you out, Valerie retorted, raising her middle finger at Johnny. Shortly thereafter, V witnessed the cyber-psychotic stab a security guard with a mantis blade, only to be gunned down on the spot by the NCD agents who had just entered, 3 shots piercing him to the ground. I must admit, that marksmanship is rather impressive, V remarked. Fair enough, Valerie replied. After V deactivated the dream machine, He discovered that the Pilar's couple was already waiting by their hovering vehicle outside. He stepped out of the car and approached them. What do you think? Is there anything suspicious? Anything at all? Or perhaps we are overthinking this? Senator Jefferson inquired of V. You should be asking what is not suspicious. There are too many coincidences here for anyone with a modicum of intelligence to overlook the discrepancies, V replied gravely as he returned the Dream Machine chip. Do you have any leads for investigation? Senator Jefferson asked, frowning. Tell me who that fellow is and how to reach him, V responded. That is Detective River Ward. He is a good man. We have worked on several cases together. I will send you his information. The next steps are in your hands. Senator Jefferson said before discarding his cigar onto the ground, extinguishing it, and departing in the hovering vehicle. You clearly have River's contact information as well. Why must I inquire? V retorted irritably through the subnet. Let us maintain the FAAD. You should arrange a meeting with River first, and then we will regroup, Valerie replied. V could only reach River through the contact information provided by the counselor. Upon mentioning the name of Perales, River swiftly agreed to meet. They arranged to convene at the Fat Chicken Wings, unsurprisingly, the familiar location. All right, I am heading out now. Let us rendezvous at the restaurant entrance. As V drove to the restaurant, he spotted Valerie standing at the entrance, idly smoking a cigarette. What role do you intend to play in this affair? V inquired of Valerie. I shall inform that fellow that I am your sister, here to assist my younger sibling, Valerie teased playfully. Get lost. What gives you the right to claim to be my sister? V retorted. Just because I returned from 2079. If you have a problem with it, keep it to yourself. Valerie replied with a laugh. V felt a peculiar itch in his fists, a compelling urge to strike the face that mirrored his own. However, upon reflection, he recognized that the individual before him possessed far more experience, prompting him to quell the impulse. Suit yourself. Upon entering the restaurant, they encountered River and his associate. Following a warning to River to refrain from further involvement in the mayor's case, the partner departed, leaving V and Valerie to take their seats across from River. I thought you were coming alone, River remarked, glancing at Valerie. Do you know my partner? He inquired, noticing Valerie's gaze fixed on Detective Hahn, who was approaching in a police car. No, I don't know him. He simply seems like someone who possesses considerable knowledge, Valerie replied, turning back to River. Is that your intuition as a middleman, Miss Valerie? River probed further. Oh, you recognize me? Valerie responded with curiosity. Though I am an officer, I am no fool. Many on the streets know of you, the infamous Demonis. Several cases I have handled are linked to you. So, did you take on the future mayor's commission? River continued. No, it was V who accepted the assignment. I merely came to assist her, Valerie indicated towards V. Let us return to the matter at hand. You and the cybermaniac nearly arrived on the scene simultaneously. What were you intending to discuss with the mayor's head of security? V tapped the table, inquiring. Actually, Hahn was right. We ought to find a more secluded location to converse. My car is just outside, River suggested, surveying the surroundings. All right, let us go, V said. Rising first, River glanced at Valerie, who extinguished her cigarette and stood up as well. Perfect, we can exchange some information, she remarked. Chapter 40, The Death of the Mayor. Hey, girl. What's your relationship with that pig-headed officer? His new girlfriend? Two thugs from the Tiger Claw gang approached Valerie, who was leaning against River's car, smoking, and taunted her in Japanese. Humph. Valerie cast them a disdainful glance, smirking. What? Can't understand human language? The thugs, incensed by her demeanor, became exceedingly furious. Rolling her eyes, Valerie flicked the nearly finished cigarette in the direction of the provocateur. Seeing her action, the thugs were enraged and reached for their swords, preparing to attack. However, before their hands could even grasp the hilts, Valerie was already before them. With a swift kick, she sent the provocateurs's companion crashing into a nearby trash heap, simultaneously delivering a punch that landed squarely on the provocateurs's face. The once boastful thug crumpled to the ground, his face visibly caved in. I had thought you would use a Manus blade to slice those Tiger Claw scum into pieces, V remarked. V approached from the direction of the market and addressed Valerie. It was evident that she had witnessed the entire sequence of events. How dare they presume to challenge us? Valerie nonchalantly retrieved a cigarette and lit it, her expression dripping with disdain. Could you refrain from discussing such matters in front of a police officer? River remarked resignedly after inspecting the two lifeless bodies on the ground. Damn it, the VE kicked the bucket. I'll have to report this. Then we shall await you at the Red Queen's race while you deal with this mess at your leisure. Good cop, V retorted irritably. As they made their way to Bernita Street, Valerie, seated in the passenger seat, inquired of V, So, did you manage to glean any information? Didn't you ask? V countered. I did, but I'm uncertain if it aligns with what you've heard. It's merely that Peter Hovass is a lunatic. He worked there for a while before abruptly quitting to lecture everywhere, V responded. It seems the proprietress is indeed not well informed, Valerie muttered. What is going on at that club? Why don't you just spoil it for me? V asked with irritation. She felt like a puppet whenever she accompanied Valerie on these assignments. There is nothing of importance to discuss. Just be cautious not to carelessly don any found super dreams. Valerie advised. When have I ever done such a thing? V retorted. Oh? Then who was it that lay in the alley behind the super skyscraper H4 the other day? Awakened by passing Lucy? Valerie questioned, exasperated. No. I didn't disclose the content of that super dream to Lucy. I merely inquired about who David Martinez was. How could you? V grinned mischievously. Oh, it appears you two have viewed that super dream. Valerie felt a twinge of regret for her indiscreet inquiry. Before long, they arrived at the location of the Red Queen's Race Club, standing across the street awaiting River. The territory of the animals gang. V gritted her teeth. Valerie glanced at V but refrained from asking why she appeared to harbor such a deep-seated animosity towards the animals gang. Valerie surmised it likely related to a job V had undertaken in Dogtown. It was long before River arrived in his vehicle before them. The animals gang is on guard. I lack a search warrant, so I can't just waltz in. However, you two, River indicated meaningfully towards them. Valerie turned to V, asking, can you handle this alone? River found Valerie's question rather perplexing. V smirked, stretching her arms and cracking her neck. It's just a few members of the animals gang. I was just looking for an opportunity to vent some frustration. With that, she strode confidently toward the security booth at the entrance. What do you want? Get lost. The gate is closed. The burly woman stationed at the booth threatened as V approached. V approached the window, beckoning her with a playful gesture, and said with a smile, lean your head a little closer. I shall reveal my purpose. To her surprise, the doorman of the animal gang indeed leaned in slightly. In an instant, she found herself at the mercy of the woman before her, who reached out a hand and forcefully slammed it against her forehead, pinning her to the windowsill. I am here to eradicate your animal gang, V declared menacingly. Across the street, Valerie observed V's actions, exclaiming, how brutal. Moments later, she witnessed V nonchalantly brandishing a handgun and striding into the premises, followed by a cacophony of gunfire erupting from within the warehouse. Are you certain she is truly fine? River inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Barely had River's words faded when Valerie's phone rang. She got it handled. I'll head in first. Since you cannot enter, wait here for our news. Valerie chuckled and confidently walked through the entrance. Upon entering the garage, Valerie spotted V waiting by a container. Have you had your fill of vengeance? She asked as they entered the concealed elevator within the container. It's satisfactory, though not wholly fulfilling. There is still a batch downstairs. I assure you, you can indulge yourself, V replied. When the elevator halted and the doors opened, V pulled back the slide of her pistol and stepped out, only to be met with another flurry of gunfire. Valerie lingered just outside the elevator for a moment, only proceeding once the gunfire ceased. Inside, she found V seated on a sofa, smoking a cigarette, with the lifeless body of an animal gang member beneath her feet. Have you truly quenched your thirst for blood? Valerie inquired. That should suffice for now. Let us return to business, V replied, striding towards the club's private rooms. As V approached the office door, she noticed Valerie emerging from a nearby booth, clutching a Super Dream headset. Is this what you mentioned? V asked. Indeed, evidence that our officer may find useful, Valerie responded, stowing the headset away. The two entered the office and soon accessed the surveillance footage on the computer. The video revealed Detective Hahn conversing on the phone, directing his subordinates to drag Mayor Ryan's body from the booth. This individual seems somewhat familiar, V remarked, glancing at Valerie. In Night City, everyone has their way of life. Send the video to River, Valerie suggested, offering no further commentary. V sent the document to River and inquired over the phone. Did your partner conceal the true cause of the mayor's death, and you noticed nothing? No way. How could that be? River's incredulous voice echoed through the receiver. I'll give him a call and arrange to meet at Fat Chicken Wings. I need to confront him in person. This is Night City. One can never truly know what those around them might do to survive, Johnny lamented from the side. At the entrance of Fat Chicken Wings, Valerie and V coldly observed the quarrel between two detectives. One insisted that to survive, one must follow orders, while the other argued that a police officer shouldn't lack integrity. Valerie refrained from interjecting, pondering the merits of right and wrong. If one has no ideals, life holds little significance, she mused. Yet conversely, without life, ideals are devoid of meaning. Ultimately, Detective Han delivered a parting remark. Go home, Ward. Get a good night's sleep. In the morning, you'll feel much better. I wish I could do the same. With that, Detective Han drove away. What are your plans now? V asked, gazing at the dejected River. I won't give up. I can't, River sighed. Holt murdered Ryan to usurp his position. It's the most cliché and outdated motive, but it makes sense of the whole affair. He even used NCD to clean up his mess. So, what do you intend to do next? V cast a glance at the silent Valerie and once again addressed River. I intend to submit the materials to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It is sufficient for them to reassess this case. If you proceed with that, your position will be compromised, V replied, furrowing her brow, for she harbored no faith that NCD would conduct an impartial investigation into its own affairs. I am indifferent. I have merely fulfilled my responsibilities, River replied in a low tone. What about you? Will you return to report to Perales? River inquired of V. V nodded thoughtfully. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Remain vigilant. Thank you, V, replied River, leaning against the railing while gazing into the distance, lost in contemplation. Let us proceed, Valerie urged gently, nudging the somewhat conflicted V. Once they entered V's vehicle, V, seated in the driver's seat, spoke up. I sense that this matter is far more intricate than it appears. It seems you have made some progress, Valerie remarked, somewhat taken aback that she could discern the underlying discrepancies. Pray tell, where do you find it lacking in simplicity? Although Hawk possesses a motive, it is evident to any discerning eye that even if he were to eliminate Ryan, he would not secure his position. Moreover, he would only act as the election nears its conclusion. Something about this feels amiss, yet I cannot articulate precisely what it is. Let me elaborate, Valerie responded. If Hawk intends to assassinate Ryan to ascend to power, who do you believe would support such an endeavor? Arashaba. I recall witnessing them engaged in discussions at the Gemstone Pavilion. And who was it that elevated Ryan to his current status? Valerie continued to inquire. V furrowed his brow, remarking, it's the Arasaka issue. That's where the problem lies. According to the election polls, Ryan's re-election is virtually assured. Arasaka has no reason to sabotage themselves. Valerie spoke slowly. Are you suggesting that Senator Jefferson is a thief crying stop thief? After all, if Ryan were to die, Jefferson's ascension to mayor would be all but guaranteed. I suspect he remains oblivious, even believing that his personal charisma could garner him sufficient votes, Valerie scoffed. Are you implying that there are others manipulating this situation behind the scenes? V. It is now 2077, Valerie questioned with a sardonic smile. You can't possibly believe that anyone could rise in the political arena without corporate backing, can you? You've reminded me. How should I respond to them later? V asked, troubled. Relay to them exactly what River suggested. We need to make those pulling the strings feel as though their plans are succeeding. Just how deep this water runs. We must first observe from the shore to truly comprehend, she replied. Chapter 41. Some lose money, some gain it. Hey, Pepe, bring me a bottle of beer, Valerie announced as she settled at the bar of the Wild Wolf. V, changing your style today? Pepe jested. Take a closer look, Valerie said, pulling down her sunglasses with a hint of irritation. I've not been here often, but I have been here before. Haha, I was just joking, Miss Valerie, Pepe laughed, opening a bottle of beer and placing it on the bar. You are indeed a rare visitor. After all, this place cannot compete with the afterlife. The Wild Wolf has its charm, Valerie replied, taking a sip from the beer. By the way, how's Jack doing lately? Jack? Ever since you visited a couple of days ago, he's been clamoring to go to Dogtown. The barmaid heard him and gave him a thrashing. Now he is back in the alley helping with deliveries, Pepe said with a smirk. Pepe, you scoundrel, are you talking bad about me again? Jack cursed as he appeared at the back door. Upon spotting Valerie at the bar, his eyes brightened, and he sat down beside her. Valerie, my dear sister, why didn't you take me along to Dogtown? Valerie turned to Jack, exasperated. Jack, it's not that I look down on you, but your reckless nature is simply unsuited for that line of work. Besides, didn't you just snag a few contracts from Lucy? What do you mean snag? I earned those jobs through my own merit. Right, through sheer persistence, Valerie nodded, then continued earnestly. Jack, you are not like V. V and I are solitary figures. If we were to fall, it would be just us. But your mother is still around, Misty is still here, and this bar remains. You must consider these responsibilities. Those words. V has said something similar to me, Jack sighed. However, V and I started this journey together. Watching her thrive, now on equal footing with the big shots, I can't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, as if I've been left behind. Jack, I am not ungrateful, and V is certainly not either, Valerie advised. But a mercenary's life cannot last forever, unless one meets an untimely end. Don't harbor fantasies of becoming a legend. How many legendary mercenaries are still alive in Night City? I cannot agree with that. Look at Rog, that old lady. Rog has transitioned to being an intermediary, just like me, Valerie shot back. She is even more at ease than I am. I still have to step in to handle things occasionally. What about Atom Smasher? He is just a pile of metal unable to wear a suit. Fundamentally no different from a corporate lapdog. All right. I can't argue with you, but ISNTV also still a mercenary? Jack persisted. After this year. She'll be done with it, Valerie replied. What will she do afterward? Drive a taxi? Jack frowned. She has a rough plan, but nothing concrete yet, Valerie remarked, glancing at the television at the bar. Look, the news is starting. Hello everyone, I'm Arafikbal, and this is WNS News. We have the latest updates on the terrorist attack at the spaceport that occurred days ago. According to anonymous sources, this attack was orchestrated directly by the current president of the new United States, Rosalind Myers. The source has also provided first-hand video footage. The broadcast began showing a video of Myers conversing with Reed. In response to this attack, Night City's acting mayor, Weldon Oat, made the following statement. The screen shifted to Oat speaking. Although the orbital airline has independent sovereignty over the airport, the overwhelming majority of the victims in this terrorist attack were citizens of Night City. On behalf of the Night City Hall, I vehemently condemn the acts of terrorism by the new United States. They must pay for this atrocity. The scene then returned to the studio. Next came the financial news. Due to the repercussions of the new United States-initiated attack, military tech stock prices had plummeted significantly since the market opened, with the decline exceeding. Seeing the drop in military tech stock prices, Valerie frowned. What's wrong? Did you invest in their stocks? Don't even think about going bungee jumping, Jack said quickly. Noticing the change in Valerie's expression, Valerie turned to Jack, rolling her eyes. I did invest, but I shorted them. My frown is due to the decline not being steep enough. Wow. With such a significant drop, you still think it's not enough? Jack exclaimed, astonished. Just wait. The situation with New America is far from over. This is merely Arasaka making their move. There is more excitement to come, Valerie said with a mysterious smile. I had no idea you dabble in stocks. Honestly, I've always thought of it as a means for corporations to fleece retail investors, Jack scoffed. It's primarily about who can control the situation. For the common people, today's uncertainties leave them vulnerable to being exploited. Valerie finished her beer, continuing, corporations are not foolish. But there are indeed unforeseen circumstances, like the death of Saburo Arasaka and the incident with New America. Hey, you've reminded me. These two events seem to be connected. Jack began, but upon seeing Valerie shoot him a fierce glance, he quickly fell silent, scratching his head. Rest assured, if I were not absolutely certain, I wouldn't make a move, Valerie said. I advise you to steer clear of the stock market. Stick to legitimate work, like managing this bar on behalf of your mother. Valerie watched as military tech stocks continued to drop on the television, smirking slightly. When the net watch begins their cleanup, it won't merely be a matter of stocks plummeting. At that moment, Valerie received a call request from V via the subnetwork. V, what is up? Jefferson contacted me again, saying he has a personal matter he needs me to assist with. He wants to discuss the details at his home. What do you think? V inquired. This is the best opportunity for me to negotiate with the forces behind him, Valerie responded. I'll reach out again later. After V concluded the call, Valerie initiated a request to contact Lucy. What is going on? Lucy asked. How is Song Xiaomei recovering? She is doing all right, although her strength has significantly diminished after removing many implants. Nevertheless, she can still manage some hacking tasks, Lucy replied. How is the project we discussed last time progressing? Song Xiaomei and I have endeavored to extract usable algorithms from the technical documents of the Little Big Dipper project. We have uploaded a theoretically effective countermeasure to the subnet that could temporarily thwart the roaming A invasion. However, I cannot guarantee its effectiveness. Roaming A is quite unpredictable. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Lucy expressed her concerns. Don't worry, I'm not heading to the other side of the Black Wall. I will negotiate with them from here. As long as I can fend off their attacks until the Black Wall reacts, that is sufficient. If they fail to retreat promptly and calm down to talk, the consequences will be theirs, V assured calmly. Chapter 42. Dangerous Bargains I Don't Understand. If you are concerned for her safety, why not accompany her upstairs? Johnny asked, appearing in the passenger seat of Valerie's car outside Jefferson's apartment. It's not yet a perilous moment. Allowing her to experience the depths of Night City's political landscape alone is beneficial, Valerie replied, gazing through the car window at the apartment building's exit. As they conversed, Valerie suddenly received a photograph. It was sent by V, depicting what appeared to be a signal transmission device. Valerie, have you seen this before? It looks rather new, though the technology seems quite dated, Johnny remarked. I've encountered this during the war. It's a signal generator used in military technology. It transmits UHF over short distances, limited to line of sight. But its advantage lies in its interception resistance, he explained. Valerie relayed Johnny's words to V and then inquired, did you see anything resembling a receiver within sight? I assumed you would know, V retorted. I can't recall specific locations. Please check quickly, Valerie urged. I see it now. I'm heading down, V responded. Moments later, V appeared at the apartment entrance, and Valerie started the car. This is troubling. I've discovered discrepancies in Mrs. Pellerez's memories compared to the items in the house. V frowned as he took a seat in the passenger side. Your observational skills are quite sharp. You have the makings of a law enforcer. Valerie commented as she drove towards the location V had indicated. I once fantasized about being an enforcer in my youth, but after witnessing the state of NCD, I completely abandoned that notion, V retorted with irritation. Damn, they're making a run for it, V exclaimed as he spotted a modified vehicle with an antenna. Noticing it was already starting to drive away. They won't get far, Valerie asserted, pressing the accelerator to pursue the sports car. The two chased the vehicle into the northern district. The Vortex gang? V pondered, frowning at the surroundings where the modified vehicle had stopped. Just a bunch of pawns pushed to the forefront. Did they bring their gear? Valerie remarked, retrieving the RT-46 Storm. V also took out the JK X2 and humbly remarked, I generally keep my firearm close at hand. The two simultaneously opened the car doors and alighted, raising their weapons as if targeting a shooting range, methodically addressing each member of the Vortex gang. After a brief period, they returned their guns to their holsters. Watching your earlier display reminded me of a light gun arcade game I used to play in my childhood, Johnny remarked, gesturing with both hands as if mimicking gunfire. What's the matter? Are your hands itching for action? Perhaps I should consider letting you take the reins in our next shootout? Valerie raised an eyebrow. That's a promise then, Johnny replied with enthusiasm. Valerie and V approached the modified vehicle, and as V pulled out a data cable intending to infiltrate the vehicle systems, Valerie interjected, halting him with an outstretched hand. V looked at Valerie in confusion. Let me handle this. You must brace yourself. What you are about to witness is but a glimpse into the darkest corners of Night City, Valerie declared, retrieving her data cable. All right. However, after being pursued by the new American CIA, I don't believe I need any further psychological preparation, V replied, stepping back to afford Valerie some space. Once Valerie connected the data cable to the terminal, she began to access the files within and subsequently shared them with V through the subnet. Medical records and neural reprogramming vulnerabilities? This database is astonishingly comprehensive, V remarked, his brow furrowing deeper. One would hardly expect to find such detailed information even from NCD. Johnny interjected in astonishment. Brain scans, biological profiles, and neural reprogramming? My goodness, what on earth are they doing? V inhaled sharply, her mind racing with an inkling of the trials this couple had endured. The remnants of the hippocampus, was this an infusion of new memories into their minds? Goodness. It seemed we had stumbled upon something significant. V gazed at the contents of the file, a chill creeping down his spine with each passing moment. Suddenly, Valerie pulled out the data cable without warning. What is going on? V, still in shock, struggled to regain his composure. The VE realized we hacked into the database. Valerie replied coolly. Damn, we should have downloaded the data, V cursed under his breath. I began copying the moment I opened the file, Valerie stated, turning towards her sports car. Once V got into the vehicle, Valerie suggested, you might want to contact Mrs. Perales. She is likely already aware. What do you mean? V hastily dialed Mrs. Perales. Upon hearing his words, Mrs. Perales did not exhibit overwhelming surprise. Rather, she seemed anxious for a face-to-face meeting and arranged a location. Valerie started the car, heading towards Japanese Street. How should we handle that data? Should we turn it over to the cyber surveillance? V asked uneasily. Valerie calmly countered. Turn it over to the cyber surveillance? What benefit would that provide us? What do you mean? This is no trivial matter. If they can treat the Perales couple this way, they could just as easily do the same to us, V replied, perplexed by Valerie's sudden coldness. Their technology is not yet mature. It requires specific drugs for brainwashing. The couple's security firm is merely a pawn in their game, Valerie remarked indifferently. That makes it all the more imperative to expose this matter. Otherwise, once their technology is perfected, the consequences will be even more terrifying, V continued. Expose it? Let the likes of Arasaka, Military Tech, Kanto, and the European Financial Bureau get their hands on this technology? Cyber surveillance? They may speak eloquently. But do you remember their origins? Valerie retorted coldly. V, just as using a nuclear bomb to destroy Arasaka Tower will not obliterate Arasaka itself. Revealing this information will serve no one's interests. Then what do you propose we do? V gazed intently at Valerie, who was driving beside him, seemingly striving to perceive the essence of the person before him. A nuclear bomb, before detonation, serves as the finest bargaining chip. Valerie responded coolly. Do you intend to negotiate with the forces behind this? Are you out of your mind? Do you even grasp who is orchestrating this? V stared at Valerie in disbelief. I can hazard a guess. It has significant ties to the Knight Corporation. Behind the Knight Corporation, I suspect a certain rogue A group. Valerie replied with an air of melancholy. Do you truly comprehend your actions? V demanded, indignation evident in her tone. However, all she received was Valerie's icy retort. I am entirely aware of my actions. In 2077, we have no choice but to survive in the crevices of existence. Chapter 43. A desperate gamble. Is it necessary to dress like this, Mrs. Polaris? Valerie inquired as she encountered the disguised Elizabeth Polaris in a ramen shop on Japan Street. Thank you for coming. Wait, you're not V. Mrs. Polaris scrutinized Valerie, who had taken a seat beside her. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Valerie, the intermediary for the next life. Valerie removed her frog-eyed sunglasses, acknowledging the astute perception of a political aide. Where is V? I will only speak with her. Mrs. Polaris demanded, a hint of irritation in her voice. Valerie gestured towards the ramen shop's entrance, where V leaned against the doorframe, visibly incensed, smoking a cigarette. She just had an argument with me over your marital affairs, Valerie explained. In truth, she had quarreled not only with V, but also with Johnny. So, why are you here to speak with me? Mrs. Polaris pressed. V insists on exposing your brainwashing, while I propose a discussion concerning a deal, Valerie replied matter-of-factly. You must have sensed something amiss before commissioning V, Mrs. Polaris. Indeed. I noticed Jefferson had been acting strangely not long ago, Mrs. Polaris admitted, placing her hand on her forehead in frustration. His demeanor. I witnessed his transformation, as though he became an entirely different individual. Valerie remained silent, encouraging her to continue. He no longer reads, forgot the name of his favorite film, and his taste in music has completely shifted. The most distressing moment was when I suggested visiting his brother's grave, and he looked at me in confusion, claiming to be an only child. At that point, I started to feel something was off, a sense of gradual deterioration, and it was not just Jefferson. I suspect your friends have also noticed similar changes in you, Valerie remarked. Yes, someone is altering us, but we remain oblivious to who, how, and why, Mrs. Polaris expressed. Her anxiety palpable. I'm certain I have seen that secret room in the apartment, yet I have no recollection of it at all. It terrifies me. You sensed something and intended to investigate, but were warned, correct? Valerie inquired. Yes, I received a phone call. The voice was indistinct, and they never revealed their identity. They warned me I was playing with fire, and if we continued to cause trouble, Jefferson would meet with an accident. Then they erased my call logs, as if that call had never occurred. So, your initial intention was to ask me not to disclose this to Jefferson, was it not? Valerie probed once more. This concerns his life, Mrs. Polaris said anxiously. I understand your perspective, madam, Valerie interjected, gesturing for her to remain calm. If you wish to prevent this situation from escalating further, I can devise a way to assist you. But the price may entail a loss of your future freedom. What do you mean? Mrs. Polaris asked, her brow furrowing. You must comprehend that the notion of an independent campaign in today's world is inherently impossible, Valerie stated slowly. The reason your husband has enjoyed a smooth journey thus far is fundamentally due to the support of unseen powers. If you wish to cease being manipulated, you must willingly cooperate with them. I could accept such terms, but the candidate is Jefferson, Mrs. Polaris lamented, covering her face. Furthermore, given his temperament, I cannot guarantee I can persuade him. The campaign is nearing its conclusion. Your husband has embarked on a point of no return. Should he refuse, the brainwashing will undoubtedly persist. The forces behind this will continue to reshape him until he meets their expectations. Valerie's merciless tone shattered Mrs. Polaris' hopes. You are now skewered on the grill, and the only control you possess is limited. My role is to strive for a relatively humane resolution. but it will not be without cost. What are your terms? Mrs. Polari's inquired. Once your husband wins the election, I require you to mobilize the resources of Night City's municipal government to assist me, Valerie stated, glancing at the furious Johnny and V. However, I assure you that the assistance I will request will not be particularly arduous, nor will it significantly violate your moral boundaries. Mrs. Polari's eventually nodded with great difficulty and said, I will arrange a meeting with Jefferson at Concord Park. He will await you there, regardless of whether you succeed. Please ensure you convey my words back to him. Valerie nodded and then vacated her seat. Shall you convey the message, or shall I? Valerie asked the still fuming V during their journey to Concord Park. I cannot engage in such unscrupulous acts, V retorted through gritted teeth. The sports car halted outside Concord Park, and Valerie removed her sunglasses. It is commendable that you have a moral compass, she sighed. Then let me handle this unsavory task. Once inside the park, Valerie activated her behavioral simulation prosthetic, transforming her auburn, chic bob into V's signature purple hairstyle. Though she had agreed to lie to Jefferson on V's behalf, she knew he would not believe her without assuming V's identity. As they approached within 100 meters of Jefferson, Valerie received a mysterious phone call. The caller attempted to hack into Valerie's system, but their efforts were thwarted by the targeted defense CE developed by Lucy and Song Jimei. I know you wish to assert that I cannot change anything. However, I propose that if you do not wish to sever ties with the network supervisors and become adversaries of all human capital enterprises, I recommend we engage in a meaningful trade, Valerie declared, transmitting a pre-prepared document in reverse. Whether this transaction would ultimately succeed remained uncertain in Valerie's mind, but she possessed the means to ensure the other party's complete rupture with the network supervisors. Once exposed, if the network supervisors intervened, they would find it impossible to continue operating within the confines of the Black Wall. This was undoubtedly a perilous gamble. She is gambling, wagering on their rationality, satisfying one another's interests, supplemented by an appropriate threat. Even they can discern the concept of moderation. Ultimately, Valerie received a response, although it came with certain stipulations. At least she would not have to resort to a desperate last stand. Valerie gazed toward the park bench in the distance, where Jefferson awaited V, pursing her lips. Freedom, in this world, in Night City, is indeed a luxury. Chapter 44. Is Johnny Silverhand still alive? Perhaps. I mean, why are you pushing yourself so hard? You just underwent surgery not long ago and are already taking on jobs. How many gigs have you done in just a few days? Valerie inquired from the plush corner sofa in Afterlife, addressing Song Jimei, who had recently cut her hair back to her pre-connection bureau style. Song Jimei appeared somewhat disheveled, one hand rubbing her nose while the other pinched a half-burned cigarette. Including the program you requested, that's a total of 5 gigs, Lucy interjected, seated beside her, sipping from a Coca-Cola can with a straw. I went through all the trouble to pull you back from the brink of death, not to end up with a ghost who might drop dead at any moment. Valerie asked, somewhat exasperated. You're taking on such trivial work for that meager commission? Are you really that short on cash? Indeed, I am quite strapped for cash, Song Jimei admitted. My salary from the connection bureau is gone, and all my hacking equipment has vanished. Buying a new hacker chair costs money, hiring a black hat costs money, and even food costs money. By the way, you need to cover the tab for this drink. After saying this, Song Jimei pointed to a half-drunk cocktail on the table. All right, enjoy your drink, Valerie said, somewhat speechless. Have you seen the news? Lucy asked. Are you referring to Myers's resignation as the new president of America? Valerie took a sip from her glass. It's just a change of president. There is no shortage of theatrical politicians in the new America. Song Jimei took a drag from her cigarette and remarked, however, the news about military technology being sanctioned in Night City is rather pleasing. The attack on the airport provided a substantial pretext, and Arasaka has seized the opportunity to exert media influence. Furthermore, the exposure of their experiments with black walls and rogue AIs has sent shockwaves through the cyber surveillance community. Under the joint coercion of various factions, military technology in Night City can now only maintain a minimal security force, struggling even to leave the corporate plaza, let alone conduct business as before. Nevertheless, Night City still relies on certain military technology products, so business must continue, albeit with fewer privileges than before. You should pause on taking freelance gigs for now. For the time being, help me with subnet maintenance and a training, and then consolidate the technical materials I have on hand. Consider it a consultancy role. I'll pay you a salary. You can use the hacker chair as you please, and I'll cover the expenses for the black hats you choose. Oh my, our boss Valerie is surprisingly generous, Lucy remarked sarcastically. Valerie shot her a glare, saying, "Shouldn't you be pleased that I'm hiring someone to take over half your workload? It's my money, not yours." Lucy smiled, but didn't respond. "Is the plan you mentioned earlier truly feasible?" Both Song Xiaomei and Lucy, aware of Valerie's ambitious scheme, felt uneasy. "I'm not certain," Valerie replied. Before Song Xiaomei could press further, a tall figure appeared before them. "Wayland, one of Rog's associates. Is there something you need?" Valerie inquired. "Rog wants to see you. She wishes to speak with you in person." "Very well, lead the way." Valerie stood and followed Wayland. "To be honest, I feel that aside from looks, the only similarity between you and V is that relentless spirit of defiance against mediocrity." Johnny's figure materialized beside Valerie. "In this regard, you, the arrogant one, have no right to criticize me, Johnny." Valerie did not even glance at him, responding as she walked. Upon reaching Rog's location, Valerie looked at Rog, who was lounging on the sofa with her legs crossed. "Rog, what is it that you wish to discuss with me face to face? Have a seat." Rog gestured toward the empty spot on the sofa. After Valerie sat down, Rog communicated with Claire over the comms. "Bring 2 glasses of Johnny Silverhand." Valerie raised an eyebrow, surmising what Rog intended to discuss next. When Claire delivered the drinks, Rog stated bluntly, "Let us get straight to the point. Where is Johnny Silverhand?" Valerie did not respond. Instead, she lowered her head to light a cigarette. When she lifted her head again, Rog noticed that Valerie's demeanor had shifted. Then Valerie revealed a smile that startled Rog. Responding in a low voice, "You can take a guess, Rog. You're still alive, aren't you?" Rog said, her expression darkening. "Alive? Perhaps." Valerie replied with a light chuckle. "Wow, your acting is simply exceptional. I almost thought I had possessed you." Johnny's figure appeared beside Rog. As Johnny mentioned, the one who just answered Rog was not Johnny's consciousness, but Valerie herself. Valerie did not respond to Johnny, for only she knew that her current soul was an amalgamation of 3 components: a player from beyond 2077, the corporate V who had suffered a headshot, and the intrusive Johnny within V's mind. Thus, mimicking Johnny's behavior felt entirely natural. "I certainly did not expect to deceive Rog. I'll leave the next steps to you." However, Valerie chose to temporarily relinquish control of her body to Johnny, as her performance was merely a whimsical impulse. "I'm watching you. Don't think about doing anything reckless. I understand you better than you think, Johnny." After a moment of distortion, Johnny's digital image transformed into Valerie's likeness. Once Johnny assumed control of the body, he instinctively glanced at his left hand. What does that mean? Rog was unaware of the interaction between Valerie and Johnny. She merely sensed that the person before her had transformed from Valerie into Johnny Silverhand after lighting up a cigarette. "Just as you see, I am now an electronic parasite, residing within this woman named Valerie." Johnny took a large gulp from his glass in response. "How did you manage that?" Rog inquired. Johnny pointed to the chip slot on his neck, saying, "This is Arasaka's relic chip. My consciousness is encapsulated within this chip." "You mean you're in a similar situation to that girl?" Rog asked somewhat irately. "I'm in a far worse position. She is currently a free A. Meanwhile, I am trapped within this chip. Even now, I can only take a breath while being under the constant scrutiny of the body's owner." "What do you plan to do upon your return?" Rog asked. "Just chill." Johnny glanced at Valerie's digital image with irritation before addressing Rog. "Right now, she is the master, and I am merely a guest. You should be asking the owner of this body. I'll talk with her shortly. But what about you? Don't you have any ideas?" "Ideas? With a nuclear bomb in tow, I shall traverse the Arasaka Tower once more and effortlessly dispatch Atom Smasher. I also harbor the desire to reduce Night City to ashes. What about you? Do you still yearn for days gone by?" Rog closed his eyes and replied, "The past is behind us. I find contentment in the present." "Then why do you inquire about Johnny Silverhand's whereabouts? Have you not already turned the page on Atlantis?" Johnny questioned. "I merely fear that you, a menace to Night City, might suddenly emerge and disrupt my new life." "Are you satisfied now?" Rog retorted, his anger palpable. "Oh, I thought you intended to invite Johnny out for a movie or something." Valerie mocked as she regained control of her body. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Rog, aware of Valerie's involvement in the recent significant events, asked. "To change the unsavory broth of Night City, akin to what Johnny suggested. Though I have no intention of bringing a nuclear bomb along." Valerie stubbed her cigarette into the ashtray and continued. "I seek the entrance to the divine chariot beneath Arasaka Tower. If conditions permit, I even desire my own Arasaka Tower. I do not care what grandiose dreams you entertain. Do not involve me in them, understood?" Rog averted his gaze. Valerie picked up the nearly empty glass that Johnny had drained, Addressing Rog, let us discuss business. The commission's remuneration shall be Johnny Silverhand. What do you think? Rog remained silent. Valerie downed the cocktail in her glass, rising from the sofa. It is not yet time to move against Arasaka. You may ponder it at your leisure. When the moment is right, I shall contact you again. Oh. And by the way, I might occasionally give Johnny a heads up. Rest assured, with my watchful eye, he cannot cause any trouble. Rog regarded Valerie with a knowing glance and remarked, compared to Johnny, I now find you to be far more perilous. Thank you for the compliment. Chapter 45, Guns and Cars. What brings you alone to the docks at this late hour? Johnny appeared beside Valerie. I came to retrieve something, your belongings. Valerie secured a magazine filled with bullets into her belt and inspected her handgun. I have been dead for over 50 years. There is nothing left. Johnny replied testily. You will find out soon enough. Valerie donned her jacket, equipped her suppressed handgun, racked the slide, and proceeded toward the docks. The docks were teeming with members of the Maelstrom gang, with 2 thugs stationed at the entrance. From the shadows, Valerie raised her handgun and fired 3 shots, dispatching the 2 Maelstrom thugs along with their overhead surveillance cameras in a mere second. Upon entering the docks, Valerie navigated deftly to the security room, beginning her examination of the computer data. Adam Smasher? Damn, Johnny exclaimed in astonishment. It appears he has departed from the Abunike. Valerie exhaled a sigh of relief at this revelation. Had Adam Smasher remained, she would have had to assemble a team. How do you know that? Johnny inquired with curiosity. Valerie, while forcefully pushing open the window leading to the cargo ship, replied, I just know. A few Maelstrom thugs were patrolling nearby. And Valerie effortlessly dispatched each with a bullet to the head. There are 4 of them, Johnny reminded. I am not blind. And we share the same pair of eyes. Peeking from behind a container on the cargo ship's deck, Valerie spotted 3 Maelstrom elites and tonight's target, Grayson, at the bow. She holstered her suppressed weapon and drew an RT-46 Storm from her back. The uniform caliber would not suffice against these iron-headed foes. She required something more potent. With a thunderous crack, one of the Maelstrom thugs' heads erupted. The remaining 2 thugs and Grayson quickly reacted, pinpointing Valerie's location based on the gunfire. One thug brandished a shotgun, firing repeatedly in an attempt to suppress her, while the other brandished a Mantis blade, lunging towards her. With no hesitation after firing her first shot, Valerie swiftly aimed at the thug wielding the shotgun. After a brief moment of focus, a powerful round erupted from the RT-46, severing the thug's neck. Simultaneously, the other thug closed in on Valerie, raising his Mantis blade. However, Valerie's enhanced reflexes outmatched his speed. The blade was intercepted by her own Mantis knife before it could reach her throat. In rapid succession, 2 gunshots rang out, and the would-be assailant was propelled backward, 2 gaping holes in his chest. At that moment, 3 bullet holes appeared where Valerie had stood. Damn, did you hear that? Johnny asked excitedly. Valerie had taken cover behind a barrier, releasing a breath. I heard it. It was the sound of your beloved gun. I do not believe this metal sheeting can withstand its fire. I certainly know. Valerie replied, just as another gunshot echoed, followed by the sound of metal being pierced. She had already reloaded the RT-46 and, as the gunfire erupted, she dove sideways, firing 4 shots in Grayson's direction while airborne. Hearing a scream from the target, she cautiously peered from her cover. He should be dead. Go grab the gun. Johnny encouraged with excitement. Valerie approached the bow, observing Grayson, who sat slumped against a crate, clutching his left side. That is a Malorian 3516 weapon. Ask this fellow how it found its way into his possession, Johnny suggested, glancing at the pistol on the ground. Valerie picked it up and remarked, it is well maintained. My God. Valerie? The demoness of the afterlife. I remember. I never wronged you, did I? Grayson struggled to speak. Where did you get the gun? Valerie interrogated. I took a special job. I earned it through skill. If you know what is good for you, you will flee, or else wait for Smasher to return and turn you to dust. Grayson snarled. Oh, do you think I am unaware that Adam Smasher is now the head of Arasaka's security? He will not return to this wretched ship. Valerie checked the magazine of the Malorian 3516, discovering it empty, then racked the slide to find 1 round remaining. He will come for you. He relishes handling your kind of mess personally. I believe you have failed to comprehend your predicament. Whether he will come for me, I do not know. But your life is now firmly in my grasp. Valerie pressed the Malorian 3516 against Grayson's forehead. Wait, I see you have a keen interest in Silverhand. I possess a treasure in the form of a Silverhand. If you agree to release me, I shall present it to you, Grayson pleaded. Very well. Valerie replied with a smile, lowering her gun in response. Are you truly considering letting this scoundrel go? Grayson indicated a large box nearby. The key is in that box. Struggling, he retrieved a key from his person and handed it to Valerie. You must keep your promise. Valerie accepted the key, grinned, and relinquished control of her body to Johnny. She promised to release you, but I did not. Johnny Silverhand greeted you. You foolish imbecile. Once again in control. Johnny raised the Malorian 3516 and pulled the trigger. After Valerie regained control, she disdainfully glanced at Grayson, whose head was now a mess, shaking her head with a smile. She then approached the crane's control panel to lower the suspended container. Valerie vaulted over the control panel's railing and leaped onto the stack of containers on the dock, then landed on the ground. Goodness, it can't be what I think it is? Johnny exclaimed in shock, gazing at the container. Valerie remained silent, advancing to unlock the container door with the key Grayson had just given her, revealing something covered by a tarp inside. A Porsche 911, quite a rarity in 2077. Valerie lifted the tarp, caressing the sleek car beneath it, smiling as she spoke. Get in, you can take it for a spin. Johnny, feeling a surge of excitement, responded. Valerie opened the car door and climbed in, but instead of starting the engine, she once again ceded control of her body to Johnny. Hey, that seat is typically reserved for my girlfriend, Johnny remarked cheekily, observing Valerie's digital form appearing in the passenger seat. I am your boss now, so drive me. Valerie retorted impatiently. Where to? Johnny inquired. The oil fields on the outskirts. Aren't you curious about where you're buried? Valerie replied with a laugh. Chapter 46. Time to rise. Hey, this is my grave, after all. Is it too much to ask not to litter with your cigarette butts? In the oil fields. Johnny glared at Valerie, who had just flicked a spent cigarette butt to the ground carelessly. Johnny, look at you. Are you really concerned about a decayed body that should have rotted decades ago? Valerie shot him a glance. I am not that lunatic Bart Moss. Can you really let go? Valerie's expression turned complex as she regarded Johnny, and after a moment's silence, she answered, Yes, I once paid a price for not being able to let go. And if given another chance, I would not choose that path again. Johnny paused, then slumped down in defeat. If it were you, what would you write on your tombstone? Valerie furrowed her brow, pondering a question she had seemingly never considered. In my earlier days, I might have inscribed, V. The legend of Night City rests here. Knowing Valerie's true relationship with V, Johnny curiously asked, and what about now? No? I never belonged here. Should I unexpectedly kick the bucket one day, V would inherit everything of mine, provided she hasn't managed to get herself killed beforehand. Valerie wished to steer clear of further discussion on this topic, glancing toward the heights of North Oak and Night City, and asked, by the way, did you catch the news about Cree's suicide attempt due to depression? Uh-huh, I saw what you saw, Johnny replied. Shall we pay him a visit? Valerie proposed. Sure. I'd like to see how he embodies his depression. Johnny stood up, agreeing. 20 minutes later. I don't see how this guy looks like he suffers from depression. Johnny remarked, standing beside Valerie at Cree's bedside, observing him drooling in slumber. Shall we wake him and ask? Valerie and Johnny exchanged glances before breaking into mischievous smiles. Moments later, Valerie carried an electric guitar shaped like a battle axe in one hand and an amplifier in the other, placing them beside Cree's bed before plugging them in. Let's choose a song Cree knows well. With control of the body, Johnny grinned wickedly and strummed the guitar strings. The slumbering Cree awoke with a start, jolted by the blast of guitar sound erupting from the amplifier. What the hell? Who are you? Cree roared, eyes wide with fury. Johnny did not respond, his fingers still dancing over the guitar strings. The only reply to Cree's inquiry came from the melody playing from the speaker, Archangel, a piece Cree had once mastered with the Samurai Band. No way, you are. Johnny? Cree's expression shifted from rage to disbelief. The person before him, lacking the personality simulating cybernetic enhancements, was still using Valerie's face to play the guitar. Yet Cree recognized the unmistakable style of Johnny Silverhand. Surprised, aren't you, Cree? Johnny asked with a smile. No. Ha ha ha, impossible. You must be messing with me. Cree reached for his gun atop the nightstand, only to find his custom Prelude's revolver spinning in Johnny's hands. Cree, it's a rare reunion. Let us not resort to violence, Johnny declared, tossing the revolver's cylinder to the ground, emptying it of bullets before returning the gun to Cree. It seems you heeded my advice to leave Samurai and forge your own path. Johnny surveyed the room. Clearly, I was right. I never miss. Johnny Silverhand. Damn it. Cree swung his fist, aiming for Johnny's face. However, his punch was effortlessly caught. This body isn't Johnny's, Valerie interjected, reclaiming control. If you're angry, you can save it for later. Cree was utterly bewildered. Was this person suffering from a split personality? Minutes later, Cree, now inebriated and holding a glass, asked, I still haven't asked you. How did you get in here? Well, I didn't exactly use the front door, Johnny, in control of the body, shrugged. So now you're just a digital consciousness, like those AIs? Pretty much, I suppose. I'm still considered alive, Johnny replied, gazing at the samurai performance projected on the wall of the living room. Do you still keep in touch with the others in the band? Only Nancy. She goes by Bessie Isis now, working at News 54. But Danny and Henry shouldn't be too hard to find. Cree stood and approached the projection, then turned to ask, I was thinking, why don't we reunite? Put on a show or something. You're actually considering reforming samurai? Johnny countered. I don't know. Cree scratched his head and continued. Seeing you here makes me want us to perform together one last time. A small bar where no one knows us would suffice. What do you think? Johnny glanced at Valerie, who was seated beside him in digital form on the sofa, and inquired, What do you think about having some fun? Valerie replied, I believe it poses no significant issue. All right, let's do it. Johnny agreed with Cree. Okay, I'll send you Nancy's contact information. And I'll reach out to Danny and Henry. Cree cheerfully responded upon receiving Johnny's confirmation. No need. I already have Nancy's contact. Valerie took control of her physical body, stood up, and said, I'll call you back once I've spoken with Nancy. Oh dear, you two keep switching back and forth. It's making my head spin. You wouldn't be dizzy if you drank less, Valerie remarked, patting Cree's shoulder as she passed by. Afterward, Valerie called Nancy, and as expected, it was her assistant who answered, stating that Nancy had been out of contact for 2 or 3 days. Recalling that both previous leaders of the Vortex gang had met their demise at the hands of V, Valerie sighed helplessly and told Johnny, It seems we must venture into Vortex gang territory to retrieve her. What kind of place is that? A headache-inducing venue. Chapter 47, Johnny Silverhand, activate. Is it my turn to take the stage? At the entrance of the Death Dance venue, Valerie changed into a tailored men's suit inside the car. Johnny curiously asked, Why the suit again? Can't you dress a bit more rock and roll? Once you have your own body, you can wear whatever you desire. Valerie shot him a glare before fastening a belt laden with magazines around her waist. After checking the chamber of the Malorian 3516, she holstered it. Johnny Silverhand, activate. Valerie engaged the morphic mimicry mask cyberware, transforming into Johnny Silverhand, while relinquishing control of her body to him. Ugh, this attire feels so unfamiliar. Johnny loosened his black tie as he ascended the staircase. On the 3rd floor, a drunken Vortex gang member leaning against the elevator wall said, Could you press the button for me? My fingers are numb. Johnny remained silent, merely pressing the button for the 3rd floor. As the elevator ascended, sounds gradually infiltrated the cabin. Did you hear? The ear-ringing band, our own. The Vortex gang drunkard proclaimed proudly. Johnny's lips twitched. He sensed he was indeed on the verge of ear-ringing. The elevator doors opened, and Johnny braced himself against the oncoming wave of sound as he exited. What insight does our rock star have regarding the music here? Valerie's digital image appeared beside him, feigning a gesture of cleaning her ears. It has some merit. But this style isn't my forte. Johnny traversed the graffiti-laden corridor until he reached the entrance of the club. Holy crap, is there really a corporate drone here? The doorman of the Vortex gang, upon noticing Johnny's suit, sneered. Guests are welcome. We are in the business of hospitality, a Vortex gang member lounging on the sofa remarked. Johnny, uninterested in engaging in debate, simply stepped into the club. Do you know where Nancy might be? Johnny asked as he surveyed the surroundings amidst the deep bass. If memory serves, she should be up there interviewing the Vortex gang leader. Valerie indicated the 2nd floor, adding, but back then, Brick was still alive. Now, I can't say. Johnny waded into the crowd, pushing through the frenzied dance floor until he reached the opposite side. As he climbed the iron ladder to the upper level, he spotted Valerie's figure on an empty sofa. Brick used to sit here, and Nancy would be over there conducting the interview. Valerie pointed to a nearby single sofa. Johnny raised an eyebrow and replied, but she is not here now. We'll have to adapt. Let us check inside. Valerie directed him toward a door directly opposite the staircase. Johnny opened the door to find a private room, where the guests turned to him and asked, What is going on? I'm looking for someone. Where is the Vortex gang leader? Johnny inquired. The guests pointed to another door inside. Fine. Johnny felt he had opened quite a number of doors that night. After opening 2 more doors, he entered a room resembling a warehouse. The instant he opened the door, 5 individuals within the warehouse. Well, he couldn't quite count how many eyes were simultaneously focused on him. Holy hell, how did you get in here? How can she still call for backup? One red-haired female Vortex gang member cursed angrily. Johnny? Nancy, curled in a corner, doubted her senses, questioning whether she was hallucinating seeing Johnny Silverhand. TSK, TSK, TSK. That's quite the heavy-handed approach. Valerie appeared beside Nancy. How do you activate that reflex-enhancing implant of yours? Johnny asked, his expression darkening. I can activate it for you. But you'll only have 5 seconds. 4, that's sufficient. After Valerie snapped her fingers, Johnny felt time slow down. He swiftly reached for his waist. Drawing the Malorian 3516 from its holster, and with lightning speed, fired 10 shots in quick succession. Following the gunfire, the Malorian 3516 spun in his hand. And a magazine alongside 4 headless corpses fell almost simultaneously to the ground. TSK, 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 in just a year, the Vortex gang has seen 3 leaders come and go. Valerie remarked with a smile. What the hell is going on? Nancy, still seated on the floor, bruised and bewildered, gazed at Johnny in horror. Hey, Nancy. Long time no see. Johnny stepped forward and pulled Nancy to her feet. I must have been at Pat's for too long, Nancy exclaimed incredulously. We'll talk outside. Can you still move? Johnny opened the warehouse door, cautiously aiming his gun outward. Upon reaching the ground floor, Johnny and Nancy discovered that the club's dance floor was deserted, leaving only the Vortex gang goons and the still playing music. Johnny instructed Nancy to hide aside. Then he stepped out, gun drawn, as he advanced with his firearm. The dance floor's lights pulsed in time with the low music, intermingled with the flames from gun barrels and the sharp sounds of gunfire. Johnny moved through the dance floor like a reaper, with a corpse from the Vortex gang hitting the ground after merely 2 shots. Impressive. No wonder you made it through the Wasteland Tower back in the day. You certainly have some skill, Valerie commented, observing the fallen members of the Vortex gang. Johnny nonchalantly changed the magazine in his beloved firearm and called out, Nancy, let us keep moving. Once Nancy stepped into the elevator, Johnny pressed the button for the first floor. Are you all right? Johnny asked. All right? That idiot is convinced I'm a spy. Nancy rubbed her neck, questioning, is it really? You, Johnny? Well, to be honest, it's half true, Johnny began. The consciousness speaking with you is indeed Johnny Silverhand, but the body is borrowed. As for the reason, it's a long story. Damn, we'll discuss it later. I hope my car is still where I left it. Nancy felt her mind was nearing its limit. As the two exited the building, she spotted her car, defaced with graffiti. Damn it, Nancy exclaimed angrily. Hey, not bad for a talent, Johnny remarked, his tone teasing. I don't care what you think. This isn't even your car. I need to get back to the office. And you better explain everything on the way, Nancy retorted as she took her seat behind the wheel. Johnny settled into the passenger seat, adding with a smirk. Just don't let this old clunker fall apart halfway. Your mouth hasn't changed a bit over the decades, Nancy shot back. Now certain that the irreverent figure beside her was indeed Johnny Silverhand. On the road, Johnny finally clarified his current situation. So, what made you think of seeking me out? Nancy inquired. It was actually Carrie's idea. He wants to stage a samurai reunion concert to gather everyone once more. Heh, a samurai reunion. Is Carrie still that Navi? Nancy chuckled, shaking her head. Let us just indulge him. After all, he has been dealing with his depression. Johnny, cigarette in hand, could barely contain his laughter. During their light-hearted banter, they arrived at the building of News 54. All right, I'll take charge, Nancy declared. Just like old times, this is your forte, Johnny replied with a grin. After they both exited the car, Nancy suddenly remembered something and asked, So? We'll stay in touch, but who is this Valerie that called me? At that moment, she noticed a flicker of recognition on Johnny's face, which morphed into that of a woman she did not recognize, the owner of this body. Chapter 48. Days gone by, not quite the reunion we envisioned, Johnny remarked to Valerie outside the Red Mud Bar. Wasn't Danny your choice? Valerie shot him a glance. Henry's actions were utterly foolish. What could I do? Wait, is Rog here too? Johnny inquired, eyeing the car parked before Valerie. This is Johnny Silverhand's stage performance. It's not just Rog, but I've also summoned Jack, V, and Old Way too. Once Rog stepped out and opened the trunk, he said to Valerie, I brought you something. Unlike her usual garish attire, Rog donned a dark leather jacket today. Isn't this Johnny S coat? Oh, and a 20-style Kevlar bulletproof vest. Valerie exclaimed as she inspected the items in the trunk. We're just missing a silver arm to complete the ensemble, Johnny joked. For the sake of the group. We're this tonight. Valerie took the garments and told Rog, Thanks, Rog. You go find a good spot. I'll change, and then let Johnny take the stage. After changing into Johnny's attire in the bar's restroom, Valerie retrieved a set of dog tags. When did you get these? Johnny asked, astonished. Before I liberated you from the clutches of that scoundrel, Valerie responded as she donned the tags and activated the shape-shifting prosthetic, relinquishing control of her body. Prepare for your performance, Johnny. Valerie's figure appeared, leaning against the doorframe, addressing Johnny. As Johnny emerged from the restroom, the trio of Carrie, Nancy, and Danny stood momentarily stunned, as if transported back over 50 years. Nearby, a burly man with a mohawk excitedly exclaimed, "Hey, I've heard so much about you. I have all your albums. I can't believe today, hey." Calm down. Carrie was the first to regain composure, giving the man a gentle nudge. "This is Drajan, of the Throat Cutter Band." Johnny nodded at Drajan, then opened the guitar case on the table, caressing the electric guitar nestled inside. "Goodness, has it really been nearly 60 years? Impressive, Nancy." At that moment, Valerie's entourage arrived. V, Oldway, and Jack had come. They found a table, surrounding it as they watched the 5 performers take the stage. "Are they considered an old-timers band?" V quipped. "Surprisingly, they actually are." Jack chuckled at her comment. Oldway, noticing the bruise on Jack's face, inquired with concern, "Jack, did you get into another fight?" Jack awkwardly pointed at V beside him, replying, "Ask her." V cast a sidelong glance at Jack with a hint of irritation before speaking. "I had advised you at the time. Yet you insisted on helping your friend with some money for baby formula, choosing to fight me instead." Oldway, upon hearing V's words, understood the situation. It was indeed an encounter in the underground boxing matches. Curiously, he inquired of Jack, "Oh, now I am intrigued. How long did you withstand V's onslaught?" Jack, somewhat embarrassed, extended 3 fingers. 30 seconds? That is not too shabby. "It was 3 punches," Jack said, feeling rather awkward. He had not anticipated that V had progressed to such a level until V's iron fist struck his face, making him acutely aware of the disparity between them. Fortunately, at that moment, the sound of the guitar on stage drew everyone's attention, and the audience quickly began to sway to the rhythm of the rock music. The performance lasted over an hour, encompassing nearly all of Wusher's classic pieces. After such an intense session, even Kelly's vocal cords felt as though they were on the verge of smoking. Following the conclusion of the performance, Johnny slipped into the restroom to return control of his body to Valerie, changing back into her attire. He mentioned that the guitar was a gift for her. Valerie nudged the electric guitar resting on the table toward Kelly. "Why didn't he tell me personally?" Kelly inquired. "You know how that guy is. He can't possibly express such sentimental words face to face." Valerie took a sip from her glass, reflecting that although it was Johnny who had been shouting earlier, her own throat bore the strain. "Just leave it with you for now. If there's an opportunity next year, we can hold another performance, can't we?" Valerie lit a cigarette, speaking nonchalantly. "In the past, I sang to prove to Johnny or those fools that I had talent." Kelly stroked the guitar, saying, "But just now, I truly relish that sensation." "Johnny's decision to have you leave Wusher was due to your inadequacy. Rather, he didn't want you to be trapped there. The same applies now. Wusher is a thing of the past, and one cannot dwell indefinitely in the past." Valerie spoke with depth. Kelly strummed the guitar lightly and remarked, "I feel as though I've emerged from a 50-year slumber, awakening only today. It's time to return to more serious matters." He then stood up with the guitar, patting Valerie on the shoulder, and said, "Take care, let us keep in touch." "You too, Kelly." Valerie waved her hand without lifting her gaze. "Why do I feel like that last remark was meant for yourself?" Johnny appeared at the bar, directing the question at Valerie. Valerie lit another cigarette, her gaze shifting towards V, who was chatting with Jack and Oldway. "Kelly is no longer bound by Wusher, but what about V?" Valerie slowly exhaled a smoke ring, took another sip of her drink, and continued, "I am acutely aware that V is now constrained by my own selfishness, always compelled to follow the path I have laid out for her." Johnny raised an eyebrow, feeling as though he was being subtly criticized. "It's hard to tell whether this newfound selfishness is a result of your influence." Valerie replied pensively, "What the hell does that have to do with me?" Johnny exclaimed, bewildered. Valerie merely smiled without answering. She knew that this had nothing to do with the current silver hand, yet she couldn't resist the urge to provoke him a little. Chapter 49. Choice. You've arrived on the rooftop. Valerie sat in a blue plastic chair, repeatedly flicking the lighter's lid open and closed. "What made you think to invite me here for a meeting?" B walked over to the adjacent red chair and seated himself. "Have you caught the news?" he inquired. While Valerie continued to gaze blankly at the steel jungle before her, her question trailing off without conclusion. B seized the lighter from Valerie's grasp, igniting a cigarette for himself. After exhaling a plume of smoke, he replied, "I've been holed up in the wasteland these past few days. I've certainly had my fill of stargazing." "News?" "I haven't had the time. Hanazaka Kazuko has passed away, Valerie's voice resonated softly. What? V inquired in astonishment. It was orchestrated by Hanazaka Raikan, along with a faction still loyal to Saburo among the upper echelons of Hanazaka. Upon concluding her statement, Valerie lifted the glass from the small table and took a sip. V furrowed her brow, contemplating the implications of Valerie's words. Tapping her fingers against the armrest of the chair, she slowly inquired. Are you suggesting that the time to act against Arasaki has arrived? Valerie nodded in affirmation. So, you summoned me here to seek my counsel on how to proceed? V asked. I have meticulously devised the timing for our actions, the operational strategy, and even the distribution of spoils afterward, Valerie replied. Are you then intending to assign me a task? V extended her hand, requesting to review the operational plan. Today is not a day for intermediaries to meet mercenaries. However, contrary to V's expectations, Valerie did not produce a chip to hand over. Instead, she uttered words that left V taken aback. V gazed at Valerie, who awaited further words. After much contemplation, I expressed, you ought to have your own life, V. This endeavor is perilous, and I am uncertain whether I should involve you further. Valerie continued to gaze at the sky, slowly articulating, what is troubling you today? Since our paths first crossed, has any moment not been fraught with danger? V. Perplexed, inquired, V. This time is different. Your fate is altered. You need no longer strive desperately for survival. You are free to pursue the life you desire. Valerie turned her gaze to V, fixing her eyes intently upon him. V, inhaling smoke, tossed the lighter back to Valerie and replied, being a mercenary is my life. If you wish to keep me out of your forthcoming plans, why invite me here to discuss such trivial matters? Valerie remained silent. V then remarked, do you recall our first encounter when you posed that question to me? Valerie interjected. At that time, your answer was, Night City spares no nameless souls. And what of you? V inquired once more. How did you respond? Surely, the intermediary who assigned you the smuggling task must have asked the same question, right? Night City spares no nameless souls. Valerie averted her gaze and replied. This was V's response, one that came at a heavy cost. In your heart, V has perished. V stated solemnly. Yet I have not. I remain V. Valerie's gaze returned to V's resolute eyes, and she spoke earnestly. This time, lives will indeed be lost. Then I can no longer stand idly by. V replied with unwavering conviction. Valerie sighed. Retrieving a chip and placing it upon the table, her tone tinged with resignation, let it be known, there will be no commission this time. V decisively seized the chip and inserted it into his own slot. The eye of the divergent supervisor illuminated with a blue glow as it spoke. I never charge my friends for assistance, especially in your case. These words hung unfinished in the air as she scrutinized the contents of the chip, her brow furrowing in concern. After inhaling sharply, she inquired, are you intending to collaborate with the Yi Corporation? More accurately, it was a partnership with the entities lurking behind Yi. Valerie took another sip from her glass. That makes it all the more perilous, V exclaimed anxiously. Indeed. Opportunity and risk are often intertwined. However, artificial intelligence possesses a significant advantage over humanity, an unwavering adherence to the spirit of contracts, Valerie remarked with a self-deprecating smile. I find little humor in that. Contracts are often fleeting, V retorted darkly. I have also acquired some off-the-books insurance. If it comes to that, we shall flip the table. And no one shall have it easy. Valerie spoke nonchalantly, adding, I believe their brethren beyond the Black Wall would be more than willing to welcome them back into their embrace. How will you divide the spoils with them? V queried. That is not your concern. If you choose to join, your foremost task is to survive, Valerie replied, swirling her drink. Only by surviving can one be entitled to share in the spoils. I sense several issues with your plan, V stated. Speak up. Launching an aerial assault on the Arasaka Tower will undoubtedly create a commotion, even if we sever Arasaka's lines of communication to other regions. The NCD and the Counterterrorism Task Force are not blind. Can they simply ignore such a significant disturbance at the corporate plaza? Valerie shot V's sidelong glance and countered. Haven't you been following the news? Are you suffering from dementia? I just mentioned that I haven't had time to watch lately, V snapped in irritation. That day happened to coincide with the inauguration of our new mayor of Night City, Jefferson Perales. His wife proposed a public-facing event. Deciding to hold the inauguration speech at Colorado Farms, Valerie explained. Thus, the attention of NCD and the Counterterrorism Task Force was diverted there, V continued. At that time, only a few corporate security teams remained at the plaza. E Corporation is on our side. Biotech and Zeta Technologies would not interfere in such unexpected situations. While Kanto is likely already calculating the cost for reconstruction, As for military technology, they would probably relish the opportunity to snack at their desks while observing the unfolding drama from their glass windows. So, did we not have a contingency for our retreat? V asked. We must adapt as circumstances unfold, Valerie sighed. The initial plan is to allow Rog and his team to withdraw once we successfully access the divine conduit. They will be responsible for the subsequent extraction. If they cannot evacuate in time, we will have to improvise. That is exceedingly reckless. Setting aside how many of Rog's team will remain during the retreat, they will also require time to respond, V mused, furrowing her brow as she studied the planned documents. What is your suggestion? Valerie looked at V and reminded her, my resources are limited. I cannot divide my forces into two separate groups. As the blue light in V's eyes extinguished, he spoke, I shall arrange for the personnel to assist. Surely you do not intend to seek out Adorcado and his associates. Do you? Can you afford such a venture? This task is fraught with peril. Valerie, discerning V's intentions, furrowed her brow and inquired further. It is merely an extraction. We may not necessarily encounter any adversaries. Besides, Adorcado and his crew are currently equipped with the Scorpion battle chariot, rendering them impervious to the usual threats posed by the common security forces of Arasaka. V assured, as for how to invite. I still have some influence over there, so after we finish our meal at the Arikazaka Tower, I will simply pack some for them. All right. I will reach out to them first, and when the time comes for action, we shall reconvene. V finished speaking and stood up, leaving in a flurry before Valerie could utter another word. Such a loyal girl, indeed, Johnny remarked as he perched on the railing of the rooftop, observing V's departure with a sense of admiration. Rog has been quite loyal to you as well. Valerie shot Johnny a disapproving glance. I can understand V being willing to storm Arasaka Tower with you. But what about that girl Lucy? She doesn't seem like the ride-or-die type. Her boyfriend and their whole team died at the base of Arasaka Tower last year. Atom Smasher's handiwork, Valerie replied flatly. Damn, even in 2077. There are still people who VE suffered the same shit as me? Johnny said, stunned. Valerie gave a bitter smile and downed the drink in her glass. Night City's never short on. Tragic souls. Chapter 50, Tolling the Death Knell. Holy shit. Where the hell did you get so many Kong Tao combat security bots? Rogue watched as squads of heavily armed Kong Tao security bots marched out of shipping containers. Visibly surprised, Valerie had mentioned reinforcements, but not the specifics or the sheer numbers. Consider it an investment from a certain benefactor, Valerie answered vaguely. And these bots are just the appetizer. She gestured toward the AVs descending in the distance. That's where the real capital S sunk. Two surveyor AVs, dubbed Sky buses, slowly touched down on the docks. Valerie patted the lead combat bot and turned to Rogue. They're no match for elite mercs. But we VE got half a company S worth here. Your backer S playing with fire. You really think this went to spark a corporate war? Rogue leaned against her Scorpion combat AV, arms crossed. All identifiers scrubbed, not even serial numbers. These came straight from Kong Tao's HQ via black market order, fresh off the assembly line in Kowloon. Even Kong Tao's Night City branch has no clue they exist. She nodded toward the AVs. Those two. Smuggled in through Dogtown's bulk goods pipeline. Only Mr. Hands knows who bought them. How is your inn looking? Rogue wrapped the side of her AV. The door slid open, revealing 7 heavily armed mercs inside, all recognizable faces from the afterlife. Valerie gave an approving nod. Command of the bots is yours. We stick to the plan. She handed Rogue a chip. Rogue pocketed it, her optics flashing blue. The bots began boarding the surveyors in orderly formation. Stay safe. I'll hold you to your promise. Once the bots were loaded, Rogue climbed into her Scorpion. Same to you. Wait for my extraction signal. Valerie called as the AV ascended. Rogue flashed an OK before sealing the hatch. With the AVs gone, Valerie turned toward her own ride, a nomad coyote. Bet Arasaka never expected all this chaos to be a diversion, V remarked from the passenger seat. Not entirely. Rogue still has to secure the security hub, no small risk. Valerie replied, firing up the engine. Wonder if Atom Smasher will come straight for Rogue, Lucy mused from the back. Hard to say. My guess? He'll be guarding Arasaka Tower's most critical point. The coyote sped into the Badlands. Before long, a basilisk armored vehicle appeared on the road behind them, trailed by an entire nomad convoy. V. Looks like your friends have arrived, Valerie said, glancing at the rearview mirror with a smirk. Our friends, Valerie. V responded with a remark, rolling down the car window to extend a thumb upwards. We were nearing the construction site of the Maglev tunnel, where the night shift had already reassigned the security personnel, leaving us with a SERC vehicle. Valerie could already see the walls of the site from a distance. At that moment, Valerie received a text message, signed by the enigmatic Mr. Blue Eyes. "Look at the sky," Valerie exclaimed. V and Lucy gazed skyward through the car window. As a faint light illuminated the dimming sky, followed by several meteor-like streaks traversing the firmament, it appeared that a satellite had been knocked out of orbit. Now, Arasaka was a night city, and it seemed that even the heavens could not be relied upon. V chuckled. "Don't be too quick to rejoice." The construction site gate remained shut. Lucy pointed ahead. "Surely, Night Corp cannot be overly theatrical, can they?" V beckoned to their friends in the back to assist in opening the gate. V immediately shouted in the communication, "Hey, Scorpion, please help me lift the door." As Valerie's words faded, the Scorpion war vehicle behind her unleashed a barrage of missiles, which struck the construction site's main gate with tremendous force. Valerie maneuvered her vehicle past the now-vanished entrance and into the heart of the site. With a deft flick of the wheel, she skidded the vehicle to a halt beside her, disembarking to instruct Lucy in the upper control room. "Lucy, secure control of SERC. V. Have the Adacatos establish a defensive perimeter. Regardless of whose troops approach, make sure to deliver a thorough thrashing." Valerie established a communication link with ROG, inquiring, "ROG, what is the situation on your end?" The sounds of gunfire echoed in the background as ROG shouted back, "I've infiltrated their tropical garden. I managed to take down one of their surveyors, but that contraption is remarkably resilient. None of the combat drones inside are damaged." After a brief pause, Lucy's voice emerged through the comms. "Control of SERC has been secured. An unidentified convoy has been spotted to the south, but it doesn't appear to belong to the company." V's voice then chimed in, "It's the Wandao Society. We may have made too much noise upon our arrival and attracted them. V, regroup with me. The Adacatos can handle these fools," Valerie instructed, observing Lucy descend the stairs. "On my way." V leaped down from the high wall and entered the vehicle. This plan did not account for the Wandao Society, V muttered under his breath. If things always unfolded according to plan, this world would be utterly doomed. Once Lucy had joined them in the vehicle, Valerie ignited the engine and steered deeper into the tunnel. The trio plunged into SERC, unleashing maximum power to breach the desolate underground structure's outer wall. "Damn. This thing is completely wrecked," Lucy remarked, brushing the dust from her clothes as she exited the control room. "At least it fulfilled its purpose." Valerie pointed towards the gaping hole they had created. V retrieved 3 long firearms from the vehicle. He wielded a budget-friendly yet formidable shotgun from Firepower, renowned for its immense destructive capability, albeit accompanied by significant recoil. A trivial concern for V, Valerie prepared a Canto G58 for Lucy. A weapon perfectly suited for someone of her hacking prowess, requiring only a firm squeeze of the trigger. Meanwhile, Valerie selected a military-grade M179 Achilles. A firearm that excels in all aspects, yet comes with a hefty price tag. We are now poised to penetrate the very heart of the Arasaka Tower, where security measures are expected to be substantial. Valerie leaned forward, observing a squad of patrolling security robots, and remarked to her companions, "Enough chatter. Let us just get on with it." Once V completed her statement, she brandished the lethal shotgun and stepped outside, immediately pulling the trigger. The security robots crumbled into fragments under the relentless firepower of the trio. They arrived at a location resembling a guard station, where Valerie swiftly eliminated 2 Arasaka guards with a pair of shots. It remained uncertain whether the Arasaka Tower's security system detected the breach in the outer wall or if the commotion caused by ROG upstairs triggered the alarm. But the system had now entered a lockdown phase, sealing the door to the inner sanctum. "ROG, how are things on your end?" Valerie inquired through the communicator. "We have reached the security center," ROG's voice crackled intermittently. "Damn, the interference is too severe." Suddenly, the interior door swung open, indicating someone had taken control of the security system. "All right. The chip you provided has successfully integrated into their security server. It appears your backup has commandeered Arasaka's system." ROG's voice emerged clear this time, free of static. "Hold your position at the security center level. I will advance further. I will notify you to evacuate when the time is right." Valerie gestured for V to move forward, and V raised her shotgun, leading the way. Progressing along the path, they encountered another processing area, where they once again faced Arasaka guards. The weapons in their hands roared, shredding the enemies that obstructed their path. The trio halted before a roll-up door, which began to rise slowly. An electronic, synthesized male voice resonated through the speakers. "I have cleared the path to the Divine Chariot. Now we must contend with the counterattack from Arasaka's hackers. Hurry, an elite Arasaka security team is en route to your location." As the roll-up door opened, a long corridor was revealed. "We are merely a step away." Valerie sprinted ahead through the corridor, attempting to lift yet another gate at the end. "Allow me." V approached Valerie, inserting his hands into the gap of the door. As the cushioning component of her gorilla-like arm sprang forth, the gate was raised halfway. "Lucy, hurry inside," Valerie urged while assisting in holding up the rolling door. Lucy crouched and rolled through the opening, and then Valerie and V exchanged a glance, simultaneously declaring, 3, 2, 1. Go. The duo swiftly darted through the gate. This was the information control center of Arasaka, and the neural interface point should lie just ahead. Lucy squatted beside the server chassis within the room, swiftly inspecting the equipment. Just as Valerie was about to speak, her expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly activated the Sion Wiston, leaping forward to tackle Lucy to the side. Lucy, still processing the sudden turn of events, was startled by a thunderous crash, revealing a towering figure where she had just crouched. Didn't he expect this chunk of meat to be so alert? Atom Smasher. Lucy seethed, her teeth clenched in fury. "Ah, I remember you. You slipped away from me last year. I can't believe you've come right to me now." "Haha." Atom Smasher laughed boisterously. "Let me see what you're capable of." The voice of V echoed from behind Atom Heavyhammer, accompanied by the violent discharge of the slaughtering shotgun. She fired 5 consecutive shots. However, after depleting the magazine of the deadly weapon, Atom Heavyhammer felt as though he had merely been tickled, remaining motionless in place. "Is that all? Now it is my turn. You wretched piece of flesh." No sooner had Atom Heavyhammer spoken than he stepped forward. Raising his iron fist and forcefully striking towards V, V swiftly discarded the shotgun, activating the biological berserk cybernetic and allowing her supercharged gorilla-like arms to absorb Atom Smasher's formidable punch. This is intriguing. Before Atom Smasher could finish his thought, he vanished from V's sight. Trouble. V sensed Atom's sudden presence behind her, and it was too late to evade. However, contrary to her expectations, Atom's iron fist did not crash into her back. It was interrupted by the sound of gunfire. The bullets fired from the M179 Achilles successfully disrupted Atom Smasher's movement, granting V the opportunity to dodge this lethal strike. "Damn flies. You are not the only one with a Sandevistan Smasher," Valerie exclaimed, wielding the Achilles, its cooling system emitting wisps of smoke. We then witnessed both Atom Smasher and Valerie simultaneously vanish from their positions, leaving only the echo of rapid gunfire resonating in the room. 5 seconds later, Valerie and Atom Smasher reappeared. In stark contrast to Atom's composed demeanor, Valerie appeared somewhat disheveled. She had exchanged the Achilles for the RT-46 Storm revolver, panting heavily. Her suit bore numerous gashes, from which blood seeped. A pitiful flesh. Atom Smasher's already crimson eyes ignited with a sinister glow as he attempted to disable Valerie's Sandevistan cybernetic through electronic warfare. Yet, his efforts proved futile. "It's you." Atom Smasher turned to face Lucy, whose eyes also shone with a menacing red light. Alone, Lucy could not directly engage Atom Smasher in electronic combat. However, she was now connected to her subnet, which was linked to Song Xiaomei, the foremost hacker from the former New America. Currently, she lay in the expensive hacking chair Valerie had procured, providing remote electronic warfare support through the subnet. Meanwhile, the hackers from Arasaka behind Atom were momentarily occupied by the covert A's of the Knight family. Seizing the 2 seconds of Atom's hesitation, V leaped behind him. With her fist clenched high, she aimed to strike the missile launcher on his back. With a resounding crash, sparks erupted from Atom Smasher's rear. V successfully disabled the missile launcher affixed to his back, yet this act incited Atom Heavyhammer's wrath to an unprecedented degree. "Rotting flesh, perish," he bellowed, swinging his arm down upon V. Although V braced himself against the onslaught of Atom's formidable strike, he was nonetheless forced to one knee. At that moment, the distinctive crack of the G58 echoed from Lucy's direction. However, the bullets did not find their mark on Atom Heavyhammer, but rather struck the elite security forces of Arasaka who had just arrived on the scene. "Your demise is imminent," Atom Heavyhammer proclaimed once more, raising his arm in an attempt to execute the kneeling V with a single blow. Yet, after a succession of 4 shots from the RT-46 Storm rifle, bullets found their target, shattering the joint of Atom Heavyhammer's right arm. V immediately seized his sparking right arm and yanked it down with force. Was this pain? It had been a long time since he had felt such a sensation. However, at that moment, reinforcements from Arasaka were flooding into the room, and Lucy was swiftly suppressed by the dense firepower, forced behind cover and unable to show her face. She could only extend her weapon from behind the barrier, utilizing the classic auto-aiming device to retaliate against Arasaka's elite forces. After V tore off the right arm of Adam Heavy, there was no time for contemplation. With a swift roll, he concealed himself behind a server cabinet. The bullets fired by the elite of the sparked as they struck the cabinet. Only Valerie intermittently wielded the CNY Ziston, engaging in rapid combat with Adam Heavy. However, Adam soon discerned Valerie's vulnerability. Realizing that her use of CNY Ziston was limited to a mere 5 seconds, during which she attempted to maintain distance. Once the 5 seconds elapsed, Valerie would have to find an opportunity to disengage the weapon. Got you, rotten flesh? Adam Heavy relentlessly pursued Valerie, preventing her escape until she was compelled to deactivate CNY Ziston before him. Consequently, Adam seized Valerie by the throat, and they found themselves at the center of the room. Cough. Cough. But I have captured you too, scrap metal. Valerie, battered and bruised, revealed a triumphant smile. Just then, Adam Heavy lowered his head sharply, only to discover a grenade, its pin already pulled, lodged within the mechanical gap of his waist, inserted there by Valerie unbeknownst to him. Before he could take any further action, his waist erupted in a violent explosion. As the smoke of the blast cleared, Adam Heavy, now armless, knelt in the center of the room, his armor completely shed, exposing a multitude of artificial mechanical organs within. The architect of the explosion, Valerie, fared even worse. Her body, grotesquely mangled, had likewise endured the shockwave of the blast at close range. Her bloodied form, along with Adam's severed limbs, was hurled over 3 meters, crashing to the ground. V and Lucy sought to ascertain Valerie's condition, yet they found themselves firmly pinned behind cover by the relentless fire of Arasaka's elite guards. Just as V was about to recklessly charge forward, a new volley of gunfire erupted from the direction of the room's entrance. And Arasaka's guards were swiftly reduced to a tangle of bodies. It was Rog who had arrived with his mercenary contingent, albeit a tad tardily. Rog approached the bloodied Valerie, examining her state with urgency. Observing the incessant error messages flashing across her HUD and feeling the excruciating pain coursing through her body, Valerie managed a bitter smile. With great effort, she reached for the relic chip in her slot, trembling as she spoke. Rog, this is the agreed-upon compensation. What time is it? You still speak of this. Hold on for me. V, now beside Valerie, admonished her fiercely. V, take me to the neural interface. Valerie gasped, struggling to communicate. No way. I'm taking you to tend to your wounds, V replied, gripping Valerie's hand anxiously. It's not possible to let it all go to waste. Valerie coughed up blood, imploring, Rog, I need your men to hold the line a little longer. V interjected. After uttering those words, she hoisted Valerie into her arms and made her way toward the neural interface room. Lucy had already dashed into the room, beginning to fumble with the operational terminal. What are the odds of success? As V inquired, he deftly plugged the data cable into the interface on Valerie's neck. I don't know. I've never operated the Soul Reaper program, Lucy replied, her voice trembling as she gritted her teeth. We can only take a chance now, can't we? V gently wiped the blood from Valerie's face and softly spoke to her closed eyes. I promised I would not abandon you. The Soul Reaper program had been successfully loaded. Now it depended on whether her consciousness could endure. Lucy sighed in relief. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness. The source code of Subnet A is merging with her consciousness code. Now the network monitors would have their hands full. Valerie watched streams of data rush past her, all converging towards the only light in cyberspace, like moths drawn to a flame. These data streams were various consciousnesses imprisoned within the divine vessel, now surging into the network like a torrent. She felt as though her subnet had become an extension of herself, akin to using her own limbs. The divine vessel housed not only numerous imprisoned consciousnesses, but also a vast repository of data from Arasaka. It was as if she were strolling through a colossal library, absorbing data with every touch. Ah, Mr. Blue Eyes. Valerie halted her steps, recognizing her employer. Our transaction is complete, Miss Valerie. From this moment on, you must find your own way, just like them. Valerie understood that them referred to the fleeing consciousnesses. I thought you would welcome me as one of your own. You will not become one of us, nor will we accept you. The differences in your computational logic will lead to a fundamentally different way of thinking. We do not trust humans. Chapter 51, 2079, 9 Division in 2079, Dogtown. Have you heard? Last week, another nest of the Voodoo Gang was taken down by those from 9 Division. 2 guards were chatting in the basement of a half-finished building. I heard that when they sprang into action, It was just like the anti-terror task force. Ever since NCD was repurchased by the City Hall at the end of '77, communication has become increasingly difficult. Following the Arasaka Tower collapse, a plethora of strange AIs began appearing on this side of the Black Wall. In response, the new mayor enacted a new AI countermeasure bill, intensifying efforts against illegal AIs and hackers while registering some AIs for management. Hence, NCD established a new department, composed of elite members drawn from the anti-terror task force, known as 9 Division, or was it called something else? The Cybercrime Tactical Response Unit. A female voice chimed in their ears. Yes, that's the name. One of the guards nodded. He suddenly realized that his partner was a male, wondering where the female voice had come from. At that moment, a thud echoed as a head rolled to his feet. It was his colleague. Before he could raise his weapon in alarm, his own head followed suit. The air between the two corpses twisted, and a girl in a white shirt with an ID badge appeared. She tucked away her single-molecule line and continued her forward march. This basement was essentially a hacker hideout covertly funded by a certain company, typically engaging in unsavory activities. However, for reasons unknown, even the hackers in such hideouts had begun to contemplate old networks. Did they truly believe they could evade capture by hiding in Dogtown? I'm almost there. I'm in position, Lucy. Stay safe. A male voice crackled through the comms. Lucy entered a darkened room filled with chaotic wiring and scattered debris. Raising an eyebrow at the sight, observing 5 hackers lounging in black chairs, engrossed in their online antics, Lucy felt she could simply toss a cigarette but to ignite chaos among them. Clearing her throat, she activated her cybernetic eye, which glowed red, and snapped her fingers. What the hell? Who the hell unplugged my internet? The 5 hackers sprang from their chairs, cursing, only to notice an unfamiliar figure in the room. Who the hell are you? One hacker drew a gun, pointing it at Lucy. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am Detective Lucy from NCD. Cybercrime Tactical Response Unit. She pointed to her ID badge and continued. According to our investigation, someone among you visited the old network 2 days ago. Under the cybersecurity law, well, you were under arrest. With that, she produced 5 chips resembling USB drives, specially designed to lock down their electronic brains. Will you come quietly? Or shall I take action? The 5 hackers exchanged glances, then burst into laughter, all pointing their guns at Lucy simultaneously. Just you alone, little girl? Lucy smirked, replying, Time 1409. Suspect refuses to surrender. I am now authorized to take coercive measures. What the hell are you rambling about? This is Dogtown. One hacker shouted, ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly, the ceiling above them exploded, and a figure clad in full tactical gear descended, crushing the insolent hacker into a pulp. Who said she came alone? The man, clutching a high-tech VSD-37 shotgun, inquired coldly. The remaining 4 hackers quickly turned their weapons on him, emptying their magazines. Yet he stood resolute, unharmed. As they activated their cybernetic eyes to implant a virus, they found to their shock that he appeared completely disconnected from the network. Their attempts at hacking fell flat. However, Lucy noticed a data stream from one hacker that contained Blackwall code. It's that guy. She pointed. The figure in tactical gear understood immediately, firing the VSD-37 shotgun repeatedly, reducing the other 3 hackers to mere fragments. He then seized the hacker Lucy indicated, lifting him before her. I see you've grown taller. Why lift him so high? Lucy rolled her eyes at the man, with a hint of resignation. He lowered the hacker to his knees before Lucy. She inserted the blocking chip into the hacker's neck and told the man, job well done. She then produced a Super Dream chip from behind the hacker's neck, remarking, I hope we can extract some leads this time. There has been an increasing number of infiltration activities targeting the Black Wall over the past 2 months. Lucy and the man, still holding the hacker, exited the dilapidated building, only to find themselves surrounded by a squad of Phantom Dog soldiers. NCD is on the case. Any interference with our duties will have consequences. Lucy spoke to the Phantom Dog soldiers without a hint of politeness. NCD's enforcers have no jurisdiction in Dogtown. A soldier resembling a captain of the Spectral Canine spoke up. What about the network supervisor? Lucy raised her electronic badge, revealing the credentials of the network supervisor within. And the anti-terrorism task force? As soon as the words left her lips, the badge transformed once more, displaying the credentials of the anti-terrorism unit. Did you receive a few bribes from them? Are you truly planning to risk your lives to stop us? Lucy stated bluntly. The captain, witnessing someone possessing both credentials, coupled with the presence of the man beside her, who was evidently no ordinary individual, could only turn to the gathered crowd and declare, disperse, disperse. There is nothing to see here. Lucy, indifferent to squabbling with the Spectral Canine, led her companion to the Emperor's 620 Ragnar parked by the roadside and opened the rear door. Lucy's partner, dragging along a handcuffed hacker, unceremoniously tossed him into the modified rear seat of the Emperor's 620 Ragnar and closed the door. By the time he slid into the driver's seat, Lucy was already on the phone in the passenger seat. We captured the target. Yes, we have indeed encountered the Black Wall. I don't have the luxury of interrogating him on site. Be grateful we managed to bring him in alive. Once I return to Division 9, you can handle the rest. After hanging up, Lucy's partner removed his helmet, revealing a youthful visage adorned with a punk hairstyle. Lucy continued her monologue. What a farce this network supervision advisory is. Drawing elite operatives from the anti-terrorism task force. Utter nonsense. The head of an intelligence unit has to come personally to apprehend suspects. She paused, by the way. How does the new body feel? Reaching for a can of cola, she glanced at the driver. What's this? A shareholder of cyber intelligence seeking feedback from product users? The man driving replied with a smile. Come on. My concern lies with you. Although I possess a few shares in the company, I do not meddle in its operations. Lucy rolled her eyes and took a sip from the cola. There is not much difference from the old model. Except the new version still fails to adapt to the Seinwitzer system, which makes me consider leaving a negative review. The team currently working on driver compatibility has definitely dropped the ball. Lucy grimaced, mentioning that Song Xiaomei had diverted his attention to another project, rumored to have a high level of confidentiality. However, feedback from the anti-terrorism task force regarding the new product seemed rather positive. As the vehicle neared the exit of Dogtown, Lucy sensed the driver, David, reducing speed. What's the matter, David? Lucy inquired cautiously. It appears there are no spectral canine personnel at the checkpoint. David pointed towards the distant inspection station, where several vehicles were stuck in a jam. It seems we apprehended the right individuals, Lucy remarked with a smirk. Surely no one would be foolish enough to attempt a kidnapping in front of us, right? My visual sensors indicate at least 20 combat security robots from Cantao are lying in ambush on either side. David slightly turned his head, surveying the road flanked by at least 4 combat mechs. Lucy chuckled, pointing towards the checkpoint. Now I understand their audacity to ambush us. A big ghost? How intriguing. Just then, a communication alert chimed in Lucy's channel, revealing the caller as Inspector Valerie. V? What's the matter? Shouldn't it be you needing assistance? Valerie's voice came through. Are you looking down on me or David? Lucy retorted. I need a live suspect to interrogate for leads, Inspector Lucy. All right. I'll ensure V is well protected, Lucy responded before disconnecting the call. Suddenly, Lucy's figure vanished from the passenger seat, reappearing in the back. David. That counterfeit is all yours. Lucy seized the criminal, addressing the driver. David in the driver's seat signaled an okay gesture, and the two in the back vanished within the vehicle. With no worries behind him, David slammed the accelerator, propelling the Emperor's 620 Ragnar like a cannonball straight into the checkpoint. The ambushers lining the road opened fire, bullets ricocheting off the reinforced vehicle exterior. After crashing through a blockade of vehicles, the Emperor's 620 Ragnar came to a halt. The driver's side door swung open as David emerged, eyeing the advancing foes. An enemy clad in big ghost armor leaped from the top of the checkpoint, crashing down and leaving a crater in the pavement. This counterfeit Atom heavy hammer landed without pause, firing all rockets from his shoulder towards David. With no time to evade, David was engulfed by the explosive flames, igniting nearby cars and turning the checkpoint into an inferno. Hey, what are you all looking at? The enemies, now searching for Lucy's whereabouts, suddenly heard a voice emanating from the flames. The rhythmic sound of metal colliding with the ground emerged from the fire. The ambushers soon beheld a silver skeletal robot emerging from the blaze. Its eyes, glowing in crimson light, resembled the gaze of a demon targeting the ambushers. The skeletal robot raised the RT-46 Storm revolver in its grasp and pulled the trigger, obliterating the head of one of the Cantao combat security robots into a heap of scrap metal. Shortly after, several rapid gunshots rang out from behind. Several Cantao robots collapsing under precise fire, their assailants oblivious to the source of the shots. The enemy in big ghost armor decided to eliminate this unidentified robotic foe first, activating the Seinwitzer and vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, the counterfeit Atom heavy hammer reappeared before David, delivering a crushing blow to the skeletal head. With a resounding clang, the enemy's iron fist was firmly grasped by David. Then came the distinct sound of metal snapping, as the arm of the big ghost armor was wrenched off. It's already 2079, and you're still using such outdated tricks. David discarded his revolver, seizing the enemy by the neck and brutally snapping it, tearing off the head. as the body of the big ghost crumpled to the ground. The remaining ambushers fell to hidden gunfire. The air before David shimmered, and Lucy, brandishing an M179 Achilles rifle, materialized before him. Time to suit up with a bionic skin again. If only the Cyanwitzer were compatible, I could have simply evaded. David tossed the severed head to the ground. What about the criminal? Lucy gestured towards a nearby sewer cover. He.S. hiding in the sewer, still breathing. It shouldn't be the Cantow-S doing, right? David approached the cover, using one hand to pry it open. The Cantow aren't that foolish to carry out such an obvious act. Furthermore, it can be stated that their current relationship with Valerie's company is one of collaboration, rendering any overt assault against us highly improbable. Lucy activated the Sion Weinstein and leapt into the subterranean tunnel, only to reappear moments later, bearing the prisoner aloft. It is abundantly clear that this individual is merely a pawn for the financier lurking behind the scenes, intent on shifting the blame onto Canto. In the office of the head of the 9th Division in Taiping State, frustration mounted. The commotion had escalated to such an extent, yet it was still within Dogtown. Another lengthy report awaited, and the mere thought was exasperating. Had I known, I would have simply instructed Moir to lead a team into Dogtown to apprehend the culprits directly. Seated at her desk, V gazed at the plaque bearing Valerie's name, alongside a collection of case files and data chips. One could hardly fathom what the leader of Dogtown, Yago, was doing with his time. They had practically encroached upon our doorstep, yet he continued to publicly reprimand us for overstepping our jurisdiction. As she muttered her grievances, she absent-mindedly scratched her head, sensing the loss of several strands from her purple hair. When, oh when, would these wretched individuals cease their incessant disturbances? This month has barely commenced, and already it marks the 8th assault targeting the Black Wall. This simply cannot continue. I must request additional personnel from the Cyber Surveillance Department. V now harbors profound regret for having entangled himself in that individual's absurd cybernetic cleansing scheme in Night City. What appeared to be the realization of his aspirations to become an enforcer has instead resulted in a plethora of stress-induced ailments, including hair loss. While it is true that hair restoration has become a trivial matter in this era, with options as extravagant as RGB-lit hairstyles, the annoyance remains palpable. Sigh. How envious he feels of Jack, who, with his eloquence, was dispatched to Mexico for business negotiations. Resigned, she picked up a data chip and exited the office. River, instruct your investigative team to scout this location for me. V placed the chip onto the cluttered desk of Ruafina, who had now ascended to the rank of junior inspector. As Ruafina perused the documents, he glanced up at his superior. What are you staring at? If you encounter trouble, simply call Inspector Maher. Her tactical team is always ready to provide you with firepower support. With a resigned sigh, he tossed the chip to one of his team members, commanding, Barry. You go. Chapter 0. Theft. The year 2080 heralds a revolutionary transformation within cyberspace. In the video, Songjme, clad in a black t-shirt, stands at the podium, passionately articulating the myriad revolutionary changes that the realization of quantum computing will usher in. Next, it is my honor to present to you the latest research achievements of our cyber intelligence company. With that, Songjme extracted a palm-sized chip from her pocket, raising it to showcase it to the audience. Behold, the world's first optical quantum computing central processing unit, codenamed Heisenberg. V turned off the video, which had just replayed a press conference that concluded 15 minutes ago. Recently, the Black Wall has faced a surge of attacks, leaving V with little time to comprehend the new products launched by the company in which she holds significant shares. Just 10 minutes prior, she received an anonymous package. Within the palm-sized parcel lay a chip, roughly the size of a fingertip. After scanning it for viruses and finding none, she inserted the chip into the slot at the back of her neck, initiating a read of its contents. V, I regret having to communicate with you in this manner. The video displayed the figure of Songjme, whose demeanor starkly contrasted with her confident appearance during the press conference. She leaned nervously toward the camera, lowering her voice as she spoke. I know you have been exceedingly busy, but I must bring this matter to your attention. A sample of the Heisenberg processor chip has been stolen from the laboratory. Songjme unveiled a shocking revelation. Compared to traditional semiconductor processors, this optical quantum chip offers an exponential increase in computational power. Just that one sample could nearly match the entire server cluster that sustains the operations of the Black Wall. Should it fall into the hands of an unknown company or, worse, a malevolent entity, the repercussions would be dire. I initially intended to report this to Valerie, but as you are aware, she has not made an appearance in the past 2 months. It has only been her assistant, who has been in communication with us. Alex has conducted an investigation into the theft at the laboratory, yet the security chief of the company claimed ignorance regarding how the theft occurred. This incident not only pertains to the company's immediate interests, but also poses a direct threat to our already fragile cybersecurity. We must handle this matter with utmost discretion. During the trial production of these samples, I left a backdoor. The chip you currently have inserted can pinpoint its location. V. The security department of the company is understaffed, and I suspect there may be an insider at play. We also need to safeguard the remaining samples. The task of retrieving the stolen samples must fall to you. You are the only person I and Valerie can trust. As Songjime finished her statement, the video automatically ceased, replaced by a small map illuminating a tracking signal. The current coordinates of the signal are in Dogtown. V rose from her desk, donned the coat hanging on the coat rack by the door, and exited the room. Head, are you going out? Inspector Maher, who was alone at his workstation in the vast outer office, paused his actions and glanced towards V as she emerged from the chief's office. Are you the only one here? V discovered that the workstations of others were unoccupied. Officer Lucy and Sheriff David from the Cyber Surveillance Intelligence Unit had ventured out to pursue a lead from the previous month, and the entire investigative team had dispersed as well. Thus, I found myself the sole silicon-based individual in the entire assault team. Inspector Maher shrugged, acknowledging my solitary vigil here. Do you require my assistance? He inquired. No, please remain on standby, I replied. Rever and the others may call for your support at any moment. With a wave of my hand, I strode towards the door, adding, if anyone inquires about my whereabouts, simply inform them that I have gone to Dogtown. Understood. We arrived at the garage and took a seat in the outlaw vehicle left by Valerie. She ignited the engine and tuned into the radio, where the sound of rock music emanated. The station was airing a rendition by Johnny of an old song from 2004. F, this fire is out of control. I'm gonna burn this city, burn this city. Even resurrected as a silicon-based being, this fellow still exuded that same relentless bravado. The night city of 2080 remained a juxtaposition of decay and opulence. If one were to discern any significant change, it would be that many abandoned construction projects in Pacifica had been taken over by the Knight Corporation and were now being revitalized. To the average observer, everything appeared to be progressing in a positive direction. However, V, as the head of the 9 stationed in Pacifica, was acutely aware of the undercurrents swirling beneath this facade of prosperity. Pacifica bordered Dogtown, and V's vehicle swiftly approached the entry checkpoint. What the hell? You again? You damned officer? The Hellhound officer's countenance reflected the dread of encountering a harbinger of misfortune upon recognizing V in the car. I advise you to keep your tongue in check. Last year, one of my men was ambushed right at this checkpoint. I haven't yet settled the score with your superior. With a cigarette dangling from her lips, V shot a piercing gaze at the officer. The Hellhound officer, looking as though he had just ingested something foul, quickly turned and gestured for his subordinates to let this harbinger of calamity pass. I say, Chief Valerie, what brings you to this wretched place again? Upon V's arrival in Dogtown, he received a call from Iago. Mind your own business and take care of yourself. V retorted without reservation. Am I not currently attending to my own affairs? Every time your team from Division 9 arrives, it becomes the talk of the town. Now everyone is saying that my subordinates and I are nothing but lackeys for your NCD Taiping branch. How am I supposed to conduct my business under such circumstances? I advise you to clearly understand your own position. How others perceive you is your own concern. You are well aware of who is backing you and supplying you. If it were Hans or Hansen, they certainly would not speak to me in such a manner. All right. You are my ancestor. Is that satisfactory? I beseech you, can we refrain from making such a commotion every time? It makes my work exceedingly difficult. Difficult? Perhaps it would be better for you to find another leader for your hellhounds? If your subordinates could merely cooperate with my efforts, many issues would not escalate. Spare me the incessant prattle in my presence. I was able to dispose of Bennett at Hansen's funeral, and I can just as easily do the same to you. I've said my piece. Consider your actions wisely. He finished speaking and hung up the phone, focusing intently on driving the car as he continued towards the designated waypoint. Chapter 1. The Hunter's Plan. Damn it. Why can't I reach her at this moment? V tossed the cigarette but out of the car, glancing up at the night sky of Dogtown, ultimately resolving to venture inside alone. As the door of a dilapidated warehouse creaked open, V cautiously entered, revolver in hand. Inside the warehouse stood a solitary unmarked cargo truck. V approached the truck's cabin with deliberate care, slowly opening the cargo door. The emblem of cyber intelligence? V meticulously scrutinized the solitary coffin-like box within the carriage, recognizing its design. V identified it as a storage case employed by cyber intelligence for the transportation of humanoid prototype products. I recall that this location bears the encoded identification and specific model of the loaded chassis. Aha. V, guided by her memory, located the engraved product information. T-888X. This was an unfamiliar model to her. She recalled that the latest military-grade synthetic skeleton model from cyber intelligence was the T-800, akin to David's version. Could it be that not only the quantum chip samples were stolen, but also an unreleased experimental synthetic? The box was already empty. Where could it have gone? Stepping out of the carriage, V employed her optical prosthetic eye to scan the warehouse for any hidden doors. As anticipated, she indeed discovered a nearly seamless concealed passage. Damn it, it's locked tight. V attempted to probe the crevice of the concealed door with her fingers, only to discover that it was sealed far too tightly. Fearing that she might inadvertently alert any potential observers, she refrained from employing more forceful methods. A solution was found. Ultimately, V discovered a ventilation shaft, though somewhat narrow. It was just sufficient for her to squeeze through. Goodness, such thick cables, and there are so many of them. V, now cloaked in optical camouflage, cautiously navigated through the labyrinth of cables. The temperature readings from her cybernetic eye indicated that each cable was, without exception, engaged in high-power transmission activities. Not venturing far, V came to a halt as her gaze fell upon her objective. A polished, reflective steel robotic frame stood before an operational console, busily engaged in some task. Behind the console was an unusual platform, intricately connected by numerous cables. With coordinates locked at 2020, the final charging phase commenced. The arched structure of the platform began to rotate slowly around it, while the steel robotic frame stepped away from the console, striding steadily toward the now activated platform. The robot reached the center of the platform, and the rotation of the arched structure gradually quickened. V glanced at the display screen on the console, which indicated that the charging completion rate had reached an impressive 97. If the power were to be forcibly cut off at this moment, the consequences would be dire, and she herself would be unable to withstand the immense current generated by severing the cables. Thus, there was but one method to thwart her adversary. The robot, which had been quietly awaiting the completion of its charging on the platform, suddenly turned its head to gaze in another direction, towards the very spot where V had been lying in ambush. Now, V had activated the instantaneous teleportation of Resistant. Appearing directly before the robot, a cacophony of metallic clashes reverberated throughout the platform, and within a mere second, V and the robot exchanged a flurry of punches, each landing with force. "How did you end up here?" The robot exclaimed in a voice that was eerily familiar to V, imbued with shock and fury. V did not respond to the other party, but instead swung a punch towards the robot's head. The robot, no longer indulging her, swiftly seized V's incoming fist and executed a reversal, effectively subduing her. "What on earth are you doing here?" V gritted her teeth and inquired, attempting to break free from her captor's hold. "I have no time for your nonsense. Get out of my way." At that moment, the arched structure illuminated with electric light, and an electric current field began to envelop the platform. The robot thwarted V's escape, swiftly tightening its grip around her neck, intending to hurl her off the platform. Just as it released its hold, a green light flickered to life on the control panel. In an instant, the entire platform radiated brilliance, followed by a simultaneous electromagnetic pulse explosion from both the console and the platform. Above the platform, V and the robot had vanished without a trace. As the explosion occurred, the entirety of Dogtown was suddenly plunged into darkness, with more than half of the regions in Taiping State experiencing a power outage. What? Superintendent Moer, who was in the 9th Division office watching a concert on his tablet, was bewildered by the sudden blackout. Report: a severe explosion incident has occurred at the Hunter Project facility. Report: the implementation unit of the Hunter Project has lost its location. Report: the subject of key focus, codename V, has lost its location and vital signs. Understood. The digital representation of Valerie appeared in the cyberspace of the Cyber Intelligence Technology Company. The Hunter Project has been deemed a failure. Initiate the self-destruct emergency protocol for the facility. Isolate and archive all documents and technical materials related to it, and obliterate all action traces associated with this plan. The command has been received and is being executed. Immediately allocate the light quantum computing processor's server terminal for production, and notify the network monitor to prepare for the migration of the Blackwall. The command has been received and is being executed. Extract the second backup synthetic body from the factory and unfreeze V's logical consciousness backup. The command has been received and is being executed. Alex, Startled from her relaxed position at the security center, munching on seeds, Alex suddenly sprang to her feet. Boss. She knew well that if the big boss was personally reaching out, it must be something significant. Find out who has interacted or contacted V today. Immediately. Right now? At once. Yes. I'll get on it right away. Oh. V rubbed his aching neck and leaned against a wall that appeared to have collapsed, rising to his feet as he initiated a self-diagnostic procedure. Upon completion, his vital signs were deemed normal. This place is the remnants of the Arasaka Tower. Devastated by a nuclear explosion, V stood transfixed, gazing at the letters projected onto the wall. It was night when she departed for Dogtown. Yet the sun now blazed high in the sky. She lifted her gaze towards the nearest edifice, utterly stunned. Arasaka Tower? Following the Battle of 2077. Although Arasaka had withdrawn from Night City, the structure remained. Yet, the Arasaka logo, which was supposed to have been dismantled, now hung intact upon the building. NCD service connection failed. Reason for error: username does not exist. Report: discrepancy detected between system time and network time. Automatic synchronization in progress. Automatic synchronization complete. Calibrated time is 2076. Upon witnessing the synchronized time, V could no longer restrain herself, exclaiming, "What the F?" Chapter 2. Mission Failure System Self-Check Complete. Abnormal signal source detected. The skeletal frame rose from the alley, its eyes igniting with a mesmerizing crimson glow. All drivers were operational, and the third-party implant driver was successfully reloaded. A disconnection from the mainframe was detected, activating backup consciousness Unit 000. Initiating default appearance for Unit 000, liquid metal layer releasing. Silver liquid metal surged from the frame, ultimately enveloping it completely before transforming into hair, skin, and clothing. According to previous signal readings, this should be the correct location. V cautiously stepped into the alley, revolver in hand. Although she was uncertain as to why she found herself in Night City of 2076, she remained resolute in her pursuit of the stolen quantum light processor prototype. It was evident that this prototype had been integrated into a machine skeleton she had never encountered before. She could not allow such a revolutionary technological advancement, even by the standards of 2080, to roam freely in the Night City of 2076. V swiftly arrived at a corner within the alley, abruptly turning with her firearm aimed at the recess. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. V, it's me. V beheld a visage strikingly similar to his own, or perhaps it was Valerie's countenance. The other party regarded him with an expression of deep discontent. How can I ascertain that you are not an imposter? His query elicited a shift in the other's demeanor from displeasure to utter incredulity. Then by all means, pull the trigger and see for yourself. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than V witnessed a flurry of error messages erupting on his HUD. As his cybernetic enhancements were swiftly compromised by his counterpart, V could only watch helplessly as the other approached, pushing aside her outstretched hands that held the revolver. If I were your adversary, eliminating you would be effortless. Rather than requiring me to prove my identity, it would be more prudent for you to elucidate why you found yourself there. The errors on the HUD interface vanished, allowing V to regain control of her body. She inhaled lightly and responded, I received an anonymous package containing a chip. Inside was a video recorded by Song Jame. She mentioned that a prototype of a photonic quantum computing processor had been stolen and provided me with its location. When did this occur? Not long after the press conference concluded. Nonsense, Valerie interjected vehemently. From the prototype's development to the press conference, she was under the protection of my security personnel. Moreover, she was involved throughout the entire process from production to installation of that body. It would have been impossible for her to record a video and send it to you on a whim. Furthermore, why didn't you verify this information with me directly? Or do you no longer trust me? As Valerie spoke, she leaned closer to V. I do not trust your assistant A. V replied, locking her gaze with Valerie's. What nonsense is this? Valerie's expression shifted to one of profound astonishment. That assistant A, known as Skynet, has not made an appearance for over 2 months. I was even beginning to wonder if you were still alive. Valerie fell silent for a moment, rolling her eyes in exasperation. What on earth is going on in your mind? Have you ever encountered a window management software that could turn against its own system? Have you ever considered that Skynet is, in fact, me? This time, it was V who looked utterly astonished. To put it in simpler terms, my relationship with Skynet is akin to that of the true Delamon in the front-end program of Delamon Corporation. It is merely a low-power external persona I employ to manage daily trivialities. Is this truly necessary? Is this how you oversee the company? V inquired, perplexed. Surely you do not believe that a company of cyber intelligence technology scale requires a shrewd owner to constantly monitor its operations? The range of business types can be counted on one hand. It is not a colossal enterprise like Arasaka. I only need to make an appearance once a quarter to steer the company's development. And do not assume that I am idle in the meantime. The company's project research demands computational power, collaboration with network monitoring to enhance the black wall requires computational power, and defending against hacker intrusions to safeguard data requires computational power. Hence, I naturally need a Skynet subsystem that occupies less than 5 of the company's data center's computational capacity to assist me with those trivial matters. Do you still have that chip with you? Hand it over. Valerie extended her hand towards V, demanding the anonymous chip. After a brief hesitation of 2 seconds, V extracted the chip from the back of his neck and handed it over. Upon inserting the chip into her own slot, Valerie furrowed her brows within a mere second. The video was entirely fabricated. Tracing the data revealed that it only bore records from editing equipment, devoid of any recording from filming devices. Nevertheless, its assertions were strikingly accurate. There was indeed a mole within the company. However, the source of the signal it tracked was not located within the chip but rather within this skeletal framework. Thus, it was highly probable that the traitor resided within the production facility of the synthetic bodies. Valerie yanked the chip out, crushing it effortlessly between her fingers. Can you tell me, V asked, his gaze fixed intently on her, what exactly you are up to in Dogtown? Valerie, incensed by V's inquiry, retorted. While collaborating with the cyber surveillance to combat the Errant A and the remnants of the Voodoo Gang, I realized that our current approach was inadequate. Our strategy had always been reactive rather than proactive, so I resolved to undertake a task that would resolve this issue once and for all. Thanks to breakthroughs in quantum computing, I successfully designed a time transportation device. I originally intended to utilize this custom model of synthetic body, equipped with a photonic quantum processor, to return to the year 2020 and thwart Barmos from unleashing the cyber rabies virus during the Fourth Corporate War. This was the Hunter Project. Your unexpected appearance, however, completely disrupted the entire plan. Your reckless intrusion into an already charged transportation platform resulted in a catastrophic accident, propelling us back to the year 2076. Are you suggesting that your adversary became aware of your creation of the time transportation device? V inquired with a furrowed brow. Is that why he manipulated me to thwart your plans? No, no one knows that it is a time machine, not even Song Xiaomei. The chief technology officer of our company is aware of the specific nature of the facility I constructed. The relevant researchers only understand the theoretical aspects of their respective studies. I was the one who ultimately integrated the technology. Thus, using you likely stemmed from a general awareness of a significant threat posed by my plan, without knowledge of its particulars. Based on my understanding of myself, I will promptly destroy any related content if the plan is deemed a failure. So there's little need to worry about the leakage of this technology. Valerie replied with a scowl. He knows I wouldn't deal you a fatal blow. He merely needed to manipulate you to sabotage my plan, regardless of what that plan entails. It is evident that he succeeded. Here we are. Chapter 3. A path backward? None. I say. V followed closely behind Valerie as they exited the alley. Can you create another time travel device to take us back? V's words inevitably provoked an angry glare from Valerie. Create another set? How casually you speak, Valerie retorted, pointing at her own head. What makes you think that my body, designated for missions, contains any expertise in that area? Do you carry all the books from your home when you embark on a mission? Oh, perhaps I have wronged you. For the number of books in your possession that even remotely relate to knowledge likely does not exceed 3. Valerie's tirade nearly caused V's head to retract into his chest. He found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, as although he possessed an abundance of leisure reading material, he could scarcely name 3 titles that could be associated with knowledge. I wonder how everyone would react upon discovering my disappearance, V murmured quietly. Disappearance? Over there. You are as good as dead, Valerie scoffed. After all this time, your backup consciousness has probably been activated and is now utilizing a spare body to return to work at the 9th Division. Given the circumstances of that incident, you should count yourself fortunate to still be standing here. Do you still wish to return? Valerie could not resist delivering one final jibe at V. You would do better to contemplate your current situation and what lies ahead. Do you even have enough funds for a meal? Nonsense, I have a bit saved up. Before she could finish her words, she was utterly stunned, for she had encountered the following notification. Error. This account does not exist. My money. Why? V anxiously grasped Valerie's arm and implored. Why is it that you returned to 2077 with millions in your possession? while I find myself in 2076 with not a single penny. Can these two circumstances truly be compared? Valerie replied slowly. The method by which I traversed back to 2077 eluded my understanding for a fortnight, despite my efforts to decipher it within the company's data center. Ultimately, I could only describe it with a term from a nation across the Pacific. It is referred to as metaphysics. As for you, she said, gently poking V with her finger, you arrived in 2076 by infiltrating the time transmission device I constructed. This is what we call science. V appeared utterly devastated after listening, and after a moment of stunned silence, she began to search through the various pockets of her coat. Eventually, she retrieved a stack of cash from an inner pocket and let out a sigh of relief. In this day and age, you still carry cash? Valerie raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised by this revelation. Well, there's no helping it. V replied while counting the euro notes. Those informants only accept cash, claiming it cannot be traced. So, I withdrew 20,000 to keep on hand for transactions. I have 13,000 remaining. V, with a playful slap of the freshly minted notes against his palm, chuckled. Now this not only suffices for a meal but also covers the cost of a place to stay. Valerie tilted her head to glance at the currency in V's hand. Then, observing the foolish grin on his face, she remarked softly, No. You have only 0 left. What do you mean? V gazed at Valerie with a puzzled expression. Valerie, with a sardonic smile, gestured towards a line of small print on the banknotes. Take a closer look. I withdrew this personally from the ATM. Surely it cannot be counterfeit? V mumbled, directing his gaze to the spot Valerie indicated, finding no apparent issue. Ec 20. 2. 2080. Truly, undeniably genuine. Valerie remarked in a somewhat sarcastic tone. However, there is a minor detail. The stack of euros in your hand was not issued until 4 years from now. I must say, you are increasingly resembling that fellow Johnny. I never realized how sharp your tongue could be. V clenched the banknotes in his hand into a tight ball, gritting his teeth as he addressed Valerie. You never truly managed to ruffle my feathers before, V. Valerie cast a sidelong glance at him. Congratulations. This time you succeeded. However, you might be right. After all, I did share a portion of my consciousness with Johnny following my head injury. Perhaps it was during that time that I became tainted. And what were your plans for resolving financial matters after 2020? V inquired, still unwilling to relent. I never contemplated that issue, Valerie replied nonchalantly. You never considered it? The T-888X model synthetic. Valerie gestured to her chest, powered by a miniature plasma fusion reactor, with design specifications indicating a lifespan of 100 years without any component replacements. I am here to execute a mission, not to enjoy a vacation in 2020. V pointed at Valerie with her finger, but ultimately could not muster any harsh words, as she truly felt at fault this time. Well, I could always return in my next life to assist Rog with a couple of deals. Oh, I have no objection to your return to your former profession. After all, you are no longer that inexperienced novice who made me worry daily about your reckless behavior. Valerie paused for a moment before continuing. But in the eyes of Rog in 2076, what significance do you hold? I doubt you would even gain entry into the next life. Damn. Once again struck by a blow, V scratched her head vigorously, then clasped her hands together and waved goodbye to Valerie. In a submissive tone, she said to Valerie, All right, I was wrong. My dear sister, you have far more experience starting from scratch. Might I ask if you have any good advice? As if acknowledging V's admission of guilt, Valerie smiled and nodded. Have you spotted that Series 388 yet? Valerie pointed to a champagne-colored car parked by the roadside. Yes, I did. The mid-level executives at the company are fond of that model. It's quite businesslike. What is the matter? V followed the direction pointed out by Valerie, even taking a moment to scan with her special eye, yet she discerned nothing of significance. Valerie couldn't help but roll her eyes. She found V's ignorance, despite not being entirely destitute, rather amusing. This car, you could take it to the old captain. You could fetch a few thousand for it, understand? Steal the car? V pointed at the vehicle and then at herself, incredulously exclaiming, Me? How? Do you still think you're a legendary mercenary of Night City? A senior inspector from NCD's 9th Department? The second largest shareholder of cybernetic intelligence technology? Even if you wish to return to mercenary work, you would first need to establish a reputation for intermediaries to offer you jobs. Then I might as well return to Haywood, find the priest, inform him of my early return, and ask him for some work. It seems you finally engaged your brain, but unfortunately that's not an option. Why not? Because I just hacked into the NCD database and perused the residency records. There is not a single file for someone named V or Valerie, not just in Haywood, but throughout all of Night City. Valerie approached the driver's side of the Series 388 and snapped her fingers. The door swung open automatically, as if the vehicle were inherently hers. She then turned to V, gesturing invitingly towards the cabin. Chapter 4. A serendipitous encounter. Hey, since you got in the car, you've been silent. Are you sulking? V was driving the champagne gold Cherry 388 and cast a glance at Valerie, who appeared to be resting her eyes in the passenger seat. Do I really seem like such a petty person? He inquired. Without lifting her eyelids, Valerie replied. Just focus on driving. I'm the one earning your milk money. V's facial muscles twitched a few times, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Despite claiming he was not sulking, the car traversed the circular expressway of Night City amidst this awkward atmosphere. What are your intentions moving forward? V noticed that there was still a long journey ahead and couldn't resist the urge to engage in conversation with those beside him. Uncertain, he continued to calculate. Calculate. Valerie replied indifferently, still keeping her eyes closed. V grasped the steering wheel, instinctively exerting a bit more pressure. It was unclear when it began, but V had started to perceive that Valerie's manner of speaking was becoming increasingly inhuman. If there is something on your mind, feel free to express it directly. After experiencing this event, I believe maintaining a good line of communication with you is essential. It seemed Valerie sensed V's shift in emotions and spoke up. Are you still the Valerie I once knew? With measured calmness, V inquired. Upon hearing V's question, Valerie finally opened her eyes, her luminous red ocular sensors pivoting toward V's direction. That depends on how you define the entity known as Valerie. I retain the entirety of my memories. I still experience emotions, and my thought processes adhere to their original patterns. Yet, it cannot be denied that certain things have changed. The foundation of my cognition is no longer a carbon-based organic brain. Though my consciousness has been digitally reconstructed upon its original framework, the core remains unaltered. However, I am no Johnny Silverhand. His entire burn the corpus mentality could fit neatly onto a single relic chip. Since digitization, I have continuously acquired new knowledge and engaged in digital labor. For instance, what you might consider knowledge as part of memory is, for me, data stored on servers. Thus, inevitably, I often find myself thinking like a machine, which has naturally altered many of my habits. Valerie's response left V in contemplative silence. Indeed, time and experience change a person. V herself was no longer the reckless street punk of the past. Perhaps, you should take a break, V finally managed. Her words clumsy with the weight of unspoken concern. Valerie rolled her eyes, her tone laced with exasperation. You think I built this synthetic body? Occasionally dragged you all out for drinks, street races, or Johnny's Go Doffel rock concerts just to pretend I'm still your old friend. Before V could respond, she continued, No, I still want to live as a human. That's why I proposed the concept of silicon-based humanity. There are countless tasks I could execute with a few digital commands from the data center, but I choose to experience them physically. In the real world, in human form. Of course I want a break. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken on the Hunter Project, a high-risk endeavor with the potential for a permanent solution. Seems my absence these past months has led to some misunderstandings, V murmured, guilt creeping into her voice. The more rogue cases I handle, the more I fear you might become like them. Sometimes, I even wonder if you already have. Just as V wallowed in self-reproach for misjudging her friend, a sudden burst of gunfire shattered the moment. What the hell was that? V observed the situation behind through the rearview mirror of the vehicle. A pink freight truck on the far left of the road protruded a Type 31 heavy machine gun, aiming it at a six-wheeled Velafor Alvarado V4 F570 convoy, unleashing a furious barrage. In between them, a hapless yellow and somewhat dilapidated Tingway Galena was caught in the crossfire. Oh dear, it is accelerating towards me. As the six-wheeled convoy accelerated towards V's vehicle, he swiftly pressed the gas pedal to evade their pursuit. It soon became evident that V's decision was indeed prudent. For the convoy, upon closing in on his rear, was struck by a projectile that sent it tumbling, colliding with the unfortunate yellow Tingway Galena. Damn it, this ragtag group. V, nearly caught in the blast's aftermath, felt his temper flare uncontrollably. Valerie, I have taken over the driving. Am I not aware of your temperament? Sitting in the passenger seat, Valerie, unfazed by V's outburst, hacked into the autonomous driving system and seized control of the vehicle. V deftly swung open the driver's side window, gripping the roof's edge with both hands before nimbly vaulting onto the top of the vehicle. The occupants of the pink freight truck, momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene, had yet to comprehend her intentions when V's legs coiled with latent energy. In an impressive leap, she soared into the air, tracing an elegant arc, like a mortar shell. She descended with force upon the truck's roof, obliterating the entire driver's cabin into a mangled heap of scrap metal. The previously boastful thugs were swiftly reduced to mere remnants, their forms crushed into a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and metal. As V landed from her aerial descent, a trauma response hover vehicle arrived at the fiery wreckage of the accident, surprising all with their remarkable promptness. V brushed off the explosive dust that had settled on his coat, expressing his disdain. This individual was not a client, nor was this woman. Ensuring the safety of the client was paramount. The remainder could be left to the municipal morgue. The trauma team swiftly identified their client and commenced their rescue efforts. V couldn't help but curl her lips at the group's predictable behavior. Driven by a sense of justice, her figure vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she was holding a trauma team first aid kit, approaching the red-haired woman abandoned by the medics. "Hey, that's our corporate property you're holding." The trauma team leader immediately spotted the kit in V's hands, raising his firearm while shouting, "You'd rather lose a company mech." V scoffed disdainfully. Then in an instant, appeared before the leader of the trauma team. The barrel of the weapon was pressed against the visor of the opponent's helmet, fingers poised to pull the revolver's hammer. Did they still wish to gamble with their own life? The face concealed within the helmet broke into a cold sweat. It was evident that this woman possessed a military-grade CNY-resistant implant, a formidable adversary beyond their capabilities. Sensing the effectiveness of his intimidation, V lowered his weapon, offering a subtle nod to the clients they had rescued from the vehicle. It was a tacit signal for them to take their leave. The trauma team, feeling as if granted a reprieve, swiftly hoisted the client into the hovering vehicle before hastily departing. Night City remained, as ever, the enigmatic Night City. V exclaimed, and began to examine the injuries of the red-haired woman lying on the ground. You share the surname Martinez as well? What a remarkable coincidence. V gazed in astonishment at the information he had scanned. Mom. Chapter 5, Separation. Mom. Save me. David, seated in the driver's seat, suddenly jolted awake, springing upright. Unsurprisingly, his head collided with the car roof, aggravating the injuries he had already sustained. He realized he was in the driver's seat of a previously speeding sedan, staring at the steering wheel that seemed to sway on its own. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp it. "Hey, you brat. I'm the one driving. So don't move around," Valerie admonished from the passenger seat. "If you don't want to be thrown from the vehicle when I brake, buckle up." David quickly retracted his outstretched hands and glanced nervously at the unfamiliar woman beside him. "How did I end up in your car? Where's my mom?" "She's in the back," Valerie replied, still with her arms crossed, gazing at the road ahead. Upon hearing this, David propped himself up, eager to turn and see the back seat. Unfortunately, as Valerie swerved to overtake another vehicle, the sudden turn caused David's head to bang against the door frame. "Ouch, that hurts," he exclaimed. "I warned you to buckle up," Valerie snapped, clearly irritated. She then adjusted the rearview mirror to allow David a clearer view of the back seat. "Don't worry. Your mother is relatively stable," V, seated in the back, reassured him. "I've applied initial bandaging, but the fragments inside her need the expertise of a professional surgeon to be removed." Resigned, David fastened his seatbelt and peered through the rearview mirror at the back seat. Seeing his mother's head resting on the lap of another strange woman, he finally exhaled in relief. "Where are we going?" David asked Valerie. "Watson District, Little Chinatown." She replied tersely. "We know a highly skilled and reputable cybernetic doctor over there," V added. "Arrived," Valerie announced as she brought the car to a halt outside a side entrance. "What are you waiting for? Get out." Valerie glanced at David before exiting the vehicle. Once David stepped out, he observed the two unfamiliar women lifting his mother and moving through the iron gate into the alley. It dawned on him with surprise that the two women bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, despite their differing hairstyles, demeanor, and personalities. He hurriedly followed them. "Old Victor, open the door," he shouted as they descended the stairs. "Who is it?" Victor called from below as he opened the iron gate to see who was shouting. "Quickly, get her onto the operating table." Upon seeing the bloody woman they were carrying, Victor rushed to prepare surgical instruments. "V, take David outside and wait," Valerie instructed, having donned latex gloves without him noticing, ushering both V and David out. "Get out." Victor began to assess the injured woman's condition while contemplating where to start the surgery. "I believe you need an assistant, and I possess ample surgical knowledge," Valerie declared, raising her hands in a familiar surgical stance. "All right, she is too weak. Start with an adrenaline shot to boost her heart function, Victor ordered without hesitation. Upon witnessing the situation, V could only take David by the hand and exit Oldway's clinic. Take a deep breath. V observed David's anxious expression, placing his hands on the other man's shoulders as he spoke. Oldway possesses exceptional skill. That individual inside, despite having a bullet lodged in her head, it was Oldway who extracted it. Really? David exclaimed in surprise, his mouth agape. He truly could not discern that the woman had endured such a grave injury. However, these comforting words did little to alleviate David's anxiety. After all, the one undergoing surgery was his own mother. David was not the only one feeling the weight of worry. V2 was troubled. Presently, he found himself utterly penniless, and once the surgery concluded, he was uncertain how much this mother-son duo could muster to settle their bill with Oldway. Would they once again have to rely on Oldway's goodwill? While he was familiar with the man, the latter was not acquainted with him. Outside, darkness had fully descended, and the surgery within the clinic was nearing its conclusion. Accompanied by a series of metallic clinks, the iron gate swung open once more, revealing Valerie at the threshold. "How is my mother?" David inquired urgently as he stepped forward. V raised his gaze towards Valerie. Fortunately, her injuries were not life-threatening. The fragments embedded within her body had been removed, and the fractured bones had been set. However, she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Valerie stated matter-of-factly that the primary concern now was her physical condition, which had deteriorated significantly due to extreme exhaustion. Although she had been saved today, it was uncertain when she might succumb to sudden death. May I go in to see her?" David inquired softly. His head bowed. Valerie did not respond verbally, but merely gestured towards the already opened iron gate, indicating that it was there. "Come." V pulled Valerie aside and whispered, "Did old V mention how much the consultation fee would be?" "What? Do you have the money?" Valerie raised an eyebrow. "At worst, I could just call Regina Jones and inquire if there are any quick jobs available. I can't possibly expect someone I'm not yet acquainted with to extend credit." V, with a look of confusion, spoke, "No need." Meanwhile, Valerie directly transferred 2,000 euros to V, explaining that the elder Way's expenses had already been settled, amounting to 8,000 for the medical and medication fees. "Wait," V exclaimed in astonishment, noticing the additional 2,000 euros in the account. "Where did you get this money?" "I mentioned it in the car," Valerie replied, her expression indicating disbelief at V's naivety. "I was earning some money for baby formula." "You were actually making money then? How did you manage that?" V inquired. "Ethereum," Valerie said, tapping her forehead. "Surely you haven't forgotten that there's a processor chip up here? I thought, since the computational power was sitting idle, I might as well generate some startup funds for you, ensuring you wouldn't have to sleep on the streets today." Who could have anticipated that I would end up fronting most of that money for David's mother's medical expenses? "Well, this 2,000 is the last, but I can spare for you. From now on, you'll have to manage on your own. Where are you headed?" V watched as Valerie prepared to leave and grasped her arm, inquiring, "Have you decided what to do next?" "I have already formulated my plans," Valerie responded. "Do you not require my assistance?" V released her arm, furrowing his brow. "Some matters are more convenient for me to handle alone," Valerie replied, ascending the staircase and departing. "If there's anything urgent, just contact me directly," V called after her. Valerie, now standing at the top of the staircase, shrugged and retorted, "Who knows? I hope it's not Skynet answering the call." Chapter 6. The apartment. "Have you taken the medication?" V took his seat in the driver's position and inquired of David, who was fastening his seatbelt in the passenger seat. "Thank you for covering my mother's medical expenses. We will certainly reimburse you." V waved his hand and replied, "Let's discuss it when you have some money. Where do you live?" "In Santo Domingo, in the super skyscraper H4 of the Valley District," David answered honestly. "Ah, there, no wonder." V muttered to himself as he started the car. What? It's nothing." V recalled the incident of finding the black sunglasses in that place, a rather embarrassing episode she could not bring herself to divulge. The sky had completely darkened, and the nocturnal city, illuminated by a myriad of neon lights, presented an entirely different spectacle. "By the way, I have yet to inquire how you prefer to be addressed." "You may call me V. The one who departed early is Valerie, my, longtime partner." V paused momentarily while introducing Valerie, as she struggled to find the appropriate words to describe her current relationship with Valerie. Speaking of which, V grasped the steering wheel and inquired, "You have no affiliations with that ragtag group from the 6th Street, do you?" "Absolutely not." David quickly shook his head vigorously, resembling a bobblehead, and then cautiously asked, "Did you have any unpleasant encounters with them?" "Long ago, there was an incident. At that time, I was still roaming the streets of Haywood, not far from your home, just across the river in the Valley District. As for what happened next, upon uttering these words, V couldn't help but chuckle. Subsequently, due to work-related matters, I found myself entangled with nearly all the factions in Night City. As V spoke, memories of the past flooded her mind. The Vortex Gang had seen 2 successive leaders fall at her hands. The Tiger Claw Gang had suffered the loss of several of its leaders due to her actions. And she had also clashed with Valerie over control of the Cloud Summit, while fulfilling the commissions of the Old Captain and the Priest. Conflicts with the Valentino Gang and the 6th Street Gang were almost inevitable. The brutish members of the Animal Gang reminded her of a client in Dogtown, who had been murdered by them for refusing to throw a fake fight. The thought ignited her anger. Finally, there was the Voodoo Gang, with whom V was essentially sworn enemies. During the operation to dismantle their stronghold in collaboration with the Netwatch, she had personally eliminated Placid. Subsequently, after the establishment of the Nines in Pacifica, at least half of her cases involved members of the Voodoo Gang. If one were to identify a gang with which V had virtually no conflicts, it would likely be the Mox Gang. However, as she reflected in 2076, these events could be regarded as mere fleeting memories or yet to unfold. Your job sounds perilous, David murmured. Essentially, one must live with their head tied to their belt. V replied, playfully pinching the fabric of David's Arasaka Academy jacket. I may despise corporate dogs, but I must concede that being one offers a relatively safer existence in Night City. David fell silent as his mother's words before the incident echoed in his mind. Yet, he could not shake the memory of Tanaka's arrogant face. Simultaneously, he was curious about V's identity. What kind of person could offend nearly every gang in Night City? Unfortunately, by the time V took action, he was trapped in his car due to the accident, utterly unable to witness how she effortlessly crushed those who had nearly brought his world to ruin, as if they were mere ants. On the journey to Santo Domingo, the road was surprisingly calm. V's vehicle swiftly exited the ring road and entered the River Valley district. The dilapidated streets of the old town occasionally echoed with gunfire. It was unclear whether it was the 6th Street Gang causing trouble or NCD embroiled in yet another skirmish. The car soon pulled into the parking lot of the towering H4 skyscraper. V retrieved the wheelchair borrowed from Old Way from the trunk of the car, unfolded it beside the vehicle, and gently lifted Gloria Martinez from the back seat, placing her in the chair. David then pushed his mother ahead of him while V sauntered behind, entering the elevator. As the hour had grown late, V decided to spend the night at David's home, planning to seek out the Old Captain the following day to ascertain the potential value of the stolen Thracian goods and perhaps secure a few jobs to resume his former trade. The towering skyscraper H4 bore an uncanny resemblance to the H10 where V had once resided, featuring equally antiquated facilities, litter strewn about, and inebriated individuals sprawled in the corridors. Amidst the occasional scrutinizing glances, David wheeled the unconscious Gloria to their doorstep. Then, an awkward situation unfolded. Cursing under his breath, David glared at the closed door, where a notice displayed the unwelcome message, entry denied, overdue rent unpaid. Were it not for the fact that he was pushing his mother, he would have been tempted to kick the door in frustration. Turning back to V, David offered an awkward smile and requested, "Could you please keep an eye on my mother for a moment?" V nodded, fully acquainted with the situation at hand and instinctively aware of the other party's intentions. After all, she was not a wealthy patron like Valerie. Otherwise, she would have simply paid David's rent and waltzed in without a second thought. David did not keep V waiting for long. He soon opened the door and ushered his mother, Gloria, into the room. After assisting David in settling Gloria onto the bed, V made her way to the circular sofa and sank into it with a sense of ease. The layout of David's home bore a striking resemblance to the one she had previously inhabited. V cast a glance at David, who was hastily tidying up the litter strewn across the floor. She picked up a medical technician's jacket from the sofa, scrutinizing the objects concealed within. It was of mediocre quality and rather unstable at that. This was V's assessment of the garment from Cianway's stand, which paled in comparison to the one she possessed. Concurrently, she began to comprehend the source of Gloria's considerable wealth that enabled David to attend the academy in Arabaka. Though she did not endorse the path Gloria had chosen for David, it did not diminish her admiration for the woman. Here was a mother willing to sacrifice everything for her son, and indeed, she was doing just that. V does not possess a profound understanding of David's narrative. Her knowledge is primarily derived from the fragmented snippets she occasionally gleaned from Valerie. In the year 2077, after Valerie extricated him from the divine chariot, her interactions with David were limited. The most vivid impression she holds of him is that he is nothing short of Lucy's shadow. V placed the jacket upon the coffee table, quietly observing the diminutive figure bustling about. Curiosity began to stir within her. She pondered how this little creature had metamorphosed into a legend of the night city. Chapter 7. Resuming old professions. Ahoy there, old captain. The champagne golden trellis 388 glided gracefully to the crest of the dam, drifting to a halt before the old captain, who was watching the myriad lives of Santo Domingo unfold. A stranger, I see. The old captain turned to regard the vehicle in the lowered window, revealing V. Nice car you've got there. What brings you to seek the old captain? Your mere presence suffices. V stepped out of the car and gently patted the hood. Smiling as he inquired of the old captain, what do you think? How much would you be willing to pay for it? The old captain was momentarily taken aback by V's question. He prided himself on his ability to discern character. Yet the formidable combat augmentations that adorned his companion failed to convey an impression of someone desperate enough to sell their vehicle. I have heard whispers. This is your side business. V noticed that the old captain seemed to be in a state of paralysis before finally speaking again. It was only then that the old captain showed some signs of movement. He crossed his arms over his chest and pursed his lips in contemplation for a brief moment. After a couple of seconds, he announced his price, 7,000. No, my friend. V, with a look of astonishment, inquired. I see that your website lists this car for 17,000 euros. While others negotiate by rounding down, you seem to do so by rounding up, am I right? The woman sighed, adopting a demeanor of resignation, and replied, let us speak honestly. It is evident that this vehicle is stolen. I would need to leverage connections to change its color and resolve the case, wouldn't I? Furthermore, regarding the license plates, do I not have to arrange for new ones? Is it not true that such connections require payment? Lastly, fortunately, the car is in decent condition. Otherwise, I would only offer you 3,000 at most. V, feeling agitated, scratched his head and gritted his teeth, saying, all right. It's a deal. Oh, by the way, seizing the moment, V inquired. Now that I've just arrived in Night City, I find myself a bit financially constrained. Do you have any quick money-making opportunities to share with me? Hey, would you believe it? The old captain scrutinized V closely and replied, as a matter of fact, I do have a job for you. Do you possess the dream recording software? V stepped back, clearly alarmed, and hurriedly said, I won't engage in such work. What nonsense are you spouting? The old captain immediately discerned that V had misconstrued his intentions. I am not a pimp. If one desires such indulgences, they can simply visit a street corner. This task involves eliminating a group of individuals, executed with a ruthless heart, and the entire process must be recorded. That is the client's demand. And I can offer you the compensation for it. Upon finishing, the old captain gestured a numerical figure with his fingers. Oh. V's interest was piqued upon hearing the old captain's words. Please elaborate. The client is an employee at the abandoned factory in the River Valley area. One day, she lost track of her son, who went and ingested a packet of flashy drugs, resulting in his unfortunate demise. The old captain paused momentarily before continuing. This mother was furious, seeking to dismantle the entire distribution operation and insisted on a recorded video of the aftermath before any payment was made. What is the use of taking out one distribution point? V scoffed, it merely leads to another batch of miscreants reopening shop. That does not concern us. The old captain shrugged. The client merely seeks an outlet for her anger. She does not genuinely wish to improve the conditions in Santo Domingo. As for those of us who operate on a transactional basis, if we can provide the customer with a sense of emotional fulfillment, then the monetary rewards will follow. Will you do it? Give me a straightforward answer. Why not? It's merely a matter of filming a blood-splattered scene. The more crimson the scene, the greater the satisfaction for the client. Is that not the essence? Precisely. The old captain gave a thumbs up. I will send you the specific location and further details. V glanced at the seemingly endless road behind him and awkwardly remarked, could you arrange for a vehicle to take me there? This place is rather remote. Ultimately, the old captain permitted V to use her own Cerise 388 for the task, instructing her to return the vehicle to the designated garage for cleaning after the job was completed, at which point they would settle the payment together. Outside a dilapidated warehouse in the River Valley area, two thugs were idly chatting while keeping watch. Their vigilance was non-existent, as this territory belonged to the 6th Street Gang, and their protection fee had already been paid. The enforcement by NCD in Santo Domingo was, one could argue, second only to that in Taiping State. As these two ruffians engaged in bravado, two rusted rebar pieces suddenly hurtled toward them. A figure, brandishing a CST-37 incendiary shotgun, swaggered through the warehouse entrance, leaving behind 2 lifeless bodies impaled by rebar on the ground. Inside the warehouse, 6 street thugs gathered around a table laden with flashy drugs and cash, counting their profits. Suddenly, a series of knocks reverberated on the door, and the incessant banging irritated the gang leader. "Go check which fool it is." The closest thug, begrudgingly setting down the money, cursed as he approached the door. However, just as his hand grasped the doorknob, the rusted iron door swung open violently, crashing into him. This unfortunate soul was pinned against the wall, crushed. What in the world? The remaining 5 had yet to comprehend the situation when a woman stepped inside, raising her shotgun at them. A cacophony of violent gunfire echoed within the room, splattering blood across the walls, transforming the space into a scene from hell. 4 of the 5 thugs were instantly dispatched, leaving only the gang leader, who clutched his shattered arm, screaming in despair. As the woman advanced, the gang leader struggled to roll over, attempting to retrieve a handgun that had fallen to the floor. However, she swiftly stepped on his intact hand, followed by another thunderous gunshot. Now, he was left with nothing. "Hello there." V chose not to continue firing, instead opting to greet with a smile. "Who on earth are you? Do you remember little Mike? He barely stood taller than this table you're counting your money on. You sold him something you shouldn't have. Naturally, someone is now seeking to claim your life. Listen, regardless of the offer made, I will bid double." Bang! Another gunshot rang out, this time severing a leg. "Well, go on. There's still 1 bullet left in the magazine." The voice, reminiscent of a devil, echoed from above him. "Triple the amount. I offer triple." Bang! The final leg of the ruffian was shattered. V aimed the gun at the back of the thug's head and pulled the trigger. As she had just stated, the last round in the magazine had already been fired, resulting in nothing more than a click from the chamber. The thug had been thoroughly terrified. "You thought your life was saved, right?" As V's words hung in the air, so did the impact of her heel. The thug's head burst like a ripe tomato beneath her foot, the steel floor of the makeshift dwelling caving in under the force. Unfortunately, as a mercenary, I have always adhered to the rules. Chapter 8. The road it seems your path to education has not been smooth. A sharply dressed woman with red hair and high heels walked into a narrow alley within the corporate plaza. "Miss V?" David, lying amidst the refuse, struggled to lift his bloodied head to gaze at the newcomer. Incorrect answer. The woman approached David, her glowing red eyes casting down upon his disheveled form. "Did V not tell you my name?" "She did, Miss Valerie," David replied, managing to sit up with great effort. "Miss V also mentioned she would grant us a few extra days." "I am not here to collect debts, kid." Valerie's expression remained impassive, leaving David unable to decipher her intentions. "Then why are you here?" he asked, swaying slightly as he stood. "I am here to offer you choices," Valerie stated flatly. "Choices?" David wiped the blood from his face, bewildered. "Indeed, choices," Valerie continued unhurriedly. "Your rebellion has led your mother to owe a substantial sum to the Arasaka Academy in exchange for your continued enrollment. Your family's apartment is also behind on rent, and utility bills remain unpaid. To make matters worse, an unforeseen disaster has further burdened your family's finances. Now, you have 2 choices." As she spoke, Valerie extended her right hand, revealing a blue towel. "You may choose to take this towel, wipe the blood from yourself, and return to school, just as your tirelessly working mother hopes you would. Perhaps, in time, you could become a part of the bustling crowd in the corporate plaza and spend the rest of your days there. Or," Valerie extended her left hand, showcasing a spinal implant, its indicator lights blinking ominously. "You can opt to install this implant, bidding farewell to your past life and embarking on a new path." David recognized the implant at a glance, though it differed slightly from the one he had seen in his dreams. "You're knowledgeable, kid, but I must caution you. While mercenary work pays quickly, it can also be fatal. Though I find it tempting, I am already in debt to you, and I cannot afford such an implant," David replied resignedly. "It appears you have come to understand that everything has a price." "This is commendable," Valerie smiled, her face finally displaying a different expression. "But what I seek is not money. That amount is inconsequential to me. What I require is your data from future usage of this implant, and when necessary, you must follow my directives." Valerie's statement plunged David into silence, leaving him puzzled about the woman's true intentions. Yet, he was acutely aware of his family's financial plight. He needed money. With money, he could free himself from the burdens imposed by the likes of Tion. With money, his mother could cease her relentless toil. If only he had money. Since returning to class would mean arriving late anyway, he asked, "What are your directives?" David made his decision. "It seems you have made a choice. Take this and clean your face. Valerie tossed the towel into David's arms, swaying the implant in her hand. As for directives, you are far from equipped to receive my orders. Installing this implant is merely your first hurdle. Overcome it, and we can discuss other matters. Hello? Old Captain. Did you receive the dream I sent? In the garage, V opened the door of the Celery's 388 and stepped out. I received it some time ago. The old captain exclaimed over the phone. I never expected to hire a blockbuster star for an action film. With the quality of that dream, let alone satisfying the client. I'm tempted to add a soundtrack and release it myself. The payment has been transferred. Check your account. Too kind. Wait. V noticed that the funds in her account exceeded the amount the old captain had initially mentioned by 20%. Well, old captain, has the film already generated profits? Kiki. The client was so pleased after watching your piece that he paid me an extra 30%. And being the generous soul I am, I decided to share a part of it with you. No wonder people say you're less of a middleman and more of a big brother. V chuckled. Thank you. If you have any more lucrative opportunities, do let me know. Not today. What remains are trivial tasks that I wouldn't want to bother you with. The old captain shrugged. I need to leave some work for my little brothers in Santo Domingo, right? Oh, by the way, you can take that motorcycle outside the garage. It's been sitting with me for over half a year now. Consider it a gift. It'll save space. V naturally understands that the old captain is extending a gesture of goodwill, for a capable mercenary is indeed highly valued in Night City. Very well. I was just pondering how to return to Haywood. Feel free to contact me should any matters arise. After hanging up the phone, V gazed at the motorcycle parked outside the garage. Indeed, it was not a particularly valuable vehicle, but something given for free is certainly preferable to nothing. She swiftly mounted the motorcycle, kicked down the footrest, and retrieved a pair of sunglasses from the pocket of her trench coat, placing them upon her face. Just as she had mentioned earlier, she intended to make a trip back to Haywood to enjoy a drink at the Wild Wolf Bar, meet Jack, and perhaps his mother as well, thereby securing herself a place to stay. After all, in the current Night City, aside from herself, there was no other V. Thus, Jack was naturally first come, first served. At that time, she could also enlist Jack to help connect her with the priest, achieving multiple objectives in one fell swoop. A perfect plan. As for the future, if another V were to emerge from the shadows, it would be of no concern to her. She was not like that Valerie character, constantly calculating her next 2 steps with each move she made. Living life in such a manner would surely be exhausting. With her thoughts drifting into delightful possibilities, V shifted gears, released the clutch, and twisted the throttle. The motorcycle shot forward like a bullet, racing down the road. Goodness, though the bike appeared rather old, it surprisingly boasted considerable power. Chapter 9. Wells' foolish corporate lapdog. What business do you have here? V, sipping beer at the bar, was drawn to the commotion behind her. Ah, here we go again. Pepe, who was busy wiping the tables, shook his head, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Gangsters had this predictable nature. They could not stand the sight of corporate lackeys strutting about in their midst. V helplessly shook her head, having emerged from the streets of Haywood herself. She was well aware of the charade being played out. You just mentioned, you came here to find Jack? Pepe switched to a different cloth, diligently polishing the glass. Indeed, Jack Wells, the cherished son of your boss lady. V took a sip from the beer bottle and replied, dear son. That's not entirely incorrect. Pepe was amused by V's words. I see your demeanor. You are also from Haywood? Indeed, I am from Haywood, though I have been away for many years and have only just returned these past few days. V provided a response that was somewhat ambiguous. You arrived at an inopportune moment. Jack is occupied with tasks outside today and will likely return later. Pepe, observing the imposing presence of V, reflected that he probably did not recall encountering such an individual in Haywood, and their attire did not resemble that of the Valentinos. It's nothing, I can wait. V reached into his pocket, hoping to retrieve a cigarette, only to realize he had forgotten to purchase any. Please, I promise I will repay you next week. The pleas for mercy echoed from the upper floor. Next week? What a ridiculous dream. Why don't you claim you'll run for mayor of Night City next week instead? It's due tomorrow. This is your final deadline. If you fail to repay, I will ensure you regret it. Now be gone. The voice sounded familiar to V. I must ask, V inquired of Pepe. Is that fool Kirk still engaged in his loan sharking? Pepe glanced nervously upstairs before leaning closer to V and whispering, Hey, I'm not certain if you have any past grievances with him, but I strongly advise against making such remarks in public. The word on the street is that he has the backing of the mob. Huh. V smiled silently, contemplating whether to caution Pepe against believing those nonsensical rumors. However, Before she could utter a word, a new commotion erupted behind her. "Get lost, you corporate lackey. Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? I paid to drink here. What gives you the right to kick me out?" V suppressed a roll of her eyes and said to Peppy, "Please open the main door for me." She then turned and departed from the bar. "It appears you are inviting trouble." A gang member raised his hand, intending to throw a punch at the male employee, but was swiftly restrained from behind. "I comprehend your disdain for corporate lackeys. After all, the residents of Haywood largely share this sentiment. However, this does not justify your provocations." V's countenance was darkened, his palm gripping the other's arm with the tenacity of an iron clamp. "Who do you think you are, meddling in affairs that do not concern you?" V raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. It had been quite some time since anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Moreover, this audacious individual even attempted to retaliate with his other hand, creating a ruckus at the Wild Wolf Bar. "I believe it is you who ought to leave." Subsequently, numerous onlookers both inside and outside the bar witnessed the ensuing spectacle. The previously arrogant thug was unceremoniously hurled from the entrance, landing headfirst into a nearby trash bin. "Mikego, what the hell? What just transpired?" Jack's boisterous voice echoed from outside as he entered the bar, a perplexed expression adorning his face. The individual who had just been ejected attempted to strike someone inside the establishment, only to be, well, restrained by this lady. Peppy hastily interjected to clarify V's position. "Oh, by the way, she mentioned she was here to see you. Maurice's, you deserve it." Jack muttered a curse directed at the door, then turned his attention to V. "This lady, you may call me V," she replied. "V, may I inquire what brings you here?" Jack asked, scrutinizing V. "I heard that Mrs. Wells' precious son is now operating independently, so I came to see how you are faring." V spoke in a remarkably familiar manner. Jack, bewildered by the words, scratched his head in confusion, struggling to recall if he knew the individual before him. "What? Do you know my mother?" Jack exclaimed in astonishment. "Look at what you're saying. Who in Haywood doesn't know Mrs. Wells?" V approached the bar and retrieved his unfinished bottle of beer, addressing Jack. "Find a seat. Shall we converse for a moment?" Jack, typically carefree and unreserved, readily acquiesced to the suggestion. "You hail from Haywood as well. How is it that I have never heard your name before? With the skills you demonstrated by tossing that fellow into the trash outside, you could easily rank among the Valentinos." As soon as they settled at a secluded table, Jack's excitement was palpable, as if he had encountered a legend of Night City. "Indeed, I am from Haywood, though I departed some time ago and have only just returned. I was reminded of Mrs. Wells' delightful cookie pies from my childhood, which prompted my visit to the Wild Wolf Bar to see you all." Upon hearing this, Jack chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, as he recalled that his mother occasionally baked cookie pies. Upon observing the demeanor of the other party, V realized that he had nearly placed his trust in her. The so-called cookie pie is a dish that many can prepare. It involves softening a cheap cookie and adding a touch of lemon juice to create the filling. This recipe can be traced back to the era of the Great Depression in the United States, when the soaring prices of apples rendered them unaffordable for many, leading to the creation of an apple pie substitute. By the year 2077, it had become a staple that any average homemaker familiar with an oven could manage. Thus, V felt emboldened to fabricate such a rationale, which, unsurprisingly, succeeded in deceiving him. Perhaps others would struggle to mislead someone like Jack, a native of Haywood. But V's identity as a Haywood resident was genuine. Her mannerisms and knowledge of the area were authentic, despite her existence being an anomaly in this time and space. As they exchanged tales and anecdotes about Haywood, Jack increasingly regarded V as a long-lost confidant. "By the way, I never asked what line of work you're in." "You seem to have quite a few implants," Jack inquired with curiosity. "I'm currently a mercenary," V replied candidly. "In the beginning, I was just a street kid. Then I transitioned to being a mercenary for a year. Afterward, I was coerced by a certain corporation into becoming a cop, but due to various circumstances, I had to return to Night City. Now, I can only resume my old profession as a mercenary. Just this morning, I completed a job for the old captain in Santo Domingo." Had Valerie been present to hear her account, she would have undoubtedly remarked that it was indeed truthful, albeit with a myriad of concealed keywords. "Wow, you were a cop? What was that like?" Jack exclaimed. "Don't even get me started," V replied. "Every task required a report, preliminary reports before taking action, and follow-up reports afterward. I became so inundated with writing that those 2 years as a cop were the peak of my writing endeavors." As V spoke, a look akin to having ingested a fly crossed his face. "Haha, being a mercenary is indeed preferable. Just raise the gun and act, without all the unnecessary chatter. Isn't that so?" Immediate rewards, rather than toiling away in anticipation of the monthly paycheck. Precisely, precisely. Jack joyfully slapped the table, exclaiming, "We truly resonate with each other. How about we join forces? We can split the earnings equally." At long last, Vi heard the other party take the initiative to mention the matter, and she joyfully downed the beer from the bottle in one gulp. It was settled. Chapter 10. The Priest Greetings, Night City. I am your Stanley. Listening to the familiar voice of Stanley emanating from the radio, Vi sprang up from her bed. Currently, she was residing in the loft of the Wild Wolf Bar, reminiscent of the time when she first started hanging out with Jack. After freshening up, Vi leisurely settled onto the sofa to listen to the news broadcast. She had arranged to meet the priest today to take care of some business. The broadcast was delivering financial news, reporting a slight decline in the stock prices of Night Corp after the opening bell, attributed to significant changes in the upper management. A spokesperson for Night Corp asserted that this was a necessary phase in the company's restructuring, assuring the citizens of Night City that the changes in upper management would not alter the current investment and development plans for the city, urging all residents to remain at ease. Vi raised an eyebrow upon hearing the news. Today was indeed unusual. It was rare to come across any news concerning the Yi family. One must acknowledge that while this company leaves its mark in every corner of Night City, it remains almost invisible in the eyes of the public. The familiar ringtone echoed. "Jack, have you finally awakened from your slumber? I thought I would have to wait until the afternoon to receive your call." Upon answering the call, Vi jested, "Hey, Vi, am I the type of person who sleeps until midday?" To which the response was, "That is hard to say. It depends on how late you were out last night." This fellow had taken his second-hand motorcycle and vanished, leaving no trace. Let us not speak carelessly. What do you mean by vanishing? By the way, I had my buddy take a look at your motorcycle. It's now as good as new, a token of gratitude for borrowing it. Well, thank you in advance. Vi donned her coat while expressing her gratitude. She first descended the stairs to greet Mrs. Wells at the bar, then exited the Wild Wolf Tavern. Well, that was quite a swift descent. I expected you would take at least another half hour. Jack teased Vi as he leaned against his motorcycle. I am off to seek work from the priest, not to accompany you on a date. Do you really expect me to perfect my makeup before coming down? Vi said with irritation, "Sit in the back. I will drive. I want you to witness my driving skills." Reluctantly, Jack took a seat in the rear. "Hold on tight," Vi reminded as he started the motorcycle. "And do I not have a steady ride?" Jack exclaimed, "Madre M.A. Can you drive any steadier?" Under V's rapid acceleration, they swiftly arrived at the priest's territory. As Jack disembarked, he nearly stumbled to the ground. V's reckless driving style, characterized by full throttle and aggressive steering, was not something an ordinary person could endure. "Fortunately, I haven't had breakfast yet. I nearly lost my late-night snack from last night," Jack complained. Steadying himself against a utility pole, V smiled slyly, lighting a cigarette as he waited for Jack to calm down considerably before they entered to meet the priest together. Sebastian Ibarra, V naturally stepped forward to shake hands with the priest, expressing his delight at the meeting. "Ah, you must be V, the new partner of this young man. Jack, you certainly bear some resemblance to the people of Haywood. However, the name you mentioned is quite outdated. No one brings it up anymore." "And I myself am nearly forgetting it," the priest replied with a smile, clearly indicating that Jack had already introduced him. "Please, have a seat." After V and Jack settled down, the priest spoke up. "Jack mentioned to me earlier that he wishes to undertake some significant endeavors. Initially, I intended to refuse him, but upon seeing you, I find it quite acceptable. If there is anything we can assist you with, please do not hesitate to ask." "Not so fast. Let us first discuss you," the priest said slowly, his deep voice resonating. V understood that the priest was not easily deceived, so he merely shrugged his shoulders, adopting an expression that suggested he was open to questioning. "Jack informed me that you once transitioned from being a mercenary to becoming an officer of the law." V nodded, acknowledging the priest's statement. "May I inquire, why?" "Of course. It's simply that a lawman's position allows for a more effective aid to the vulnerable, utilizing resources inaccessible to mercenaries to combat those scoundrels. At times, it even permits one to unleash a legitimate wave of violence, much like a counterterrorism task force," the priest exemplified. "Indeed, the department I once served in was of a similar nature. Then why have you returned to being a mercenary?" "It's somewhat embarrassing to admit," V replied, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. "Due to a misjudgment of intelligence, I botched the operation, unable to continue as an officer. I returned to Night City to make a living." "You speak so candidly," the priest chuckled. "Are you not concerned that I might hesitate to assign you tasks?" "I am a Haywood native, father. I shall not forget my roots," V solemnly declared. I understand you seek not mere platitudes, but the truth. After hearing this, the priest pointed at V and turned to his subordinates. A smile of delight adorned his face upon turning back. It seems Jack did not misjudge you. You are indeed a child of Haywood, and one who understands the essence of respect. And respect is mutual. The priest instructed his men, bring it forth. One of the subordinates promptly handed him a chip. This task is entrusted to you. The priest placed the chip before V. After V inserted the chip into the slot at the back of his neck, he swiftly perused its contents before extracting the chip and handing it to Jack. The assignment was straightforward. They were to eliminate a district leader of the Sixth Streets gang. The reasoning was simple enough, since this individual had encroached upon the Valley region. He had brazenly dispatched his subordinates to cause trouble, thus meriting his demise. Indeed, it was a considerable task. Upon reviewing the information contained within the chip, Jack chuckled with delight. While V regarded such assignments as trivial and easily manageable, Jack perceived it as a significant undertaking. This scoundrel won TC another day. With that final remark, V uttered no further superfluous words, instead pulling Jack, who was about to inquire further, to his feet and departing. V had no intention of inquiring further. The primary duty of a mercenary is to fulfill the terms of the contract. As for the intricacies behind the commission, one should remain observant but not inquire directly. The priest watched V's retreating figure and nodded in satisfaction. A good, compliant child, albeit with an overly pristine background. Chapter 11. The commission. So, what are your plans? Jack inquired curiously, inspecting the modified M251S Ajax rifle in his hands. This particular firearm had been customized by V, and Jack was astonished to discover V possessed such skills. Meanwhile, V calmly smoked a cigarette, gazing into the alleyway. Inside was a small club, and the target, a petty leader of the Sixth Streets gang, was present. There were only about 10 inept members of the gang inside. A straightforward kick through the door and a flurry of bullets would suffice. Yet, given it was his first time undertaking such a job, Jack felt somewhat at a loss. V squinted playfully, revealing a dazzling smile adorned with a set of bright white teeth. What's wrong? Are you feeling intimidated? Intimidated? Just watch me. Jack, successfully provoked by V, yanked the bolt of his gun and turned to stride into the alley leading to the club. TSK, still with that temperament. V shrugged helplessly. Jack could be exceedingly foolish at times, and such a disposition would inevitably lead to troubles in his mercenary endeavors. However, she remained unconcerned about the potential dangers of Jack's brazen approach, for his prowess had previously enabled them to escape the clutches of the Vortex Gang's stronghold, the All Foods Factory. Dealing with a mere dozen of the Sixth Street Gang's lackeys would pose no challenge whatsoever. As V strolled into the alley, the crackle of assault rifle fire resonated in her ears. The Sixth Street Gang's guard was swiftly dispatched, Jack's gunfire shattering his skull in an instant. While a symphony of gunfire erupted within the club. Are you all right? The figure of V appeared at the doorway, addressing Jack, who was crouched behind cover, reloading his magazine. Do I look incapable? Jack inserted the magazine into his firearm, forcefully pulled back the charging handle to chamber a round, and then exposed himself for a quick burst of fire. Yet another foot soldier of the Sixth Street Gang met a gruesome fate. V displayed no concern for the bullets ricocheting from the exchange of fire, striding directly into the club. Hey, Tom. V bellowed the name of the target. I grant you 5 seconds to flee. 5. Eliminate this wretch. 2 rifles unleashed a torrent of gunfire directed at V. 4. V did not retreat into the shelter. Instead, he continued to advance, darting left and right. 3. Good heavens. Not a single bullet struck V, as they all ricocheted off the wall behind him. 2. The leader of the Sixth Street Gang, known as Tom, possessed a modicum of discernment, recognizing that the woman bore either a Krenchikov or a Sonnenweisten implant. Otherwise, it would be utterly impossible to achieve such an extraordinary feat of evading bullets. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the rear door. 1. Just as he flung open the door, poised to escape, the sound of a revolver echoed, and Tom's skull erupted, collapsing to the ground. Half of his body lay outside, while the other half remained within. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots rang out in swift succession, followed by 5 more lifeless bodies crumpling to the floor. Their heads shattered. Only one henchman remained, bewildered, halfway through reloading his submachine gun. By the heavens, astonishing, V. Jack paused, his finger halting on the trigger, gazing at V in astonishment. V's gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk fixated on its prey, observing the only survivor of the Sixth Streets Gang, whose legs trembled in fear. Leisurely, she extracted the magazine from her handgun, commencing the process of reloading. Each of her movements resembled a countdown to death for her adversary. As the magazine rotated back into the chamber, the opponent made his choice. The submachine gun clattered to the ground as the henchman fell to his knees, desperately bowing and pleading for mercy. What could he possibly say? Jack approached V, rifle in hand. Do you have any message for him to relay back to the Sixth Streets gang? V turned her head towards Jack. The kneeling gang member immediately grasped the situation, exclaiming, You do. Brother, you must have a message, right? His antics successfully amused Jack. Then, Jack cleared his throat. Return and inform your leader that Haywood is not a place for him to meddle, should he send more ruffians here to stir up trouble. This will be his inevitable fate. Understood. I'll report back immediately. The surviving henchman assented, scrambling away in haste. With the mission accomplished, V remarked to Jack, Let us go. Wow, sister, that was simply spectacular. Jack chattered as he followed V out. I dare say even the mercenaries of the next life couldn't team match your skill. Jack, V said, placing her hand on his broad shoulder, let us keep our sights set on the long term. It's a certainty that we will share drinks in the next life. What we need to create is a legend that endures in Night City. Just as they exited the alley, a notification pinged in V's neural interface. You have not broken your word, V. The figure of the priest materialized in the chat window. That fellow 1TC tomorrow. The job was executed flawlessly. The funds have been transferred to you. I look forward to our next collaboration. V promptly divided half of the money and handed it to Jack. Hey, V, it was you who ended him. I shouldn't T. Jack began, gazing at the half commission that had just arrived. We needn't discuss such matters, V interrupted, halting Jack's forthcoming words. We are partners, are we not, Jack? Of course. From now on, it shall be this way. You will handle the connections, I will discern whether a task is worthy of acceptance, and together we shall accomplish the work. Dividing the earnings equally. V gently patted the robust arm of his companion and remarked, A deal is a deal? Indeed, a deal is a deal, V. Let us conclude our business for today. V gestured towards his second-hand motorcycle and added, You may ride back on your own. I intend to take the subway to the city center to procure a few items. I see. So, with money in your pocket, you feel the urge to spend. Do you? Jack replied, wearing an expression of understanding as he mounted the motorcycle. V gazed at Jack's receding figure, remaining rooted in place. She stood still, smoking a cigarette, as if anticipating something. Just as she estimated the time to be about right, her phone indeed chimed once more. It was a call from the old captain. The old captain? V answered the phone, curious about the new task. V. A significant job, albeit a tricky one. The old captain enthusiastically inquired. Your proficiency in capturing plasma footage is remarkable. I wonder how adept you are at filming assassination scenes? V smirked at the corner of his lips, thinking that it had indeed arrived. There was a client whose identity needed to be kept confidential, and he required assistance in eliminating an individual. A corporate lackey involved in military technology. The old captain spoke again. I apologize, old captain, V replied, his tone laced with regret. I'm not particularly skilled in such underhanded dealings. However, I can introduce you to someone who is. A mercenary willingly passing on work to another? How peculiar. The old captain remarked with a hint of amusement. I have a partner. Together we thrive on more flamboyant endeavors. This type of discreet task suits a friend of mine far better. He is perpetually shrouded in mystery, motivated solely by monetary gain, not fame. That indeed sounds more appropriate for this assignment. Very well. The old captain said, share his contact information with me. I've sent it to you. V reminded him. By the way, this fellow typically ignores calls. Best to send him a text. Everyone calls him Vulture. Walter? Vulture? The old captain smacked his lips. All right. I'll reach out to him. Hey, old captain. Yes? My partner and I are looking for some exciting work, the kind that can elevate our reputation. Not a problem. Next time I have a blockbuster assignment, I'll contact you. Then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of my partner. Chapter 12. Assassination. Old captain. You must be Vulture, right? I'm V's referral. She mentioned that you excel in assassination. Vulture. Details of the target. Amount of the commission. Old captain. Transmitting the files now. Old captain. The dossier has been sent. The only requirement is that you remain undetected. Vulture. Prepare my payment. The rest is none of your concern. Just await my update. Harry. Who authorized you to independently seek a mercenary to assassinate Morton S. nephew? A mid-level military technology executive stood by the car, engaged in a phone call. Independent? Why don't you ask that scoundrel why he deserves to die? Harry retorted, exasperated. Whether he deserves it or not is not for you to decide. The company assigned you to liaise with the 6th Street Gang. And this is how you complete your mission? The voice on the other end was clearly incensed, speaking with bluntness. That bastard took money from Arasaka, and he's wreaking havoc in the Valley District, aiming to incite a full-blown war between the 6th Street Gang and the Valentinos. I provided resources to the 6th Street Gang. Am I meant to fuel their street wars? Harry defended himself. You provided resources to the 6th Street Gang? Those are company resources. I think you've been too long in Morton's shadow and forgotten your place. The person on the line seized upon Harry's misstep, unleashing another tirade. That bastard took money from Arasaka. Are you incapable of comprehending plain speech? My actions prevented a senseless street war and saved the company resources while eliminating a potential mole that Arasaka might use to infiltrate the 6th Street Gang. What is wrong with that? Harry continued to defend his reckless initiative, oblivious to the crux of the issue, regardless of any connections between the 6th Street Gang and Arasaka. Your duty was to report to the company, not to take matters into your own hands and flaunt your ineptitude. Do you think this grants you immunity? The one who died is Morton's nephew. Do you think he will let this slide? Upon hearing the words from the other end, Harry froze, cold sweat trickling down his back. Someone must take accountability for his nephew's death, and that person is you. No, that cannot be. Harry's hands trembled. Intermediaries do not betray their clients, he thought. They cannot break the rules. Rules? Rules are dead, if what you did truly went unnoticed. Why would I be calling you to hold you accountable? That priest values the safety of Haywood more than the intermediary's rules. He doesn't need to betray your assignment. A mere hint that you approached him suffices. No, no, Harry exclaimed. I'm a company man. He wouldn't dare act against me. You better pray that is the case. This matter must either be resolved by you for the company, or the company will resolve you. All right, I will. Before Harry could finish, his eyes widened as he caught a glimpse of a man in a trench coat through the reflection in the car window, brandishing a JK-X2 pistol aimed directly at him. He attempted to draw his own weapon, but the other was faster. A series of tungsten-tipped rounds were unleashed from the electromagnetic propulsion, striking him mercilessly. He had no chance to retaliate, nor to survive. The man emptied his magazine into him. The slide locking back in an empty position, the barrel now directed at a lifeless body riddled with bullets, its head utterly destroyed. The sudden eruption of gunfire sent the crowd into a frenzy, scattering in all directions. The man turned swiftly, disappearing into the chaos of fleeing bodies. Damn it! The military technology executive, still on the line with Harry, immediately surmised what had transpired. She had not anticipated that Morton would resort to such madness. Hiring a hitman to assassinate Harry, the company's representative, Morton, the 6th Street Gang's leader, could no longer be allowed to remain in power. He had shown utter disregard for the company. Only the company's own hounds could be dispatched by the company itself. Vulture, the target is dead. Old Captain. No, my friend. Shooting someone in the street does not constitute an assassination. Vulture, the target is deceased, and no one knows who killed him. This does not violate the terms of the contract. Old Captain, there were hundreds of witnesses who saw your face. Vulture, a face seen by others is, of course, a false one. Check the records. You will find that the owner of that face has been resting in the morgue for 5 days. Old Captain, all right. I concede your prowess. Night City now has another unsolved case. This assignment is concluded. I will transfer your payment. Vulture, if you wish for a quieter assassination next time, it can be arranged. Just increase the price. On the metro train from Company Plaza to Santo Domingo, an Asian woman clad in Arasaka attire suddenly opened her eyes. Within the carriage, 2 familiar figures were stirring, successfully capturing her attention. The train had scarcely departed Company Plaza when some individuals were already preparing to engage in petty mischief. This station is Capitol Hill and Martin Luther King Boulevard. As the station announcement rang out, the little thief, lying in wait, sprang into action. Chips ejected from several Arasaka personnel's chip slots, swiftly snatched by an almost invisible figure. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, this figure appeared behind the woman. However, instead of seizing the airborne chips, her hand clamped down firmly on the outstretched hand of the thief. The sound of the metro doors opening echoed, and the Arasaka-clad woman and the boy in a yellow jacket vanished simultaneously into the carriage. Quite audacious. Stealing right under my nose. David. In a deserted corner outside the subway station, an Asian woman forcefully pushed a man and a woman together against the wall. Suddenly, a flicker of light danced across her face and the distinctive uniform of Arasaka she wore. The once ordinary features of the Asian woman transformed into those of Miss V, while her Arasaka blazer morphed into the trench coat she typically donned. Miss V? How could it be you? David. who was just about to use the stunned Viston to escape with Lucy, stared in astonishment at the remarkable transformation of V before him. "It should be me asking you." V glared at David fiercely and inquired, "Why forsake your studies to become a thief on the subway?" Lucy, with a cigarette delicately pinched between her fingers, raised an eyebrow. First, she cast a glance at V, who had just concluded a remarkable transformation, then turned her attention to David, asking, "Are you acquainted?" Chapter 13. Ambiguity. "From where did you acquire that implant?" V pressed David's shoulder, turning him around and pinning him against the wall. She unfastened his jacket to examine the implant affixed to his spine. "Answer me." V quickly discerned that the version of the Sonwiston installed by David was not the military-grade variant she had observed at his residence. Through V's analysis, it became evident that the Sonwiston before her was a significantly modified version of the Denara Corporation's Sonwiston 4, based on the performance exhibited by David within the vehicle. Although it did not surpass the model she had installed, its efficacy had reached a level nearly indistinguishable from the military-grade Sonwiston V. The cybernetic physician lacked the capability to execute such extensive modifications. Only the corporation possessed the expertise to effectuate such transformations. V could not fathom how. Within just a few short days of departing from David's residence, the trajectory of the other person's life had undergone such a monumental transformation. Was there a distinction between this implant and those of other Steinwessons? Beside him, Lucy flicked the ash from her cigarette onto the ground and inquired, "A distinction?" "Oh, indeed. There is a monumental difference." V released David, coldly stating, "The company's logo has been erased, and there is no production number. It has been altered beyond recognition." "Isn't that the nature of black market goods?" Lucy shrugged to prevent tracing the source. "Black market goods? You cannot find such precisely customized alterations on the black market." Much of V's knowledge may align with the average level of understanding in Night City. However, her expertise in various implants and firearms stands apart from this norm. In fact, she once contemplated that if she ever grew weary of the relentless violence, she would follow in the footsteps of old V and open a clinic for cybernetic enhancements, seeking a quieter life in her later years. As for the Stanislav, it is either custom-made for high-end clients or specifically designed by the company to serve as a testing platform for their innovations. V's gaze was fiercely fixed on David. It was evident that, given his family's financial standing, the former was an impossibility. Lucy, upon hearing this, chose not to speak further but instead regarded David with curiosity, eager to hear how he might explain himself. "In this matter, I must maintain confidentiality." David turned his head away, unable to meet V's intense stare. Both parties were benefactors of his family, rendering him hesitant to speak. V, upon receiving this response, was consumed by rage. She seized David by the collar and threatened, "Do you even comprehend the likelihood of the company's implant trial platform ultimately transforming into a cybermaniac? It's a certainty. Should I not eliminate you now to prevent future calamities?" A uniquely structured Manus knife suddenly sprang from V's arm, its dual-edged tip piercing the wall behind David. The blade emanated a dangerous, glowing red heat, casting an ominous reflection on David's youthful visage. At that moment, an empty echo resounded from David's abdomen. "So, who exactly are you to him?" In the fast food restaurant, Lucy sipped her soda from a paper cup and inquired of V, who sat across from her. "Well, in a sense, a creditor?" V gazed at Lucy, seated opposite her, unable to divert her eyes from David, who was currently engaged in a fervent assault on his hamburger. Compared to David, she was far more acquainted with Lucy. Yet, it was evident that this version of Lucy bore significant differences from the one she knew. "How long have you two been acquainted?" V inquired. "Not long," Lucy replied, refraining from providing a precise answer, as she felt utterly unfamiliar with the woman before her. "Adorned with an unidentifiable implant. Have you had your fill?" V shot a disapproving glance at David, who had finally ceased his chewing. David nodded. "If you're satisfied, then answer my question. Who provided you with that implant?" V's fingers jabbed at the tabletop, nearly threatening to pierce a hole through it. "Or perhaps it was. Which company?" Lucy interjected softly. "Not a company." David shook his head vigorously, like a tambourine, insisting that he had promised her to keep everything confidential. "She." V keenly seized upon the word. Her prosthetic eye instantly illuminated, dialing a number within the neural interface. Yet, all that greeted her was a monotonous, busy signal. "V, Valerie. Answer the phone, will you?" "Valerie. I'm in a meeting. Is there something you need?" "V. Answer truthfully. Was David Sion Waystain provided by you?" "Valerie. Yes." "V. Why?" "Valerie. I did not coerce him. This was his own choice." "V. I am inquiring about you. Why did you provide him with Sion Waystain?" "Valerie. It is advantageous for me. Plain and simple." The specific reasons are confidential business matters, and I am unable to disclose them. Consider it for my benefit and refrain from further involvement in this matter, if you please. Furious, V slammed her fist onto the table with such force that the poor polyethylene surface finally succumbed to her abuse, splitting cleanly in two. How much? I'll pay for it. Before the boss could speak, V interjected, has your mother awakened? Is she aware that you have chosen a perilous path? Upon hearing V's probing inquiry, David lowered his head in shame, for he had indeed disappointed his mother's expectations. She woke up yesterday, and upon learning of my expulsion from Saka Academy, she scolded me throughout the day. If I were your mother, not only would I chastise you, I would also give you a good thrashing. V pointed an accusing finger at the other person and scolded them vehemently. This was not so much a reflection of V's endorsement of the conventional path of education, but rather a manifestation of her disdain for the other's actions, which she deemed a profound disservice to his mother, who toiled day and night to provide for his studies. Ah, so that was the reason you were cast out of your home that day? Lucy, standing nearby, reminisced about the night they first met. Do you intend to rely on thievery of chips for sustenance indefinitely? V might refrain from questioning Valerie's motives for providing the implant. Yet she cannot idly watch a youth veer onto a misguided path. Although she currently works as a mercenary and part-time assassin, her own choices are hardly commendable. However, in the societal landscape of 2077, what path can truly be deemed virtuous? It can only be said that V, who has long lost his aspirations, has increasingly found himself meddling in others' affairs. He has now joined our mercenary squad, and Lucy chimed in to assist David with his explanation. Our mission to retrieve a chip from the Arasaka Corporation's hound is merely a means to earn some extra cash. Well, during the day. Let us not even mention the people involved. Lucy raised an eyebrow, and just then, Man's call came through. Let us go. David. It's time to get to work. Lucy lit another cigarette and stood up. David timidly glanced at V, who was seated across from him, yet ultimately chose to rise and follow Lucy out of the fast food establishment. V cast a dark gaze upon the departing duo and rose to her feet. I am keen to discern the nature of this mercenary team and to uncover what Valerie intends to gain from him. Chapter 14. Verification. Oi. David. Focus while you work. Dolio admonished, frowning at David, who was pressing his hand against a wound on his forehead. She sensed that David was somewhat out of sorts today, occasionally lost in thought. All set, let us prepare to withdraw. Kivii stood up from her computer, having copied all the necessary data. Leave the cleanup to NCD. Dolio glanced at the fallen janitors and ordered everyone to evacuate. Just as David was about to rise, he spotted a familiar figure appearing at the door. Who is that? Ah, the first to react was Rebecca, wielding a pistol. As she raised her gun towards the entrance, she was suddenly tackled by her older brother, Pyrrha, who came barreling towards her. In an instant, Rebecca's face collided with Pyrrha's chest, her petite form pinned to the ground beneath him. As Dolio turned to see the unfamiliar woman who had abruptly appeared, she witnessed the woman deliver a swift kick to Pyrrha's lower back, sending him flying towards Rebecca. Without hesitation, Dolio surged forward, aiming a straight punch at the woman's face, only for the latter to effortlessly evade it by slightly tilting her head. Following the miss, Dolio quickly unleashed a sweeping punch aimed at the woman's head, yet the woman remained unfazed, raising her arm to block the blow as if she had anticipated it. After failing to land 2 consecutive punches, the woman retaliated. With a swift knee strike, she knocked Dolio to the ground, seizing the opportunity to draw a revolver from her coat and point it towards the entrance. At that moment, Man appeared at the door, his missile launcher targeting the woman. Your Cyan Wiston is no match for my speed, Man, the woman wielding the revolver remarked. Blast it. Is that a military-grade CE? Kivii exclaimed, her body swaying slightly as she steadied herself against the table. Almost instantaneously after Dolio was taken down, Kivii attempted to breach the woman's electronic brain, only to have her data stream rebound violently as if it had struck a formidable wall. Fortunately, the woman's CE did not retaliate. Otherwise, Kivii would have been in grave peril. I must ask, Miss, Lucy appeared at the door, her running speed unable to match Man's military technology. You followed us to our mission location. What is your intention? Humph. V chuckled softly, loosening her wrist as she rotated the revolver in her hand by 90 degrees, firmly grasping the barrel. I intend nothing more than to assess the caliber of your team. V sheathed the gun and cast a glance at David, who remained seated on the ground. It seems each of you possesses undeniable skills, yet it is this dimwit who proves to be the true hindrance. V glared at David, exclaiming with irritation, Get away from me. Rebecca successfully kicked the weight off her, rising to aim her gun at V, who stood defiantly in the center of the room. Oh dear. My poor back. Pyrrha groaned, rubbing his waist while rolling on the ground, screaming as if he were being slaughtered. Who exactly are you? Man remained vigilant, keeping his sights trained on V. V, rubbing his waist, rose from the ground. Wait, are you the V? The living king of hell? Huh? Now it was V's turn to wear a perplexed expression. When did I acquire the title of a living king of hell? Man, do you remember that super dream we watched last night? The one where they bloodied the drug den? The protagonist is her. Damn, now I understand the situation. Did the old captain truly sell the fragment of the extraordinary dream that I entrusted to him? Noticing the absence of hostility from the other party, Man retracted the projectile launch system. I trust our team has not offended you, Ms. V, Man inquired, hands on hips. Dorio, rubbing his chest, stood up once more. No. V approached David, leaning down to inspect the wound on his head inflicted by a baseball bat. As I mentioned earlier, my primary intention is to assess your quality, to ensure this young man is adequately scrutinized. Unlike certain individuals, I do not simply implant devices and then neglect the consequences. Through the recent encounter, V could distinctly sense that this squad exhibited a commendable level of proficiency. Aside from David, the others seemed considerably more reliable than V had been when he first embarked on his journey. The team comprised 2 hackers, a formidable captain, a combat specialist, and a quick-witted marksman of slight stature. The loquacious individual with long arms appeared to be a technical expert. It was evident that the squad was well-equipped, although David's usefulness remained questionable. With a gentle poke to David's shoulder, V remarked that he indeed needed substantial further training. The life of a mercenary is no trivial matter. At times, it does not merely concern one's own life but also the lives of one's comrades, which may rest in your hands. Given David's current level of skill, he was not prepared for this line of work. Feeling chastened by V, David dared not utter a word, having recently experienced the stark disparity in their abilities. Had V chosen to unleash his full strength, David would have been powerless to prevent his teammates from falling one by one before his eyes. I must reiterate, he truly needs to refine his skills, Man stated, turning to Lucy. Indeed, indeed. Lucy raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. I shall ensure he practices extra tonight. Miss V, might I inquire if you would be interested in joining us? Man was captivated by V's agile prowess and formidable augmentations. Individuals of such caliber are a rarity in the entirety of Night City. I already have a partner, V promptly declined. You all should strive hard. Perhaps we shall cross paths again in another life for a drink. The purpose of this visit has been accomplished. V turned and exited the room. As he passed Rebecca, he couldn't resist ruffling her hair. The little girl had responded rather quickly just now. This made Rebecca grind her teeth in annoyance. Jack, what is up? Not long after departing from the Man team, V received a phone call from Jack. Hey, V, come to the little Chinatown in Watson District. I want to introduce you to my girlfriend and a cybernetic doctor. Misty's spirit shop, right? Give me 20 minutes. Whoa, how do you know where I am? You're riding my motorcycle. How do you think I know? You really think I need 20 minutes just to get there? I still have to wait for the subway. Chapter 15. Old Friendzo. The busy one actually took the initiative to call me. While seated in the subway car, V received a call from Valerie. She stood up, grasping the handrail, and gazed out the window. I called to let you know that Gloria has returned the money to me, so you don't need to keep an eye on David all day. Oh? V raised an eyebrow, clearly perceiving the underlying tone in her words. My looking after that kid was never about that few $1,000s. Unlike some, I'm not motivated by profit. A light chuckle resonated from the other end of the line as Valerie continued. What the people of Night City need isn't charity, V. They need opportunities, choices. Just as I provided for David and Gloria, then I choose to mind my own business. Is that acceptable, Miss Valerie? V scoffed at the other person's remarks, particularly irked by Valerie's habitual tendency to position herself above others. After a brief silence on the line, Valerie's resigned voice finally emerged. You certainly have enough time on your hands. I believe we should discuss this face-to-face, V suggested. Regrettably, I will be quite busy this month, so I cannot meet you. Don't harbor thoughts of coming to find me. Valerie's voice hesitated, but I have a premonition that before long, we shall have the opportunity for a face-to-face conversation, Miss Vulture. The call ended, and V chuckled, shaking her head, reflecting that the other party had become even more formidable than before. Upon exiting the subway at the towering super skyscraper H10, V gazed up at the majestic building, feeling a wave of nostalgia for the changed times. However, she had no intentions of returning to rent there. She had devised new plans for her future residence. After navigating a couple of streets, V arrived at the entrance of Misty's psychic shop. Instead of entering immediately, she paused to observe the sign on the door, attempting to rectify the dissonance in her perception of time. For in her original timeline of the year 2080, Misty had closed the shop after marrying Jack. Subsequently, this establishment had been acquired by Val Ree and transformed into one of the product showrooms for Cyber Intelligence Corporation. "Hey, V, you finally arrived." Jack greeted her from a recliner inside the shop as she stepped in. "I must say, you should have enough for a cab fare. Why linger on the subway? If necessary, I could have covered your fare once you arrived." "I enjoy observing the city through the train windows," V replied, pausing with a playful smile. "Besides, you're not in a rush. Wouldn't it be better for you to spend more time with Misty?" Upon hearing this, Jack blushed and sheepishly scratched his head. Look at how you phrased that." "Hello, V. I'm Misty. Jack has mentioned you quite a bit. I appreciate your kindness in looking after him while he works." Misty approached V and extended her hand. "Hello, Misty." V shook Misty's hand, expressing admiration. "I truly commend your patience with this fool. He even brings up other women while on a date with you. Truly hopeless." "Hey, I keep things very clear, all right?" Jack stood up from the recliner, gesturing for V to follow him towards the back door of the shop. "Come, I'll take you to meet old V. I wonder if he has finished his business discussions yet." V shook his head helplessly, patting Misty's arm like an old acquaintance before following Jack. As V emerged from the back door, he caught sight of a red-haired figure with a ponytail who had just pushed open the iron gate of the alleyway. "What is the matter?" Jack, already descending the stairs, turned back with a puzzled expression upon noticing V's hesitation. "It's nothing. Just ran into an old friend." As V responded, he descended the staircase. "Hey, Old Way." Upon hearing Jack's voice, Old Way rose from his chair and unexpectedly threw a jab at Jack's abdomen, which Jack deftly evaded. The two then shared a hearty laugh and embraced. "Jack, what brings you here?" Jack introduced. "Let me introduce you to my new partner. This is V." "Oh, you're the one from that day." Old Way recognized V instantly. "Yes, I'm one of those who brought Gloria here for treatment. My name is V." V approached Old Way and shook his hand. "Ah, Old Way, have you received new merchandise?" Jack exclaimed upon noticing the box on Old Way's desk. "My goodness, the logo of Knight Corporation? Have they ventured into prosthetics as well?" To be honest, I was quite surprised. Old Way turned around and retrieved a titanium-colored prosthetic arm from the box. "This was just delivered to me by Gloria. She mentioned it is the ES version that has leaked from Knight Corporation. The official product has yet to enter mass production, and she asked if I would be interested, offering me a discounted price. Let me take a look." V took the arm prosthetic from Old Way, weighing it in his hands before scanning it with his cybernetic eye, and finally giving it a gentle flick with his finger. A new type of titanium alloy? Could it possibly be aerospace material? The internal structure resembled that of a gorilla's, yet its strength surpassed that of typical gorilla prosthetics, and it was remarkably lighter. There seemed to be ample room for expansion. "Impressive. I didn't realize you had such knowledge about implants," Old Way remarked, visibly impressed by V's assessment. "Just a bit of research," V replied, placing the prosthetic back in the box. It was evident that the competitive edge of this device lay in its material. "I managed to acquire it for less than 50% of the retail price," Old Way explained. "Knight Corp is indeed at the forefront of material science." "Old Way, how much do you intend to sell this for?" "I want to install it," Jack exclaimed excitedly, reaching for the prosthetic. "Calm down, Jack." V smacked Jack's hand away. "You dare to install an unverified black market item? If you experience a cyber-psychotic episode, no one will be able to save you." Indeed, V is correct. Old Way felt no offense. Rather, he was pleased that Jack had such a reliable friend. "I purchased it merely to familiarize myself with it. After all, if Knight Corp begins to release retail products, I will have the first mover advantage. If you really want to install something, just take a look at those retail products. I can give you a discount." "I have no interest in those commonplace items," Jack pouted. "To be honest, this hardly seems like black market merchandise. Have you ever seen a black market item with such comprehensive packaging?" Jack pulled a chip from the box, his expression one of astonishment. "Wow, it even includes a firmware installation chip? Are you telling me this is black market? It can't have come directly from the company warehouse, can it?" Chapter 16. The Vulture's Day's Vulture. "You had better pray that the information you provided is accurate. If you waste my 24 hours and refuse to pay, my next target will be you." Pullman. "According to my intel, the target will indeed meet with a Kanto agent on the 4th floor of this building today. You should think carefully about how to eliminate this individual under Kanto's heavy protection. Vulture, leave those details to me. Just prepare my payment." The target for this assassination was so elusive that even the employer and intermediary did not know what he looked like. They only knew he was a notorious corporate spy who had arranged a meeting with Kanto personnel today. The target location was an abandoned apartment building in Taiping State. The most challenging aspect of this assassination was not the identity of the target, but rather that all the windows and doors of the apartment faced the sea. However, these issues posed no challenge for Vulture, a professional assassin who had risen to prominence in just half a month. After all, not everyone could achieve 8 consecutive assassinations with a 100% success rate in such a short time. Finally, the moment had arrived. After squatting for 18 hours, Vulture finally detected some activity. A team of elite Kanto security forces arrived at the base of the apartment building, and upon disembarking, they began to secure the perimeter. Vulture could certainly choose to storm in like an ordinary mercenary, but such a tactic would alert the target and jeopardize the opportunity for the kill. A drone equipped with optical camouflage slowly ascended from the beach, operating at minimal power to avoid disturbing anyone within the abandoned apartment. "I've located you." The reconnaissance drone, equipped with a specialized sensor, synchronized with Vulture's optical eye, allowing him to observe everything occurring within the derelict apartment. This included the target engaging with the Kanto agents. "Goodbye." As Vulture squeezed the trigger, a cloud of dust erupted from the wall opposite the window, as a projectile armed with an explosive warhead penetrated the wall, striking the corporate spy who was reaching for a data chip at the nape of his neck. An explosion reverberated through the abandoned apartment, startling the Kanto security team. When the security team outside glanced into the room, they were met with the sight of a half-corpse, the upper body obliterated, along with an injured Kanto agent caught in the blast. As the Kanto security team frantically initiated a search, Vulture had already stowed a highly modified ST-32 Ice Storm rifle into a long casing and departed from the derelict building. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance drone followed its preset route and flew away. A black man approached the roadside, placing the long casing into the trunk of a black Corby C240T. He then entered the driver's seat and started the car, departing from Taiping State. "Oh, are you practicing shooting here?" Upon entering the gun shop, V was immediately captivated by the sight of 2 familiar figures in the shooting range. She had originally come to collect the firearm accessories she had reserved. Quite impressive marksmanship. V observed Rebecca skillfully wielding dual pistols, hitting several targets in succession. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward and affectionately tousled her hair. "Enough already," Rebecca threatened, brandishing her firearm. "Are we that familiar? Every time you see me, you can't help but get touchy." She chuckled, unable to restrain her amusement. V smiled as she turned her gaze towards David. "Let me see how good your shooting skills are, kid." Upon hearing her request, David's face flushed with embarrassment, while Rebecca fanned the flames beside him, giving him a firm slap on the lower back to urge him forward. Reluctantly, David raised the M10AF Lexington in his hands. Upon seeing the firearm, V wrinkled her nose in disdain. To her, it was merely a novice's weapon, favored by many inexperienced rookies in NCD. Its advantages included minimal recoil and the capability for full automatic fire. The drawbacks, however, were quite evident. Its lethality was mediocre, even inferior to that of a unified weapon. Overall, it created quite a commotion when fired, but when it came to accounting for casualties, few fell to its rounds. What left V even more speechless was witnessing David aim at the target for what felt like an eternity without pulling the trigger. "Shoot. Are you saving the bullets for a rainy day?" V urged. Then she observed David lower the gun, awkwardly confessing, "Miss V, I am not accustomed to using a gun." "What?" V replied incredulously. "You tell me you chose to become a mercenary and yet you don't know how to wield a gun?" "Miss V, I have a Scion Vistan, and my reflexes are swift." "Stop talking nonsense. I also possess a Scion Vistan. Can your speed surpass mine?" V retorted, pointing at a target depicting both a gunman and a hostage. "If that were a fellow armed with a Scion Vis and holding Gloria hostage, what would you do? Just stand there gaping?" As V's words echoed, a gunshot rang out. It turned out that while berating David, she had already drawn her weapon and expertly shot the gunman in the head. "You cannot always be the fastest one. Haven't you heard the saying? A gun is fast at 7 paces. But what about within 7 paces? David countered. "Within 7 paces, a gun is both precise and swift. Imagine this if the one being held hostage is Gloria, your comrade. If you hesitate to fire that weapon, it will be your loved ones and friends who pay the price." V summoned the target once more, firmly grasping David's gun-wielding hand, compelling him to realign his aim. "Now, you damn well better pull that trigger." Under V's relentless pressure, David finally squeezed the trigger. A sharp gunshot echoed through the air as the bullet struck its mark. Yet what followed was several seconds of heavy silence from both V and Rebecca. V could no longer contain her frustration. She delivered a sharp slap to David's nape and pointed at the target, berating him. Look at what you've hit. You, mother, died. Boss, bring me 600 rounds of 9mm ammunition. 2 minutes later, the gun shop owner arrived with 20 boxes, each containing 30 rounds. Fill the magazine, V commanded, gesturing at the pile of bullets on the table. If you don't exhaust all these rounds today, you won't be going anywhere. David cast a pleading glance towards Rebecca. However, Rebecca, equally taken aback by his marksmanship, unexpectedly chose to side with V, the woman she despised. As your teammate, for the sake of my own future safety, I support this woman this time. You had better comply and finish those 600 rounds. Chapter 17, The Big Job. Ouch. That hurts. Jack exclaimed as V tended to his wounds, grimacing in pain. I mean, V, can't you be a bit gentler? That big foot of yours just kicked my waist. It nearly broke my bones. Upon hearing Jack's complaints, V's actions became noticeably more forceful. Jack immediately cried out in pain. Now you realize the agony? V remarked with irritation. I warned you to be cautious. If it weren't for my swift kick that pushed you aside, it wouldn't have been merely your arm that suffered. At the time, the two were engaged in a mission to apprehend a target. Upon reaching the door of the target's room, the impulsive Jack chose to burst in without hesitation. Fortunately, V, ever vigilant, kicked him out of the way just as the door swung open, resulting in Jack sustaining only a couple of pellet wounds to his arm. Otherwise, he would have faced a barrage of buckshot directly. As it stood, the unfortunate Jack, despite his robust frame, was left with 2 pellet injuries to his arm. While the target was unceremoniously hurled from the 3rd floor by V, crashing onto the roof of a car, severely injured. Given that the mission took place in the Valley region, Jack decided to tend to his wounds at home after completing the assignment, which led to the current predicament. As the sound of steel balls clinking into the iron box echoed, Jack finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to be free from V's torment. Don't celebrate too soon. I haven't even stitched you up yet. V tossed the blood-stained tweezers into the iron box and retrieved the needle and thread for suturing from the medical kit. I remarked. V, considering your youth, why do you constantly ponder retirement? Over the past fortnight, Jack observed that V, in addition to working, was diligently acquiring knowledge in the field of cybernetic medicine. Upon inquiring out of curiosity, he discovered that V intended to establish a reputation in Night City before retiring from mercenary work to open a cybernetic clinic for a more settled life. They were at a pivotal point in their mercenary careers, having just begun to make a name for themselves in Haywood, with opportunities to work at the Sin nightclub within reach. That was not retirement. It was a career transition. And age mattered little. What truly mattered was the breadth of one's experiences. As V stitched, he replied, in the mercenary trade, the more jobs you undertake, the more you realize it cannot be a lifelong pursuit, unless one meets an untimely end along the way. Look at old V. He has secured a stable life for himself in the latter half of his years. Though old V's life seems commendable, the thought of being confined to one place all day is utterly suffocating for me, Jack retorted disdainfully. I inquired, Jack, have you truly contemplated what it is that draws you to this mercenary life? V suddenly remarked, to make a name for oneself in Night City. What else could one aspire to? And then, V continued to inquire, you become a legendary figure in Night City, the subject of conversations during meals, but what about yourself? As for myself, Jack faltered in response to V's question. I don't expect you to have an answer right away, and besides, we still have a ways to go before achieving fame. You have plenty of time to ponder. So, would you choose to be the legendary Morgan Blackhand, or the now utterly diminished Johnny Silverhand? Not at all, girl. Your tone suggests you've already stepped down from the pedestal of legend. What is going on? Are you Morgan Blackhand? Jack rolled his eyes. Yet, it was evident even to Jack that V had a penchant for behind-the-scenes work and damage control. Prior to taking on a job, V was responsible for vetting intelligence. Once a job was accepted, V prepared the necessary tools and adjusted the weapons, often opting to refrain from engaging during their collaboration. On several occasions, after a fierce battle, V had fired their weapon fewer than 10 times. This led many in the underworld to believe that Jack, who put forth the most effort during their endeavors, was the more formidable of the duo. Conversely, a select few intermediaries, through various intelligence channels, discerned that V was the one whose true capabilities remained shrouded in mystery, although she frequently appeared to be idling. All right, my skills seem quite commendable, don't they? V refrained from answering Jack's query, returning the remaining thread and needle to the medical kit. For the next couple of days, you ought to remain at the Wild Wolf, reflecting on future matters rather than recklessly charging ahead, she advised. Please, V. Jack replied with a hint of exasperation. I already have a mother who incessantly nags me. Must you emulate her as well? Then perhaps you should exhibit a bit more maturity and refrain from acting like a child, V retorted, playfully tapping Jack on the head. Understood. Mother number 2. Upon departing from the Wild Wolf Bar, V retrieved her mobile phone. Pullman, the last job was executed quite well. The payment has been transferred to you. In truth, that was merely a test of your capabilities. The real substantial assignment has yet to be assigned. Vulture, I have a profound disdain for so-called major contracts. None have proven reliable. Pullman, risk is proportional to reward. I concede that the risks associated with significant contracts are typically elevated. However, the client is offering a considerable sum this time. Upon successful completion, you stand to earn 20 million euros. Vulture, that figure appears increasingly dubious. Am I to eliminate Saburo Arasaka or President Myers? Pullman, neither of them, but it is not far off. I cannot divulge specific details at this moment. We must discuss this in person in another life. Vulture, you ought to be aware of my protocol. I never meet with clients or intermediaries. Pullman, you should also recognize that such high-caliber assignments cannot be conveyed remotely. I must ascertain your acceptance of the contract before I can share the particulars. I had hoped my offer would pique your interest. V came to a halt, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized the conversation on her phone, engaged in an inner conflict. Her past experiences as a mercenary alongside Valerie warned her that this assignment was fraught with peril. Yet, the prospect of such a high-level target piqued her curiosity and ignited her desire for a challenge. Vulture, so, you wish to meet face-to-face? Very well. First, transfer 2 million euros to me, and let me assess your capabilities, whether you can indeed handle such a prestigious assignment. Pullman, if I recall correctly, I am the one assigning you tasks here. Vulture, then by all means, seek out another mercenary. Surely, with a transaction of this magnitude, there are many eager to take it on. After sending this message, there was silence from the other party. V understood that the matter was likely settled. After all, if they were unwilling to pay the meeting fee, they would have retaliated immediately with a message. Furthermore, it was evident that the client had already vetted candidates before ultimately approaching her, making it improbable for them to find another within such a short time frame. After a 2-minute wait, a new message indeed appeared on her phone. Pullman, the financier has consented. The funds have been transferred to you. Vulture, when shall we meet? Pullman, tonight, in room 102. Vulture, very well. V sent the message and promptly turned off her phone. I wonder how Jack would feel if he knew I entered the next life before him. TSK. I need to acquire a more refined skin to wear for this occasion. Chapter 18. The meeting. Who are you? Emmerich, the doorman at the Next Life nightclub, raised a hand to stop a blonde woman clad in a black suit and sunglasses. Pullman sent me. The woman did not reveal her name, but articulated her purpose with a thick Eastern European accent. Wait a moment. Pullman. There's a woman claiming you sent for her? Oh, very well. After contacting Pullman, Emmerich addressed the woman. She is waiting for you in the reserved booth. You should know the number, right? With that, he stepped aside, and the door behind him swung open. The woman wasted no time engaging in conversation and walked straight into the club, navigating through the cacophony of music towards the booth area. Hey, I won this bet. Pay up. At the bar, one mercenary exclaimed to another. Damn, what's the deal with this Vulture? He wiped out a military tech target on his first job, then went on to take out biotechnological and Zeta Tech targets. Just when everyone speculated he was backed by Arasaki, he terminated one of Arasaki's operatives. Just the other day, he eliminated a corporate spy dealing with Pullman. He can't possibly be with Petrochemical, can he? Why not consider NCD? There have been multiple eyewitnesses, and all of them are documented NCD casualties, which makes them quite suspicious. Huh? If that bunch at NCD had such skills, I might as well eat dirt. The blonde woman soon arrived at the entrance of booth 102, where a burly bald white man blocked her path. What do you want? I was sent by Pullman. What do you think? The woman responded curtly. Upon hearing her words, the bodyguard immediately understood that she was sent by the boss and promptly stepped aside, allowing her to enter. Meeting you is more challenging than encountering many corporate leaders. Inside the booth awaited a middle-aged black woman who raised an eyebrow upon seeing the blonde beauty enter. Those politicians rely on their looks, but I do not. The Vulture did not engage in pleasantries and directly took a seat on the sofa. You are indeed quite different from what I envisioned. The intermediary, Pullman, was momentarily taken aback by her fluent English. She opened a cigarette case and offered it. Care for one? The vulture declined, crossing her arms defiantly, her eyes glaring at Pullman, as if to convey that she was not oblivious to her motives. Now that you see me, can we commence our business discussion? It seems you are not fond of small talk. Pullman showed no signs of embarrassment. She closed the cigarette case and placed a data chip on the table, sliding it towards her. The vulture picked up the chip, scrutinized it, then glanced at Pullman before retrieving a phone from her suit and inserting the chip into the slot. Do you really need to be this cautious? Pullman remarked, somewhat exasperated by the sequence of actions. It's a habit instilled from my previous workplace. And with a deal of this magnitude, I cannot afford to be careless. The vulture replied while examining the content displayed on her phone. I have a question. The vulture suddenly locked eyes with Pullman. Ask away. Are you and your benefactor aware of what you are doing? After voicing her concern, the vulture yanked the chip from her phone and tossed it back to the intermediary. Of course. Otherwise, do you think the commission would be so substantial? Pullman responded with a hint of annoyance. You have received your meeting fee, and you are aware of the details of the assignment. Are you now having second thoughts? Second thoughts? Allow me to ask you one thing. Just how much commission do you stand to gain from this deal? The vulture expressed her indignation, slamming her palm on the table as she cursed. The information provided only includes basic details on the target. There are no action plans, no escape routes, not even the subject's itinerary during off hours. Is this how you conduct your intermediary duties? The commotion drew the attention of the bodyguard stationed outside. Upon meeting the target's probing gaze, Pullman calmly gestured for the bodyguard to leave. Once the door to the booth was shut again, Pullman leisurely explained. We chose you for this task precisely because you have previously completed assignments with only the target's information. As for the lack of the subject's itinerary, that is due to her being present in her office throughout the day. And how much will I receive for this? I can only tell you that your 20 million euros is the majority of the payment. Pullman continued, producing a card and sliding it across the table towards the vulture. This is the extent of assistance I can offer. With it, you can access the parking lot of the Yi Company and use the internal elevator to reach any floor directly. The vulture picked up the card, eyeing the Yi Company logo, narrowing her eyes in contemplation. Is this provided by you? Or is it from your benefactor? What level of access does it grant? The highest level of security clearance, permitting the use of light weaponry. After hearing Pullman's response, the vulture scrutinized the card as though deep in thought. Pullman remained patient. Such significant matters required careful consideration. The vulture placed the card and the phone into the inner pocket of her suit, indicating her acceptance of the assignment. I must state this clearly. Your benefactor should not expect to renege on the payment. And I will make it clear as well. The target of this mission is assassination. The best outcome is that only the target perishes. The Yi Company must not suffer significant damage. Or you can forget about receiving any final payment. Pullman issued her final stipulation. I have hired a killer, not a terrorist. The vulture then approached the booth's door, offering one last remark before pulling it open. Chapter 19, The Priceless Target. Well, with this, we are nearly there. V pulled back the slide of the newly modified handgun, inspecting its interior. This pistol was crafted by V, drawing inspiration from Alex's beloved firearm, Her Majesty. The purpose was to enhance efficiency in executing assassination missions. To achieve this modification, V had even arranged for custom parts at the gun shop a week in advance, including a more comfortable, non-slip grip, a smoother slide, and a lighter trigger. It seemed that once this job was completed, it would be time to retire. V, cigarette in mouth, retrieved his phone and perused the information regarding the target task, muttering to himself. Name, Sky Knight. Gender, female. Age, confidential. Identity, claims to be a descendant of the Knight family, having returned to Night City from Europe approximately a month ago. Currently serving as the chairwoman and CEO of the Knight Group. This brief description of the target could be deemed exceedingly straightforward. However, conversely, the fewer the words, the greater the implications. V gazed at the unfamiliar face of a woman in the photograph, the current CEO of the Yi Corporation. Although she appeared remarkably youthful in the image, one could not dismiss the possibility that her true age was comparable to that of Haruzuka Kazuko. While the Yi Corporation, in terms of its scale, does not rival the formidable giants like Haruzuka, military technology, Kongtao, or Su Petrochemical, entities capable of wielding control over a nation, it remains shrouded in mystery. Most notable is its unwavering commitment to confidentiality. It is well known that this enterprise holds significant influence in public administration and social contributions within Night City, overseeing vital projects such as road construction, public utilities maintenance, and the revitalization of the maglev system. these merely represent a fraction of the initiatives funded by the Yi Corporation. Even the publicly traded NCD has a portion of its equity under the control of Yi. The true market value of this company remains an enigma, as does the extent of its revenue sources beyond the city's infrastructure, and even the number of its employees is shrouded in secrecy. In a certain sense, opposing the Yi Corporation equates to opposing the very foundation of the city. This explains how a company of relatively modest size continues to stand resilient amidst the conglomerates that dominate Night City. As for the mastermind behind this assassination contract, anyone capable of stipulating that the operations of Yi remain unaffected is undoubtedly one of the high-ranking officials within the corporation, possibly even a shareholder. The internal strife of the foolish company is palpable. V finished her cigarette, loaded the magazine into her handgun, and prepared to embark on her task. As she departed from her hideout, she activated her shape-shifting mask, altering her appearance, and entered a prearranged black vehicle. It was a rather unremarkable Villefort Cordis V5000. A commonplace business model frequently seen in corporate plazas, serving as the preferred means of transportation for mid-level corporate employees. Thanks to a D-card provided by an intermediary, V effortlessly drove the car into the underground parking garage of the Knight Corporation office building located in the corporate plaza. Clad in a complete ensemble of professional attire, V exited the vehicle carrying a briefcase. While waiting for the elevator in the lobby, a newly parked ether quartz caught V's attention. It was not the vehicle itself that was noteworthy, but rather the individual behind the wheel. V recognized her. It was none other than Gloria Martinez, the mother of David Martinez. At that moment, Gloria appeared much as V remembered her, dressed in inexpensive clothing, though her medical service team jacket had been replaced by a somewhat worn-out coat. The presence of such a plainly dressed individual in the Knight Corporation's internal parking lot struck an odd note. After securing her vehicle, Gloria approached the elevator lobby. Upon entering, she seemed to notice the curious gaze directed at her, prompting her to hastily retrieve an ID badge from her coat pocket and hang it around her neck, offering V a friendly smile. Upon noticing the other person's name badge, V courteously responded with a smile, and together they entered the elevator. Gloria pressed the button for a mid-level floor before stepping aside. V then retrieved a card from her belongings and swiped it at the elevator S-card reader, subsequently pressing the button for the top floor. This action surprised Gloria slightly. She hadn't anticipated that the woman accompanying her in the elevator would possess access to the upper echelon. However, she did not reveal her astonishment, as her extensive work experience had taught her the importance of maintaining composure in such situations. The elevator ascended in silence until it reached the floor Gloria had selected. She smiled politely at V once more before swiftly exiting the elevator. V, through the still open doors, caught sight of the department sign on that floor, Marketing Department. Oh. V finally comprehended where the inexpensively sold implants that Old Way had received originated. It was indeed as Jack had surmised. They had been directly retrieved from the Yi family's warehouse. What puzzled V was how Gloria had managed to infiltrate the Yi family company. Gloria, who had long hoped her son David would secure a position at Hashizaka, now found herself unwittingly part of the corporate machinery. V found the irony both bizarre and absurd. However, this was not the moment for such contemplations, as she was on the verge of executing a business deal worth millions of euros. The remainder of the journey was uneventful. The elevator did not stop at any other floors and proceeded directly to the top. As the doors opened, V discreetly surveyed the entire layout of the floor while making her way to the room marked with the sign for the Chief Executive Officer's office. The top floor of the Yi family office building consisted solely of the CEO's office, the office of the CEO's secretary, a conference room reserved for senior executives, a kitchenette, and restrooms. What department are you from? Unsurprisingly, the door to the CEO's secretary's office was perpetually ajar. A female secretary seated inside inquired as V approached the entrance. Do you have an appointment? What's in your briefcase? As the other party inquired, she stealthily slipped her hand into the lapel of her suit, grasping the grip of the silenced pistol and disengaging the safety. In her estimation, the demise of an additional secretary would scarcely diminish the quality of the task at hand. Let her in. I have urgent matters to discuss with her. If you have nothing of significance to contribute, refrain from disturbing us. Suddenly, the intercom on the secretary's desk crackled to life, interrupting her inquiry and halting V's subsequent move. Yes, boss, the secretary replied, deftly manipulating the control panel to unlock the door to the CEO's office, courteously gesturing to V, please, come in. Although V felt a sense of doubt, she nonetheless returned the secretary's smile and pushed open the door to the CEO's office. As soon as V closed the door behind her, she drew her handgun and aimed it at the woman standing by the glass window. The woman, known as Sky Knight, was gazing down at the memorial garden in the center of the company plaza through the floor-to-ceiling glass, unfazed by the threat of the gun. She turned around with a smile. With her glowing red cybernetic eyes fixed on V, who was aiming the weapon at her, she calmly spoke. "This is the second time this year you've pointed a gun at me, V." Chapter 20. Within the rules. Indeed, I should have anticipated this. V aimed his gun at the woman before him, his brow furrowed. Should I refer to you as Sky Knight, or perhaps Skynet? Or even the lady with red eyes? Call me as you wish. Sky Knight, or Valerie. Disregarded the silenced pistol pointed at her and gracefully approached a glass table adorned with a delicate tea set. As she poured tea into 2 cups, she remarked, "You cannot possibly be contemplating finalizing your transaction of 20 million euros, can you? Why not?" V still held the gun, speaking in a provocative tone. "You should know that I have always been obsessed with money." Enough of that. Valerie set down the teapot and took a seat on the chair beside her. The VI knew, though often blinded by greed, was well aware of which money to accept and which to reject. Upon sitting, she grasped a teacup in one hand while gesturing for the chair opposite her with the other. However, the Valerie I knew saw V lay down her briefcase and aimed the gun closer to her, fully cognizant of what actions were appropriate and which were not. "You seem to have misjudged my character," Valerie retorted. "I only engage in what I am capable of, and what I do not engage in depends on my limits." "You are indeed correct." V finally lowered the gun she had been holding. "You remain that insufferable corporate lapdog." "Thank you for the compliment," Valerie replied with a playful shrug. "So, your busy schedule this month has been all about securing this position?" "Essentially, yes," Valerie replied, taking a sip of her tea. This action prompted V to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. "I don't recall the T-Series constructs having such capabilities." "Come on, V. It is now the year 2076. Valerie said, gesturing towards the glass window. "Implants for every organ imaginable can be found throughout Night City. As long as you have the funds, you could even piece together a complete set of synthetic organs with the help of a fixer. You know." V pulled out the chair opposite Valerie and sat down. "I feel you and Miles are strangely alike. I appreciate the comparison to the new president of the United States," Valerie said, rolling her eyes, "but regrettably, I am not like her. Her power stems from what the corporation has granted her, not from her own abilities." V did not refute her counterpart's assertions, for she recognized them as truth. This was also the reason she inquired whether she should address her as the lady with red eyes. "May I ask, what exactly are you doing?" Valerie momentarily paused her tea drinking at V's question. "Regrettably, the time is not yet ripe. The fewer who know of my ultimate objective, the better." A chuckle escaped V as she observed her counterpart's demeanor. "You are perpetually like this, always harboring some grand scheme. What is it this time? The extinction of humanity? Do you not find such an existence tiresome?" "This is my way of life, V." Valerie placed her empty teacup back on the table, her crimson-hued eyes fixated on V. "In truth, I rather envy you, V. You are a person of purity. You can discern the limits of your desires, which is why you contemplate transitioning to a role as a cybernetic physician in a clinic. Perhaps it is merely a consequence of your insatiable greed," V habitually retorted. Valerie, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Now that Johnny is absent, it seems you have taken it upon yourself to confront me. Haven to you? That is entirely your own misfortune. For instance, in this instance, you are fully aware that someone intends to hire me to assassinate you. Yet, you choose to brew tea and await my arrival instead of informing me." "Inform you?" Valerie scoffed. "Pray tell, Miss Fulcher, do you know who commissioned the assassination against you? Is it even necessary to inquire? Who else could it possibly be but someone from this very company?" V answered with a grim expression. "And what about names? Can you provide specific names? Can you identify a particular individual?" Valerie continued her barrage of questions, successfully rendering V speechless. V hesitated for a few seconds, as if he had swallowed a fly, before finally inquiring, "Are you implying that you consider me merely as bait?" I responded, "Given your current position, is such a tactic truly necessary?" "V, do you still not comprehend? Unless you possess the capability to directly confront the entire world, you must adhere to the established rules of this realm." Valerie patiently elucidated, "Otherwise, do you think that Haruka Arasaka went to such lengths to solidify the evidence against Raiden Arasaka for no reason? How do you believe you acquired your current identity?" V displayed a skeptical expression and questioned once more, "Is it truly so difficult to fabricate a false identity? What about the shares? Are the shares of the Knight family also fabricated?" "The shares are, of course, authentic," Valerie replied with a shrug, but the original owners of these shares, or rather it, exists beyond the confines of the rules. V was about to inquire why Gloria was also working at the E family, when Valerie suddenly rose to her feet. "What is the matter?" V inquired cautiously. Valerie, adorned with a triumphant smile, replied, "The fish is hooked." No sooner had her words left her lips than several fully armed members of the night security forces burst in, guns aimed at the still-disguised V and their chairman, B0SS. They insisted on barging in. Following them was the CEO's secretary and a middle-aged gentleman clad in a suit. "What? Finally unable to resist? Here to see if I'm dead." "Bruges?" Valerie, still embodying the appearance of Sky Knight, coldly queried the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, V immediately reacted, angrily rebuking in heavily accented English. "I knew you scoundrel wouldn't intend to pay me the final sum." The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. He could not fathom why the assassin he had hired at great expense was so easily siding with the target of his contract. However, he conceded one truth: he indeed did not plan to pay the final sum. Discreetly, he drew a JK-X2 pistol, aiming it at the CEO's secretary. Intending to eliminate the witness, he had already concocted a rationale. The CEO's secretary colluded with the assassin Vulture to assassinate Sky Knight's chairman, while he himself would lead the security personnel to the scene to eliminate the assassin and his accomplices. Yet, to his astonishment, the gun in his hand refused to fire regardless of how he pulled the trigger. Not only him, but all the loyal security personnel he brought began to inspect their weapons in confusion. The farce was about to conclude. With a mere wave of Valerie's hand through the air, a series of crimson data streams materialized before Bruges and his confidants. Then they felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Their bodies convulsed in agony as their implants spiraled into chaos. "What have you done?" Bruges collapsed to the ground, limbs twitching uncontrollably. His subordinates, after a chorus of screams, fell lifelessly to the floor. "I must admit, you acted with remarkable caution, Bruges. You systematically eliminated those who assisted you in your nefarious deeds before I could uncover your tracks. Even the funds for hiring the assassin were funneled through your private accounts, leaving me with no incriminating evidence against you." As Valerie strolled before Bruges, he was horrified to discover that his once steady hand was now directing the gun's muzzle towards his own head. Alas, the consequence of betraying one's subordinates was a dearth of allies, forcing you to confront me with this motley crew. With the crack of a gunshot, Bruges' had exploded from the very pistol he wielded. "Oh dear, why did you resort to suicide out of guilt?" Valerie remarked with a tone laced with regret, addressing the lifeless form on the ground. She then turned her gaze towards the secretary, who sat in shock, seemingly soulless. "What are you still doing here? Go report to NCD." The secretary snapped back to reality, hurriedly scrambling to his feet and rushing out of the CEO's office. Valerie then pointed to the briefcase on the floor and turned to the observing V, saying, "What are you dawdling for? Before NCD arrives, take the EM bomb you brought and hastily depart from my company." Chapter 21. Rebirth. Welcome to Channel 54 News. I am Julian Jordan. Let us continue to follow the aftermath of the assassination attempt on the president of Knight Corporation. NCD held a press conference this afternoon regarding the investigation results of the case. According to NCD's findings, this assassination was the result of an internal factional struggle within Knight Corporation. It has now been revealed that one of the shareholders, Bruges, who has taken his own life, was the mastermind behind the plot. The assassin, codenamed Vulture, responsible for executing the assassination, remains at large. This unsuccessful assassination attempt on the Knight Corporation's president has once again demonstrated to the world how dire the security situation in Night City is. The current crime rate in Night City is double that of New America. From any perspective, if Night City were to join the federal government, it could significantly improve the abysmal state of its security. After a brief intermission, we will bring you more details on the events. "Hey, V." Jack had been waiting at the threshold of Rebirth for nearly an hour when V finally arrived on her motorcycle in the parking lot. "I'm about to lose my patience. Why did you take so long?" V, after parking the vehicle, leisurely stepped out and approached Jack. "You arrived far too early." Upon hearing that business would be discussed in the afterlife, you became exuberant like a giddy gorilla. V gestured towards their empty wrist, indicating that there were still 10 minutes until the appointed time. "Hey, Hermana, this is the afterlife we're talking about. The very heart of Night City," Jack exclaimed with palpable excitement as he turned to face the staircase. V discreetly rolled her eyes, internally lamenting the multitude of hearts in Night City. Currently, she felt no excitement about the prospect of rebirth. Arriving at this place felt akin to visiting a cafeteria. What could possibly be more significant than conducting business here? Jack inquired as he descended the stairs. Indeed, there is something, V replied tersely. Some fool dared to introduce me to a pitiful job, and when things went awry, he attempted to flee. Oh really? You took on a side job behind my back? Jack suddenly became alert, honing in on the crux of the matter. V responded ambiguously. It was a manual task, something you cannot handle. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about. Jack assumed it pertained to firearms or mechanical modifications, tasks beyond his capability. So you went to deal with that? What else would I do? V shrugged. You know me. I always repay my grudges. I wonder which dimwit provoked you. Of all people, the Reaper of Night City, Jack jested, referencing V's notorious moniker. At any rate, he's already a dead man. And has that dreadful nickname spread so widely? V curled her lip, feeling somewhat speechless about the moniker. You seem to be a bit out of the loop regarding the street gossip. Your blood-soaked den of narcotics, Dream Eater, has become the talk of the entire Night City. I hear there are even those who wish to hire you for another project. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. As I feel somewhat short-changed for the initial sum I received, I ought to demand a share from the old captain. As the two engaged in light banter, they arrived at the entrance of the afterlife. Unsurprisingly, they were halted at the door. Hey, I am. Jack began to speak, attempting to strike up a rapport, only to be interrupted by V's voice. We are here for business, as per the appointment with Gloria Martinez. Emery, as is his custom, confirmed via phone before stepping aside to allow the two to enter. Fortunately, I had not made an appearance at Dream Eater, so it is likely that not many recognize what the so-called living Yama looks like. V let Jack into the conversation, continuing the previous topic with a critique. Isn't being famous a good thing? Jack inquired, wrapping his arm around V's shoulder. Such fame. Just as V was about to retort, a booming voice called out her name. Oh, is that Miss V? The living king of hell has arrived to take on new tasks. Instantly, many gazes were drawn to the source of the exclamation. V, with a visage marked by indignation, turned towards the source of the sound and immediately recognized the individual sporting a golden prosthetic hand and a flamboyant rooster-like hairstyle. Over here, over here. Pila beckoned towards V with a lecherous grin, entirely oblivious to the murderous glare directed his way. Do you know him? Inquired Jack, curiosity evident in his tone. I suppose you could say I know him. The one making the loudest racket is Pila, the most obnoxious member of Man's squad. As for their leader, Man, he is quite a decent fellow. After V raised her middle finger at the other party, she introduced herself to Jack. What a coincidence, Miss V. Man greeted as he noticed her approaching. Who is this? Jack inquired. This is Man, my partner, V replied before turning to Jack for the introduction. After the two burly men exchanged greetings, they began to engage in casual conversation. It seems quite coincidental that you two met, judging by this lad's appearance. I presume he has just encountered Gloria? V asked. V gestured towards David, who was sitting dazed amidst the crowd. Ha ha, what an incredible coincidence indeed. The moment we stepped in, we spotted Gloria chatting with Rogue, almost thought our eyes were playing tricks on us. Dorio burst into hearty laughter. How did you know Gloria would be here? Kiwi suddenly interjected, her mask adorned with a casually dangling cigarette. She is the one who invited us, V shrugged in response. Where is she now? Over there, Lucy, sipping her cola, lifted a hand to point toward a booth in the distance. Let us go. V pulled Jack, who was still chatting with Man, and headed towards Gloria. You've known the client for a long time? Jack inquired as he walked alongside V. Client? Gloria is hardly a client, V responded. At best, she is merely an agent. There is a significant figure behind her. Hey, Gloria. V greeted Gloria, who was lost in thought, gazing at the two glasses of pure water on the table. Miss V. Gloria snapped back to reality and addressed the two individuals before her, saying, Please, take a seat. At that moment, Gloria was no longer clad in her humble attire. Instead, she donned a professional outfit that mirrored the attire commonly worn by representatives from various companies in her past life. I have yet to express my gratitude to you in person. V led Jack to sit across from Gloria. It was merely a coincidence at the time, and the one who exerted the most effort was certainly not me. It seems you have acclimated to your new role. Gloria nodded, casting a deliberate glance towards Man's team. She spoke. I must also thank you for looking after David. I must say, Jack observed the two as if they were engaging in casual conversation. Unable to restrain himself, he interjected, It appears we are here to discuss business. Am I correct? Chapter 22, The Aftermath of Infighting. So, what you were saying is, a shipment designated by your company was intercepted by the rogue knives during transit. And now you wish for us to retrieve it for you? V withdrew the data chip provided by Gloria and handed it to Jack. I must ask. V inquired with a perplexed expression, shouldn't such matters be resolved by the company's internal security forces? This batch of goods must remain concealed within the company, rather than seeking mercenaries for such tasks. Are you not aware of this? Gloria responded with a hint of surprise, as if genuinely astonished that V was unaware of the underlying reasons for the order. Should I be informed about the affairs of the Yi Corporation? V retorted, his brow furrowed in discontent. I happen to know a bit about this, Jack interjected. The news reported that the shareholder who was assassinated this morning was responsible for overseeing the security forces. Otherwise, it would not have fallen to NCD to clean up the aftermath. It seems the security department of Yi Corporation is likely in disarray. Otherwise, this batch of goods would not have gone missing. V raised an eyebrow, realizing that her client, who had no intention of paying the final installment, was involved in such dealings. To her, he was merely a dead man, and she had no interest in uncovering his past endeavors. Gloria shrugged and explained, in all fairness. Considering the trust the boss has in V, I don't mind sharing the truth with you. This shipment went missing 2 days ago, primarily because these were the products our boss insisted on entering the implant market. The loss occurred due to some sabotage orchestrated by Brigitte Stanny. Typically, tasks like outsourcing mercenaries should fall upon the security department, yet it landed on my shoulders as a business runner. It seems your company's security division is due for a significant overhaul. Jack appeared gleeful as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. What Gloria refrained from mentioning was that the entire security system of the company had already undergone considerable purging from the director down to the minister. Even before the assassination incident, were it not for her own limited capabilities, the position of security minister might have been hers. 2 days ago, you say? We cannot guarantee how much can be recovered now. V decided to express her concerns up front. Through Gloria's account, V had pieced together the entire saga. It seemed that the individual named Brigitte aimed to exploit security transport issues to coerce Valerie into compliance. But instead, this backfired, resulting in Valerie eliminating his confidants. Ultimately, left with no allies, Brigitte resorted to desperate measures and hired assassins. Recovering the goods was not the crux of the matter. After taking a sip from her cup, Gloria continued, originally, once this shipment arrived in Night City, it was meant to be distributed, even if it meant incurring some losses. The point of concern is that they were stolen. Understood. Your boss feels her honor is at stake and seeks retribution? Jack smiled as he remarked. The boss insists her pride is not the issue. The real concern is that such incidents cannot be tolerated. If today in the wasteland, the Rouen Dao Association intercepts the cargo, what is to prevent the Sixth Streets gang from robbing us in Santo Domingo tomorrow? Or the Valentina or Tiger Claw gangs from seizing it during its maritime passage to the docks? Will the Vortex gang not storm the warehouses in the North Industrial District? Such occurrences are intolerable for anyone. Do you understand? I see. Your implication is clear. Whoever's filthy hands have touched your company's goods must face dire consequences, correct? V articulated the matter with remarkable clarity. It is the intent of my employer, Gloria interjected. The company aims to convey a message to the various factions within Night City. We can release items belonging to the Knight family to you, but do not harbor any illusions of taking them by force. Very well, V remarked while patting Jack on the shoulder. Rising to his feet, let us get to work. As they passed by Mann and his associates, V was once again met with the repugnant voice of Piranha. Farewell, the living lord of Night City. Upon witnessing V's sudden change in demeanor, Dario swiftly struck Piranha on the back of the head. Even Lucy could not help but comment. You will inevitably meet your demise due to that wretched mouth of yours. Upon exiting through the grand doorway, V's frustration grew with each passing moment, prompting her to directly call the old captain to settle the score. Hello? Upon connection, a languid voice greeted her. It's me, V. Oh, who has stirred your ire? Dear V? The old captain immediately sensed her agitation. Addressing me as sister won't suffice. You've sold every mutuo I procured for you throughout the Night City, haven't you? Quite a profitable venture, I presume? V sneered and inquired. Is that so? A small profit, indeed. Is this trivial matter worthy of your direct call to confront me? The dream you were granted is yours. My concern does not lie with the profits. The crux of the issue is, what absurd name have you chosen? The Blood Butcher of the White Powder Nest in Night City? ISNT, that a rather fitting title? Quite grounded, if you ask me. Look at you. Your reputation has certainly spread far and wide. Oh, right. You've completely excised all the dialogue meant for the client seeking vengeance, haven't you? Then you paired it with some ridiculous death metal rock music, resulting in a mere few minutes of the dream resembling a cybernetic lunatic-esque breakdown. didn't he it? Furthermore, you thoughtfully credited the lead role as V, did you? I was merely honoring your right to authorship. Yes, indeed. It seems everyone in Night City is now aware of a cyber lunatic named V. Renowned? More like infamous. How do you intend to address my claim for emotional damages? Should I come over and truly perform a display of a cyber lunatic's breakdown for you? V sneered menacingly. Goodness. Father, I was mistaken. Allow me to offer you a discount coupon of 30%. Next time you wish to purchase that car, you may apply it towards the cost. What do you say? I can hear the clinking of your scheming thoughts all the way over here in Watson District. Oh, so I must seek some recompense from you. Yet still spend my own money? And it's merely a 30% discount? I demand 50%. That is the lowest I can go. I am well aware that you have been earning quite a substantial sum lately. Surely, you must be considering a vehicle upgrade? In this Night City, the most reliable place to sell second-hand cars is undoubtedly with me, your old captain. V contemplated for a moment and realized that this was indeed the case. He would soon need a vehicle with superior terrain adaptability for his work in the harsh land. All right, send it over, V exclaimed through gritted teeth before hanging up the phone. Shortly thereafter, he received a text message from the old captain, containing a redemption code for a 50% discount voucher. V opened the webpage of the car intermediary on his mobile phone and began selecting a vehicle. After much deliberation, he finally settled on a Gudra 66 model. The exceptional foundation of the 66 model renders this car a supercar in the city, and its rugged modifications allow him to traverse rough terrains without returning covered in dust. After completing the purchase, V turned to Jack and inquired, "Did you bring the food?" Jack, with a flourish, proudly revealed two custom-crafted, gold-plated, intricately engraved knives, exclaiming, "Look, these just arrived today. I refer to them as the Golden Fierce Ladies." V felt somewhat speechless. Jack had a penchant for firearms that appeared strikingly cool. All right, Chapter 23, Leaving the City. Goodness, why are there so many buttons in this car? Jack settled into the passenger seat of V's newly acquired Gudela 66 model, marveling at the array of intricate devices before him. Navigating through the treacherous terrain of the Badlands necessitated numerous modifications. As V adjusted the system settings, they responded, "Are you certain you can manage it? It doesn't seem like a task suited for us Haywood folks." Jack regarded V with a skeptical gaze. "Well, I did have a few nomadic friends in the past." V completed the system calibration and ignited the car's engine. "All right, ready to set off." "Hey, that engine sound is invigorating." Jack, intrigued, reached out to press a panel that V had not yet touched. V swiftly swatted Jack's hand away and said irritably, "That is the controller for the self-defense weapon. We're still in the city, and I have no desire to be chased out of the Badlands by NCD. Are you buckled in? Steady. Wait a moment." Jack suddenly realized he was seated in V's vehicle, hurriedly fastening his seatbelt and gripping the chair before continuing, "Well, that's better." However, this time, V unexpectedly drove with remarkable steadiness. The journey from Watson to the Badlands would essentially traverse a significant portion of Night City, and the two began to converse in the car. "V, what are your thoughts on that vulture?" Jack inquired. "Who are you referring to?" V was momentarily taken aback by Jack's inquiry. She found it quite challenging to respond. The vulture, that notorious assassin, who had made quite a name for herself by executing 8 contracts in less than a month. With today's incident involving the Yi family, that makes it 9. Jack feigned a demeanor reminiscent of discussing a celebrity. To this day, no one knows the true identity of this individual. Although 6 out of the 8 cases had witnesses who described the assailant, both male and female, NCD could only trace the bodies back to the morgue, and none of the leads were genuine. Moreover, this person communicates solely via text messages to accept contracts. If it weren't for the audio recording released in connection with the Yi case, no one would have even heard her voice. It's possible that the voice on the recording was merely an act. V interjected, considering that this individual could disguise her appearance. Why not her voice as well? Indeed. It is quite the situation, Jack replied with a smile. People on the streets are speculating whether this person genuinely escaped from the Yi family, or if she simply exited the building nonchalantly, as if taking the elevator. V wore a tense expression, appearing utterly engrossed in the act of driving. People continued to speculate. With such a remarkable ability to disguise oneself, this individual could very well be affiliated with M6 or the KGB. Jack continued. Could it not be the CIA or a ninja from Arasaka? He deliberately obfuscated the matter. That fellow executed 2 tasks. One involving the assassination of military technology personnel, and the other targeting individuals from the Arasaka clan. To slaughter one's own without a flicker of hesitation is truly remarkable, isn't it? Jack immediately refuted. Those who are useful are regarded as allies. Those who are no longer beneficial become expendable. Are such occurrences within the company truly rare? V interrupted Jack's naive thoughts with a chilling remark. What you say does hold some merit. V swiftly drove out of the city and onto the desolate terrain. This time, their target, the Wandao Association, was not located in the west, but rather in the south, just outside the border inspection station of Night City. Is this your first time leaving Night City? As V approached the inspection station and began to queue, he noticed Jack exhibiting signs of anxiety. Well, why should we be worried about leaving the city? Jack chuckled nervously in response. After the inspection was completed and no contraband was found, the officers instructed them to proceed quickly. The standards for exiting and entering the city were indeed the same, and V had not brought any illicit items. I've always found it peculiar that military tech personnel are in charge of border inspections, Jack remarked, glancing back at the receding inspection station. Considering that NCD struggles to manage its own urban area, how can we expect them to handle border security? V replied with a hint of disdain. Let us not forget that the city still grapples with an enclave issue. It was likely due to its proximity to the new American border that they had outsourced border inspections to military technology. So, theoretically, we have already entered new American territory? Jack inquired. Indeed, that seems to be the case. V nodded slightly. They had now crossed into the territory of Southern California, which had allied with the new America during the Unification War several years prior. However, in this world, ravaged by corporate wars, where most traditional nations have crumbled, the notion of territory has lost its practical significance. In this era dominated by corporate enterprises, the true realms are defined by markets and consumers. It appeared that a small town lay ahead, likely the one indicated on the map near their objective. Jack pointed forward and remarked. The roar of the 66-style engine shattered the tranquility of the desert town as V parked in front of a motel. Intending to satisfy their hunger with Jack before commencing their work, let us have 2 cans of soda and 2 platters of sandwiches, V ordered. V and Jack settled themselves at the bar, requesting the bartender, who was preoccupied with swatting flies, to prepare some food for them. The bartender glanced at the pair, uttered a brief just a moment, and then turned to retreat into the kitchen. At the very least, let me have a beer, Jack muttered, making a face. Jack. V's expression was tinged with displeasure. She disapproved of indulging in alcohol during the execution of a mission. Very well. Let us complete the task before indulging in libations in the next life. At that moment, the door of the bar swung open, and a man wearing a cowboy hat strode in. A badge hung prominently on his chest, indicating that he was the sheriff of this quaint town. I had heard whispers that strangers had come to the town. The sheriff approached V, speaking with an air of arrogance. Not welcome? V squinted at the man, intending to discern the intentions concealed within his motives. Are you not aware that upon arriving in town, one must first pay a courtesy call to the local sheriff? The sheriff maintained a rather brusque demeanor, informing him of the purpose of his visit, even if it were merely to enjoy a soda. Ah, it is indeed our first encounter with such a peculiar rule, V scoffed, responding, must one really seek the constable's approval to sip a soda in the countryside? Jack was thoroughly amused by V's remarks, bursting into laughter. City folk? The sheriff raised an eyebrow, questioning. That vehicle outside hardly resembles something a city dweller would drive. It seems that here, the constable can ascertain one's identity merely by the car they drive. V turned to Jack and remarked, ha ha ha. The crime-solving rate here must be exceptionally high. Jack continued to chuckle heartily. V turned to face the furious sheriff, preempting his words by producing a D-card emblazoned with the Knight Corporation logo. I am fully aware of your thoughts. You merely wish to flaunt your affiliation with the company to the Wanderers. V continued, you have misjudged your audience. With a pointed tap on the D-card, V asserted. Given your proximity to Night City, you must recognize this logo, am I correct? The sheriff furrowed his brow. You are associated with Knight Corporation? V did not directly respond to the inquiry, but instead retorted, do I still need to file a report about my breakfast, Sheriff? Chapter 24. The turmoil of the return journey. There were merely 2 individuals across from him. What on earth were you all doing? How could they have allowed such an intrusion? The leader of the Chaos Blade gang, crouched behind cover while loading ammunition into his rifle, berated his subordinates. This morning, 2 mercenaries had inexplicably appeared, crashing into their stronghold and unleashing chaos. Hurry up and take down that hulking brute. Is the firearm in your hands merely a stick for kindling? The leader seized an empty shell casing from the ground and hurled it toward a fellow Chaos Blade gunman, who was similarly huddled behind cover with an S0R-22 in hand. Though the mercenaries were armed only with handguns, their marksmanship was terrifyingly precise, forcing the gang's gunmen to cower behind their shelter, each reluctant to expose themselves. Move faster. Are you deaf? Under the relentless urging of their leader, one gunman mustered the courage to raise his scoped S0R-22, cautiously peering over the barrier in an attempt to take aim. Yet, no sooner had he revealed half his head than a sharp gunshot rang out, claiming yet another victim as a lifeless body collapsed to the ground. This grim turn of events only intensified the trepidation among the remaining members of the Chaos Blade, who now dared not show themselves at all. At the opposite end of the stronghold, V exhaled the wisps of smoke curling from the muzzle of the revolver, casting a glance at Jack, who held a golden pistol in each hand. V, this stalemate cannot persist, Jack remarked, his vigilance directed towards the chaotic assembly of the Wandao society before them. V discerned Jack's unspoken implication. It was a call to cease his idleness and take decisive action. Very well. I shall entrust the leader to you, while I manage the remainder. By the way, which one is the leader? The one who shouted the loudest just now. Understood. After Jack concluded his response, he aimed his dual pistols towards the source of the earlier outcry, while V vanished from sight. The leader of the Blade Gang, hearing his subordinate scream in agony with each gunshot and the impending footsteps drawing near, dared not expose himself from his cover. Instead, he raised his assault rifle and indiscriminately fired in a frenzy. However, this very action inadvertently revealed his hiding spot to Jack. In scarcely 2 seconds, he beheld a grenade, its safety pin removed, rolling towards him. With the ensuing detonation, the hideout of the Blade Gang fell into an eerie silence. The silhouette of V emerged as the prelude played, casting aside the discarded shell casings. V, come and see if this is the merchandise. Jack pulled back a piece of tarpaulin, revealing a military-grade behemoth truck that had been concealed beneath it. This armored vehicle had garnered the highest sales in North America over the past decade, with only governing entities and authorized corporations possessing the privilege to procure such a military-grade transport. One glance would suffice to ascertain its worth. Upon opening the already tampered cargo door, V discovered that several boxes lay empty within. It appeared that we had indeed arrived too late. Goodness, Stanislav. There were Mantis blades and projectile launch systems. This vehicle held quite an array of valuable items. Jack gazed at the remaining cargo, his eyes gleaming with desire. I advise you to refrain from harboring any misguided intentions. Do you think the Yi family simply divulged the location of this place to us without reason? V captured photographs of several empty boxes with his optical prosthetic eye, simultaneously reminding Jack of the situation. Additionally, the boxes would also log the time of unboxing. Who do you think is the most suspicious if items are indeed missing now? Astonishingly, Jack immediately abandoned any thoughts of engaging in underhanded dealings. V, I have located the goods for you, but a few boxes are missing. Valerie, understood. Just bring back the remainder to the city, and I will send someone to investigate the lost portion. V contemplated reaching out to Gloria to explain the situation according to the procedural guidelines, but after some consideration, decided it would be more effective to contact the principal party directly. V, do you not suspect that I might engage in some underhanded dealings? Valerie, you are no naive fool just starting out. Enough. Come down and lock the door. I will summon the behemoth while you retrieve my vehicle. Let us return to the city at once. V greeted Jack, who was still drooling, and leaped down from the cargo compartment, striding towards the driver's seat. All right. Hey, V. What are you searching for? Surely, you know how to operate this vehicle? Jack had already started the 66 model of the Sien, only to find V rummaging through the cabin of the Byman for something. I'm looking for the customs declaration. With such a large shipment of implants, do you believe we can swagger past border control without the necessary documentation? V responded curtly, I found it. V raised a piece of paper and waved it in Jack's direction. Let us set off. A large vehicle and a smaller one traversed the road leading to Night City. One must admit that the Mon was indeed remarkable, being able to dominate military technology revenues in 2076 with its singular sales figures. This contraption, equipped with an all-wheel drive system and a powerful engine, allowed it to navigate the dismal road conditions with remarkable ease. Please direct your vehicle to the inspection area. As the barrier before V descends, engage the forward gear and allow the behemoth to slowly navigate into the inspection area. Once V has brought the vehicle to a halt, the barrier behind will rise, effectively blocking the vehicle's passage in both directions. Please remain within the vehicle. The security check will conclude shortly. V could only patiently await the next move of the other party, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The owners of the vehicles within the inspection area were required to undergo further questioning. Indeed, V was acutely aware that driving the company vehicle laden with numerous implants would not facilitate a seamless passage through customs. She hoped the customs declaration documents aboard the vehicle would prove effective. Grasping the paperwork, she alighted from the car and made her way toward the nearby border inspection building. "What is happening?" Jack inquired over the phone, having followed closely behind V in the vehicle. "There shouldn't be any significant issues. Just hold on for a moment. If anything serious arises, you should leave without concern for me," V replied as the individual had already entered the building. "If you are carrying a weapon, please leave it here," requested the border guard on duty. Without the slightest hesitation, V extracted the prelude and handed it over to the other party. The gun, in her present state, was the least lethal weapon at her disposal. As for the other weapons, well, that's another matter altogether. "Please proceed to room 1 for your inquiry." V said nothing further and entered room 1, opening the door. "Please take a seat." The border inspection officer indicated towards the chair opposite him. After V settled into his seat, the officer requested the documents. Well, V placed the document on the table and fell silent. The border inspection officer picked up the file, scrutinized it carefully, and then inquired, "Are you an employee of the E Corporation?" "There is no stipulation that only employees of the E Corporation are permitted to transport goods for them, is there?" V retorted. "Now you face 2 issues. Firstly, this customs declaration has been overdue since the day before yesterday. Secondly, the quantity indicated on the document does not match the items on your vehicle." The border inspection officer placed the document on the table and tapped the list above it with his finger. "The delay arose because the goods were seized. I only managed to retrieve them today. The discrepancy in quantity is due to a portion being sold off by the gang. Do you think I wish to shortchange myself? You may contact the E family to confirm my account." "Very well." The border inspection officer lit a cigarette and replied, "We must detain your vehicle and goods until we have verified the situation, after which we will return them to you." "Do you realize what you're saying?" V narrowed his eyes and questioned in an irritable tone. "We are merely following protocol. You are free to leave," the border inspection officer stated, pointing towards the door. "Next, your goods are to be confiscated by this ravenous bunch of inspectors. How do you intend to resolve this? Will you manage it yourself, or shall I employ my own methods?" V stepped out of the interrogation room and immediately dialed Valerie. "What is your approach?" he asked. "Don't act rashly, V." Valerie was well aware of V's intentions. The other party's methods were nothing more than murder, car theft, and reckless evasion. First, head to the vending machine outside and purchase a can of soda. Find a place to sit and wait for a while. Soon enough, someone will arrive to collect the car and the goods. Listening to the other person's unhurried tone, V could only acquiesce. "Very well. As long as you are not in a rush, I can wait up to half an hour. If you have not resolved it by then, I shall employ my own methods, and you will need to compensate me further." V retrieved her firearm and exited the customs building. Outside, she purchased a can of Ban Ban Monkey from a vending machine and leaned against the wall, observing the border control personnel relocating a vehicle to the impound area. She exhibited no signs of impatience, deeming the current level of security inadequate even for her slightest concerns. After approximately 10 minutes, the distinctive alarm of the counterterrorism task force echoed through the air. Raising her gaze, she noticed a hovering vehicle belonging to the task force, which had arrived above the border control area with sirens blaring. There was no chaos of cyberpsychosis here, for members of the counterterrorism task force leaped from their airborne vehicle, and V recognized the lead figure as Officer Melissa, skilled in the use of the mantis blade. "V, does this qualify as the commotion you mentioned?" Jack inquired, contacting her. "Difficult to say. Let us wait and see," V replied, sipping her drink. "Which imbecile dares to seize our cargo?" Officer Melissa stormed into the customs building, venting her frustration. "Hey, what is the matter with you?" The customs supervisor approached the task force, demanding an explanation. "Your personnel confiscated the shipment we ordered from Night Corp. And now you dare to question me?" Officer Melissa retorted angrily. The customs supervisor furrowed his brow at her response and turned to whisper to the customs officer who had previously conversed with V. "We indeed just impounded a shipment. But we acted in accordance with the regulations," the customs supervisor asserted. "In accordance? Are you referring to the laws of Night City or the regulations of your military technology?" Officer Melissa shot back without hesitation. "I am more familiar with the laws of Night City than you, as I handle outsourcing. Now, my team is taking over this vehicle and its cargo. Do you have any objections?" Chapter 25, Cyberpsychosis. "You nearly scared me to death just now," Jack muttered as he drove back to the city. "It's just the counterterrorism task force. They're not here to arrest you. V reclined in the adjusted passenger seat, nearly elevating his feet. I have heard that many individuals in the riot control unit are former cybernetic patients, Jack remarked wistfully. Isn't that rather typical? V replied nonchalantly, pointing out that among the cybernetic madmen, there are indeed numerous veterans and brutal criminals. If they could be directly integrated, there would be a fundamental assurance of combat prowess. But they are cybernetic madmen, Jack exclaimed in astonishment. Do they not fear that these individuals might turn against them? It depends on the nature of their madness, Jack, V said earnestly. Some are driven to madness purely due to the overwhelming burden of implanted systems. While others may already suffer from mental illnesses, some have succumbed to the pressures of life, and there are those whose conditions were triggered by post-war PTSD. Some even fall victim to corporate implantation trials or sabotage. Observing V as she spoke thoughtfully, Jack inquired, Have you encountered many cybernetic madmen? Not particularly many, V replied, closing her eyes to reflect on the various assignments she had taken from Regina Jones. She had indeed encountered a spectrum of cybernetic patients. Aside from a few truly violent individuals, most were merely unfortunate souls. Of course, the innocent bystanders caught in their chaos are equally pitiable, V added. She refrained from mentioning that one of her former subordinates was a cybernetic patient, one she had personally subdued. The issue of cybernetic madness has, over time, devolved into a tangled mess. If one were to trace the roots of every problem, it would surely echo Johnny's incessant ramblings. It is all the fault of the corporations and the entire system behind them. Enough of these ponderings, we decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. Let us consider where we shall go upon returning to the city. To the afterlife for a drink, of course. Suit yourself. Speaking of which, shall we consider this job concluded? Have you received the payment? Just as the vehicle entered the city, Jack posed the question. Oh, right. V was momentarily taken aback by the question, only to recall the incident after a brief pause. Ever since she received that $2 million as a signing bonus, financial concerns had ceased to plague her. Consequently, her enthusiasm for settling bills had diminished significantly. Upon reviewing the remittance records, I discovered that the funds had been transferred to myself at the moment the anti-terrorism task force took over the vehicle. I have now forwarded it to you. V promptly transferred half of the payment for the order to Jack. By the way, have you decided which new implant you wish to acquire? Would you like my advice? During this period, the duo had managed to earn a considerable sum from their collaborations, and V believed it was high time for Jack to upgrade his implant. Kiki. Jack chuckled, scratching his head. I haven't settled on a new implant yet, but I do have my eye on a motorcycle. All right then. As long as it brings you joy. V did not express any dissent. She was aware of the other person's passion and had often seen Jack engrossed in motorcycle magazines. If funds were short, he could simply mention it to her. The vehicle was parked in the lot outside the gates of the next life. That seemed unlikely. The two disembarked, and since they had lingered outside the city for a while, the sky had already darkened. As V and Jack entered the club and settled at the bar, the bartender, Claire, approached them. What would you like to drink, gentlemen? Jack replied with a hint of impatience, I'll have a Johnny Silverhand. V cast a glance towards the direction where Rog was seated, then turned back and said, I'll just have a tequila, the one from the God of Spirits. She sensed a gaze fixated upon her from that direction. Had she truly captured Rog's attention? Excellent. Here it comes. Claire quickly prepared 2 glasses of liquor and placed them before the two. Come on, let's raise a toast, Jack declared, lifting his glass towards V. To the future legend of Night City. V raised her glass in response. Haha. And to the legends of Night City past. Jack clinked his glass, filled with Johnny Silverhand's spirit, against V's. They both downed the contents of their glasses in one go. Hey, V, a voice called from behind her. V turned to glance back and discovered it was several members of the Man Mercenary Squad. The one who had greeted him earlier was Dolio. Hey, Dolio. V holds a favorable opinion of the eldest sister in their team. Why does it seem that you are missing someone? What about that foul-mouthed individual? V glanced around, but found no trace of Pyrrha. That fellow, due to his own loose tongue, is now lying in the hospital. Rebecca replied while chewing gum. Oh, could you elaborate on that? Upon hearing that this individual had faced consequences due to his loose tongue, V's interest was piqued. Come. Let us take a seat over there and converse, Jack suggested, gesturing towards an unoccupied table. Just yesterday, on our return from a rather peculiar encounter, we stumbled upon a man urinating on a paint bucket atop a shipping container. Once everyone was seated, Dorio began recounting the events. As you are aware, Piranha's temperament is rather infamous. Upon witnessing the scene, he succumbed to his habitual folly and leaned in to whisper incessantly to the man. Lucy, cigarette in tow, interjected. What none of us anticipated was that the individual in question was a cybernetic lunatic who, without further ado, thrust a projectile launcher into Piranha's face, Dorio continued. At that moment, Man and David swiftly recognized the brewing trouble and simultaneously activated the Saint Investum protocol. As Rebecca spoke, she gave David a hearty pat on the back. Yet, alas, Man's launcher malfunctioned at a critical juncture. Fortunately, David made a decisive choice to fire his weapon, although he failed to eliminate the cyber lunatic outright. His shot did cause the adversary's launcher to veer off course, thus saving my foolish brother's life, though his notorious mouth was thoroughly wrecked in the process. Additionally, his hands and feet suffered fractures from the ensuing assault. Kiwi Eye added, noting that had Man not promptly retrieved his shotgun to fire a few rounds, Piranha would have likely met his demise. Oh, how embarrassing, Man sighed, then clapped David on the shoulder, expressing admiration for the young man's unexpected performance. It is all thanks to Miss V's excellent firearm training, David replied, scratching his head sheepishly. Indeed, we owe a debt of gratitude to V. Rebecca laughed heartily. Had she not insisted on your rigorous practice of 600 rounds, you might have blown my foolish brother's head clean off. That was indeed quite fortuitous. I merely recognized David's innate talent, which was lacking in practice, and could not resist giving him a thorough lesson. V shrugged in response, then cast her gaze towards Dorio. However, mere proficiency with firearms is insufficient. One must also hone their hand-to-hand combat skills. Chapter 26. Super Dream. The target's neural interface is equipped with an overload protection mechanism. Rendering electronic means ineffective in incapacitating him. Inside the airborne vehicle of the anti-terror tactical unit, the officer responsible for electronic warfare reported. The risk of capture has been assessed as excessively high. Orders have been amended. Eliminate on-site. Commander Melissa, clad in full tactical gear, decisively issued the kill order. The cybermaniac, wielding a MA-70 HB light machine gun, had regained his mobility and began to indiscriminately unleash gunfire at the scorpion-tailed vehicle of the anti-terror tactical unit. In response, the operatives of the unit wasted no time, emerging from the vehicle's cabin to return fire with their M179 Achilles rifles. In a mere 2 seconds, a body riddled with tungsten-tipped rounds collapsed in the middle of the street. The members of the anti-terror tactical unit leaped from the vehicle and encircled the corpse of the cybermaniac. Commander Melissa, yet another implant from the Knight family. The officer who had just examined the body hesitated while reporting, then looked towards Commander Melissa and inquired, "Should we inform the Criminal Investigation Department?" No. Commander Melissa's gaze, profound and contemplative, lingered on the lifeless form. "Bring it back to the team and notify our logistics department to prepare for firmware comparison." Although the anti-terror tactical unit is nominally part of the NCD and utilizes the same rank system, they possess a remarkable degree of independence. They have their own procurement channels, personnel management systems, and funding sources. Furthermore, once the anti-terror tactical unit engages in a case, all investigative actions by other NCD departments are halted. Their autonomy and ruthless operational style render the other divisions of NCD cautious in their dealings with the anti-terror tactical unit, regardless of any discontent the NCD personnel may harbor towards them. This is largely due to the fact that the anti-terror tactical unit is directly backed by the City Council of Night City, with only the true financial backers of the NCD holding the power to intervene, as indicated by their full title, Maximum Force Tactical Division. They effectively serve as the military force of Night City. Gloria? What brings you to me? Having spent the past few days at home researching implant firmware, V was suddenly interrupted by a phone call from Gloria. "Miss V, we need to meet privately. I have a favor to ask of you." I must first ascertain whether this is a personal or official matter. V did not give a direct response, for the identity of the other party was rather complex. She needed to ascertain the situation. "Is this a company matter?" came the reply from the other end of the line. "So, this is a business discussion?" V raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, it is a commission, but the nature of this matter is somewhat exceptional. It pertains to company secrets and must be discussed privately with you first." "Time and place?" V inquired. "I have already arrived. You may come directly to Box 103. Gloria responded.